Hey, Future Connor here. I just wanted to jump in before the video starts to say that this VOD is actually a fusion of two separate VODs. The first one was cut short due to internet issues, thus why these are now being combined into one. Other than that, hope you enjoy the video. Okay. Welcome back. Apologies for not being on yesterday. I feel like I say the start of every stream begins with that. I've just not been feeling well, but who cares about my excuses? Let's get into the game. I apologize if I am a little bit lower energy than usual today. A little bit tired, and like I said, not feeling too great over the last few days, but we're like close enough to the end of this chapter, I'm pretty sure, and I'd kind of like to just rip it out. Alas, so we are going to try to get through it. I do not know how much is left, but I suppose we'll find out, huh? Let me open my notes very shortly here. We know that at the end of the last episode, it was basically kicking into the part where Battler takes over his own piece, and it's no longer going to be Rika that is controlling his piece. We also found out, I didn't write into my notes, I'll actually put this at the end of the last stream's notes. If you want to see it here, I'll pop it up. That, okay. I'm gonna put this at the start of this stream here, that so that doesn't look like how you spell narrative. I gotta Google that. It is, okay. I guess I'm just trolling myself. Okay. So I just put at the end of the last stream's notes, Lambda Delta is the one who was calling Natsui, or at least insinuates that it was her that was calling. I should say that it was her that was calling. Hard to know if this is actually her, if she was feigning that it was her, and someone present in the game actually did call Natsui. You know, it's hard to 100% say what's going on with that. And I mentioned this a little bit while we were playing in the last episode, that it's hard to disentangle like what can be taken at face value so far in this game. And when I say in this game, I mean directly in this episode. Just because we know that this game has been hijacked, basically, it's kind of hard to tell exactly how much we should look into things. We know that the Lambda Delta and Rika are going to obfuscate, they're going to make things more confusing, and they're going to do things in a way that Beatrice wouldn't do. I think it's going to be very evident once we discover the bodies of the first Twilight, which the people that die was already revealed to us, but I think there's something that's going to be important in this, which is, if we go back to the start of episode 5, this is like probably going to be the most important thing to remember while dissecting the events of episode 5, is that since they've taken it over, They can't do anything that's outside the rules of the game board, and they couldn't do anything that Beatrice couldn't do, but they'll make moves that Beatrice might not necessarily make. So they could totally lead us down the wrong path. They could totally make it so that it seems as though some person is the culprit who is not. The only way I can describe this, and again, I hate to constantly be like oh yeah, remember Higurashi, but that's kind of the vibe that I'm feeling this time around, where I'm trying to use the same kind of lens that I used while playing Higurashi, and not so much getting bogged down in the very particulars of the events that are happening, but maybe more so looking into how these things all relate together, or if this informs us on anything that happened prior to the start of the game. So for instance, knowing when Kenzo died, knowing about this baby, this whole baby thing is real, that Lambda Delta is talking about, because the events happened before the start of the conference. So we know that that stuff is true, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that has it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be a crucial important point to the story. It might be, but we do know that that is something that is in Natsui's past, and it is something that could be held against her should somebody else become aware of it, so just things like that I'm trying to keep note of. But let's not waste too much time, because if I can finish the episode today, I would like to. And again, I will apologize once more if I'm a little bit more low energy in this stream compared to prior ones. Just, like I said, not feeling too great. But let's get after it. Was it someone's alarm clock? A repetitive electronic beeping noise filled the room. Battler, who had gone to bed late and hadn't had anywhere near enough sleep yet, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm. That sounds like a Higurashi song. But no matter how much time passed, the beeping didn't stop. I see. The point of an alarm clock isn't just to be loud enough to wake you, but to be annoying enough to keep you from wanting to fall back to sleep. Hey, guys, the alarm's going off. Make it stop, please. Why do we always sound so annoyed when first waking up? Well, it does make sense. After all, we're still sleepy and in a bad mood. However, there was absolutely no sign that my annoyed voice had caused anyone to turn over in their sleep. Yeah, so I'm imagining the Battler is literally going to be around a bunch of dead bodies. I think there's a very good chance that the bodies were already, or the people were already killed when he went to bed and he just never noticed. Because he probably didn't inquire too much and check, but much less crawl out of bed to stop the alarm. Letting out a deep sigh, I flung the covers off me and got up. With the shutters down on the windows, there was almost no light getting in, and the room was as dim as it had been earlier. Though even if the shutters hadn't been down, there's no way that this dull weather would have let in enough sun to make this a pleasant morning. My cousins were still wrapped up in their beds, sound asleep, and taking no notice whatsoever to that beeping. Normally, once any one person gets up, the others tend to automatically follow. Annoyed that the law of consecutive summer camp awakenings that I'd come up with had just been broken, I drowsily searched for the source of the sound. I don't know if that's a reference to something that I don't get, but I could hear it coming from a wristwatch set on the table. Judging by the style of the watch, it was probably George's. Taking a random guess, I pushed a small button on the side of it and the sound stopped. Apparently it had been set for 7 in the morning. Is it already 7? Sorry, but I don't really feel like I slept at all. Playing cards had been left on the table as though they had stopped mid-game. The game looked like 7s. So that's an interesting thing to note, that the card game looked as though it was halted halfway through. And how else would I put this? They were playing 7s. I'm typing this in my notes. I guess I should pop it up. Damn it. I've got a piercing. Okay, Natsui, calm down. What the hell was all that last night? That mountain of gold and the subsequent argument between our parents? That all feels like a bad dream. So stupid. Breakfast normally starts at 8. Now isn't a bad time to start getting up and getting dressed. The adults probably won't argue in front of us cousins. In that case, I think I'll stay with my cousins all day long. Apologies. I'm sure they'll be able to keep me away from all that annoying talk about the gold and being the successor and all. In fact, I should have done that in the first place. I slept with my clothes on last night, too. Weird that there's a double comma there. So I'm drenched in sweat. Gross. I guess I'll take a shower. I'm sure the others want to too. At this age, it's embarrassing to wake them by shaking their shoulders. If I turn the TV on, everyone will probably wake up. Well, then let's at least turn the lights on for now. In this dim light, with the quiet sound of the continuing wind and rain, it really doesn't feel like morning's come yet. I flipped the light switch, and then that dimly lit morning ended. No. Not a surprise. We're expecting them to already be dead. Good lord. George. This is just too much. Okay, no, Hideyoshi is alive at this point. This is interesting, because we know that Hideyoshi ends up getting staked. But he is still alive currently. Now the question is, are we gonna find that George is the only one that's dead? Or is there other people? And this doesn't really look like George. I mean, it kinda does, but not entirely. So a little bit sussed on that. I mean, it's probably just the CG, but it's probably just because it's darkened for censorship reasons, but interesting. Okay. This is just too much. How could anyone get away with something like this? As they clung to Aniki's corpse, knowing that he would never wake up again, Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi cried. Please, let him go now. Do you think George would like the two of you to see him this way? It's sort of an odd thing to... He probably wouldn't, but, I mean... I don't know. Of course not. Aneki, I know how you feel, but let's have Dr. Nanjo... What do you mean you know how she feels? What the fuck? Okay, two things that were doubly interesting so far. One, Hideyoshi, despite being a victim... Sorry, the hiccups. I'm just putting this down here that it's a bit odd to say I know how you feel here. Because, one, does he? We imagine he does because we had talked in the past about, you know, how our Battler is not the real Battler and the current guy that we're playing goes by the name Battler, but he's basically subsumed the identity of whoever Asumu's kid was. The only thing that's odd about this is... We imagine that Rudolph had kept this as a secret, but this kind of indicates in a weird way that... Does anybody else in the family, like maybe the adults know? It seems that the other siblings didn't know. But George is also older, so I don't really know how he could have the wool pulled over on him. I don't know, there's just some weird shit going on about the whole, like, two Battler thing. I mean, we'll get answers to it eventually, but... Aneki, I know how you feel, but let's have Dr. Nanjo handle this. How could you understand? George was killed. George. Dr. Nanjo's right. We mustn't keep looking at George like this. This is for his sake. We've got to hold back for now. When Auntie Eva tried even harder to cling to that corpse, Dad and Uncle Hideyoshi dragged her away and had a heated debate with her beside the wall. No, George! Dr. Nanjo, help him! If he's lost too much blood to a blood transfusion, George and I are the same blood type. I beg you, Dr. Nanjo. Eva, it pains me to say this, but what George needs right now isn't your blood, but your tears. Dr. Nanjo shook his head slightly, then nodded across to where I stood. I softly pulled the blanket up and covered George's body. His throat had been split wide open. That wound was probably larger and deeper than his mouth. Oh god. Did it look like a clean and neat corpse now that his neck was at least covered? Of course not. The large amount of blood that had spilled from the wound stained the bed a horrible dark red, and even covering him with the blanket couldn't hide the blood that had poured out. After all, there were large dark red stains on the blanket too, so that even once he was covered with it, the gruesomeness of that body, or of the body, was still being thrust in our faces. So I stripped the blankets off of my bed and placed one on top. But I only had 2 blankets, so if I covered just one more body, I wouldn't be able to cover anymore, so yes, this also reveals to us that other people are dead too. Feeling pity for the ones I couldn't cover, for some reason, in spite of the situation, I muttered, "Don't complain about not getting the same as everyone else," in my head. Kiri, pull their blankets over them, they'll catch cold. Sure. I'm assuming he meant they'll catch a cold. They'll catch cold is a bit odd, but Kiri and I covered the other bodies with their blankets in the same way as George, so they wouldn't have to suffer the indignity of having their terrible wounds exposed like this to anyone, or anymore. In one bed rested Jessica. Jessica was exactly the same as George. Though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed, her throat had been sliced deeply and the wound lay open in a brutal way. And Maria was the same. Not only Maria, there was one more victim. Lying on the same bed, sleeping alongside her, was Auntie Rosa. George, Jessica, Maria, and Auntie Rosa. In this room were 4 people who had been killed, their throats sliced open. They'd probably been like that since last night. And I came back to the room completely ignorant, snuggled under the covers and fell asleep right next to them. I don't know how you wouldn't notice that, but all of them had a horizontal cut across their throats. I had been forced to see all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throat. Those cuts might even have reached as far as halfway into their necks. If you tried to open one up, you'd probably be able to see the gash that reached all the way to the bone. The only wounds were the single gash on each neck, so if you just covered their necks with your hand, you might be able to persuade yourself that they were merely sleeping. Even so, this frighteningly deep wound was incredibly gruesome. There's no such thing as clean or dirty ways of killing. All methods of killing are equally okay, that is total cap. But even so, this was incredibly brutal. And there was one more thing which adorned these brutal murders to make them even more unsettling. Drawn very large on the wall was something like an eerie magic circle. It was drawn in a bright red paint which looked like blood, making it look as though some disturbing ritual had taken place in this room, with the 4 of them offered as human sacrifices. However, none of us were paying it any attention. No one has a heart so cold that they could witness the deaths of those close to them and still worry about some graffiti on the wall. It's interesting to note that there is the magic circle, but good morning, everyone. Oh, what a wonderful magic circle. The girl who bragged that she drew more pleasure from the process of exposing the truth than from the truth itself, and who went so far as to call herself an intellectual rapist, appeared in the hallway. When she saw the extraordinarily creepy magic circle in this gruesome room, I heard what was unmistakably a sigh of admiration escape her lips. "You, don't come in here." I overheard the details from the corridor. "Is it 4 people who have passed away? Allow me to express my sincere condolences." On Erika's face, no, that's not it. It was in her eyes. In Erika's eyes, I could see a shameless smile that was hard to describe. She found this entertaining. She found the outbreak of a crime entertaining. It was like the smile of a kid waiting in the wings at a school play, moments before she was due to come on stage. "Sorry, Erika. We're busy at the moment. Could you wait in your room?" "I'm afraid not. It's the detective's right to investigate the scene." "We said we don't want you here. You're not one of the family, so have the respect to back off." It is a disappointing, third-rate mystery in which the suspect blocking access to the murder scene turns out to be the culprit. At least, in my humble opinion. "Who gives a damn about what you want? Get out! No one needs you here." "Erika, I'm really sorry about this, but could you return to your room? We're busy here." "George. George. Ah. Move out of the way, please. I can't investigate the crime scene. If there's a need for that, we'll do it ourselves or leave it to the police. Like hell, you have the right to defile their bodies even further." Detective's authority. The detective has the right to investigate all crime scenes. Move out of the way, Ushirmia Battler. This is my legitimate right within the game as granted to the human side. Okay, this is a very interesting red statement to drop. We know that Rika at some point had mentioned, like on the witch side, she said that she was taking the role of the detective, but this is a different Detectives, authority. I'm just going to copy this down into the notes. The detective has the right to investigate all crime scenes. Move out of the way, Ushiromiya Battler. This is my legitimate right within the game as granted to the human side. Okay. And again, just to pop it up real quick, if you want to see what I typed, there you go, wonderful. Those words, which seemed to be utterly ridiculous at first, were words of power that had come from a world much higher than theirs. Battler was thrown back by an unseen power and landed on his butt. Struck silent by Erika's quiet intensity and the bizarre, suffocating atmosphere, nobody was able to prevent her from entering the room. Rest assured, my goal is not to profane the dignity of the deceased, and I have no desire to peer into the ghastly gashes in their throats. What I wish to ascertain is something completely different. Namely, who committed these murders? And we already know later on from the, I guess, I don't want to say the foreshadow that we saw at the start of this episode or very early on in this episode, but we know that Erika in the parlor blames Natsui and says that Natsui was the culprit and she was the one that was responsible for the killing. Now, that's what I was saying about the whole phone call with Lambda Delta. It could be used to try and exonerate Natsui because it's like, oh, Natsui, go to bed, go to sleep, don't wake up. But we can't really trust anything that the witches do or the witches present us, so it's hard to necessarily say the extent of that. The only thing that's also interesting about this, though, which would provide a little bit of cover to Natsui, is that one, Jessica is dead, which is a bit interesting. What is the significance of killing Rosa here, other than she happened to be in this room? We know Battler got left alive, sure, whatnot, that's not really too surprising. But the more interesting question then falls to, why would she do that? And the more interesting question, actually, which we should see eventually here, is who kills Hideyoshi? Because we know Hideyoshi is the next person to die. Like, out of the list of people that are dead, let me check the character tab real quick. We know that it's Hideyoshi who dies. I don't remember if there was 6 people that were dead, but I remember it was all the siblings plus Hideyoshi and Rosa. I don't remember if there was another one, but regardless. Alas, we'll continue. Namely, who committed these murders? Dr. Nanjo and the rest of you, and particularly Battler, the first to discover the bodies. I have a number of questions for you, so I hope you will oblige me. The one thing I hope she gets into here is a little bit to do with the magic circles. This is something that I guess we haven't really talked about too much. It also could be said of the paint that was on Natsui's room, because it does actually seem like it's paint and that it's not blood, unless we find out. I feel like they would have said at a certain point that it was blood if it actually was. They keep saying, oh, it's like a blood-like substance. One, like, where is the blood-like substance, whatever this paint, where is it being stored? Because almost every time that we run up on the magic circles, whenever they're inside the guest house or inside the mansion, they're, like, relatively fresh. Like, to the point where in some of the things in the mansion, in, like, episode 2 and 3, I believe, almost positive in episode 3, it says it at least once, where they mention that it's literally still dripping, like it's streaking on the wall because the paint has not dried yet. So there's another thing that we have to wonder is there's somebody that has to have knowledge of like the occult, at least to the degree that they would be able to create a magic circle. Or, as I mentioned way earlier in the theory stream, that you have somebody like Maria that's like aiding and abetting whoever the killer is and is informing them on these magic circles, because we know Maria has knowledge of these things. But the bigger thing is like, how is the person, like just from a very basic line level logistical perspective, how is there a person that is moving from point A to point B, is not being seen, is covering their hands at the very least, we imagine we're drawing them with their hands or their fingers of some way, in some way, and is then cleaning up in such a way that they're not leaving a mess that leads a trail to wherever they're storing the paint, but then furthermore, they're not leaving anything on their person which would stain. And we know that these things have to be like semi-waterproof, because there was, in the first chapter, it was raining when we went out to the storehouse, and the magic circle was drawn on the shutter of the storehouse. You would imagine if it was not like a water or rainproof or, I don't know what the correct term is, I'm not a paint expert, but whatever it is, like you would think that if it was washable that it would have washed away in the rain, but it didn't. Which means that there's one of two things. It's either that it was placed so quickly that the rain didn't have enough time to wash it away, which I kind of doubt because I think the magic circle still retained a lot of its detail to the point where they could read like the names of angels, etc., on the outside of it. But yeah, it's like the only other way that you would think is that like one of these people that is dead was the one that drew the circle before they died, but of course that also gives into like weird things with locked rooms that most of these are on the outside, the people are on the inside, and in many of these crimes we've had the people's bodies identified, so there's some fuckery that's going on, just like with a very, I don't say like a very basic point, but there's really tiny things like that in this game that have sort of piqued my interest about how that is happening and how the person is doing it without being known. But regardless, let us continue. Are you listening? What gives you the right? Because I am the detective. Battler couldn't argue against this incomprehensible nonsense. No, he wasn't permitted to argue. It was a restriction placed on pieces. Erika summoned Dr. Nanjo and got him to tell her in detail about his preliminary findings. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken of that to an outsider so casually. However, for some reason, the atmosphere about the place had begun to make it feel as though nothing should be hidden from Erika. Also, I said this at some point, the reason why I'm saying it like Erika and saying it in a weird way is because this is Rika, bro, okay? I play Higurashi, but that's the reason why I'm saying this in a weird way if anybody's ever wondering in like the VODs, like, is this guy slow in the head? Yes, but there is a reason why I'm also pronouncing it this way. Okay, let's enjoy this first Twilight of Lambdas. 4 corpses, that's 2 corpses short. Well, she doesn't necessarily have to see to it that 6 people are killed, but that's how we've been playing. The girl isn't completely clueless, so she must have killed 2 more people somewhere. There's a magic circle on the wall representing the first Twilight, similar to the ones in Beato's games. That girl talks big, but I wonder just how closely she can imitate Beato. Giggle giggle, ah ha 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 ha. Your Hebrew sure is crappy, Lambda. You've got this part slightly wrong. What the heck? What's going on? Why is there a magic circle? I haven't seen the 7 Sisters in a while. I'll bet someone wanted to try imitating Beatrice. Huh, what a crappy magic circle. This isn't some funny imitation. Some human deliberately drew this to make it look like Beatrice's own work. Anyway, let's report to Beatrice about this. Even though we're already up to our eyeballs just protecting Goldsmith's secret, what a pain. These murders have no beauty to them at all. It isn't a locked room or anything, and there's nothing impossible about it. Sloppy murders like this aren't worthy of Beatrice at all. Urudo Erika, an unexpected woman for an unexpected crime. And there's that unexpected man from 19 years ago. And if you add on the fact that Battler's already solved the epitaph, this game is completely different than normal. What the heck's going on? Let's go. Yes, One-sama. There is something to be said about that. I don't know, it's interesting. We'll see. I just... Maybe I'm getting too hung up on like the particulars on really stupid things, but it does just seem kind of silly. In the kitchen, Goto was preparing a wonderful breakfast at a brisk pace. The main dish would be herb omelette. Even simple foods could become invigorating feasts under Goto's skillful hands. He was planning to complete all the other preparations for the meal here beforehand, and then cook their individual omelets fresh before their eyes in the dining hall, serving them up one by one. Pun, 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 pun. Goto hummed as he continued his preparations in high spirits. When Shannon, who was helping out, saw Goto like this, her mood also brightened. She arranged the salad in a neat little pattern and showed it to Goto. How is this? I think the tomatoes look a bit cuter this way. Very nice. You're really getting the hang of this, Shannon. The two happy people gave each other a high five. Shannon didn't like Goto when he was sneaky, but she had no problems at all with him when he was cooking happily. She sometimes even thought it would have been nice if his contract hadn't included any jobs besides cooking. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have had to get in a bad mood doing unnecessary jobs. The dining hall is ready. You can carry it in whenever you want. We're almost good to go, so please get the serving cart ready. Without thinking, even Kumasawa caught Goto's high spirits. The kitchen had a very nice smell and atmosphere about it, truly refreshing for so early in the morning. Then, Cannon came back in the usual bad mood he always had from the moment he woke up. True. Cannon and Genji were in charge of getting many things ready for the morning, such as opening the curtains. However, Cannon had been alone today, so it had taken much longer than usual. Maybe it was Genji that died. Hard to remember. I think it was one of the servants. I'm done. Where's Genji? He still isn't here. That's unusual for him, isn't it? I've never known him to sleep in. Ho ho ho. I guess even Genji sleeps in sometimes. That's rather careless of him, considering that this is the middle of the family conference. Cannon, could you wake him up for us? Yes. Why is Cannon taking orders, bro? Isn't he the senior? I wonder what Genji's face looks like when he's half asleep. Ho 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 ho. Let me go with you. Of note again that Cannon and Kumasawa are going together. Interesting. Even though Goda had asked her to get the serving cart ready, Kumasawa followed nimbly after Cannon, skillfully skipping work. As Cannon muttered about how Goda was the one who slept in all the time, he headed for the servants' sleeping quarters. Ooh, jeez, almost knocked that over. So you didn't wake him up this morning, Cannon? Last night I fell asleep while still in the servant room, so I didn't return to the servants' quarters. Last night, Cannon had dozed off while in the middle of his late-night shift, falling asleep in the servant room. Shannon had been kind enough to put a blanket on him, but that had just made it so warm that he fell into an even deeper sleep. So he hadn't returned to his bed in the servants' quarters last night. Because of that, he hadn't met Genji even once this morning. He knocked on the door. Genji, it's Cannon. Good morning. Oh my, I wonder if he's still sleeping. Excuse me. When Cannon was about to open the door, he noticed something strange on the upper part of it. What is that? Duct tape? And it says Frederica Berncastle, I can see that. That's what it looks like it says. I don't know what the top thing says, but it looks like it says Frederica Berncastle below it. Although Berncastle... I don't know. I wonder what that top says. A small strip of duct tape was stuck along the frame of the door, almost as though it was sealing the door shut. Furthermore, there were small slits made with scissors along the center of the duct tape, so that if you open the door even a slight amount, it would be torn in two. Okay, so I see. So it's like... Interesting. Duct tape on the servants' quarters door. It has slits made and an autograph / signature put on top of the duct tape. Looks like it has Rika's name. It was written in a very elaborate and decorative manner. Yeah, I see Frederica Berncastle on the bottom part. I have no fucking clue what the top thing says. It looks like it says G period something. I think. I don't know. And if it was a signature, Cannon had no idea whose name was written. I wonder if it's some sort of prank. I don't know, but there's no point in worrying about it right now. Genji, excuse me. It could be that it's Genji's name, but it's just too, I don't want to say low res, but it looks like it's like smeared, like somebody rubbed their finger over top of it after writing it. You're right, it could also be that. He opened the door, ripping the duct tape. Nothing in particular happened when it was ripped, so the strange piece of duct tape was quickly forgotten. The room was dimly lit. The bunk bed's lower bunk still had a lump under the blanket. Apparently Genji was still sleeping. Good morning, Genji. This isn't like you. Ho ho ho. It's morning. Ah, Genji. What is this? What is this? There was a large, dark red stain on the blanket. Though this was one of the servants' blankets, even those were always kept clean. There was no way they would have a stain like this. Cannon hesitantly peeled back Genji's blanket, saw what was left of him, and was shocked into silence. What the heck? His throat's been cut right across. It's a sharp cut. You couldn't cut through flesh like that without a blade of considerable length. Okay, this is of note. This is the first, like, new... Good lord, I'm mucking up my notes right now, and not in a good way. Neck could not have been cut without a blade of considerable length. Notes, Belphegor. Where would you be able to get a weapon? I mean, like, he's a fan of westerns, and I imagine he could have, like, a great sword or something laying around, but great sword only build? Oh, I notice I'm dropping frames. The good thing is, because it's a visual novel, it doesn't really matter, because the stream isn't moving, but if you're buffering, it is on Twitch's end or on my end or something. It's not many, but regardless. What's going on? Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, right? Why are murders happening? I don't know. In any event, this isn't good. Well, this just further proves that, like, the witches aren't following Beatrice's rules. Whoever Beatrice is, she would not continue them. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true, right? Because Ava still continued the murders afterwards, but we learned in that it was because the person who finds the gold took it upon themselves that they thought, that was, like, the first thing that I noticed about it. And the fact that, Ifuro is literally just, you swap. You drop the O, you move the E over to the end of the name. It's like, oh, nice. But it's kind of funny that you could mash the two things together. This is interesting, though. Also, I am still dropping frames. I don't know why. The internet has been fine for the most part recently. I'm going to pause for a second, even though it is... thing. I'll probably end up just pushing through it here because if I was playing like an actual game with motion and things that were happening, it would be more important. But I mean, it's literally a VN. Usually audio doesn't get crunched too bad by frame drops. At the very least, the VOD will be fine, but alas, it's okay. It's mostly still frames. Seems to have settled for the time being. We will continue. But to further talk about the actual things that were happening, this does kind of just further prove that whoever it is isn't following the general rules, but we already knew that was going to be the case from literally the start of this episode. But I don't know. In any event, this isn't good. We should report about this to Beatrice and Natsuhi. Belfi, hurry and report to Lucy. Understood. Yeah, it's coming and going. It's not like consistent and it's dropping, but either way, usually frame drops would make like the stream look choppy, but like I said, it's still frames anyways, so it probably, even if I was dropping a little bit, it's not going to look that much different. After dashing out, Kumasawa called Goda and Shannon over. Then this new pair let out screams identical to the first two. Hey Goda, don't stop making breakfast. Is now really the time to be saying that? There's no chance they'll be having a quiet and peaceful breakfast on the second day. I have a bad feeling about this. Genji might not be the only one. Let's check the entire mansion. Something else might have happened. Yeah, Kone-sama. Okay, thank you for the fucking flashbang, man. I think the interesting thing in this chapter is going to be if Natsuhi is going to have the same claw marks and things on the front of her door. On the outside of her door, I should say, rather. That will be interesting to me to see. Natsuhi sprang awake at the sudden sound of the phone. To Natsuhi, the fact that she'd woken up was surprising in itself. She had thought she was going to spend the whole night unable to sleep out of fear that the mysterious man might come in at any moment. But at some point she must have fallen asleep. Of course, she still didn't feel rested at all. As she groaned from the dull pain in her head, which hadn't gone away once since last night, she managed to get out of the bed. Good morning, Natsuhi. Good morning. It's a horrible morning. Don't worry. No one attempted to enter this room. I see. Thanks for keeping watch all night. Even so, that didn't mean she had been able to sleep peacefully. The continued ringing of the phone made her headache throb even more strongly. I believe it would be wise to answer the phone. Also, I have some bad news to report from my sisters. Let's leave the bad news for later. I'll answer the phone first. Natsuhi shook her head to wake herself and picked up the receiver. Then she regretted not listening to Lucifer's bad news first, because she wanted the first thing she heard about on this horrible morning to be something better than this. Morning, Mother. Sleep well? The voice told her that this horrible morning, this nightmare, was still not over. I kept my promise. I've been holed up in this room the whole time. Of course, I haven't been on the phone either. But you did pick up this phone call, didn't you? Just kidding. This is just a wake-up call I'm giving my beloved mother. Morning, mother. Hee hee hee. How far do you intend to mock me? Natsui gripped the receiver so hard it creaked. I wanted you to leave your seat so that I could set up for the party. Thanks to you behaving yourself, everything's ready now. Of course, you're the main guest, mother. What are you planning to do? That's for you to look forward to. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting. It's already begun. Oh, that's right, wait a sec. There's someone I want you to hear. Huh? Who could it be? There was a sound of the receiver being jolted around. The phone was apparently being passed to someone else, but there was a clunking, clattering noise, as though it was taking a lot of effort to hand the receiver over. Who in the world was he giving the phone to? From what Natsui knew of this man, no matter who he was giving the phone to, it couldn't be good news for her. Early prediction, Jessica. Oh, Kraus. Untie me, you coward. Huh? Dear, is that you? Untie me, untie me. It was without a doubt the voice of her husband. However, he didn't respond to Natsui's voice. Perhaps he was bound somewhere in the darkness. Kraus, not realizing that Natsui was on the other end of the phone, repeatedly demanded that he be untied. Your husband is here. His eyes and ears are covered so he can't talk. But I think you can tell that he's in perfect health. What are you after? Let my husband go. I'll let him go tomorrow. If you'll keep 2 promises, that is. What are they? One is that you'll keep it a secret that I'm taking care of your husband. Sooner or later, the others in the mansion will probably raise a fuss that they're unable to find Kraus. But you know nothing, so you'll say nothing. Understand? I understand. What's your other condition? It's just a little game. At 1 in the afternoon, you will go into the foremost guest room on the first floor of the mansion and hide in the closet. The guest room? Why should I go into a closet? It's just a little game of hide and seek. If you can hide there for an hour without anyone finding you, you win. If someone does find you, you lose. And if I lose, what happens? Nothing in particular. Isn't that what playing is all about? If you play along with this hide and seek, I'll release your husband tomorrow. This is odd. What a weird request to make. How do I... Yeah, so the interesting thing about this... Oh, fuck, we're dropping frames hard right now, my god. The interesting thing about this right now is that somebody is very obviously setting Natsuhi up to seem guilty. I wonder what's up with the internet. One second, I'm gonna do a speed test. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's on Twitch's end or on mine, because the bitrate is fine. I don't know if my internet is just like eating shit tonight for some particular reason. I think it is my internet shitting itself. I'll check if there's not anything downloading secretly, but it doesn't seem to be. I hate when this shit happened. This shit happened when I played Metaphor too. Cause it's dropping a fair fucking amount right now. Yep, it is definitely my internet. My internet is eating fat fucking ass right now. I don't know if the stream is buffering or not, but I really don't want to have to pause this. I'll be kind of pissed off. Because we are dropping a quite impressive amount of frames. Considering I'm streaming at 60 FPS, I'm dropping about 45 frames a second. Which, you know, you can do the math, is not very good. Let me see what it looks like on Twitch. I don't know what is going on. It's probably one of my roommates is downloading something. Oh, this is so fucking annoying and troll, actually. What the fuck? Yeah, I can tell my internet is fucked. Everything is so slow right now. Holy shit. One sec, I'm just checking something here. I can't even get my own stream to load. Love that. Dude, even my own stream is super far behind where I am in real time. Okay, look, I'm gonna take a pause for the time being. I apologize for this. We're gonna give it a moment of rest for some reason. I don't know why. Frames are dropping bad, waiting for them to settle. If it's really bad, I'll probably have to come back in like an hour or something, but I just don't know why. The internet has been fine all day, and it's been fine every time I've streamed. So I'll put this here. Hopefully it will chill out. I'm gonna give it like 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna go grab something, and I'll come back, and we'll see how it's shaping out. And of course, I will cut this out of the VOD, because I feel bad. Apologies. I'll be right back, one sec. Okay, I'm back. It kind of seems like it's calmed down. Hard to say. The number is higher than it was when I left, but it's a number that I could definitely stream at. I mean, we'll let it ride. If I see it dropping really bad again, I may have to come back later. I don't know why it would be bad right now, but the internet here is pretty fucking dog-ass shit from time to time, but it seems like it is respectable enough that it should still work, hopefully. I'll just take my fucking medicine here, one second, and we will continue. I'll have to cut this out of the VOD. Okay. Well, ping has at least settled down, upload speed's back to normal. Hopefully we're fine. I'll pause again, I guess, if it gets too bad, but all this to be said that Shiwens and Kraus will be released on the next day. I'm pretty sure we know from the parlor scene early on, too, that that Kraus was in the parlor, so that's of note as well. But let us continue. Of course. Make sure you do too, Mother. If you break our promise, I'll know right away. Just then there was a sudden loud knock on the door to Natsui's room. Her heart leapt automatically. Oops, I'm trolling. Madam, are you there? Good morning. It's Goda and Cannon. Madam, please wake up. The voices coming through the door were Cannon and Goda's. The knock had been wild and the voices a little shrill. It seemed that something strange had happened and that they were agitated. What is it? Did something happen? It's nothing. It looks like the servants have arrived. I'm hanging up. Sure. I've said everything I wanted to, so don't break our promise. I understand. And you don't break our promise either. You got it wrong. That's for you to decide. Don't make me break my promise, Mother. I'll be watching you all day today, Mother. Oh. Clack. Lambda Delta slammed the receiver down on the antique phone. Then the phone exploded into bits and changed into a spray of gold, which became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared. Hee hee hee. Dance for me, Natsuhi. Dance in fear of your sin 19 years ago. My turn's going pretty well. Okay, your turn now, Burn. I think this is a new song. I'm sure this is a waste of time, but confirm for me whether communication with the outside world is possible through calling the police. The external line's unusable. The internal line seems like it can be used, though. Boats can't be used either because of the typhoon. I guess that completes the closed circle, huh? Congrats, you're now a full detective, Burn. Police intervention sometimes robs the detective of some of her authority. However, with the construction of the closed circle, the existence of police had been denied forever. From now on, the authority of the detective piece would be completely guaranteed. Yes, thank you for your generosity. And I guess it's time to get this game started. Erika, you're the main character. Now begin. Even Genji. 5 people have been killed? Yes, it was so horrible. It was exactly the same as the 4 in the guest house. His throat was sliced open with a terribly sharp blade. I can't believe that even though I had the midnight shift, I didn't notice anyone suspicious. Don't blame yourself. Oops, I did not mean to press that. If you'd bumped into the killer, you might be the one dead right now. On top of that, the phones aren't even connecting. I doubt any boats will come in this weather. We're really up the creek now. And that means it's very likely that the killer is still nearby. Now, of note to put here... And of course the frames start dropping again, but it looks like they're rebounding back to being fine again. I don't know, dude. Somebody, I'm assuming one of my roommates is downloading something. Oh, this shit fucking pisses me off. This happened when I was playing Metaphor on a few of the streams. Whatever, we will power through it for the time being. Let me put the stream up on my side monitor, and I will watch it, in case it starts dropping visually. I just don't know why this happens. Fuck, it pisses me off so much, because I hate the stopping and starting. Whatever. Yeah, see, I'm fucking buffering. I can't even watch my own stream on my side monitor. I'm gonna finish this chapter at the very least. We'll power through till the end of this chapter, and I will decide what to do at that point, if it's gonna keep going up and down, but... Okay. Well, the stream is stabilized for the time being. Again, I don't know why it's yo-yoing, regardless. And that means it's very likely that the killer is still nearby. Then what? Does that mean we're trapped here with a murder until the typhoon passes and the boat comes? It'll be alright. If we stay together like this, even the killer won't be able to lay a finger on us. Even Jessica! I can't believe it! We won't let ourselves be killed like the others. I will have vengeance for George. I'll never let them get away with this. Never. No matter who did it or what their reason was, I swear I'll get revenge on whoever killed George. I'll kill them. I'll murder them. Alright, has everyone gotten the weeping out of their system? Let's have some order, please. Has anyone seen Kraus yet? We've been calling him for a while, but he isn't answering. Could the receiver be off the hook? No, we could hear it ringing. He would certainly have heard it. What does it mean? You don't think Uncle Kraus, too? I thought this would happen. I hate to say it at a time like this, but there were 4 in the guest house plus Genji to make 5. I figured there would be one more. Why? How could you know that? Are you the killer? Did you kill George? Stop it, Ava. Now is not the time. Ava got agitated and grabbed at Kiri. Nando stepped in between them, and it grew into a bit of a scuffle. Watching this, Erika smiled condescendingly and shrugged. Holy fuck, okay, dude, the frames are tilting me. Every time I look at my side monitor, it's just red. But of course, anyone could have predicted 6 victims from the moment they witnessed the crime scene in the guest house. In fact, I've been wondering who the other 2 would be ever since I saw there were only 4 corpses. How could you know such a thing? You killed them. You killed George. Quit it, Ava. Erika, Kiri, how can you know that? Can't you think before you talk? I don't understand that statement at all. How can you know that? Can't you think before... Okay, that's... He's saying, like, can't you think before you talk? Sorry, I was very confused with the statement there. It's a simple connection to make. The graffiti drawn at the scene of the crime in the guest house was a magic circle. I just thought of things that are connected to both magic and murders. I see. The epitaph. I see. It's the first twilight. Huh? Huh? What's going on? Well, I don't have a clue either. Is that how it is? That damn witch. So is this really Beatrice's doing? Why do you all keep talking as if you know something? I don't have a clue! Someone explain! Ava, please calm down a bit. That's all there is to it. From the moment I saw the magic circle at that crime scene, I had a hypothesis that this was a murder following the epitaph's first twilight and that there would be 6 victims. All it takes is the presence of that magic circle, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furuto Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Then you're saying Uncle Kraus was killed as well? We can't be sure of that. Kraus isn't the only one not present here. There's one more. For just an instant, Natsui's brow furrowed. As she feared, she wouldn't be able to avoid the topic of the study. You don't mean Dad? Hey, someone must have contacted the study, right? Of course, I placed a call and even knocked on the door, but there was no response. The head is completely immersed in his own research. He sometimes leaves the receiver off the hook so that calls will not disturb him and even ignores knocking at the door. But the line wasn't busy when I... In any case, our first priority must be to ensure that my husband is alive and well. Let's go to his bedroom at once. Natsui stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait. Come on now. Everyone, you'd better follow her. In both third-rate mystery and splatter films, the people who act alone tend to die first. So of course, that must also hold for this game. Beato truly is third-rate. Oh, but in third-rate disaster and action movies, it's the ones who act alone who survive, isn't it? Weird. Holy fuck, I'm getting mad every time I look at my side monitor. Even though the epitaph has already been solved, who's behind this farce? It might be the work of the man from 19 years ago who is thought to be Lady Lambda Delta's piece. Ah yes, that can be true. Beat already stated and read in previous games that with Kinzo's disappearance, no more than 17 people and no 18th person exists. And now that Erika has been added, it's been stated that no 19th person exists. There's no room for this man from 19 years ago to appear on the island. Then the identity of the man from 19 years ago is either one of the existing humans, or else... Hee. Even if a 19th person isn't permitted by the Red, slipping in a 19th person there is no trouble for me, no trouble for witches. Now it's getting interesting. Why don't we watch how things unfold a little longer? Still, that Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastle, they finally started doing whatever they like with my game board. Didn't you know that would happen when you invited them? As a witch, I have the same dislike for boredom as they do. Even the unexpected brings the kind of joy a witch expects. So be it. Bring it on. It's great that you're so eager, but things have taken a nasty turn. You know that, right? I concur. I would hesitate to call this a good time to wait and see what happens next. I know that. At this rate, Kinzo's existence will become a problem once again, and the barrier around the study won't last long. That's not all. Things are going to get even worse. Imagine this. Move 1. Move 2. Move 3. Cornered. Natsui. Gap whispered something into Beato's ear. Beato's mouth slowly widened into a crooked smile. That Erika has brought everyone together is actually convenient for us. All darkness outside the range of observers belongs to us demons. This may be the only time to make the move. Natsuhi is the king. She can't move far, but we can't allow her to be taken. Let's make the first move. If we slip up here, Natsui will be cornered. Gap, can I count on you? Of course. I'll blow a hole through the locked room tricks, alibis, and mysteries alike. Leave it to me. I'll deal with it. A pitch-black hole opened up in the floor and swallowed up Gap along with the chair she sat in. Then a hole opened in the ceiling and spat just the chair back out, dropping it back into its original spot. Things are becoming troublesome. I see. So against Lady Lambda Delta, even I am nothing more than a mere piece. They say that in the opening you should worry more about the development than the capture of pieces. I'm just no match for that lady. I won't let her do that. Natsui's the final master I will serve. Know that this is a piece you'll never be allowed to take as long as she has a contract with me. Krause's room was empty, the bed was also empty, but massive bloodstains similar to the crime scenes where the other 5 were murdered remain there. Okay, this is interesting, so... There are bloodstains on Krause's bed, but he was not there. But there was no corpse. Nope. And he isn't dead. Maybe not. What's going on? Where is Nissan? Judging by this bloodstained bed, I don't like to think about it, but we should probably assume that he was killed and had his neck cut open just like the people in the guest house. Probably. Judging by the amount of blood loss, it's hard to imagine that he's alright. But where did Krause go? Large amounts of blood stained the bed, but there was no similar marks on the floor of the room. Why did I hear like a ding in the audio track there? Oh, because it's as being missing. Whether Krause had run to safety somewhere after being seriously wounded, or whether he'd been killed and carried somewhere, they had no clue where this somewhere was. Natsuhi knew. Though Krause had been sounding far from his best over the phone, he at least hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of death. In other words, these bloodstains had to be a ruse. That might not even be blood. Just what is that man thinking? What is all this for? What the heck? On the first Twilight, sacrifice the 6. Is that what this is? Was Krause not in the habit of locking his door? We just came in without unlocking it. He did have a habit of locking up. On Madam's orders, all private spaces in the house are to be kept locked. How many keys can unlock Uncle Krause's room? In addition to the one key Krause held, there are the master keys. Oh, don't bother with the lock and key nonsense, it's completely pointless. Have you forgotten that Genji has already turned up dead? His master key is missing, which means all the locks in this mansion are now meaningless. Okay, so this is a good point. Genji's master key is missing. How dull. In short, there are no locked room murders inside this mansion, and there never will be. Good grief. What a bore of a mystery this is becoming. Erika laughed off this murder in disappointment as though it was something she was watching on TV. I can't understand her. Why is her world so different from ours? It's almost like she's a being from another dimension. Was Jessica also like this in a bed? Yes, that's right. Just like George, her throat was cut. Jessica. Let me see Jessica. I haven't even seen her face yet. Jessica! Jessica! Wait up, Natsui. The culprit might still be hiding nearby. It would be dangerous to let her be alone. Natsui flew out of the room and dashed towards the guest house this time. It was only natural. After all, she still hadn't seen Jessica's last face. I have a funny feeling that Hideyoshi's gonna be the one to run after and turn up dead. Everyone probably thought that was the reason. Of course, that was at least half of what was on Natsui's mind. The other half was her desire to shift their attention away from the study. Strange crimes had occurred, the gold had been discovered, and some relatives had even recommended Battler to be the next head. Even in these twisted circumstances, she had to protect Kinzo's secret. Ah, my head. If it should split from this pain. Let it burst this very moment, burst open like a balsam flower. Then I won't have to suffer any longer. So everyone, for Natsui's sake, let's return to the guest house for the time being. Not that seeing her daughter's face is going to advance the story in any way. Do you even have a heart? A heart? What's that? Seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Jessica back to life, nor would it heal Natsui's anguish. On the contrary, she would probably wail, wasting a considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. That probably sums up Erika's screwed up argument. Seeing her dead face won't advance the story? Oh, but that's where you're wrong. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Byaku's pieces have brought about an interesting change. What in the... Natsui flew into the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house, and was struck dumb by the blood-stained beds in the eerie magic circle, which looked like it might have been drawn with the victim's blood. Where is Jessica? Where is Jessica? Jessica! In that... bed. Bed? Where? Huh? George? Where is he? Wait a second. What the hell is going on here? This room was locked tight when we left. We can now be certain that the culprit has a master key. Once again, my reasoning was correct. Who cares about that? Where did they go? Where did all their bodies go? Incinerator. Hehehe. Nice trick. See, look, it's magic. That Gap who's with Beato hid the corpses somewhere with magic. All of us moved together. You're trying to say that this gives everyone an alibi? Your reasoning goes like this, right? The 4 of them weren't actually dead, they were just playing dead. Then when no one else was around, they hid somewhere. Am I right? Fuck no. What? You don't intend to declare any of their deaths in red now, do you? Of course I won't. Unlike that dolt Beato, I don't give the red out for free. In that case, I'll gladly use the blue truth. I can think of any number of ways to work around something of this level. Heh, sure, go ahead. Blue truth time. Okay, before she rips her theories. First of all, Kraus is still unaccounted for. We don't know what he's up to and what he's doing, number 1. It's posited as though Kraus has been captured, but we don't know the extent of this. We also know that whoever the culprit is trying to frame Natsui. Let me think here. The people are almost certainly dead. I'm not too worried about that. So the question is, if the people were dead, in what way can we make this work? We know that the person would have stole. I imagine you would have to say it was one of the servants. Let's see what she says. The victims aren't actually dead. They pretended to be dead, then secretly hid themselves somewhere. After all, you haven't declared anyone's death with the red truth. Okay, this is... First, okay, so I'm gonna write this in the notes. I just don't know how you could feign that they aren't actually dead. I just don't know how you would make that work. Ahahaha, even if I showed you their gaping wounds, you still gotta try that one. If it wasn't in red, right? That's like the basic of the basics. But don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie red truth. Because all I need to do is refute one teensy little part of that theory at the end of the game at midnight on October 5th. The witch side has such a big advantage. If that stupid battler was my opponent, he'd be done after that blue truth. But you aren't like that, right, Byrne? Of course. Anyone could have thought of that ridiculous move. I have more. Second one. Okay, yeah, this is more the line that I was thinking. He's the only person that's unaccounted for. He has said that he's being captured by some other person. He could have somebody that he's working in concert with. And whoever it is, they have a master key. You're making it look... Okay, here we go. Can't fucking type. Jesus. Because the real question about all of this is what is the benefit of the person telling Natsui that at 1 PM she has to hide? I feel like if we can figure out the reasoning to that, we will know the culprit. Of course you'd say that. It's not like I declared with the red shirt that Kraus was being confined. They do say that you've got to trick your friends before you can trick your enemies, so you're saying that he lied to Natsui, making it seem like he'd been captured. Hehehehe. Any others? Third one. The corpses were different people in the first place. They were substitute corpses made to look like the victims. George and the others were hiding from the beginning and later cleared away the substitute corpses. The corpses were dead from the very beginning, so they don't count towards the number of people on the island. What, you just got like a fucking portable morgue that you're bringing around here? I did mention that I thought George didn't look like George in the sense of like his clothing, but I didn't mean it like this. I'm just copying this down. I'm not gonna pop up the notes for this. To be fair, it doesn't necessarily have to be dead people. It could just be like statues or mannequins of some kind, you know. Okay. Ahahaha. What is that? That's hilarious. So all those people gathered around and looked at their dead faces, and not a single one of them realized they were fakes. Since you haven't used the red truth, there's a possibility that everyone misidentified all the bodies. Of course, if you feel like responding to a repetition request for no one would misidentify a person, I'll withdraw that claim immediately. How about no? You can't bait me like that. The red truth is only useful if I make you wait for it, you know? I'll pick a single blue truth from all the ones you give me throughout this game, and I'll smash it with the red. Then the rest of the blue truths will be swallowed up by the darkness before you can even find out whether they were right or wrong. That darkness is the world of the witches. You won't be given any truth at all. This girl acts like she's stupid, but she's not bad at all. She'll never rise to provocation. Looks like she understands the thing called the darkness of witches even better than the true Game Master Beato. And apparently Gap had a good understanding of it as well. That move of hiding the corpses, it worked out pretty well for both Lambda and Beato. In any event, I've thought up a full 3 theories about the disappearing corpses, 3 blue wedges for a single riddle. That doesn't mean she can just refute one of those 3. Unless she pulls out all 3 wedges, this riddle has been defeated. That's the ironclad rule of witch hunting. A single wedge isn't nearly enough. Only vampires die from a single stake. Compared to witches, vampires are weak. True witches won't die unless you stab them all over with stakes, you know. Think about assassins. They do the same, don't they? Assassins only kill their target with a single perfect shot in Japanese manga. Real assassins will empty out an entire clip of bullets. That's what you'd do too, isn't it? So would I, of course. But my blue truths were nothing special, so knowing her, she'll probably slice all of them in 2 with a single swipe of the red. A confirmation of their deaths and Cress's innocence. By simply firing off these couple of reds, she can remove all 3 of my wedges. That's okay. When the red truth does come out, I just need to follow along with it and stab her full of blue wedges again. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna have to give you some info by virtue of denying your claims. This is how a witch's game is played. Oh, the frame drops. It's so much fun, especially since Battler's sluggish fighting has been driving me mad for so long. I understand, Lambda. This was merely the very start of the beginning of the first Twilight. It was just a skirmish, right? Wouldn't have it any other way. Because when I crush you ragged, make you cry out in frustration as you crawl and scratch at the floor, grab that cute hair of yours and drag you around the ground as I roll around laughing, this way will make it all the more enjoyable. The servants' quarters in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's body, which had been covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch black hole appeared, captivating legs spreaded out, and Gap floated downwards. Sorry, Genji. You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep there, but that's not gonna work. Disappear from this place so that even after death you can continue to serve Nansui, the final head of the Ushirimiya family. Gap stripped off the blanket as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck. It's a nice cut. It must have been made with a single slice. Has someone capable of this manifested now? This isn't so great. I can't think of anyone who isn't bad news. It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own rank. The great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th person. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Ronove and me. The pitch black hole opened in the bed, and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Just like the 4 in the guest house, Genji's corpse was hidden in some unknown place. It was a place that no one could find, located neither within this world nor the next. No longer would anyone be able to find their bodies. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their deaths. Genji's body was carried to that place of endless silence, where it would never be disturbed. Without a corpse, he will be treated as missing. To be treated as missing is to be treated as both culprit and victim, truly like the inside of a cat box. The darkness within cat boxes that will never be opened is the haunt of witches and demons like us. You're one move too late, Miss Great Detective. Gap licked her lips and swallowed. I wonder why Gap is going around hiding corpses. No idea. But Gap is pretty cool. She's just so awesome. Stop talking nonsense. What happened to standing guard? The humans are returning from the guest house. Gap! Yes, let's disperse. This should be enough to give Natsui a way out. Gap jumped into a pitch black hole which had opened near her feet. Mammon shouted, "I'm going in too," and jumped in, followed by Asmo, who said, me too, and hopped in giggling. And my stream's frames decided to fucking drop in. When do we play Expedition 33? When this game is over. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed. And you call yourselves members of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory? How childish. So stupid. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself and then turned into gold butterflies and disappeared. Seems that Gap has succeeded in moving the 5 corpses. Well done. However, the next part will be the tricky one. They will probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's corpse, but their interest will most likely swing back to Kinzo's study after that. There are 2 keys to the study. It's fortunate that Natsui is in possession of both. If she had left one with Genji, it would probably have fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now. Yeah, I'm dropping like crazy frames. Like, we're dropping like a majority of every second here. It seems that Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinzo's death. Apparently she plans to fight while ignoring the moat, towers, and ramparts that you have created. This has become a strange triangular confrontation. We're all each other's enemies, but we sometimes join forces unintentionally. It is a 3-way fight, yet the next moment it's 2 against 1, and then suddenly 1 against 2. I know what this is like. The Chinese Battle Royale. Don't you think it's like that Records of the 3 Kingdoms thing? Oh, the Longzhong Plan. I don't know how to say that properly with a Chinese accent, but that's quite a sophisticated analogy to hear coming from you. There were 3 empires in Records of the 3 Kingdoms, weren't there? Wei, Wu, and Shu, right? That sounds just like us. So, which empire won out at the end? The power that gained control in the end was the Jin dynasty. The 3 empires you mentioned were all destroyed. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought one of the 3 empires won. Did the Wei not have an overwhelming advantage? They had the position of emperor stolen from them, and their empire was subjugated and destroyed. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited in as advisors, eventually gained central control in a power struggle and took over the country. So they were invited in as advisors, and they seized control. Very interesting. That Lady Lambda Delta. Ha 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 ha. Excuse me. The humans have confirmed the disappearance of Genji's corpse in the servants' quarters. They've started moving towards Lord Goldsmith's study. Reach, eh? They're coming. Let them come. The humans, and the Witches of Certainty and Miracles. If this is a 3-way fight, then the 3 sides are the humans, the witches, and what are we? If the object of our protection is Kinzo's illusion, we must be the illusions, then. Heh. Okay, look, I don't want to call this now, because I'm pissed off, and I do want to keep reading, but I don't want to have to keep doing this, like, yo-yoing in my mind between watching myself drop an insane amount of frames and then not. I'll probably be back in a few hours when the internet calms down. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know. Whenever I upload the VOD to YouTube, I'll fuse everything together. But I apologize. I don't know what's going on, but even still now as I speak, I'm dropping like an insane amount of frames per second, and it's just causing me a headache, and I really don't want to deal with it. So I'll be back later tonight, most likely, and whenever I come back, we will polish off the rest of the episode. I apologize for the stalling, but I don't know what's going on with the internet. I don't know if it's an ISP issue. I don't know if it's my roommates downloading something. I can't tell. But I'll be back. Future Connor making a return here just to say this is the stitch together of the first VOD and the second. That's all. Hope you continue enjoying the VOD. Okay, everybody, we're back. Hopefully internet wants to play nice today. I was gonna get on last night, but the internet remained bad the entire night. One sec, I actually have to relog into my account on my chat program, otherwise I won't be able to see anybody type anything. Alternatively, you can just not type anything. But let me... Perfect, we're logged in. Okay. Let's get right into it. I'll open my notes first this time, so I don't have to alt-tab from the game to do it. I still, unfortunately, I'm feeling a little bit sick, so again, apologies if we have any breaks or anything, but I did wake up a little bit later in the day today, and so because of that, I imagine we are going to 100% complete this episode. In fact, I will give my stamp approval that no matter how long this takes, I will finish it, and I don't think it will be ultra long. And then I'll probably take a 1-day break whenever we finish this. And then we will return with episode 6. So what is... Okay. Okay, we're all good. Let's get this shit started again. Apologies for yesterday, but you know what? You can blame my fucking internet. And we are starting with 10 wedges to pierce witches. Well, Rika gave us 3 yesterday, so... Hello! Welcome. And so now... I'll pull up the notes here for what we had off the last stream so that we're all in the loop about what we were thinking. Rika had just given her claims against Lambda Delta. Let me turn off my fucking light here. It's Bluetooth, okay, look. I'm not giving... Okay, there we go, lights off. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what I just did, but we're gonna... The other thing that we learned is with this whole episode, we've had a little bit of a push and pull about how much there is to be trusted from what Lambda Delta is showing us, because of how different this is from the prior games. How much of this can we necessarily say is for certain happening or has the potential to happen in the other games? The one thing that I mentioned in the previous chapter, which I won't belabor the point too long, or previous stream, I won't belabor the point too long because technically this would have happened yesterday, is the stuff about Natsui's past, about the 19 years ago, about everything that's related to that. Regardless of whether or not that... How do I word this? Regardless whether or not that was acted upon in every game to, like, blackmail her or do whatever it was that happened, it means it's still there present. It's still something that could be taken advantage of. It's something that somebody could hold against Natsui. So it's not 100%... how do I word this? It's just something to think about. Again... can reference if you played Higurashi before. It's the same thing about trying to determine things that happen before the events of the game, because they inform you on what's going to happen going forward. Even though maybe this info about Natsui is not acted upon in every episode, it gives us a bigger picture. Yeah, I'm not going to waste much time, because technically I shouldn't even have stopped. We are on chapter 11. Only thing is, no clue how much longer this is. We might be here for a while, we might only be here for a little bit. We're gonna find out. Father, it's Natsui. Good morning. There's no way he'll wake up if you do it like that. Father, it's Ava. Please wake up. It's an emergency. Ava pushed Natsui aside and knocked repeatedly with all her strength. Quiet down. Don't make such a racket. Also, I do want to amend a previous statement that I have made. We were looking, there was one point where I said that in this game they say, oh, I racked my brain. And I commented, I was like, isn't that a massive typo? Doesn't rack start with a W? And I looked it up, and I was wrong. Apparently rack your brain or rack your mind is just an R without a W. Apparently the W spelling is an alternate that can be used. I have never seen it before with just the R. So just for any of the linguists who would be wanting to pull one over on me, you're not going to do it, okay? I looked it up. Do you really think now is the time to be saying something like that? So he isn't picking up the phone, and he isn't responding to knocking either. What a quandary. He might be in a foul mood again. Kinzo sometimes detects omens in the slightest of changes, and gets into a bad mood for reasons only apparent to him. Ho 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 ho. Yes, that's true. This isn't something that started today. Does grandfather really shut himself away in this study that hard? Yes. It's not, again, also, I say this every stream. Apologies if you hear banging or something. My roommates are making dinner or something, and unfortunately, this is what happens when you have upstairs neighbors. Sucks to suck. Yes, it's not uncommon for him to stay in his study for over a month at a time. Privately speaking, even though I work here, I sometimes forget that the master even lives here. Goda, that is not the sort of statement I expect to hear from a servant. My apologies, madam. I am truly sorry. Anyway, isn't it bad if we can't get in touch with him? I mean, father might not even know there's crimes going on, right? I'm not sure. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Cannon mumbled his words. Who was the last person to see father? And when? It was me. Last night, up until moments before all the fuss of Battler finding the gold, I was reporting the day's events to him in the study. So around 11 o'clock last night. Of course we already know the meme about Kinzo, but no way around it. Let's open it up. What did you say? This is the family head's precious study and research room. No one is permitted to intrude without his permission. No one. Who here holds the highest rank? Me, remember? I am the third in rank of the Ushirimiya family, and if someone must be scolded by father for opening this door, that will be my responsibility as the highest ranked as well. As this is an emergency, I am opening the door. You have a key, right? Open it. I believe you know this, but the study door cannot be opened with the master keys. The master recently took away Genchi's key as well. He has both keys on his person now. So both the keys that can open this door are inside the study. A locked room. Good. Things are finally starting to get a little interesting. If inside that room, Kinzo was lying on the bed with his throat cut, that would be pretty neat. That is incredibly inappropriate, Erika. Anyways, as you know, this door can only be opened by the keys that father has. That means it's impossible for anyone, even a murderer, to so much as touch father from outside the room, so I'm certain that the head is perfectly fine. That doesn't make it okay not to make sure he's safe, does it? Is it really that important to you not to confirm the safety of the father you respect so much? That isn't what I... The atmosphere, which had been so agitated a second ago, suddenly went cold, and an eerie feeling filled the room as everyone stared at Natsui. They could understand why Natsui would protect the study under normal circumstances. It was understood that she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, whom she respected, and she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. However, this was an emergency. People had been murdered. Natsui's persistence in keeping things quiet for Kinzo, even in a situation like this, was hard to understand from a rational perspective. The evidence suggests that the crimes occurring on this island are most likely a series of murders following the epitaph. It's probably reasonable to assume that the crimes will continue. If we reinterpret the epitaph as outlining this series of murders, that means the crimes will continue further, resulting in a total of 13 lives being taken. Do you have any concept of how many victims that would be? Wait a sec. How many people do you think there are on this island? That'd be almost everyone. No, you have it all wrong. To my knowledge, the serial murder resulting in the most deaths in mystery novel history was 10 people in a well-known work from England in which everyone including the culprit died. As far as Japanese mysteries go, it's probably the famous novel in which an astrologer served as the detective, though there were less than 10 deaths in that one. You've never played Danganronpa, silly. Although I guess it didn't exist at the time this was written. Do you realize? If this continues and 13 people die, it will lead to the most prestigious and gruesomely spectacular accomplishment in the annals of mystery writing. The completion of a 13-person serial murder case. And if everyone on this island is killed... Also, I never really put much notion to this. I feel like I thought this and never said it on stream, but... We know that Kinzo established the mansion and he was very obsessed with Western things in general. Is it not of any... It could just be like a fun little quirk. Is it not of interest as well that 13 is the number? An unlucky number in Western culture broadly? It's interesting that that was the number that was chosen. My understanding is a lot of East Asian culture, the number 4 is supposed to be unlucky, and the same way that we treat the number 13 is the same way that the number 4 is treated over there. So it's interesting, to say the least. Whether or not that holds any value or significance to unraveling anything, I doubt. But it is interesting that that is something that happens, or that... I shouldn't say that happens, that's a stupid way to phrase that. That is there, regardless. Why, that could give it an even greater number of deaths than the world record for serial murder mysteries and Japan's record added together, making it a historical achievement in the world of serial murder mysteries. Well, did you know that, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. The culprit of this crime is undertaking an incredible challenge, one that stands to rewrite the record books of mysteries throughout the world and throughout history. But I'm sure all of you were well aware of that, weren't you? Any mystery lover worth her salt will have read the works of the Queen of Crime. Oh, Agatha. And it goes without saying that any Japanese reader has covered the works of the Shinhonkaku genre of mysteries. Are you sure you've been reading enough, everyone? Giggle, giggle, cackle, cackle, cackle. That's no good. Oh? Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. Danganronpa 1. Trigger happy hack. Did I say something wrong? Erika, who had been chatting away happily all by herself up until a second ago, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant. About Japanese mysteries, prior to Shin Honkaku, a writer of the Shingesaku school wrote a different work that also qualifies. The number of people was the same in both. They tie for the record, but if you pay attention to the fact that the Shingesaku novel asked its readers to search for the culprit, it's a far more fitting example. If you know so much about this, shouldn't your examples have been based on more than simply the number of victims, like perhaps the approaches of each work? Erika glared at Butler with an expression that couldn't be fully described with the word shock, and her arms shook as she stood there lost for words. Oh my god, she's so lame. This is priceless. Well, I mean, who can blame her, right? Shin Honkaku is so much more famous where mysteries are concerned. It's easy to overlook, sorry I have the hiccups, to overlook that there were murder mysteries among the Shingesaku novels. Okay, damn. Lambda Delta, we hear you, stop laughing so loud. Lambda Delta kept on hitting the table with both hands, overcome with laughter. Even Burncastle, who had been enduring the humiliation, suddenly snorted and started pounding the table and laughing in the same way. Yup, this is just too good. Wow, it's not no good. Not bad, Battler's piece. We're breaking a lot of glass here, man. That's a lot of years of bad luck stacking up. I'm impressed. Battler, you must be quite the reader. Of books? Nah, I'm no reader, not at all. You liar. You're clearly quite well read. I'd never be so arrogant as to say I read. I don't even get through 100 books a year. I mean, that'd be a pretty impressive number, right? 100 books a year. Reading 2 books a week, basically. A little bit, ever so slightly less. Pretty wild. Someone like me should think twice before calling themselves a reader. You miserable piece. Anyway, we can't let this turn into a massive crime like that. That's right. At any rate, checking Dad's safety is our first priority right now. But what should we do? He's ignoring the phone and our knocking. The keys are inside. The other thing too, which I mentioned in some of the prior streams, it's very odd that we've made such a big deal about Kinzo already being dead before the start of the game, but what did they do with the body? Even if they're making the solution of him still being alive, where the fuck is the body? We know that in the future games, or I should say rather in the past games, that they use his body to pass off as though a crime had already committed or that somebody had killed him when in reality he was dead prior to the start of the game. Do they really just have like a corpse fucking stinking it up? Like where is this body being stored at any other time? There's nothing we can do. Are we supposed to knock this thick door down? That won't be easy. Father might have been attacked by someone and severely injured, and maybe he's waiting for someone to help him. These are extraordinary circumstances. Even Father will understand. And, if he has any rebuke, I'd be happy to take responsibility myself. But, breaking down the door would be altogether too rude. What about the windows? That's right, the windows. Is there a ladder somewhere which can reach up to the 3rd floor window? We should be able to get inside by smashing the glass. Erika finally gathered herself together, and her tone regained its decisive edge. The 3rd story window? That would be dangerous. We won't know unless we try. Is there a ladder around here that can reach up to the 3rd floor? I don't think the ladder in the gardening shed is long enough. Oh, then what about the ladder in the boiler room? I remember using it some time ago when a bird made its nest on top of the rain gutter. Yes, that would do the trick, without a doubt. He must have been extremely happy about thinking of something Ken hadn't. Okay, now this is a very interesting topic to bring up. We know that there is a ladder that is capable of reaching up to 3 stories that is stored in the boiler room. It may not have any significance past this, but I'm going to put that in the notes just because I feel like, again, the guy that writes these loves to just throw in like little tidbits that you think mean nothing that end up coming back and being like very important. So there is a ladder capable of reaching the 3rd story located in the boiler room. Just of note. Looking pleased with himself as though he had won something, he glanced around at everyone. He was probably hoping that Natsui would praise him, but she quickly avoided his gaze. Yes, because I think Goda is not... I don't know if Goda is in the fold, and what I mean by that, about the people who know about Kinzo dying, I don't think he is. I think he's the only servant that's not, actually. Because we know that Nanjo and Kumasawa were present for that. And we know that Genji and the other two that have the one-winged eagle, like, they would almost certainly have been told, and we know they know of it. I think Goda's the only one who doesn't. Which even more, I don't know, knowing like the dynamics and the relationships between all these characters is, I mean, I know I'm saying this in the 5th fucking episode, but there's probably going to be some significance to how crimes are committed in the previous ones based on like the relationship between certain characters. Like, could you really imagine, unless it was anything beneficial, could you imagine like Ava aiding Natsuhi? No, probably not. But like Goda, we know he serves Natsuhi and Kraus, and he probably even serves them more than he serves Kinzo. Plus, Kinzo would have been dead for all but 1 year of his tenure. It's interesting. Of course, Kanon had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret, he had intentionally pretended to have forgotten. But with this weather and the strong winds, isn't this just too dangerous? I agree. If one of us gets seriously injured, we won't even be able to go to a hospital until tomorrow. The wind might not be as strong in the courtyard. I think it's at least worth it to take a look. I must say, getting up to the 3rd floor will be quite a challenge. Back when we had to clean away the bird's nest, most of the servants shrank away from the danger. And that's when I, your humble servant, took it upon myself to accomplish the task. Ooh-ha-ha-ha-ha. Right, then there's no problem. We've got a ladder tall enough, and someone who's proven he can use it. I should have said with someone with balls big enough. Ha ha ha, huh? Bro didn't realize he was volunteering himself. Why by saying that? Interesting. Goda once again proving not very smart. I also didn't know the mansion was 3 stories. I thought it was only 2. Interesting. Because the courtyard was surrounded on all 4 sides, while the rain was fierce, the winds had almost no effect. Fortunately, the roof jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't so bad. Alright, let's try standing the ladder up. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Sure. Rudolph and Battler carried the special ladder, which was designed for work on high places. Dude, we had this ladder. I'm gonna do a little anecdote story to waste everyone's time even more. I used to work at a sports store, and for merchandise that was put near like very high up on the walls, we had this ladder that was probably like 30 feet tall, if I had to guess, somewhere in that range. 30 feet-ish. 15 meters-ish, somewhere in that area. Well, I guess it would be 10 meters, not 15. Like 10 meter, 30 feet, somewhere in that area. And I was terrified of heights, and man, you'd never realize, even with how wide the steps were on that thing, you never realized how high you were until you were up there. To be fair, I'm a pussy when it comes to heights, so... Okay, anecdote over. Continue. 2 umbrellas followed the pair. Shannon and Ken were holding umbrellas and sheltering Rudolph and Battler from the rain. We don't care about getting wet, Real. Go back under the eaves. Goda. Your knees might be acting up, but you can at least hold the ladder down, right? Oh, is Rudolph, my goat, gonna go up there? Yes, sir. If only I had enough... Hyaluronan? Jesus. Hyaluronan. This has to be a drug. I'm googling this. Is this like a anti-nausea thing? Hyaluronan. Hyaluronic acid. Oh, okay, because it's for connective tissue. Okay, shut up. That's stupid. That must be a brand name. I'm truly sorry. Goda rushed up to replace Shannon and Cannon. Kiri giggled as she watched him. Dad, hammer. And he fucking crushes Goda's skull. Cool. Battler, do you like athletics? Not as much as I love my cool handyman of a dad. You little brat. Charlie XCX, I love it. I love her, man. Sheesh, I guess I need to show this son of mine my good side every once in a while. Battler, Goda. Hold that ladder down tight, and make sure you're looking up, okay? My hand might slip and you'll have this hammer tumbling down on you. Don't worry, I'll catch it and smash your head in. Oh, that's so funny, because his head got smashed in previous episodes. Rudolph put the hammer meant for breaking the window into his pocket. Also good to note, we also know that there's a hammer present. When climbing up the ladder, Rudolph is in possession of a hammer. I know all this stuff seems very nothing burger, but it's about knowing what weapons people could have used. When they were talking about like the faces being smashed in the prior episodes, I kind of thought it was going to be like a shovel, but yeah, you probably could do it with a hammer. Although I don't imagine this is like a sledge. This is probably more of a mallet, but it's okay. Rudolph put the hammer meant for breaking the window into his pocket. Then after cracking his knuckles like this, he started climbing the ladder. Will Rudolph be alright? He'll be fine. That guy could be in an action movie. Plus, sports are one of his strong points. Okay, so we also know that Rudolph is athletic. That's pretty funny. The little sprite going up. Also get told Rudolph is athletic. Okay, that's important to know. I wish you'd tell me how my skating prowess is supposed to help me climb ladders. Ooh. I am Inobauer, always in danger, or whatever. He never dies, so he'll be fine. Anyway, we're really lucky that the shutters aren't down. Isn't it standard practice to lower the shutters to Father's study at night? Kiri pointing out there's probably foul play, because the shutters should have been down. It is. When we're permitted to enter, we open the shutters in the morning and close them at night. However, the master told us there was no need for the time being, so I think they were left open. Did I have to burp so bad? I'm sorry, but I never burp. I see. Father will be pretty mad, won't he? If his son smashes his window and comes in while he's sleeping. Well, probably. It would be wonderful if we didn't have to smash the window, don't you think? I know, just like the little, it's literally just like a keyframe of somebody just moving. It's like, okay. Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Okay, we do get confirmation of that, but we kind of already knew that. Natsui had ordered them to interfere as much as possible, but now that it had come to this, there was nothing the two of them could do. It's interesting. It seems like Kiri is onto them, which is not really surprising given we seem to say that Kiri is like this fucking omega genius, but they had tried to interfere by pretending that they didn't know about the ladder that could reach up to the third floor window. But because of Gota's showing off, that ladder had been found. Good job, Gota, you dumb fuck. Rudolph carefully climbed that ladder. He would reach the third floor window very soon. As he did this, Shannon and Cannon stared at him, looking uneasy. What would happen after this? To the two of them? To Madame? To the Master? Very soon, Rudolph would reach the window. So the barrier around this room is giving way at last. Ha 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 ha. The soldiers are scaling the castle walls. Truly, we stand only moments from the fall of the keep. I am prepared to be erased at any moment. We can't let that happen. You have to remain alive even if it means crawling through the dirt. I'll think about what comes next. Escape from this place for now. That is easier said than done. Ava and the others are still in position in the hallway and Rudolph is approaching the window. There's no way of retreat through either. In that case, perhaps you could hide under the bed. So I am not even permitted to await the enemy's arrival seated on my throne. You might have done that while you were still alive. However, you are now a ghost that Natsui and I brought to life. Ghosts should do what ghosts do best and hide under beds or in a closet. Okay, interesting to say that she says... I'm gonna put that quote down. Okay, I'm definitely like reading total fucking cap right now. But it's really interesting that she says... from Beatrice. She says... Oops, I can't type. Good lord, sorry, I'm still complaining about this new keyboard. Well, it's not a new keyboard, but... Very interesting that she says, or in a closet. Now, you could write this off as just being like, oh, duh, like this is ghost stuff. But, what was it that the person on the phone told Natsuhi to do? Hide in a closet. I'm just... we'll see. Well, something like that really fooled him, so it comes to this. Don't worry. I'll be with you. I'll get you out at the last moment. It'll be dangerous for you. Even though you're a demon, you won't get away unscathed if you're burned by the anti-magic toxin. Nah, don't worry about that. Anyway, I need things to get at least that bad before my heart starts pumping. How reassuring. Very well. I'll hide under the bed. Milady, Rudolph will reach the window very soon. Gap. I've changed my mind. I will guard this place. Hide yourself along with Ronove. What did you say? This was not the plan. We planned to leave this place to Gap and have you retreat, milady. Even though Ronove should have been used to her fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. Though Beato was the powerful queen, she was also an important piece that should not be exposed to danger. Though she was strong, running to the front lines without any plan would not be a praiseworthy move. What kind of whim is this? It's just a whim. I'm not so fond of boredom that I could simply sip tea while leaving everything to you. I've just gotten the urge to jump into the struggle right away. Okay. It is your game. You do what you want. I'll keep a close watch over the first Twilight corpses I erase to make sure nothing happens to them. Sorry for stealing your time to shine. Are you certain about this, milady? You know that I love attention more than my 3 meals a day. I've done nothing except gobble up Gap's turn on the stage. Don't pay it any mind. Ronove and Gap were both silent. The two of them had already noticed. Lady Burncastle, who used Furudo Erika as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. This fight would probably be terrifying as well. Byato couldn't expose Gap, her friend, to this danger. Byato bluffed and said that this wasn't the case, but Ronove and Gap had already figured it out. Therefore, after confirming Byato's resolve one last time and seeing that she was completely firm in her decision, they nodded in silence and accepted it. Okay, I'll leave this up to you. I'm rooting for you. Take care. Indeed, feel free to stand back and watch my performance. Lady Burncastle will probably start trying to expose Kinzo's absence with a locked room argument. Excuse me. Fights in a locked room are normally Gap's area of expertise. Queens rule the battlefield because they are best at fighting in wide open areas. This won't be an easy fight. I'm fully aware of that. I currently serve Natsuhi. It would not be right for me to delegate her peril to Gap and callously watch from safety. Understood. I wish you luck in your battle. Be careful. If it becomes a complete locked room, we won't be able to come in and help you. I'll laugh at them a bit, and if things get bad, I'll just grab Kinzo and run for it. It'll be easy. With the door and the window, the past and the future to choose from, there are plenty of places to run to. Of course I won't let this become a locked room. Though you won't see us, we'll be cheering you on from very close by. Good luck. Gap and Ronove became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared, and Kinzo melted into the darkness beneath the bed. Well, I am yawning so much for no reason. I am not tired. Like I said, we're here till this fucking episode is over. Then, Byato also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. Then, Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain. Oh, are we gonna get another animation, please? Yes! Dad! If you're there, answer. Dad! As he yelled, he hit the window. His foothold was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. But of course, this was Rudolph, the show-off. Deciding that he couldn't show himself up with so many people watching from below, he suppressed the fear from being so high up and boldly knocked on the window. Come on, grandfather. Can he hear? I wonder. I hope he doesn't drop the hammer. How many seconds have passed? It's been 30 seconds since he knocked on the window. So, he's really going to smash it? The master would be very angry. There's one person who's been kind enough to brag about how accepting that anger is her duty, so there's no need to worry. Rudolph, that's enough. Do it. Sure. Damn it, Dad, you better not complain after I smash it. Wow. Or there's a glass window, it took you 3 times. He hit it several times, and eventually a fist-sized hole opened up in the glass. Because of his unstable footing, this took a lot of effort. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further, stuck his hand through it, and unlocked the window. Then, after a hard struggle, he somehow managed to open the window and his body slipped through into the study. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having ground under him. Dad, it's Rudolph. Answer me. It couldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had crafted or created inside the mansion. A study. A book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. Indeed, with all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in this study without ever leaving at all. The bed was empty. There were marks on it which made it seem as though someone had slipped out, but there was no one in sight. They do this a lot in ninja movies. The bed's still warm. They can't have gotten far. Just like that. Rudolph tried placing his hand on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. Not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold. And the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. The air inside the room, even the presence about it, if that's the right word for it, even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Kinzo had slipped out of this room a long time ago. It's very clean. There are signs it's been lived in. Wrinkles in the bed, the slight angle of the chair. Here and there were many marks that would doubtlessly have been cleaned or fixed up if someone had come in to make the beds. As far as I can tell off the top of my head, Dad must have slipped out of the bed several hours ago at the latest. That placed it in the same general time period as the brutal series of murders. It didn't seem possible to say that Kinzo's absence was completely unrelated to the crime. This is another thing that I want to mention as well. I don't know if I got into this too much because we didn't really have like a firm grasp if Kinzo actually truly was dead the whole time. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning. Whoever is behind these murders, we had said before this person probably lived on the island prior, you know. You can see the theory stream, all the shit we went through. The other thing that I didn't really mention is that it's probably quite likely that the person that was the culprit behind all of it, and again, I shouldn't say the culprit. Culprit's not really the right word. I should say like the puppeteer or the mastermind, because we made it very clear I don't think it's the same person that's killing in every chapter, regardless. To circle back, the person also would have had to have knowledge that Kinzo was dead, because there's a few times in all the chapters where somebody has acted in such a way that kind of lets you know that they know Kinzo is dead. Now, we know that Jessica wasn't directly told, but I feel like you could get a pretty good inkling. You live on the island, you have a much higher likelihood of figuring it out than anybody else. Otherwise, this directly implicates Natsui and Kraus and the rest of the servants, Nanjo, all them, but I don't know. It's just food for thought. It's something to think about, and I think it's something that I didn't really bring up too much, or at least I don't recall bringing it up a lot. But we know the person, whoever it is, has access to wherever Kinzo's dead body is, has been acting as though Kinzo is dead, but knows the entire time that he is not. So it's also something just to file away for further thinking whenever it might come up in the future, but just something to consider. It didn't seem possible to say that Kinzo's absence was completely unrelated to the crime. Because this is what I mean, like, they have things like this where they try and make it seem like, oh yeah, Kinzo was the one that did this, or like episode 2 or 3, I think it was 3 with the locked rooms, the linked locked rooms. It's another one where it like heavily implicated Kinzo. But knowing that he's dead means that, you know, somebody wanted that to be the case. Somebody wanted us to think that Kinzo was the one that was behind it, and I don't think they just found out that Kinzo wasn't actually dead the whole time. Regardless. Having reached a dead end for now, Rudolph leaned out of the window and told Kiri and the others in the courtyard to come back up since he was going to unlock the door. Then he pushed the button on the study desk and released the door's auto-lock. There was a heavy clunking sound and Natsui and the rest dashed in immediately. But Father, good morning. Sorry, but it isn't Dad. I'm the one who opened it. Was Kinzo there? Nope. There are signs he slipped out of bed, but no way to tell when that was. And Natsui was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 o'clock last night? I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. Well, but Father is a fickle man. Many times he has bolted awake in the middle of the night saying that he had a revelation in a dream and walked around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Yes, that sort of thing has happened before. As you say, he is, a fickle fellow. Right, Kumasawa? Look at them all fucking leaning on each other. Fuck, don't make it any more obvious. Ho. That's true. He might have had some sort of strange dream and slipped out of bed. That happens a lot, yes. Then where'd he slip off to? Isn't there a good chance Father's been caught up in this crime? You see, we should have checked to make sure Father was safe from the beginning, shouldn't we? We can't be sure he isn't in this room. Maybe the culprit tied him up and locked him in the closet or something like that. Just what I was thinking. Let's conduct a search. The head treasures this study. It will not do to have you pawning all over it. Oh, that's right. I have an announcement for our guilty party. When Natsui heard this said from right in front of her, her heart froze. But Erika had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsui when she said it. She had directed her words to the room at large. She hadn't been speaking to Natsuhi in particular. Natsuhi turned her back on Erika, trying to make it so that her faltering expression wasn't noticed. My memory is photographic in every detail. If any attempt is made to hide evidence or alter the scene, I will know at once. Please don't commit some stupid blunder here and disappoint me. Don't you agree that any whodunit in which the culprit is unmasked by way of some silly mistake or slip of the tongue is dreadfully third-rate? I actually hard agree. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I'll ask you to refrain from imprudent remarks. I thought it was impudent. Father, are you there? Please answer me. Natsuhi started walking around and calling out in a loud voice, refusing to let Erika say any more. There was a knock. Kiri and the others who had gone down to the courtyard had returned. No sign of father, I assume? He might be tied up and shut away somewhere around here. We were just about to start searching for him. I'm amazed he can keep himself locked up in a place like this for so long. Give it up, Ne-san. We can't change anything now. I wonder what Madam plans to do. Get paid back for all the lies she's told up until now. Shh! Let's leave fate in God's hands. Yes. Many people trapezed around Kinzo's vast study, looking here and there. Inside the closet and in the bathtub, even in the refrigerator and under the study desk. They looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo, they couldn't even find a single suspicious mark. You didn't really miss too much in the last stream. I got through one sub-chapter and then my internet was fucking up, so you didn't really miss too much. But welcome back. It seems clear that Father isn't here. That's enough. I ask you all not to disturb Father's precious study any further. Yes. There's nothing the Master hates more than having things moved around without his permission. Father's nowhere to be found. Maybe he really was caught up in the crime. Though we can't be sure of that. Natsuhi averted her gaze once more. It's alright, Natsuhi. We truly do have our backs against the wall. On the off chance that someone entered the study, I had planned to talk my way out of it by saying that he had probably gone for a walk somewhere. However, no one would believe that I was enjoying a casual midnight stroll in a mansion where a murder has occurred and many people have been killed. Though I wouldn't put it past myself to do such a thing. Come now, Kinzo. Be a good boy and stay hidden under the bed. It's alright, Natsuhi. Remain calm. You can prove that someone exists, but you can't prove that they don't exist. In other words, the human world is one in which regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it exist. And the shadows in which you can make it exist from the world of us witches and the world of demons and devils. Is of us. I think I read that wrong. In other words, the human world is one in which regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it exist. And the shadows in which you can make it exist form the world of us witches and the world of demons and devils, not from. You mean the devil's proof? Yes, so don't worry. The power of demons will most certainly protect you. If it could protect the honor of Father and my husband, I would gladly sacrifice this body of mine to dude. These two men are not good enough for you, Natsui. Your resolve is good. Don't be anxious. I won't allow them to kill Kinzo. At that moment, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Erika had clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention. Though such an action should have been above a guest's place, for some reason it already felt like a natural right of hers. After all, she was the detective. I think that's enough. Ushirimiya Kinzo is nowhere to be found in this study. Yeah, we've searched every possible hiding spot. Dad's nowhere to be seen. And we haven't found anything out of place. Yes, we didn't find anything at all. That's almost a little bit suspicious that you found nothing at all. Erika said it again. They hadn't been able to discover anything. In that case, we mustn't continue to loiter in this room. Do you understand how angry Father would be if he learned that so many people were looking through his study? Ava, you said that you were prepared to take responsibility, didn't you? I hope you're prepared to be disowned for life. Oh my god, Natsui. Going on a tag is wild here. That's for Father to decide, not you. Quiet down. I'd like to assemble the facts as we know them. At 11 o'clock last night, the last person to meet Kinzo in this room was Natsui, correct? Can anyone confirm that? Confirm? Yes, that's right. After all, the only one who claims that Natsui really did stop by here at 11 o'clock last night is Natsui herself. A confirmation from Kinzo that Natsui did indeed come here last night would have sufficed, but his absence is the very issue under question. Alibis are the foundation of a mystery, correct? Yes, that's right. Alibis are important. Of course, they're almost useless when it comes to the actual theory making, but it's common courtesy to be particular about this kind of thing. You didn't ask for alibis regarding last night's murders, but you'll do it for grandfather's disappearance, huh? You really are unpredictable. Oh, don't worry. Regarding the murder of the first Twilight, have no fear that I will fully examine everyone's alibi for that as well later. So can anyone confirm that Natsui visited here at 11 o'clock? If no one can, we'll be forced to doubt whether Natsui really was the last person to spot him. Are you saying that I can't be trusted? No, just the opposite. I hope that you aren't the culprit. After all, that would be dreadfully dull, don't you agree? Only the worst third-rate mysteries have the most suspicious person as the culprit. Okay. Natsuhi is suspicious? Wait a second. What exactly is your argument? Yes, calling Madam suspicious is the height of discourtesy. Quiet. Dr. Nanjo, Goda, thank you. Erika, I presume you have some basis for the tremendous disrespect you just showed me? I do. It's painfully simple. But if you'll permit me some TV drama quality evidence, I'll be happy to oblige. Let's hear it. When Battler glared at her, a cold expression rose to Erika's face for an instant, but it was only for an instant. After smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. She looked just like the main character in a play, who would come out into center stage bathed in a spotlight. Think back to this morning. Please recall the chaos that followed the murders. We wanted to inform Kinzo about the crime, but he wouldn't come out no matter how many times he was called on the telephone. Remember what happened then? Anyway, isn't it bad if we can't get in touch with him? I mean, Father might not even know there's crimes going on, right? I'm not sure. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Cannon mumbled his words. Who was the last person to see Father, and when? It was me. Last night, up until the moments before all the fuss of Battler finding the gold, I was reporting the day's events to him in the study. So around 11 o'clock last night. Hehehe. Erika chuckled significantly. The chuckled significantly part was new. And what's your point? Ridiculous. I think Kiri probably did that intentionally. Am I right? What do you mean by that? I figured someone might fall for it. She's saying that it would have been, Natsui actually would have protected herself more by saying nothing, because it would have added, because now she's making an affirmative claim that she has to be able to defend. If she never would have stepped out and said, like, it was me, if she would have said, nah bro, I was doing my shit, it kind of gives you two angles of attack. You can either one, attack Natsui's alibi, in the sense of what they're probably going to do right now, and say, okay, well, is there really any way you can prove that you were here at 11? Or, alternatively, fuck, I lost the other one. There was two things there that made sense, but I guess my brain is turned into chicken wire and it makes no sense. But basically, she didn't have to volunteer that information, and it would have been easier to cloud the entire thing in a mystery by not bringing forward yourself, because you opened yourself to an attack from it, but yes, thank you, Kiri. Actually, I was planning to say the same thing if you hadn't done it first. Was the question of who saw the master last really that important? Yes. If we take the circumstances into account, and in response to the question who saw him last, it was very odd for Natsui to instantly answer me. Why? Madam told the plain, unvarnished truth. Quiet! Why do you think that was odd? Why are you so sure that no one else saw Kinzo? Ooh, I didn't even think about this angle. That's actually totally fair. Well, that's because I watched as he went to bed. It's only natural to assume that he would then sleep until morning, and not entertain any other visitors. Considering the circumstances, whoever saw him last was going to be at risk of being suspected of having some kind of involvement with the case. A normal person in your position, Natsui, wouldn't say, I was the last to see him. You would say, I saw him at this time. Yeah. I met with him at 11 o'clock. Right, Kiri? Yes, that's right. A normal person would say, I saw him at 11 o'clock, but I don't know if I was the last person to see him. Something like that. Good. Identifying oneself as the final witness is usually quite difficult. That is, unless you know some reason that makes you certain there couldn't have been any other witnesses after you. So what she's saying is that this is basically what she was memeing about earlier about a slip of the tongue. But regardless, in third-rate mysteries, the final witness is often the culprit. They killed the victim themselves as they knew that no one else could have met the victim later on, is how the argument goes, and then they provide a false alibi for themselves such that they try to vindicate or exonerate. But in reality, the very fact that they said it is what indicts them. Oh ho ho ho. There's nothing more, or that's nothing more than a minor misuse of words. It's nothing to make such a fuss of and focus on. That's literally what this entire game has been. Yes, it's nothing more than nitpicking. Bro, being a pedant is like how you break through the bullshit of the witches in this game. What do you mean? Aren't you jumping the gun a little, suspecting Natsui because of a little slip of the tongue like that? And you mentioned that Madam must have a reason to be sure that no one else could have seen the Master, but of course Madam has one. She left the room after seeing the Master go to bed. Following common sense, it's perfectly natural to assume that he probably wouldn't meet anyone else until the next morning. No, that isn't natural whatsoever. After all, Natsui, Dr. Nanjo, and Kumasawa all made this claim a short while ago. Please try to remember. And Natsui was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 o'clock last night. I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. Well, but Father is a fickle man. Many times he has bolted awake and yes, she kind of defeated her own statement if you want to be a pedant about it. He's bolted awake in the middle of the night saying that he had a revelation in a dream and walked around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Yes, okay, I'm getting some Danganronpa vibes. This was literally like 10 minutes ago, okay? I don't need to see all this. He is a fickle fellow, right, Kumasawa? Ho ho ho, that's true, blah blah blah. Yes, I do remember this. Yeah. Grandfather often slips out of bed all of a sudden, late at night. That's what you claimed. Good. Battler, you have quite an impressive memory. In other words, it's well known amongst the people at the Ushirimiya head house, Natsui included, that there's a chance Kinzo might wake up in the middle of any given night on a whim and wander around. On top of that, they were aware this happened quite often. Isn't that odd? If you knew that father often wanders around at night, there's no way you could be certain that he'd stay in his bed until morning, right? It really is like a third-rate mystery. A lot of those have this part in the last 5 minutes where the culprit asks, "When did you figure out it was me?" And the detective answers, "It is, isn't it? That's why I feel let down. If it turns out that Natsui really is the culprit, this will be worse than a TV mystery. That's why I want to clear away the suspicion surrounding Natsui as soon as I can. I want to make sure that this mystery isn't third-rate before I do anything else." There's no need to get anxious, Natsuhi. She is merely playing with words, a favorite trick of would-be detectives. Bro, am I getting a shot across the bow here? What's going on, man? You're the one who plays with words, bro. You play with words. You! Not me. I play with words because you play with words. You started it first. Is it of any consequence? How can she possibly use that one statement to corner you? In the court of hell, all the demon jurors will declare you innocent. So calm down and don't get flustered. Yeah, because that's definitely where I want to have court. Like, it's good reasoning there. Oh, don't worry, Natsui. If you go to hell where all the evil and wicked people lie, the evil and wicked people will find you innocent. Okay, thank you. I'm glad I'm in good company. Sure, when you say it like that, it does make Aunt Natsuhi look suspicious, but to me it just sounds like you're picking holes in whatever she's saying for the sake of it. But it is suspicious. I think this is more than enough reason to suspect that Natsuhi might be hiding something. That accusation is entirely false. And you are not being fair, Ava. You yourself can testify that I was in fact here at 11 o'clock. That's true because she ran into her. Is this true, Ava? Oh, now that you mention it, perhaps it is. I'm sorry. At the time I was losing my head because the gold had just been found, so I forgot all about meeting Natsuhi until just a second ago. So Ava, you can confirm that Natsui was a witness at 11 o'clock? Unfortunately, yes. I can attest to part of Natsui's story, but only the part that she just came out of this room. What are you implying? Let me tell you what I'm implying. No, I've wanted to say this for a long time now. I really did feel like saying this in the middle of such a tragic murder case would be improper, but the timing now is just— oh my god. Is she going to be able to become— Ava's assembling— is she's assembling like the 5 limbs of becoming the ultimate bitch one more time? Please, Ava, please do it. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Natsuhi? The servants gulped and held their breaths, seeing that they hadn't been able to hide it after all. Is she going to give the receipt talking point again? In the middle of this heavy silence, Ava fingered her trump— whoa, why was she doing that to her trump card? And Natsui pretended to be calm. Both space and time grew as heavy as lead and swallowed up everything. How long has Kinzo been gone? Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore that atmosphere to pieces like shattering glass. Simply put, we haven't seen him once at the family conference this year or last. That's right. We've suspected it since last year. Seeing as how my son and the others had just been killed, this may not be the time or place to pursue this, but there's a chance that this has something to do with the crime, so we will do just that. It's possible that you have a motive for hiding Father's death. We can suspect that you're embezzling— we can suspect that you're embezzling Father's assets. If Father were to die, an investigation would be conducted for the distribution of the assets and your embezzlement would be exposed. That's why you've been hiding the fact that Father's already dead. I see. That's more than enough for the why done it. This keeps getting more and more third rate. Ah, how boring. I don't know what you're talking about. You accuse me of hiding the death of the head? Slander of this nature is absolutely unforgivable. That's right. In addition to Madam, the other servants take care of the master on a daily basis and they see him all the time. Kenji, Shannon, and Cannon. Even Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa meet with him often. But perhaps because he doesn't trust me, I haven't seen him even once since last year, but— be quiet. Yes, you did not make the case better. Be quiet, Goda. Eek. But my apologies. All of the witnesses besides Natsuhi are servants she employs. You paid them to corroborate your story. Oh, this really is third rate. What a waste of time. I'm disappointed, Natsuhi. I think it's time I concluded this now. Concluded what? Ushirimiya Kinzo. What is it, uninvited guest? You don't exist. You're a ghost whose death was concealed by people who didn't want it known due to the inheritance problem. Ha 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 ha. If you're a ghost, you should pass on quickly to the next world as ghosts are meant to. Oh, where are my manners? This is the first time we've met, and I've yet to give you a proper greeting. Good day, pleased to meet you. And goodbye. Beato's pipe. stopped mere millimeters from Erika's face, so close that you might just barely have been able to wedge a single sheet of paper between them. And good day from me, Ushirimiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. I shall be your opponent in this fight from here on out. Glad to meet you. I'm the detective of this game, Furuta Erika. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and soon to bid you farewell. So you're Lady Burncastle's next piece after Angie. I'm afraid I didn't get to fight with her to my satisfaction in the end. It pleases me that we can test wits at last, piece of Lady Burncastle. My master is almighty and all-powerful. A fool like you couldn't even begin to compare with her. I accept your challenge. Cackle, cackle, cackle. You really are calm. Even though a witch has appeared before you and is about to fight with magic and fantasy, if you were a battler you'd be on your knees wailing that this isn't a mystery anymore. Well, parallel worlds like this are popular even within the mystery genre these days. Are you familiar with that detective who reasons from an armchair in a meta-like space? Mind your anachronisms, that author doesn't make his debut until next year. You certainly are picky for a witch. Ha! You think yourself a witch's equal? Don't be so conceited, you miserable little human. Beato snapped her fingers and something bounced around the room at terrifying speeds. A stake. Oh no, a blue stake, whoa! It was the witch's stake, the witch's wedge which contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erika couldn't follow its terrible speed with her eyes. Erika understood this, so she didn't attempt to look every which way, stupidly trying to spot it. You slowpoke, take this. With a terrible sound, Lucifer's blue stake buried itself into Erika's right collarbone. It shot all the way through and out of her back. Spinning as she rebounded off the walls, Lucifer landed in front of Beato and disappeared, laughing shrilly. Erika wasn't blown back, however a blue wedge was stuck deeply into her. So this is that so-called blue truth. Well then let me hear your opinion. You can't eliminate the possibility that Natsui met with Kinzo at 11 PM. In the 6+ hours between then and the time you all barged into the study, Kinzo had every opportunity to escape. Because of this, you can't state decisively that Kinzo doesn't exist. Beato announced that with an expression worthy of her title as witch. The only thing that's weird about this is I thought the blue truths themselves had to contain something which denied witches, so it's a little bit odd, but... odd that she of all people would be using it, but... Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. Also, who's like fucking on the bed in the background song here? Do you hear this? Like, sorry. I was out of pocket. She was just quietly listening to Beato's blue truth. No. Judging by her disdainful expression, it would probably be more appropriate to say that Beato's words went in one ear and out the other. Good. Begin with the orthodox. By the way, this thing really is stuck good. It won't come out. She tried pulling from the front and back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent... See, there it is again, bro. Her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either. You can't take it out. The blue truth can only be broken by the red truth, and you are a guest who came to this island a day ago at most. There exists no truth that you could possibly know. There is no red available to the likes of you. Well, she did speak in red, almost turned into a southerner. She did speak in red earlier, so I'm not sure about that. In other words, this is checkmate. Okay. Until she does it right now. I see. This is one of those spaces. In that case, I'll need a piece suitable for fighting a witch. I am the detective. Let it be my role to deal with the human culprit. You are a witch. There is a piece better suited to the role of dealing with witches and demons. Allow me to introduce you. Miss Delanner. Delanner? It looks like it's your turn. Delanner. Delanor? Delanner? I don't know how you say that. Miss Lanner? Delanner? I knew it. I was certain you'd bring that piece in sooner or later. The 10 witch-hunting wedges, the Archbishop of Witch-Hunting, Delanner. There's no more fitting piece for a battle against devils and demons. I have my double, Erika, and the greatest natural enemy of witches, Delanner. Okay, I need to know how they say this word because it's gonna drive me crazy if I'm pronouncing it wrong. We're not having another arena situation, okay? So, let's find out. Background music, you gotta pipe down for a second.
悪魔との戦いにこれほどふさわしい駒はいないわ。私の分身たるエリカに魔女の最大の天敵ドラノール。
Okay, it is just Delanner. Or Delanor. Whatever, close enough. We're going with Delanner. Too bad. You're getting the rough English pronunciation. I've now taken control of the 7th rank with my 2 rooks. And now you'll entertain me, Lambda Delta, and you too, Beatrice, as I watch you struggle and scramble to no avail. Okay, let's see who this person is, though. They better look cool if they're supposed to be some Archbishop. Okay, they don't look cool at all. Okay, the eyes are kind of cool. The air shone brightly, and the piece Erika had guided there showed its form. It was a form that resembled a cleric, perfect for confronting an evil witch. Pleased to meet you. Delaner A. Nox is my name. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Can I just call you Nox then? That works so much better. It's interesting that it says you. Are we gonna get some meta-narrative like I'm playing Zero Escape, the third game? Even though the atmosphere in this place could be cut with a knife, she introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it. This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard all the rumors, therefore this truly doesn't feel like a first meeting. The same goes for me, Miss Beatrice. Eisern Jungfrau, oh my god. Eisern Jungfrau has a detailed file on you 600 pages long. Why do you randomly speak in bad font? I always look over those, so this doesn't feel like a first meeting to me either. The Secretary of Hell could summarize those 600 pages in a mere 6 letters. Allow me to ask. Danger. That's a good summary. When I get back, out of respect to you, I will close out your file with an additional 2 letters for a total of 8. No danger? Executed? Oh. So I'm cute now. Flattery will get you nowhere, my guest. Then let us continue. Miss Beatrice, I, Chief Inquisitor Delaner, do humbly accept my role as your opponent. I've already completed my first move. If you can't remove that blue wedge from that Fruto Erika over there, then you might as well trudge back up to heaven and get back to your usual boring job of stamping things. Take care of this wedge or whatever it is, please. Beatrice seems to think this is all it takes to achieve checkmate. After making a show of tapping the blue wedge that pierced her with her finger, Erika shrugged as though taunting Beatrice. But Beatrice... It's alright, I'm just gonna toy with her a bit. After all, if things get bad, I can take Kinzo's ghost and flee from here whenever I want. I can leave this room at any time and go anywhere. That is useless. Oh? Encountering me is equivalent to your demise. There will be no escape. No one can evade me. As you say, there's always the possibility that Father bolted awake and went off somewhere. But, you know what? I can state for certain that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why? And here comes the receipt meme. Of course I don't. Are you saying that you stood outside the door all night watching to make sure the head didn't take a step outside? Yes, someone was watching. This little guy right here. Who the fuck are you? Gertrude? Why do we got these old-ass English names? For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that entering or exiting through this door is impossible. Guards, you are hereby ordered to blockade the study door. The doors to heaven open with a strong, unrelenting radiance like the sun's, and Delaner's subordinates appeared. Their words were clad in the red truth and cut off the witch's method of escape. Oh hey, it's the Chiester sisters. What's up? Chiester 410 right here. Chiester 45 right here. It has been some time, Great Lady Beatrice. We were dispatched in accordance with Alliance Agreement 1516 and a request from the Great Court of Heaven. We apologize for the rudeness that is to follow. We've performed a precision blockade on the study door. Nah, I think it's best if you stay away from the door. For your attention, I further inform you of the following. From last night at 2300 until the present time, the study door was not opened even once. Okay. I really don't think you're missing that much context, they're just adding characters. But if you want to catch up, it's all good. What is that scrap of paper? It's a completely ordinary receipt. But even so, this mere scrap of paper proves that you lied. Because all this is just doing, it's the same shit that's happened this whole time. All the shit that they show in the witch world is just bullshit window dressing that they dress up. In reality, all this is that Ava's bringing forward that she has the receipt. And all these characters are just like, you know, this is just fondant on top of the cake. They're just dressing this up to make it look pretty. Last night when you came out of the study, Ava saw her chance and wedged the receipt into the crack of the door to the study. And that fell down just now when Rudolph opened the door for us. You know what that means? In other words, from 11 p.m., last night until now, it's impossible that Father could have opened the door. What did you say? Rudolph, the window was locked, right? Yeah, that's why I smashed the glass. The other windows are all locked as well. They can't be locked from the outside by construction. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that the windows were all locked. Guards, blockade all the windows. In the name of Eisern Jungfrau, the Imperial Guard is hereby permitted to make use of forbidden weapons. Understood, ma'am. All units, clearance granted for use of forbidden weapon, red warheads. Transmit activation code. Unya, the password doesn't work. 410, turn caps lock off and try again. Chiester troops, precision blockade for study door and all windows complete. The Great Lady Beatrice is hereby warned that if anything is caught passing through these physically, conceptually, or by any other method, we will fire without warning. Data link from 4 Archangel satellites. Homing format, verdict model conceptual guidance. And on top of that, we've got red warheads. Impossible to shoot down, impossible to avoid, impossible to survive when hit. It'd smash even Lady Beatrice into little bits. The Chiesa troops had laid down a pinpoint blockade over the door and all the windows. Notice how they were overlapped on top of these 3 too, and there was 3 of them. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these. My. I should be doing the welcoming, but it seems I'm the one being welcomed, and a courtesy call with the Chiesa sisters in tow, no less. For your attention, I beg to inform you that your paths of retreat have been severed. Supervisor Delano, let us now remove the sin and purify. Your work is appreciated, Miss Beatrice. I have had your paths of retreat terminated. You cannot leave through the door, nor can you leave through the windows. You will find that escape is now impossible. You think you have me trapped with this alone? Cackle, cackle. Yeah, they're just arguing about whether Kinzo's alive or not. Or not so much that he's alive or not, whether he left the study, just about his whereabouts and his well-being. The Inquisitor in heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. The subordinates used a powerful barrier to cut off Beato's methods of escape. Demons prefer to fight, and as a result they sometimes allow their victims to escape. However, angels prefer to block off passages of escape, and as a result they eradicate their targets without fail. In other words, from the time you claim you bid him goodnight yesterday, until the time Rudolph opened the door, the study was a perfect locked room. In that case, Father's gotta be here. But we haven't seen hide nor hair of him. Come on, what the hell's going on? I keep telling you to calm yourself. The thought that I, Beatrice, could be imprisoned merely because the doors and windows are closed is simply laughable. Kinzo, I was planning on playing around, but it seems our guest has no such intentions. Let us withdraw before we overstay our welcome. I would not hesitate to give up this life of mine, but for Natsui's sake, I cannot die yet. Beato waved her pipe and the air was split vertically. Then a pitch-black gate appeared there and slowly opened. It was a warp portal, the same as the pitch-black holes the Gap used. In my file it should have said this: she is an elusive phantom, appearing and disappearing wherever she desires. As long as Kinzo has me, it will be impossible to capture him. The pitch-black gate opened. The gate led from everywhere and to nowhere. Both Beato and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them. A place where no one could set foot, much less chase after them. This is the study of the Ushirimiya family head, and it is also a room that Father had a direct hand in designing. Don't you agree that there would be nothing strange about him having some mechanism for getting outside without using the door? Yes, of course. There'd be nothing at all strange about the Master having a hidden door. A hidden door? Really? And where would we find one of those? It's a hidden door, so nobody knows. There are several mechanisms and hidden doors in this mansion that only Father knows of. No one has seen them firsthand, but all the people of this mansion know of them in concept, correct? Yes. It's true that there have always been rumors about hidden passages only the Master knows of. That is the sort of trick that Kinzo would love. There was a weird thing, and I don't want to dig it up again. We didn't really go over it too much in the theory stream, but it had to do with the hidden door concept, with the way they had it laid out. It was like a hidden door is something that nobody is aware of, because by virtue of anybody knowing it, it would be hidden, but that didn't really exclude the fact that there could have been a culprit that knew about it, because if they knew it by virtue of that, then it wasn't hidden. But that's another thing that I won't want to dive back into. I brought it up at some point in the past, so good luck finding what Vada was, but it was somewhere there. That is the sort of trick that Kinzo would love. Oh, and they are hidden doors after all. No matter how much people such as ourselves might search, it's only natural that we won't find them. I see. It's a devil's proof. You're saying we can't eliminate the possibility that a hidden door exists in this room. That's nonsense. It's all made up. How dare you stoop to this just because you lie about concealing Father's death is about to be revealed? Just because you're lying. See, I can't read. Darn right. Just where in this study is there a hidden door? Go on, try proving it exists. And you walked right into it. No proof is required. It is a devil's proof. The existence of a hidden door is impossible to discover or disprove. Therefore, no one can eliminate the possibility that Kinzo escaped from this study using a hidden door, or through a hidden door. Huh. Nice animation. I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room. Beato's blue wedge, which had been fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Delano's longsword, and the pitch-black gate was crushed as well. And it wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. From that moment onwards, the warp portal which conceptualized hidden doors had been destroyed forever. Okay, so this is interesting. Delano guarantees slash says she will not allow a hidden door to exist in the study. I'm pretty sure we already knew this. I'm relatively confident in episode 1. Well, it couldn't have been episode 1 because we had no red truth. I'm like relatively confident we had something at some point talking about the study and how there were no hidden doors in the study, but again, then we get into the semantics of what a hidden door means, and we won't rehash that now. How can someone like you, who is neither the owner of the study nor the game master, use red truth? And what was that? What do you mean you will not allow hidden doors to exist? It's because that's what defines a mystery, because she said it was Nox, yeah. Nox's third, it is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. You can't have any hidden doors in the mystery genre. I'm terribly sorry. Okay, well then prove that it's not in the mystery genre, hello? In this world, gods other than our god do not exist, and hidden doors do not exist. They must not exist. We will not allow them to exist. They are a blasphemy. Arrogance enough to shock a witch. Huh, how delightfully preposterous. Ah ha 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 ha. Here it comes, the 10 wedges to pierce witches. Just like usual, it's the kind of irrational argument that I just love to hear. Is it just gonna be the 10 commandments? We already read these at the start of the last stream, I think, or maybe it was even the one prior, I don't remember. What a fool. The devil's proof might have been vague enough to let you escape from everything until now, but now that you're up against Delaner, that move won't work anymore, Beatrice. It's kind of funny, because Lambda Delta literally has no attachment to Beatrice at all. As I thought, you're no different from any ordinary witch. I am disappointed. Beato. Seems after all, this is not an opponent who will allow us an easy escape. Please do entertain me, Beatrice. You should at least serve some tea for your guests. It doesn't even matter if it's third rate. How did Kinzo escape from this locked room study? Educate me with your blue truth. Very well. Make sure you don't regret it. It is possible that after slipping out of the door, Kinzo noticed the trick with the receipt and correctly returned it to its original place. That possibility has already been eliminated in red. After 2300, the door to the study was not opened even once. Okay, again, this doesn't really mean anything. 2300? Okay. You said after 2300, that means if he did it at 2300 within a minute? I mean, I don't know, like, this, I don't want to get into semantic, like nitpicking and being a pedant about this stuff, but Kinzo might have been a marvelous mage and inventor. He might have invented a concoction to turn his body into mist and slipped out through the keyhole. Okay, that's goofy as fuck. No such substance exists. It must not exist. Maybe he invented a teleportation device. That possibility is impossible to eliminate because of the devil's proof. Such a machine does not exist. I will not permit it to exist. Oh, so you can examine every chemical substance in the world. You can rule out the existence of unknown scientific devices. There's no way you can. It's a devil's proof. You cannot rule out their existence. I will repeat, in the name of God, I will not permit such chemicals or devices to exist. From now until the end of time, I will not permit them to exist. Even in the future. Oh, so you think you can even deny the possible futures of the human race? It's Nox's fourth commandment. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. Again, Beatrice is attacking this from the wrong angle, because we're treating this as a mystery. We already went over all of this, that these things only apply to the mystery genre. They talked about this earlier on. The only way that Beatrice would be able to avoid these 10 things is if she would be able to make an argument that this was fantasy and not mystery, but the progression of humanity and the techniques and knowledge that the future might bring are for God to decide, and their existence has been declared forever denied. Therefore, from now until the end of time, I will not allow for such technology to exist. It is not permitted. Beato and Delaner had just gone through a massive exchange of red and blue. However, not only had Delaner not taken any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beato might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins and she did breathe. She felt both pain and fatigue. But Delaner was like a doll made of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beato's sharp wedges had aimed right for Delaner's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. No. It was doubtful whether she ever even blinked in the first place. But Beatrice, hang in there. I'd heard the rumors, but she really is the worst matchup for me. To think that dreams, hopes, and even future possibilities are forbidden, the arrogance of the gods is overwhelming. I'd expect no less from a witch hunt executioner. It seems we'll never be able to drink together. Even the strikes which had defeated Battler over and over had absolutely no effect on Delaner. She'd expected that already more or less, but she hadn't expected to be repelled so easily. Quite a formidable opponent. Oh my, so even the great goldsmith has gotten old and decrepit. Hearing those words come out of your mouth is rarer than seeing 2 comets in the night sky. I'm not decrepit. I'm already dead. That's true. Sorry, but I won't let you be for just a little longer. Beato experienced something she'd only rarely felt during her entire life: fear. It was probably what we'd call hardship. As Natsui tried to comfort her, Beato quietly brushed aside her hand and regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride and her continued readiness to fight. Is that all? There was no need for me to be present. I am disappointed. I'm not done yet. I was just testing a few moves just now. I was only trying to measure your abilities. It is foolish in the extreme. Know your place, Golden Witch. Lady Beatrice. Beato's expression became tense once again. No longer was there any trace of mischief. The mood changed. The time for playing is over. Here I go. In that case, I shall acknowledge that Kinzo did not enter or leave the study. Why don't I accept your locked room? For your attention, I beg to inform you that Beatrice has changed her pattern of attack. Beatrice, who had until then thoroughly resisted the idea that a locked room existed, did an about-face. She declared that she would accept that proposition. So this is interesting. I wonder if they're going to get into the meme that we were, I don't want to say dancing with, but that we were entertaining in the 4th chapter, that we were being presented Kinzo as somebody else. I think that might be the only way, is that you could say that one of the people that is in the room is Kinzo. I don't understand how else you would be able to attack this. Oh, did I skip that? Oops. She declared that she would accept that proposition. Of course, this didn't mean that she'd surrendered. This was a new attack of Beato's. Delano noticed this and readied herself. What's going on? Why did Lady Beatrice acknowledge the locked room when she's trying to destroy it? She's probably going to claim that Kinzo existed outside of this room. Reactivation of the Great Lady Beatrice's warp portal confirmed. Natsui claims to have talked with Kinzo in the study, but she never said that she spoke with him face to face. Therefore, if Kinzo was in a location other than the study, there is no contradiction as long as they held a conversation. After bouncing at an erratic angle, the witch's stake pierced the top of Delaner's foot. You sure are slow. Top of the foot. All mine. Natsui used the internal phone line in this study to speak with Kinzo, who was in another place. There's nothing strange about Kinzo, who hates the relatives, predicting that they would enter his study and leaving nowhere to go. Or leaving to go elsewhere. He might have gone into the hidden mansion, Kuwadorian. The power of Beato's blue truth began to dwell in the stake of Asmodeus, piercing the top of Delaner's foot, changing the stake into a blue wedge. Not bad. That makes sense. Blue truth, valid. A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up, with Beato at its center. The magical power of the pitch-black gate that had been smashed was once again refilled. If she could hold Delaner off here somehow, this time she would be able to warp Kinzo out of the study all the way to Kuwadorian. Delana moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue wedge out of her foot, but it didn't even budge. Of course, Beato didn't miss this chance. No witch would. I have more, so prepare yourself. There's a chance the Kinzo mentioned by Natsui does not refer to the person himself. The Kinzo spoken of by Natsui might have been another name for this room. Kinzo had taken refuge in Kuwadorian, and was impossible to contact. Perhaps Natsui called this room Father, and by contemplating inside of it, she felt as though she had received some sort of revelation from Kinzo. Wow, this is like a fucking crackpot theory, but it would be the type of thing that this game would do. We've stopped you from moving. You've already lost. Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of Delaner's neck. Of course, even this didn't cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further. Interesting. Is that all? You don't call it a full-course dinner if you stop at the soups and hors d'oeuvres. I'll hit you with the main dish and the dessert at once, so watch your stomach explode and die. Even if, as you say, this is a locked room and impossible to escape from, you can't deny the possibility that he is still... Oh, I just hit my mic mute by my accident, that he's still hiding in this room. I'm not talking about a hidden door. He might be under the bed or above the ceiling. He might be hiding in such a subtle blind spot that even a demon would not recognize it. Or it might be that Natsui, ordered by Kinzo to act as his proxy, considered herself both his representative and another Kinzo. In other words, it's possible that Natsui was also Kinzo. I've got plenty more. At 11 o'clock last night, Kinzo escaped out of the window. Natsui watched him go and locked the window. This doesn't lead to any problems. In fact, it might be the most beautiful blue truth yet. How's that, Delaner Knox? There are many numbers, or any numbers, of ways to escape from this locked room. Know your foolishness in trying to oppose my master. There's no need for you to argue back. Just suffer defeat here and sleep for all eternity. They should have overlaid like 3 stakes at the same time. So it sounded like you were like clipping, like are you holding like a ragdoll in Gmod against like a structure, so it went like those who know, okay? The 7 sisters appeared from Beato's golden tornado one after another, and they pierced Delana with blue wedges. 4 blue wedges were buried into her neck, her chest, her gut, and her thigh. Including the one buried into the top of her foot, she had been pin-cushioned by 5 stakes. Then she spun like a fucking blade, I can't speak, Beyblade, and shot them all out. Beatrice, what about my turn? I'll use you if I think of any more. Be quiet for now. How's that, Delana the witch hunter? After skewering so many witches in the past and burning them at the stake, how does it feel to have the tables turned and be skewered by a witch? They were all ridiculous arguments, but they came fiercely one after another. She's gish galloping! She's gish galloping! Quick, debate club, fight back! Though a total of 5 wedges pierced Delana, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, her movements had indeed been limited. Oh, witches sure are scary. You can't beat twisted logic. They don't violate the Nox Decalogue, they're all valid. Well done, Beatrice. Even if there was no one in the study, and even if it was a locked room, that alone isn't enough to deny Father's existence. Fuck, these chapters are getting long, huh? Against a normal opponent, I'd think the matter's settled by now, but this is Delana, Chief Inquisitor. This ruthless woman even killed her father when he violated the 10 Commandments. Kinzo, now. Now that Delana had been pinned down, this was their last chance to recover their magical power and escape. Once again, a pitch-black gate began to rise slowly in front of Beato and Kinzo. Though the gate had once been opened by simply drawing in the air, it wasn't so easy in the study now, filled as it was with the power of denial. Do you see now, everyone? No matter how much you question the state of this study, the truth of Father's good health remains unshakable. Oh, very bold words. I suggest you don't forget that you and I are both also a part of this battle. I cannot fight against witches, but I can fight against you. And here comes the nuke. Erika grinned at Natsuki with a smile more demonic than a real demon's. Natsuki, let me ask you again. Are you sure that last night you spoke with Ushirimiya Kinzo in this room? Yes. I have said repeatedly that I reported the day's events to him and bid him good night. This may be a strange thing to ask, but since it's needed to prove your innocence, please answer me straightforwardly. Is this Kinzo you speak of the same Ushirimiya Kinzo we are all thinking of? Okay, look, for once, holy fuck, I think I said this before. One of the things that frustrated me with Battler, and I don't hold it against the game because it's made to be this way, on purpose. It's nice to have someone who's asking the right questions, okay? It isn't a different person or thing with the same name, is it? I'm not really sure what you mean. It's like this. You didn't, for instance, start calling this room itself Father after Father's death, right? That's what she's asking. You said you gave a report of the day's events to Father before bed, right? That didn't mean that you were here alone delivering your report directly to the wall of the study and addressing it as Father, does it? How rude. Nothing of the sort happened. Father is Father. He is in good health. And I most certainly gave him a report and said goodnight to him in this room last night. I'm not trying to trick you or talk my way out of anything. I see. In that case, can you repeat what I tell you to? If you aren't tricking or deceiving us in any way, you should be— if she says repetition request, are you trying to accuse Natsuki of being a witch? But fine, I'll repeat whatever you want. Repetition requested. Ushirimiya Natsuki at 11 o'clock last night spoke with Ushirimiya Kinzo in this room, where he was also present. I, Ushirimiya Natsuki, I can't speak. I, Ushirimiya Natsuki, at 11 o'clock last night spoke with Ushirimiya Kinzo in this room, where he was also present. Good. And I'll ask one last thing. Seriously now, Natsuki. You didn't do anything such as throwing Kinzo out of the window after your conversation and locking the window behind him, I presume? Because everything still makes sense if you did. But why would I send Father out through the window? This is intolerable. This mockery is intolerable. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The Kinzo Natsuki mentions refers to nothing other than Ushirimiya Kinzo. Okay, for your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Natsuki claims that she was face-to-face with Kinzo in the study at 11 p.m. Damn, the power of delusion go crazy. See, once again, this is another good meme where, like, none of these statements really mean anything. If she was having delusions of seeing him, both of these would still apply, but... Natsuki let out a cry, but it was too late. She had completely risen to their provocation. The blue wedge to the foot, representing a telephone discussion. The blue wedge to the neck, representing the study itself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the gut, representing Natsuki herself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the thigh, representing Natsuki letting Kinzo escape out of the window and locking it afterwards. The four of them shouted with the sound of thin glass. Because Natsui, the one who knew the truth, had denied them, those denials had gained the power of the Red Truth. Despite Kinzo's absence from this locked room, Byato had introduced 5 ways that Kinzo could still exist. Natsui had carelessly destroyed the premises behind 4 of those herself. Only 1 wedge remained. In other words, this was the last blue truth which could bury the contradiction of Kinzo existing in the study at 11 o'clock but not existing there later after it had become a locked room. There was only the theory that pierced Delano's chest. Kinzo is hiding somewhere in this room. With this theory, even if Kinzo wasn't present in this locked room of a study, he could exist here. If this wedge of Satan's were to be crushed, their chances of escaping this room would become hopelessly dim. Beatrice, quickly escape while you still can. Delano slowly grasped the final wedge, which still pierced her chest. Her vice-like grip seemed to be causing Satan intense pain, as though all the bones in her body were being broken. All that remains is this one wedge. It was about Kinzo hiding somewhere in this room, correct? I am the detective and I have searched everywhere. If even I haven't found him, just where do you suggest he is hiding? Under the floorboards, bro. He's Teru. With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Delano slowly approached Byato. If this wedge was taken out, then... Allow me to ask, just where in the study is Kinzo hiding? Who knows? Only Ymir, bro. Only Ymir knows. Maybe he's under the bed. That possibility was searched and voided. Maybe he's in the bathtub. Searched and voided. Inside the closet, under the desk, behind the curtains. Searched and voided. 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 Oh, the overlap. Smash Bros? Oh my god, Beatrice is being added to Smash Bros? Behind the bookshelf, behind the closet, under the carpet, under the floor, above the ceiling, behind the wallpaper, inside the sofa, inside the chair, inside the bed, inside the blankets, inside the walls, inside a rock, inside a stone, inside the room. Voided, voided, voided. Void, 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 dead, 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 dead. Void, 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 death, 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 die the death. Sentenced to death. Great equalizer is the death. Okay, Johan, let's chill. No locations would work against Delano by this point. Delano took Byato's final desperate onslaught head-on, turning everything back with a far stronger power of denial. Power, because I can't speak power of denial. Oh my god, another one in Smash Bros. It's Natsui! Smack them down. Beat them down with overwhelming force. No longer is there any place in this study for Kinzo to escape to. Byato was blown back like a leaf dancing in the wind, knocked around over and over again like an empty can lying on a road. By now, no matter how many times Byato used the blue truth, it wouldn't be able to defeat Delano's red truth. You witches are truly pitiful beings. You just try to talk your way out of things endlessly in an attempt to cover up the truth. Let me borrow Delano's words. I'm disappointed, Beatrice. Erika coldly delivered those decisive words to Byato, who was crawling on the ground. Detective's authority. The detective has the right to inspect all crime scenes, and I have exercised that right. Therefore, I can say this. Kinzo is not inside this room. Furthermore, this room is a perfect locked room. From the above 2 points, I can state this fact. This room has been uninhabited all along. Natsui was lying about having met Kinzo here last night, and that is checkmate, Beatrice. What do you think of that? All it takes is the presence of this room, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furuto Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Now, just one moment. She is very honest to me. At these words, the final wedge shattered, and at the same time the pitch-black gate which was about to open shattered once again. This time, the warp portal had been completely destroyed. No longer would Kinzo be permitted to exist in this room, or escape from it. Byato struggled to her feet, but that was the best she could do. She no longer had the energy to fight. She had taken all of the denying red head-on from close range. It was all she could do to withstand the pain, which was so strong it felt like she'd vomit up all her insides. Even Beato, who had held a monopoly on the title of strongest and most evil witch all this time, couldn't do a thing against a witch hunter. No matter how sturdy a sandcastle you build on the beach, it can never win against the rising tide. Sorry, Kenzo. She really is too tough for me. Beatrice, I thank you. You fought so hard for me despite your lingering grudge. I guess it's true that your life flashes by when you see death coming. I remembered how you once looked when you were young. You were annoyingly like Battler. Battler is now carrying on everything, including my soul and the right to lead this family. I no longer have any regrets. Battler, my apologies. Though I swore to fight with you once again. I must settle my accounts with something like this. How pitiful. To Beato, it seemed as though Battler had met her gaze. There was no way he could have. This Battler was the peace Battler. There was no way he could see Beato in this higher level world. However, his eyes really did meet hers. Even though they couldn't have, Beato was sure they did. As Erika, Ava, and the others closed in on Natsui, questioning her over and over, only Battler stood apart from that tumult. His expression held none of the enthusiasm and excitement that the other humans had. It just piercingly and coldly surveyed the scene, and the expression on his face was quiet displeasure. Wasn't quiet displeasure. Anger. He wasn't feeling compassion for Natsui because her lie was about to be exposed. However, he couldn't forgive Erika, who was simply enjoying the intellectual rape of cornering Natsui, or any of the people going along with her. Then he whispered softly, ready? It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Oh my god, you're too predictable, bro. I know your ass top to bottom, back and front, upside down, inverted backwards. Beato and the others definitely heard that. You don't think Battler might turn things around from this weakened position? I probably could have done it back in the day. Well, back in my day, I had a bum knee, otherwise I would have went pro. And Battler can probably do it. Battler. If you are indeed the man who will inherit everything from me, now is the time to prove it. Don't let the legend of the Golden Witch end here. It's true that I met Father here last night. It's true, and he spoke to me of the Ushirmiya family's glorious history as well as the burden of bearing it. Your lie's already been exposed, Natsui. We already know that you were alone in this room last night. Would you please give this up now and launch into your confession? The culprit's refusal to capitulate is proportional to the poor quality of a mystery. Actually, also true. At least show me that this third-rate mystery has had some redeeming qualities in the end. Yeah, this is no good. No goddamn good at all. Battler, who had been silent off by himself up until then, finally spoke. At first it sounded as though he was attacking Natsui. However, when Erika realized that he was glaring directly at her, her expression visibly clouded with displeasure. Exactly what is no good? If the mystery is third-rate, then so is the detective. Listen up. I'll be grandfather for you. But Battler? You'll be Kinzo. Are you saying you'll become Kinzo to reenact his disappearance from this room? You can't possibly intend on denying my checkmate. That's ridiculous. What is this man saying? Hey, new girls. This is your first game here. Sorry, but calling checkmate after something like that's no good. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. What are you talking about, Battler? You're gonna be dad. It's a really circular family tree. This family tree is a circle, baby! Yeah, I'll reenact it. I'll become grandfather and disappear from this room. You can't use the windows or the door. How are you gonna do it? Did you find where the hidden door is? We don't have a clue. Yes, not a clue. Russell? The sound wasn't just the noise of the onlookers fidgeting. It was a provocative chill that ran up Erika's spine. I like it. Yes, you are after all the Ushirmiya family head, the one who bears the head's ring. That should more than qualify you to stand in for Kinzo. So, let's hear your deduction. Erika's expression was no longer a challenging smile. It was malicious, extremely displeased. She couldn't conceal her anger at having her most pleasurable moment ruined. How will he get us out of here? I've got it. I see, so that move is still available. So you finally figured it out, you damn geezer. Hidden doors and hiding under the bed, all this stuff is so pathetic I was almost weeping for you. This is the Ushirmiya Kinzo we're talking about here. There's gotta be a more thrilling and exciting answer. Exactly. How pitiful that I couldn't even match my own ingenuity. And how pitiful that with all these relatives of mine present, the only one to understand me is the grandson who's returned after 6 years of absence. Battler, you are my acting proxy. Do not disgrace my legacy. Sure thing, Gramps. I'll teach these guests what the majesty of the Ushirimiya family head is all about. What are you planning to do, father? Natsuhi, Beatrice, stand by and watch. We'll show you what it means to be the head of the Ushirimiya family. Yeah, women, stand back. The men are talking. That Battler, what is he trying to prove? There's no way he can do anything. This is a perfect locked room. Nazi, come over here. I'll teach you how I want you to move, or I'll tell you how I want you to move. Battler called Natsui over to the window and whispered something to her with his back towards the others. Miss Delana, there isn't a remote chance of a mistake, is there? It is impossible for Kinzo and the witch to slip out of this room, correct? Of course. Gertrude, Cornelia, and the Imperial Guard double-check that the seal of this locked room is perfect. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Our barrier is perfect. That wasn't in red, though. For your attention, there are no hidden doors, and escape will not be granted through the door or the windows. Guards, if Battler breaks through the barrier, fire your arrows without hesitation. Chester troops, roger. Battler, prepare yourself. Escaping from this room is impossible. But he'll do it. How? He's certain he can succeed even without any basis. That's what it means to be. It's called faith. Aren't you guys on the side of God? You should know that. True. Let's watch. Yeah. Let's see if the majesty of Richi's opponent. Or let's see the majesty of Richi's opponent. Gap is my goat. That's all I gotta say. I'm on whatever side Gap's on. Then I'll begin. Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move. I'm grandfather, and I was lying in bed like this, grunting my understanding of Aunt Natsui's report or whatever. Battler laid down on the bed himself. And, if it still mattered now, Erika grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to her. Then I stop answering and fall asleep. Well, realistically speaking, I probably get tired of all that talking and only pretend to be asleep. Ha, you know me too well. I see that father's gone to sleep. Bow silently and leave. Natsui lowered her head to Battler, who was still lying down in the bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around as though doing an inspection of the room. After seeing grandfather go to sleep, Aunt Natsui apparently performs an inspection of the room before leaving. Of course, she has Shannon and the others clean it every day, but she still checks it thoroughly herself, making sure there was no dust piling up, making sure that he hadn't run out of any consumables. Oh, he needed his mana potions. Yes, this is the family head's treasured room, so I check everything carefully myself instead of relying entirely on the servants. I do this every single time. That's true. Madam always checks things very carefully. Her inspection is very detailed, and she even checks all the consumables in the washroom one by one. In other words, it's not just dust on the windowsill you'll see all the time, like you see all the time on TV. She even checks to see that there's enough soap and toilet paper in the washroom. Pretty devoted if you ask me. It wouldn't kill you to skip a day from time to time. But that is my routine. I mustn't become complacent in my inspection of the head's room for even a single day. What's your point? Please don't waste our time putting on airs. Hehehehe. Isn't putting on airs the detective's right? I am the detective. Since we're inside the study, you can probably tell, but even though we call it a study, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion. It has a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, and even a toilet and bath. So it's not so much a room as it is a house. Oh my god, are they actually gonna do what I was saying with the whole fucking Jessica thing? Thank you for the explanation of the study's layout. However, the move of having him hide somewhere within it has already been defeated. There won't be any hiding, but I'm pretty sure there are plenty of blind spots. For example, if Aunt Natsui went into the bathroom to check the amount of toilet paper, most of the study would be out of her sight range. In other words, for almost every location in the study, the observer would have disappeared. Observer disappearance. We've lost track of Kinzo. For your attention, I beg to inform you that the witch's darkness is filling the study. Good. It's being filled with the power of darkness. Okay, you gotta get on your night vision like we're playing Baldur's Gate 3. And so what if the observer, if Natsui left? So what? When grandfather noticed that fussy Aunt Natsui finally leaving, he got up. Why? Ah ha ha ha. On a night of madness such as this, nothing goes better with a drink than enjoying the mad weather of the night sky. Because Aunt Natsui was in a blind spot of the bathroom, it becomes possible for grandfather to walk about the study at will. It was possible for him to move without Natsui's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsui knew. I think they're just saying that whatever the talking point is that Natsui is giving about having checked the room and guaranteed everything, it doesn't really matter if Natsuhi wasn't able to perceive that he was still there. I mean, I don't really understand why this is that different from the earlier stuff, and I want to know how this is going to debunk the receipt talking point, but warning, Battler is approaching the study door. Are they going to just do the typical thing? Well, the study door wasn't open to our knowledge. For your attention, a loud noise is produced when the lock on the study door is released. Know that you cannot leave through the door without drawing Natsui's suspicion. Because Battler had acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately issued a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsui's blind spot. However, that's right, the sound. We know there's a loud sound when the auto lock's released. Even if Natsui was in a blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't have missed the loud sound of the auto lock releasing. There's no way she wouldn't find that odd. For your attention, I beg to inform you that Natsui did not hear the sound of the door opening while in the room. Okay, while in the room. Of note. And again, the room. Are they gonna just play around with semantics about the word room? Because if they do, I'm more convinced about my theory about the hidden room shit earlier on with the Jessica and Cannon thing that happened forever ago, but beside the point. I've had to go to the washroom for like 45 minutes because I thought this chapter was gonna end, but we're sticking it through now. The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, the auto lock always lets off such a massive sound. She'd be able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsui had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous nights, and she had made it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The argument that Natsui could have failed to hear the auto lock would not work. For your intention, I further inform you of the following. Kinzo entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted. For your attention, I beg to inform you that this is a useless struggle. It is foolish in the extreme. It's true that I can't break through the red of the girl by the door, but what about you over there by the window? Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window. Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight, or else you're going to be sent flying. So he's going to run at the window. By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia, and it was the window. He was going to smash this locked room from the window. Not expecting to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure. Although it was rare, it happened sometimes that a witch struggling to flee would directly target the one setting up the barriers, and it was always the witch's last futile resistance at the brink of death. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Battler's target is you, so they're just... Okay, I see what they're saying here. So they're saying that he didn't leave out the study door while in the blind spot, he left out the window in the blind spot, and Natsui, because she didn't recheck the bed after she left, she locked the window afterwards after he blew out the window. And everything is still consistent in that lineup. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Battler's target is you, Cornelia. I ask that you be on your guard. It is foolish in the extreme. God have pity on this foolish lamb. I'm no lamb. The head of the Ushirimiya family is an eagle, even if he only has one wing. Don't you think he can't fly? Don't you think you can keep me shut up in the study forever with just a flimsy window like that? Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple, Battler ran forward like a white leopard. This guy couldn't possibly mean to... This is... For your attention, there is no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted. Cornelia thrust out both her arms and drew a sign. When she did, a red barrier blocked the way of Hada Battler. I beg to inform you that this is useless, Ushirimiya Battler. For your attention, my windows are sealed from the inside, and Natsui did not help. She didn't need the help. She didn't know she was helping Kinzo escape. You can do an action without directly knowing that you're doing it. She didn't have to know that she was helping him. I'm not saying Aunt Natsui helped Grandfather escape, but a grandfather snuck out? Exactly. Yeah, keeping it a secret from Aunt Natsui. Why would Kinzo go out the window on his own? On this night of madness, leaping out into the rainy sky is but a leisure activity to pair with my drink. But this is the 3rd floor, it's impossible. Even you must occasionally jump from the bottom step when going down a flight, or jump the bottom step when going down a flight of stairs, right? 3 stories is nothing for Kinzo. Okay, that's a little bit insane. Some, like, 70-year-old man is just jumping out of a 3-story building? And we were comparing that to 1 stair? I wouldn't put it past him. Yes, I wouldn't put it past him. That's ridiculous. You can't prove that he couldn't jump from 3 stories and be totally unscathed. Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier, and it shattered with a crisp sound. It was all far too quick. It looked almost as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler. Endless 9. Magic resistance, Endless 9. Cornelia, you can't block it. Retreat. At the same time, the barrier shattered. The window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtains fluttered for just an instant. Though it was all filled with rain, the heavens in the courtyard were spread out in front of them, a fitting exit for an ego leaping from this locked room. Cornelia, reapply the barrier. As you wish, Supervisor Delanner. Then know that you will not succeed in breaching this window. Cornelia quickly came back to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was the last one. For your attention, I beg to state the following. Let us temporarily assume that Kinzo did escape through the window. In that case, how did he lock a window which cannot be locked from the outside? The window was locked from the... How are you so slow? No good. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. Kinzo and Battler grinned. She thought this feeble wren could block the charge of Battler and Kinzo, the two family heads. After Grandfather jumped out the window, Natsui probably noticed a slight draft. She then approached the window, realized that it was wide open, and quickly closed and locked it. Natsui probably couldn't even imagine that I had slipped out the window. Yeah, so it's only natural that Natsui thought that Grandfather was sleeping in bed. Now that Battler had found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Could it be believed? That barrier was more firm than any shield Ronove had ever used against Jessica, and yet it had been destroyed so easily. Though Battler was charging furiously forward and had almost reached Cornelia, she didn't step aside. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name Eisern Jungfrau, didn't allow her to step aside. Eisern Jungfrau? She took a talisman from her pocket, placed it in thin air, and drew a sign. Then not red, but blue burned there. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was her last method of resistance. You won't get through. You won't. For your attention. For your attention. Be that as it may, this is the 3rd floor. How could a wingless human escape from the window? Why would you ever...
He's not winged. He has the one-winged eagle. You should know.
Know that you won't get through. You won't. Just quit your whining and watch. This is the answer. Battler flew. And this is actually how the episode ends. He jumped out the window and fucking caves his skull in the courtyard and dies. He burst through Cornelia's blue barrier, smashing it away, and his body flew out the window into the darkness of the rainy sky. Seems like the Ushiramiyas, and specifically the ones that are half-siblings, have a talent of falling from heights and not dying somehow. The fragments of the blue barrier scattered, leaving blue dust in their wake, coloring the air beautifully. The locked room had been smashed open. Battler had jumped from the mansion. He was in the sky above the rainy courtyard. Holy fuck, I keep yawning. All of the raindrops had become small round gems that were scattered through the air. Battler was floating through the jewelry box world of this beautiful stormy sky, filled with countless raindrop gems? Is that what that said? I don't know why I thought that said game for some reason. Did it say? Yeah, it said gems. Okay, I'm not going crazy. In the sky of a world frozen in time, Delanner and Battler faced each other. If Battler, who had smashed and flown out the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, then Delanner, who floated in the air waiting for him, was also a knight. In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by the Ushirimiya mansion, and frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushirimiya family, and the disciple of heaven who would test him cross paths. Brilliantly done. Whether you live or die when you fall into the courtyard, it does not change the fact that Kinzo could have broken out of this locked room. You are a true martyr, giving up your life to jump. You did well to break our locked room barrier. I am impressed, Ushirimiya Battler. However, I am Delanner A. Knox, Chief Inquisitor. I cannot allow you to escape from out under my nose. Now at the end, allow me the honor of crossing swords with you. Sure, bring it on. This game isn't as easy as it looks. In this world where the gems of rain fell slowly like large snowflakes on a snowy field, Delanner and Battler slowly crossed paths. It seemed slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. When night confronts night, it is always head-on and decided in a single strike. Blue and red crossed paths. Was the existence of Natsui's blind spot within the study depicted beforehand? If it was not, this theory is impermissible. Knox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Delanner's double strike with both the blue and red blades sliced at Battler, and missed. Those long swords, which had never lost in 100 battles, cut through the empty air. When we entered the study, its structure was mentioned clearly. Sorry, little miss. For the first time, Delana showed an expression. It was a soft smile. She had known since long ago that the study's structure had been mentioned, but she couldn't let him escape without making a single strike. As an Inquisitor, she could not do that. So, though she had known that she wouldn't make it, she still had crossed swords with Battler. Yes, I knew. That answer of yours doesn't violate Nox's 8th commandment. Don't hold this against me. I hope you're ready. Yes, come. In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and a washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. That was already presented, and it suggested that room-sized blind spots can exist within the study. Without any mercy, no, without any reluctance that would have been dishonorable, the sword of red truth cut into Delana. Its sharp trail cut the countless gem drops filling the sky into beautiful hemispheres. Brilliant work. Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Delana crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from the 3rd floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. But Battler! Beato leaned out of the study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler had landed safely. Beato, come on, jump! Huh? That window is our way out, so jump! You aren't the kind of witch who'd let herself be trapped inside a locked room. The study was no longer a locked room. She could jump from here, escape from here. The locked room which had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her had now been destroyed. You too, Kinzo. Go. From the moment Battler showed his answer, my spirit had already escaped from this room. Kinzo's form became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared. The locked room barrier had dissolved and the power which denied magic had scattered. Beato ran towards the window. That was the only exit from the locked room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Inquisitors and the Chiester sisters, she readied her wound-covered body and ran towards the window just like Battler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll. You're not getting away, Beatrice, you witch illusion. Erika flew at Beato, trying to grab onto her as she dashed away, but it was like trying to catch smoke, and Erika landed face first on the floor. There's no way a human can catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Beato was impossible. Chiester troops, shoot the witch, shoot her dead! Alignment conflict, unable to fire. For your attention, we have no barrier prepared which can block Battler's blue truth. Both Chiester 00 and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices. No one can stop any of them? Not Battler or Kinzo or Beatrice? If these guys escape, then... My locked room, my deduction. And the detectives. Furuto, Erika. Erika crouched, screaming and clutching at her head. You're the Great Golden Witch. You can't be defeated by something like that geezer's grubby study. It's still just the first twilight. Show these newcomers that your game isn't that easy. Just like Battler, Beato also jumped. She drifted down through the gem drop jewelry box world into Battler's chest. Jewelry, not jewelry, sorry. Battler caught her with both arms as though catching an angel's wings. It was like a knight catching a prince, okay pal, who had been locked up in a tower. Like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. All this for a woman that you're gonna kill later. Oh, my goat, welcome back. Crap. I think I'm in love. Are all the Ushirimiya family head guys like this? If you were to chronicle all the daring exploits of Ushirimiya Kinzo, you would probably have a tale longer and wilder than all the grimoires in the study put together. It seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it is already being written. It's already a very, very long tale. Yeah, no kidding. Fuck, how many hours are we in right now? The demons giggled on top of the roof holding umbrellas. Then they quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard. Ha 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 ha! You're not bad at all. I guess all your games have toughened me up. In shock, Beato actually praised Battler as he held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way. This is... impossible. Impossible. Erika looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beato in his arms, Battler grinned back. Erika? What is it? I'm not giving the riddle of the Golden Witch up to you. I'm going to solve it. That riddle belongs to the two of us. Right, Beato? Yes. My riddle is... Yo? As Battler gave her a mischievous grin, Beato's face turned uncharacteristically red. But even so, she spoke with a refreshingly bright expression while laughing loudly. My riddle is... yours to solve. Fuck, I was close. Yours alone, assure me a Battler. I won't let anyone... Okay, fuck it. You know, give me the point. I was close enough. I won't let anyone else solve it. Heh. Listen to her. Say something like that. Battler snorted, amused that Beato had said something so unlike her, and still holding Beato in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gem drops celebrated their overcoming of this trial. This game wants me to, like, vomit or something, because I have to go to the washroom so bad, and they just want this chapter to keep going. He jumped down from the 3rd floor, unharmed. He jumped down and escaped from the locked room. This is ridiculous. This isn't reasoning, it's insane. If Battler had at least been seriously injured and writhing in the mud, Erika might have still had some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinzo couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscathed. Good thing they didn't understand that Ushirimiya Kinzo actually had a secret trampoline that would activate only at 12:30 a.m. at night, which would pop out of the ground in the courtyard so that he could jump out of the window and land on the trampoline and bounce out and land on his feet gracefully. God, of course, why didn't I think of that contingency? However, Battler stood calmly in the courtyard looking up at Erika with the dignity of the victor. Let me ask all of you again. This can't be possible, right? There's no way a human can jump out of a 3rd-story window and land unharmed. Okay, well, that's definitely possible. Likely is another question. Possible, it's definitely possible. Isn't that right, everyone? Much less Kinzo jumping down from the 3rd floor at his age. There's no reasoning behind that. Erika tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around, but their responses were no different from how they had been a short while ago. No, with Kinzo it's a possibility. Wouldn't put it past Dad. This is Father we're talking about. There's plenty of crazier stories about that man. Something like this wouldn't surprise me at all. What? Is there something wrong in your heads and your minds, people? At any rate, it looks like your locked room argument wasn't perfect. She's so mad. Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there would be nothing strange about Kinzo jumping down from a 3rd floor window. Just who in the world is this Ushirimiya Kinzo person? Well, I'll give you 60 points. Kinzo would have done it with a bit more flash in his younger days. It needs some tweaking. Oh, and how much should it be tweaked? Well, he might have jumped down with me in his arms. Got it. Next time we do this, I'll jump down with you in my arms. I'd like to see you try. Beato's voice went very shrill and she gulped. Then her body suddenly became a group of gold butterflies and crumbled away. It was because many people had rushed up to the window that she was being bathed with gazes filled with the anti-magic toxin. Beato's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So to their eyes it appeared that Battler was standing all alone out in the courtyard. Battler, you okay? Looks like he's alright, thank goodness. I am defeated. In that case, for the benefit of the people in the study, deliver me the final blow. Use your final blue truth to show how Kinzo escaped from the locked room of the study. There was no pain in Delano's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. However, she used her long sword as a crutch. She struggled to her feet, so it was easy to tell that she had taken heavy damage. And despite her lack of an expression, you could tell that this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Delano turned to face each other. Here I go. Yes, come. As though readying herself, Delano quietly closed her eyes and she stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. This is my blue truth. The blue power gathered. Battler slowly approached Delano. Then he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth. Ushirimiya Kinzo escaped from the study through the window when Aunt Natsui couldn't see him. Aunt Natsui didn't notice and locked the window. This way Aunt Natsui can see Grandfather go to bed at 11 and Grandfather can escape from the study without contradicting the lock of the window or the door sealed by the receipt. I proved through my demonstration that this escape was physically possible, therefore this battle is over. The blue wedge flashed through the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning and roared down towards Delano's forehead as she stared up at the sky. Ah. And this is where she counterattacks and blows it all up. Beato's games are no walk in the park. It's doubtful whether the conventions of the mystery genre even apply here. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but you should be a bit more flexible in your thinking. A massive blue wedge, which looked like a pillar, was above Delaner's forehead, and had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped its fingers, the blue wedge shattered, and became a shower of translucent gems. No, drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Delaner sat down in an absent sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ushirmiya family faced the people staring down from the study, and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Beato and Mai's game. Okay, you're breaking the fourth wall. We receive you with open arms, Furuto Erika. I like it, Ushirmiya Battler. Good, truly good. I'll devour it whole, this riddle of the witch, all the way deep into its guts while it's still alive. Battler and Beato both looked calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain that evil laugh. Can we get a pause point, man? I really gotta go to the washroom. Like, this is getting bad. I think it's gonna be over soon here. Oh, this is good stuff. Erika, that was so lame. Lady Burncastle, my apologies. That face of yours, it's so incredibly laughable that I'd like to squash it flat and put a frame around it. My double is so pathetic, shameful, shameful. Bathed in the sneers of Burncastle, the being who was like a mother to her, Erika was so shamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces. For this I swear. I swear. Ushirmiya Battler. Beatrice. Ushirmiya. Natsuhi. Yep, she's still going. Excuse me for the yawning. This riddle is ours. I won't let anyone else get in the way, Beatrice. Yes. Is that it? Finally, okay. I'm going to the washroom. Go get a drink. Everything. And I'll be right back. Like I said, we're finishing this tonight, so... Okay, we're moving hours ahead. 11 p.m. We're fucking running up on the end. Okay. I don't know why that's there. Oh, because that's where I had it for the frame drops. Yesterday. I'll be right back. Enjoy the piano music. Okay, my apologies, team. I'm back. As I said, I haven't been feeling very good the last few days, so I apologize for the long break. We are back. Let's keep going. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. Also, what chapter are we on now? We are on chapter 12, Reasoning and Inspection. See, it's also really weird too, because like the whole Beatrice that's in the game, it's hard to understand what exactly is going on, because we know that the Beatrice outside the game is like catatonic like this. I'm also going to say, and maybe this is being a little bit too critical, and maybe I'll be proven wrong by the end of this chapter, but that last chapter felt, one, way too long for what it needed to be. And, given that we already know Kinzo is dead, I don't know if we needed such an elaborate introducing of a bunch of random-ass characters that feel like they're probably not going to come back again. Just for that scene. But, regardless, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that scene is more important than I thought, but... Maybe I'm getting double baited in some way, and Kinzo actually is alive, but, you know, I don't think he is, regardless. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there, so I gotta raise my mic here. This is in a weird position. I was trying to position it good, but it was not working. Here we go, this should be fine. Let me lock this in place. Sorry if you hear a creaking noise. Okay. Everything should be fine now. Virgilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. You would be a knitter, bro. You would be the type to knit or crochet. Like, come on. Lambda Delta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler thought back on the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. To Battler, thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler had noticed too. Though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, they had noticed a silhouette approaching. It's unusual. Not many people can reach this place. It's her. A gun? Oh. The silhouette, walking through the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Delaner. That was a splendid garden maze. A very nice way to enjoy the roses. Why are you here? It has been some time, Mrs. Beatrice. Excuse me, it is Mrs. Virgilia now, is it not? Long time no see, Delaner. Come over here. We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain. Don't worry, she hasn't come to fight. Do you know her? She's one of my old friends from heaven. This really takes me back. Yes, it does. Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly studies. I have often battled with her over interpretations. Oh ho ho ho! My many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime. Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again. They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seemed that Virgilia had always acted properly and courteously, so she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Delaner was one of them. Delaner, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, bowed her head as if to thank us for allowing her shelter from the sudden rain, and sat on the seat Virgilia pointed out like a guest. Is there any type of black tea you would prefer? Anything. Any tea you make is superb. Then how about some Darjeeling? Battler, Beato, would you like some more? Yeah, Beato and I would like a refill, right? As usual, Beato didn't answer, but if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in the cup, but it had already chilled, so Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well. I have heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch, famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this. She's no longer participating in the game. Lambda Delta's the one controlling the Beato that's on the game board. I know. However, she is the original master of this world, and you are the proper guest invited by that master. That is why I have come to greet you. On the game board, Beato and I met Delaner, but those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves. Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battler and Beato here? I see. You're as conscientious as always. That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Battler. I am Delaner A. Knox. We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you. I also never checked the character tab. I want to see if it got updated with all these people. Yeah, it did. Interesting. A member of Eisern Jungfrau. So this must be like a... something equivalent to, Mariage Sorcière. Also, very odd they keep showing 556, even though she's dead. She shows up in every single thing, so she'll come up at some point. Sure. I'm Ushirimiya Battler. Pleased to meet you. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I am Delaner A. Knox. Beato. She's saying hi. She says welcome. Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice. The witch and the inquisitor, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Virgilia made gold butterflies appear from the palms of her hands, and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way of preparing tea. She was a witch, so it wasn't a particularly unusual sight, though I was a bit concerned about whether Delaner, an inquisitor, could allow herself to watch such a spectacle. Have no fear. I am not so rude as to quibble about the way my tea is served, even though the tea is being made with magic. There is a tea set hiding in the shadows, and Miss Virgilia is making the tea with it in secret. We interpret and or conclude that it was made with magic, and it is written as such in the tale. It is an interpretation permitted even by Nox's 9th commandment. Oh my. I do believe the interpretations of the 9th commandment are such a delicate issue that they're even viewed as taboo by the Great Court. Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the Chief Inquisitor said such a thing, you might be sacked. No matter what kind of interpretation I might record, there is nothing false about the way your tea tastes. Therefore, I will never concern myself with how it is prepared. Aha. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Delano were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, even if it was depicted that a tea set existed here and Virgilia had used it to make the tea normally, the result that Virgilia had made the tea would still remain unchanged. Magic that hides the result in darkness is evil. We will not permit it. However, magic that conceals the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is the evil, not the magic itself. An interesting quote, and is probably going to be important, so I'm going to put that down. Now, how to interpret that within the confines of this story? So to me, the way that you would interpret this statement, let me scroll down a bit on my notes so it's more visible for you guys. Oh, I just realized I've been adding all of these. To the wrong spot in my notes. And I have no clue how I managed that. But we'll do it like that. There we go. Sorry. I'm glad I caught that now and not later. The basic interpretation of this, I think, is kind of clear. It's basically just saying, well, see, this is the only thing that's weird is that, again, we're going to get into, like, pedantry and whether or not making a distinction. Is this a distinction without difference? When she's saying that you hide the result in darkness, so if we cloud the result of the game, if we cloud what happened on Rokenjima, if we cloud the result of these 2 days, that would be evil. But magic which conceals the process isn't evil. However, you're kind of saying that magic which conceals, which is not revealed, will become this magic, right? Like, for instance, let's say that you were looking for something, that your car keys or something, right? And I hide them. If I hide them, but you find them, well, then this was only ever magic that concealed. But if I hide them and then you don't find them, and then you have to go and buy new car keys, well, I mean, it's not really the same thing. Like, this feels like a very ends... I don't know how to word this in a way that's going to make sense. I probably need better time to actually, like, formulate my thought on this, and it's going to sound bad. But it seems like this is a very, like, ad hoc reasoning for how something is done. By the very nature of how this statement is written, I just don't understand how these two statements, I really feel like this is kind of a distinction without difference. I understand what she's saying here if you want to take it in terms of, like, the tea set. Like, you can view it sort of that way, where she's saying, oh, well, magic that hides the result in darkness is evil. Saying that, like, hiding the result of how the tea is made. However, if it's just concealing it, and in reality Virgilia is just making the tea with a tea set, well, it's not really evil in that sense. But are they not effectively the same thing if that second one is never revealed? If you never breach whatever the veil is that's concealing it, doesn't that effectively just become the first one? And if by saying that, that means that if you can, you would have to necessarily have unveiled it first for that to then not be evil. If that makes sense. Because you're saying, I don't want to get into, like, word games with this, but to say that magic which conceals is not necessarily evil, but magic that hides the results is. Unless I'm getting hung up on, like, the difference between result and process in this sense. Because I'm trying to think what she would say in the course of the game, like, for instance, with the Gaps magic of, like, creating portals and shit. Let's say that that's actually real, and that's not just, like, a witch or magic world interpretation of showing something else that had happened. Because, like, for instance, you can look at all, like, the magic stuff, all the witch world stuff that had just happened in that last chapter. None of it really mattered when all it came down to was the blind spot in the room and the receipt in the door. That was, like, the only two things that really ended up being important to the story. And there was a lot of window dressing that was added up on top of it. I just don't know what it means when it says hides result. Because if by result, let's say that we think of like a murder. I guess to circle back to what I was saying about gaps portals. You would say that if you used gaps portals to conceal the process, like for instance of like conceal the murder, conceal things like that, that's fine as long as the result gets known. But it's evil if it were to rob you of the result entirely. So if you were to like put a body in a portal, assuming it was real, and never actually reveal the body, the only thing that I start to take issue with is that I don't know how you would ever be able to distinguish between the two, because the only way that you would be able to distinguish is you would have to find that it is unable. You would only ever know something is not evil once you have defeated it, I guess, which sort of just feels like it's a useless definition. Because at that point you would just not call that magic. I don't know. I don't know if any of what I'm saying is making any sense at all. This could just be total rambling, but I will digress. Or I have digressed. We will let this continue. My foe is the evil, not the magic itself. I get it. The important thing is that you're being welcomed with some tea, so it's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. It's common courtesy to be grateful for tea that someone makes for you. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and poking around through the tea-making process. You don't invite your guests into the kitchen, and when you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality. Here you go. It's hot. Thank you. I would also like some sugar and milk. Hehe. You still can't drink it straight. I am a kid. It has to be sweet. So is magic a white lie? I knew he was gonna say that then. Oh god, I just lifted up my thing and it launched something on my desk. So saying that it's a white lie, meaning that it's equivalent to the truth, but it doesn't really matter all that much. Because the result is the same regardless of the lie. The lie doesn't change the result. So the lie doesn't cover the end, it just covers the means to get to something. Again, I understand it in principle, just the way that they had set up the dichotomy before makes it seem a little odd afterwards. Like in this scenario, I guess to use it in the terms that they've put it in, you could only know that it was a white lie once you had determined that the thing that they were lying about would have qualified it as a white lie, if that makes sense. But again, I don't want to get too bogged down in stupid definition shit that truly does not matter. Lie is such a dirty word. Let's call it a mistruth. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When giving a child candy, you can either take a crumpled up one out of your pocket, or use a wonderful bit of sleight of hand to produce the candy, and the impression you give with each method is completely different. Sure, I mean, producing the candy out of nowhere is a cool little trick. Wrong. It's real to the child. The meaning is in embellishing the result. What the fuck is my mic stand stuck on? There we go. The meaning is in embellishing the result. A candy is given in a way that makes it even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you give Maria a candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give it to her, and saying a fairy give it to her for being such a good girl, after secretly slipping it into her pocket. In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis, and investigate and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into her pocket. The important thing is the result. The girl received the candy and was delighted. Now we're getting an ends justify the means. Okay, I see you. Ends justify the means. Okay, I see you, game. And the meaning lies in the fact that it was embellished in order to delight her. That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything that went by the name of magic. That is how I act in my capacity as an inquisitor. It is my job. However, when I'm away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted. So this is what they call leaving your personal feelings aside. When on duty, you could say leaving them at the door, too. There's another. You do it well. As an inquisitor, hunting witches is my job. Personally, I find witches pitiable. However, I condemn them mercilessly as an inquisitor. The result that I execute witches is unchanged. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes. So, it is better if I do not. Not at all. Even if the end result is the same, there's a big difference depending on your heart. Your mother's cookies must have been more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart. That's right. See, these people are almost saying the opposite of the ends justify the means, though. They're literally giving Beatrice's argument. And why Beatrice becomes so obsessed with means instead of ends. The Beatrice doesn't care so much about getting to a specific location. She cares about doing something in a very particular way. God, I don't know if I'm just being pedantic or not. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Sorry, I'm getting a message. Ew. Okay, sorry, I don't want to get distracted. Let's focus up. That's right. Even if the result appears to be the same, there's a huge difference depending on whether or not it had a little thing called sincerity. I am not so sure. Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless. Delaner's gaze fell to her cup a little sadly. You know what it is? I have like a portable vice that I have on my table, and it fucking was blocking my mic stand, so my mic stand was sitting crooked. There we go, that's why my mic was sitting weird. Okay, perfect. That's not true. ... Because of everything you've said, I've changed the way I look at you a little. So saying your heart is meaningless isn't true at all. Virgilia was a little surprised to hear those words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart was the first step towards magic's true nature. Perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand bit by bit the essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, the essence of magic. Should have been the essence of love, come on. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is, I think it said learning magic. Is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she felt this faint change within Battler. As for that last fight, thank you very much. I am grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end. Then me wasn't me. Lambda Delta was controlling him. So when does Battler join in? I thought that he had already taken over, but he hadn't yet. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. At this point in the story, I still hadn't joined. So up until the point when I did join, the piece me is probably being controlled by Burn Castle or Lambda Delta. Because what kind of mood's taken those two? Trying to make it look all cool? They made me look like some kind of knight coming to save Beato. That's kind of funny. Okay, now I'm starting to... Okay, I take back maybe a little bit of my earlier statement that it's purposely done that way because they're trying... It's almost like a slight on Battler more than anything, because they're like, oh, look at you, knight in shining armor for Beatrice, hee 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 hee, like it's a very tongue-in-cheek thing. Okay, you know, okay. It still could have been shorter though. Lady Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With Erika's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in favor of the human side, so she manipulated the tale in a way that supports Beato. Yes, I am aware. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them, and they specialize in actions appropriate to the original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that Battler was capable of. That is why I am grateful to you. Feels a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything. After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be going easy on you then. The same goes for me. I will not be caught unaware in our next bout. I don't know why I said unawares. I will not be caught unawares. That's gotta be a typo, right? In our next bout. Perfect. I'll take you on any time. Give me everything you've got. You have my word. Everything I have. And Delaner. I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Brum, 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 brum. There is one thing I must apologize for. Delaner suddenly murmured something. What is it? If it's about that fight a short while ago, it's already over. We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw. No, it was not luck of the draw. We were unable to let the outcome be decided naturally by chance, so I came here to apologize. What are you talking about? You're saying you threw the match. Oh, okay. Typical fucking Schrodinger's douchebag. Classic move. Oh yeah, no, sorry, truly. If I ever win a match, well, it was easy. And if I lose a match, it's because I wasn't trying. And if you could prove that I was trying, it was because I made it look like I was throwing. I actually threw the match on purpose. Get owned. So, I don't know, bro, you need to prove to me, but... You're saying you threw the match, aren't you? Virgilia spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting. I was actually going to say this earlier. For someone who's supposed to be like some god-tier inquisitor of killing witches, the fact that you would like allow yourself to lose to a blind spot feels a little bit of like a failure. That's almost a little bit too hard to look past, but this would explain it. Mr. Battler? That Mr. is really getting to me. Just Battler's fine. Battler, I apologize. We did not give it everything we had. I know. Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games. Beato already told us that truth. Battler should only have been able to achieve a draw at best in that battle. He shouldn't have had any chance at all of winning. You're right. If you just say that, this is what I was saying, bro. That chapter felt pointless. It felt like we were doing so much window dressing for a statement we already knew. Okay, at least they're addressing it. If you just say that, the whole fight's already over. Why didn't you use that red? Are you telling me it's because of a stalemate or something like that? Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. We cannot use that red truth directly. However, the red truth, the window was never opened after it started raining, was one I had given to Cornelia, who was protecting the window. Ooh, interesting. Boom. That's checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card? Because she wanted to believe. This is... For your attention. There was no way to defeat my red. Know that your wish will not be granted. Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she had quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I thought that she had been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. She was actually being, told not to use the truth that she had. Even though she held a trump card which could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated. I am not sure. In that instant, use of that trump card suddenly became forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. You might say it was certain. The game master, Lady Lambda Delta, probably interfered. That bastard. So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lady Lambda Delta's hand. She made us play out the entire act according to her script. I understand that you are upset. However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please forgive me. Still, even though you lost your trump card, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did. That's right. If I should be mad at anyone, it's Lambda Delta for butting in. Kinzo does not exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambda Delta and Burncastle know this well, and yet they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue through this game, because they're probably still trying to obfuscate some info that could be learned otherwise if that domino falls down. It is almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied. You're saying they let Grandfather escape on purpose? Yes. They must be after something. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna put this in the notes. What I'm trying to say about this is if you kind of think about it like a quest flag or something for a quest or something in a game, maybe there's prerequisites that they have to hit first before they do something or get to some info that they want to know, and maybe one of those is they still have to have the impression, or at least people of the game have to have the impression that Kinzo's still alive, even if they both know in the higher plane that he doesn't. That is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastle should always be in opposition unless the witch side is in a superior position. It's hard to imagine that those two would be conspiring together with things going as they are. I cannot help but think they have some sort of wicked objective. I came here because I wanted you to know that. Yeah, this is what we were trying to talk about before, is we can kind of understand the whole thing as far as Beatrice goes, but there's still a whole big meta-narrative between the battle between Rika and Lambda Delta that is sort of shrouded entirely, that's impossible to pierce for the time being. So you came all the way here to tell us something like that? Yes. Which means that by my business here is finished. I don't know, I can't read today. I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I need to have a discussion with Erika about the future. Delana gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up. I will see you next at the Battle of the Second Twilight. There I will once again raise my merciless longsword. So, Battler, I ask the same of you. Show no mercy towards me. I know. If I go easy on you, I'll have my own head smashed in. On the game board, I am nothing more than Lady Burncastle's piece and Furuto Erika's agent. In the future, I will likely block your way as an enemy many times. However, in my heart I am always neutral. No, please forget that. It has no bearing on the nature of our relationship. It does. There's no doubt you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore. Unlike that Erika, who totally pisses me off. I am glad. I also find Furuto Erika to be obnoxious. Delana's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other. Furuto Erika is a very evil creature. After her recent defeat and loss of faith, she is burning with a desire for revenge. Even I cannot tell what she is plotting. However, it cannot be anything good. Please take care. Yeah, it's funny, they did mention earlier in the game that, or I think in this chapter at the very least, that Battler's piece was being controlled by Burncastle because it was no way that Battler would have acted in the way. It was around the time that we were solving the epitaph. Just knowing she's Burncastle's piece means I'm not going to let my guard down. Delana nodded as though satisfied, left the eaves of the arbor and walked out into the rain. Who could have thought I would end up serving as an agent of such evil? Why was I called to this world? Delana let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given, and that function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey Burncastle, the player in control of her. Lady Burncastle may be the one who called you here, however the one who let you into this world is Beato. If this child didn't wish it, you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze to arrive here. Right, Beato? Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me? I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be an agent of evil. She spoke to Beato, but of course, there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Delana disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. So no one can reach this golden land if Beato doesn't want them to. Yes, she is the one who called Delana here. I almost feel like it's Delanor, but too late. So Beato called her here to meet me. But I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. Angie. In the last game, Angie reached this place by herself even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato desired? That I am here, that you are here, that Beato is here, and that Delana was invited here, all of these things occurred because she wanted them to. Even the bit of time that you and Delana spent together drinking tea. Beato, what was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart? And nope, it doesn't. I think the bait piece of this is to make you think like, oh, Beatrice, you want like your perfect suicide. You wanna die and be released. In reality, she's trying to make me realize that what if we're gonna find out in the course of this game? I almost want to call my shot on this because I feel like I'm 100% correct about this because I've been having this inkling over the course of this chapter. Is that this entire game by Beatrice was set up specifically to have Battler become the next head, to become very powerful, and to somehow turn this game against Burncastle and against Lambda Delta, and that this wasn't actually a game that we are playing under, I should say Lambda Delta's game more so. I don't know the extent to which Rika's involved in it. She's involved in it now. I don't know how much she was involved in like the creation of this game. But I think this game that Beatrice created may have been a honeypot of sorts to specifically try to destroy those two, and that everything else is kind of just like a pretense that exists as like a backdrop. But it's hard necessarily to say what's going on. There's definitely like a meta-narrative between Rika and Lambda Delta that has to be resolved that kind of doesn't really have any bearing on whether or not my guy figures it out, because like what happens if I beat Beatrice in the game? Whatever, the game ends and Lambda Delta and Rika move on to doing the next thing. It seems a little bit odd. I think that Beatrice probably has grander design of this game that hopefully this game is also made, and I think what's going to happen is we're probably going to end up joining with Beatrice in some way, that the destruction of her game will also lead to like the entrapping of those two in some way. We're going to call that shot right now. Delana A. Knox, the natural enemy of witches, Inquisitor. A vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help me? Gouge out your heart? and arrest your breathing? Please stand on one leg. Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then with a loud thump, Erika shoved her from behind with both hands. Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud. Please stand on one leg. Cornelia rose shakily. Then once again she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to try to keep her balance, so she had fallen on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that. Please stand on one leg. Thump, thud. Please stand on one leg. We get it, bro. Okay. Your joke's played out. Hurry up. Thump, thud. Thump, thud. Erika repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like this, Erika hated counting things, so she decided that when she ran out of fingers to keep count on, she would just keep on going until she lost interest. However, Erika's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on without end. Erika didn't know the truth of why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window, so the whole time since then, she'd been criticizing her, blaming her entirely for their defeat. For your attention, I beg to state the following. Please forgive Cornelia for her failing. She has already performed sufficient penance. Oh, is that so? Then please take her place from now on. Gertrude bears no sin for which to repent. Gertrude, please stand, on one leg, clasp your hands behind you. Gertrude followed the orders, and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg. You mustn't resist or try to keep your balance. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Do you understand? As you wish. Gertrude. Erika took her time walking behind Gertrude. She was even enjoying making her wonder when she'd push. Jesus, oh my god, wonderful fun. At that moment, Gertrude and Cornelia burst in a bright light and disappeared. Delana had returned at some point and had sent them back to heaven for the time being. Erika, who had her fun spoiled, directed an openly malicious expression at Delana. Miss Erika, I will bear the punishment for my subordinate as her superior. Please have mercy upon her. No, thank you. Punishment is meaningful because of the pain it inflicts. There's nothing remotely interesting about punishing an unfeeling doll girl that can't receive a single scratch. Erika slowly grabbed hold of the back of Delana's hair and tugged on it unrelentingly. I don't know why my mic stand is also being difficult right now. There we go. Delana's neck tilted unnaturally backwards, creaking. I cannot be harmed, but I can be hurt. As if you have feelings to hurt. You witch-hunting murder doll. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Burncastle? No. I am being reprimanded by Lady Burncastle because you people are useless. Never demonstrate such miserable incompetence again. Are we understood? She pulled back the hair she had grabbed even more strongly. This didn't cause Delana any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erika's ill will. My apologies. Please forgive me. Filth. With a sound like taut strings snapping, she ripped out several strands of Delana's hair. Then Erika waved her hand about as though trying to shake off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it. Well, that's enough. I'm done. My anger has finally subsided and my little gray cells are tingling again. Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the deduction game. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia. As you wish. The two of them reappeared behind Delana and reconstructed the crime scene for Erika, who had just been tormenting them. Kinzo disappearing was nothing more than an added bonus for the first Twilight. Let's start investigating the first Twilight proper. Oh, before that, are you aware that we were actually presented with a mystery before the murders even occurred? Yes. You mean the letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle which appeared at midnight last night along with a knock by some person? That's right. The tale appears to describe that it was impossible for any of the humans at that moment, creating the illusion that an unknown witch exists. Yeah, but it could very well be that the exact same group of people, this is sort of a cope reasoning, but it could also very well be that, much like how Natsuhi and the servants are keeping the illusion of Kinzo being alive, very well could the group of other people there keep the illusion of some unknown person knocking on the door. But let's start by crushing this witch illusion. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish. The family conference last night was conducted with the adult relatives and Ballard present, and partway through the servants arrived to serve tea. Let's review everyone's whereabouts at the exact moment the letter appeared. How did that go again? I mean, we knew that everyone was there. Before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Yeah, so basically just everybody that wasn't those in the thing. We follow, yeah. And Natsui was in her room. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsui, and Genchi were in the second floor corridor. That's true, because they were talking to each other, yep. While all others were in the dining hall. Okay. Because the mansion had been entirely locked in advance of the family conference, everyone else was unable to enter the mansion. Aha! That would mean that no one inside the mansion could have knocked and placed a letter there, right? Excuse me? Of those who remain only in the second floor corridor, they were to the guest house. The mansion had been locked in advance of the conference. That would mean that no one inside the mansion could have knocked and placed the letter there, right? Yes. The witch side will probably say that this person is the same who wrote the letter, the witch Beatrice. Ridiculous. A stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there at the stroke of midnight. It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier. Just a few minutes that's actually true. They did come in to serve tea, they could have placed the letter ahead of time. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway. Most likely, one of those not in the dining hall, Kraus, Natsuhi, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after that and placed the letter there. No, in fact it would have been possible for the people who supposedly went to the guest house too. We've heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get in, but if someone only pretended to go to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it's perfectly possible that they could have placed the letter there. For your attention, Blue Truth valid. In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist there at the instant of the knock. I see. So this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed. This is completely ridiculous. Do they think that this is all it takes to get me, Fudo Erika, to surrender? First, I question whether the knock was even something hitting the door of the dining hall at all. For example, the mansion's construction may be such that when a certain pillar on the second floor is struck, the noise is transmitted down the pillar, and it sounds just like a knock on the door to people in the dining hall. Or they could have misheard some other random sound as a knock and misconstrued it in a similar way, or a tape with the sound of a knock recorded on it could have been secretly playing, which had been carefully set up to be heard at exactly that time. In any case, even if no one was on the other side of the door, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock. How is that, my master? What do you think of my reasoning? Well, you heard her. How did she do? Well, it looks like a cute little piece gave it her all to think up these blue truths, so I guess I'll be nice and give out a few red truths myself. This is the more interesting shit. I'll start with the letter. There was the knock, that knock when the large clock struck midnight, and when the door was opened, there lay a letter in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle. The idea that the people who weren't in the dining hall secretly placed the letter in the hallway is such an old one, right? Kraus, Natsui, and Genji did not even touch that letter. Okay, but they wouldn't have necessarily had to touch it. This is sort of, again, we're just gonna get into semantics again. Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji did not even touch that letter. I'm writing this in my notes. Oh, then, when Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Cannon. Wouldn't it be easy if Cannon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door? Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Amongst all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway. Okay. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, Not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway. This is another note, which once again, a red statement, which doesn't deny that it could have been placed ahead of time. It just means that it was one of the people that left. So you can't say that no one touched it. Of course not. They touched it when they picked it up. Of course I can't say none of them touched it. I see. Then let's interpret it this way. Someone who existed outside of the mansion at midnight placed the letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand, then it moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway. That's what I was saying. You could have picked it up with like tongs or something. Underside of this tea serving cart is what they're going to say here. Just an example. Let's say it was deliberately stuck to the underside of the serving cart carrying the tea set. See, look at me go, bro. I knew it. Which the servants wheeled into the room. It was simply affixed there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time, such that when it eventually fell off, it would become the letter left by a witch who shouldn't exist. In other words, this is a classic trick where the true sender gives themselves an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time. For your attention, blue truth valid. In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was just the culprit's good luck. It could easily have fallen in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall itself. Oh, good. If it had appeared inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor. And a red stating it appeared suddenly in the locked room of the dining hall and was not touched by anyone there wouldn't even be violated. This could be related back to the first episode of note, so I'm going to put this down. Even if this gets shot down right away, there is some value to this. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I gotta go to the washroom again. I'm feeling like quite sick. We are finishing this night, don't get me wrong, but I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Oh, real for the Seaside Duck Wide emote. Hopefully that's the last for the stream, or at least for a while. That's why you don't stream while you're sick, okay, folks? But it's okay, we're fucking here, and we're locked in. I mean, I'll just reread the whole line, because I don't really remember it. I definitely did read this, but we'll reread it anyways, why not? Oh good, if it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would have suddenly appeared on the floor, and a red stating it appeared suddenly in the locked room of the dining hall and was not touched by anyone there, wouldn't even be violated. And of course, I am not tapped into the game, so my space did not register as advancing. There we go. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving cart, then anyone could be the culprit. I can't read, I'm sorry. That might work okay for the letter, but will the same type of argument work for the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we? Please go ahead. Neither Kraus nor Natsui nor Genji knocked. Okay. Neither Kraus nor Natsuhi nor Genji knocked. This once again just raises suspicion about the people. This doesn't... It just seems like somebody who was a part of the group in the guest house slipped away, did something, etc. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit... Okay, yeah, just by any means. Of course, this includes all direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means. Okay, wonderful. This wedge has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Kraus, Natsui, or Genji made that knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock. I'll make sure I double check this, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, okay. By no means at all. For your attention, I beg to inform you the following. At 2400, except for Kraus, Natsui, and Genji in the second floor corridor, and all the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion. Okay. Then the call is coming from inside the house. Sorry, I'm writing these down. Inside the mansion, okay. At midnight. And we know that they said that it was right at midnight. Okay. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. In addition to Kraus, Natsui, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked. We're knocking okay, so... I ain't typing all that, but you know what I mean. A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door and making a knocking sound. Okay, well, you don't need to... We could understand. I don't need you to explain what direct, indirect. Direct meaning they meant to do it. Indirect meaning, you know, they made a knocking sound that was not directly by knocking on the door, such as bumping something into the door. Intentional meaning they meant to do it. Unintentional meaning they didn't do it. Coincidental meaning that something overlapped at just the exact same time. We understand. You don't need to explain words to me. Creating a fake knocking sound with the intent to make it appear that someone knocked. Unintentional refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. Thank you. In other words, it is impossible for anyone who is in the mansion to have been the source of a knocking sound. In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. There you go. This is more important, is adding that part. In this case, anyone also includes any people who may have gone, or who might have gone, not may, might have gone undetected or unobserved. Okay. Anyone who is in the mansion also includes any unknown person who is hiding. Therefore, this literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed. Bass hysteria. I see. So no matter how much I toy with it, the only ones who could possibly have produced the knocking sound are those in what we may call the guest house group. Yeah, we kind of already figured that from what was given. Like me, for example. What if I, Furuto Erika, recorded a knocking sound on a cassette tape, secretly installed it somewhere and set it up so that it would start playing at exactly midnight? Of course I wasn't in the mansion at midnight. There aren't any problems with this, are there? There are no problems. However, the knock serves to alert everyone to the existence of the letter, and does so precisely because the letter is on the other side of the door. If the letter had fallen in the kitchen, for instance, I do not think that the knock would have served to inform anyone of the letter's existence. It's true. If the trick in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location that the letter fell was a matter of luck. The people in the dining hall were able to notice it due to the knock only because it had fortunately fallen near the door. However, if the location it fell were as a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far-off kitchen, or even remained stuck the entire time. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they'd just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself carries no message at all. Only in combination with the letter is the knock capable of asserting that someone existed there. In that case, the knock can't be combined with the theory of the letter falling from the bottom of a serving cart at a random location. The letter must be reliably positioned on the other side of the door so that it can be discovered thanks to the knock. However, it was declared and read that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. I'll reword that read about placing it in the hallway a bit. No one in the mansion placed a letter in the hallway. That goes for every conceivable possibility. Okay. I'm gonna also add that to the wherever I had in the note. This includes any conceivable possibility. Yo, welcome back. For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving cart that drops the letter when it stops moving. The culprit could predict that the cart would probably stop when those two knocked on the door to the dining hall, so you might think that with this theory you could cleverly make it so that the letter drops right in front of the door. But even that doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean that Shannon and Cannon, who were pushing the cart, indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter there, so even this is no good. Furthermore, any setup so the letter peels off with the passage of time would mean that the people who pushed the serving cart to that location coincidentally and unintentionally placed the letter there. Of course, this is also no good. Hey, stop stealing our lines, bro. Repetition requested. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. Say if someone in the dining hall slipped out the window just for the instant at midnight and didn't exist in the mansion at that time, with a bit of wordplay like that, it might be possible to get around the red truth. Repetition request. I know I'm being generous with the red, but aren't you getting a bit greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beato, so I'm not going to go blabbing all the repetitions my opponent asks for. I'll give you a full body massage scrub and a bath with marshmallows and compito sometime soon. I can't say Japanese words, so you gotta give me a break on those. Compito? We'll say hard enough to rub your skin off. Hehehe, now you gotta keep that promise. Alright, then here's a freebie. I'll respond to your repetition request at midnight. Okay. Oh lord. At midnight, only Erika, George, or Erika, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, And Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. In other words, try as we might, those 8 people, including Erika, cannot exist inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. And at the same time, try as we might, those who are inside the mansion cannot exist outside the mansion. In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stuck it there out in the open, maybe no one would notice it. This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor, and you can slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. Good job, me. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that the letter never touched the serving cart. Okay, so we can toss that. Who cares about that? The point is, someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. I know what you're trying to do. Use that letter and knock to argue that Beatrice exists. Well, it definitely won't work on Furuto Erika. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. Okay, that doesn't really... I wonder if this is going to get back to both of the witches trying to convince us that Kinzo exists, to try and make us doubt that. Because I don't really see any other possibility. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. This almost just makes me wonder if we're on some mass hysteria shit, because I don't see any other way that you make all these pieces fit. Then someone outside the mansion set up some kind of gimmick before the family conference, something other than the ceiling of the serving cart. For your attention, blue truth invalid. Why? That's the only possibility, right? Someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick other than the ceiling or the serving cart. For your attention, unless you can specify or hypothesize what kind of trick, it will not be recognized as blue truth. For your attention, Lady Erika's blue truths regarding the letter have all been destroyed. All been destroyed? Take a little more care how you speak to me, you useless furniture. If I can just think of that trick, it's an instant checkmate. All been destroyed? Blue truth invalid? I am the detective. Furuto Erika. How dare you speak to me like that? Erika's face twisted. Those words that seemed to deny Erika, no, Erika's deductions were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her. Miss Erika, why don't we postpone the mystery of the letter for now? Your blue stake regarding the knock, someone outside the mansion played it with a cassette tape, is still valid. If it was possible to solve the noise, then it should be possible to solve the letter as well. As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Delana stopped her with those words. That's right, my blue truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied. My master, I will solve the mystery of the letter without fail. Please allow me more time. However, on the mystery of the knock, I've produced results. It's driven in the blue stake that someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play. Now we do know that there were cassette tapes that they had in the dining hall. That is true. It's possible that maybe one of them was like badly recorded, or there was like some knocking or something up with one of them, that for whatever reason... Although it's about to get denied instantly. Burn, your piece really is a cute kid. Very lively. She's shouting for your forgiveness, saying she might have resigned on one of the riddles, but she did solve the other. What are you going to do? Will you forgive her? Well, let me see. Normally I'd never forgive one of my pieces for the utter disgrace of surrendering, but if she's managed to solve one of the mysteries, maybe I'll let it slide for now. My master. When Burncastle said she'd let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief. Then it's time to get punished, Erika. None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound. Okay, interesting. Interesting. What's that supposed to mean? Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound's no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it and not a knocking sound, so that's no good either. In other words, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound of something truly hitting the door, and they definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's totally impossible that any sounds except hitting the door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock. What the... But that means at the time the clock struck midnight, no one existed who could have hit the door. Yep, they don't exist. After all, it was the Golden Witch Beatrice who hit it. So in other words, there's no way around this other than hitting the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker, and that made it possible for someone to knock without touching the door with their hands. To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. Okay, so this is also interesting. We'll put that down. Interesting that they say a door, and not just any door. Not that they say the parlor or the dining hall door. They heard a knock at the same time as the clock struck midnight. Everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it at that time, and none of them would misinterpret a knocking sound. Cross Natsui and Genji had no involvement in any knocking. No one else existed inside the mansion, and a knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand. See, the last statement doesn't necessarily hide the possibility that we could have somebody doing some fuck shit. Hey Byrne, what do you think of my red? Don't you think this is pretty uncomplicated and enjoyable for something before the first twilight? The Golden Witch descended quietly with a knocking sound. This is interesting. This is really fascinating. This really is fascinating, Lambda. Now we're talking. Ah, this is great. The two witches doubled over laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world. My master, have no fear. As long as my little gray cells are all given the time, I will definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red. Is that so? Thank you. And I'm disappointed, Erika. You've bored me, Erika. As my peace and double, the fact that you have nothing is so pathetic. It's comical. If you don't know the answer, then be silent forever, please. And please open your mouth only when you know the answer. You're nothing but a piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the peace tray and gather dust or something. It's painful to even reserve space in my memory for useless pieces. Byrne is pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Byrne's gonna forget you, you know? You'll collect dust on the forgotten peace tray awaiting your turn that will never come. I imagine that'd be pretty harsh, don't you think? Have no fear, great Lady Lambda Delta and my master. I promise to deliver such a spectacular performance to earn your approval that you will never be disappointed in me again. Oh, how reassuring. I guess you're my double after all. Then you'd better make sure you do work hard, in all kinds of ways. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erika to step in. If she resigned herself to that, she would literally have no place to go, and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erika endured with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who was ignoring her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically for some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Furuto Erika. I am the peace and double and servant of the Great Lady Byrne Castle. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely, definitely. God, assure me about that. How dare you humiliate me so? As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like she had been made to go stand on her own in the hallway. It is a very interesting overlap of statements. I don't really very clearly see the through line. They couldn't mistake a knock. The only other thing I could think is that they thought they truly heard a knock when they didn't. But to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference is a weird... There's just so many weird red statements here. Sorry, I should pop this up so we can see them. It's just odd. Let me think here for a second. You gotta give me a second. Let me just think. Let me put my head in my hands and think. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. I have to go to the washroom again. I am feeling so fucking sick. Let me think about this. I'm actually gonna take a picture of this with my phone. I apologize for all the breaks. I really probably shouldn't have streamed today when I'm feeling sick. This is my mistake, but I'll be right back. We're gonna make it through, okay? We're doing this. I apologize. Okay, my bad, I'm back. I must have like food poisoning or something. Like some minor food poisoning. When I was looking at this, the only thing that I could think while staring at this, and this is sort of like a super cope answer to the stuff that they've given us so far, is that it had to be one of Canon or Shannon somehow. And the only reason why I would say that is the fact that they would make a distinction between humans and furnitures, potentially if the statement was being said by a witch, although I don't know if that would technically apply. It would have to be one of those three. Because they're furniture, not people. I'm not even sure if the distinction matters, but that's like the only thing I can think of. Apologies. Let's continue. And knock on wood, real knock that time. Hopefully we can get through a fair amount without another pause. With the crime in the early morning, we completely forgotten about breakfast, so we now had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Goda's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday night, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness. Yeah, I just realized I muted myself. Oops. It covers so many spots. You can't even like do like cringe little semantic games with it. Let me turn the game down for a second and see if I can like reason through it in some way. I don't know if I can, to be honest, and I also don't know if it really matters too much. It seems like a relatively, I don't want to say relatively inconsequential, but it's like a pretty tiny thing. But they did not touch the letter. This doesn't really say anything about the knocking, but then we got a later one that said they didn't knock. So we can take these three out of the equation. Okay, sure. Among all the people inside the mansion at the night, okay, so let's just throw this out instantly. Not a single one of them placed a letter in the hallway, including any conceivable possibility. So none of the people that were inside the mansion, again, so I'm going to assume that the furniture, for all intents and purposes, are considered people, that they would not be semantically distinguished away from every other human, but maybe they would, I don't know, but we'll pretend that they won't be for the sake of the argument. At midnight, except for Kraus, Natsui, and Genji in the second floor, and all the people in the dining hall, no other humans existed inside the mansion. Now, this is going to be sort of a cringe thing to say, and I'm not familiar with 24-hour clocks, but is 2400, is that even like a, I don't want to get into this. Is that even like a real time that you would say? I guess you might say that because saying at 0 is sort of a weird statement to say. But 2400 is like a time that doesn't really exist, because it rolls straight into being midnight, which would then just reset back to 0. We're not playing Persona 3. I don't think there's a dark hour. So it's besides the point. Let's throw that out of the way and let's assume that that means what we think it means, and there's not like some conniving or like finagling with the definitions of words and times and things, although, you know, I wouldn't put it past the witches to do it. None of those in the dining hall knocked. Okay. Fair. That doesn't really speak to anything about placing the letter, but as far as we know, that at least excludes them from the knocking. ... In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. That was just in relation to the other thing. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. Okay. And this was prior to them being murdered, I believe. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. See, this is like a very broad statement that I would have to ask what you mean by influence. Because if you set something up to happen prior to the conference starting, well, yeah, you're literally outside the mansion, so you couldn't do anything. But you still could have had something set up, or could have done something, made a deal with someone, done something in some way. No characters would misidentify a knocking sound. To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. The only thing that I question is whether, I don't know, there's like a weird, I don't know how to word this. Any time that there is an option for them to be more specific and they are not, I always get suspicious of this game. What I mean by that is that the very fact that they didn't give it 100% and say that the person knocked on the parlor door. The only thing is that we know that whoever it was actually did knock. It wasn't like something that was made to seem like a knock, like a tape or, you know, whatnot. Sure. So it was a real knock, but we didn't really get a guarantee about where the knock was or where it was coming from. When I remember the scene, they were specifically talking about how the person knocked in like an odd pattern, that it didn't sound like any of the other servants' knocks, that it didn't sound like Genji's, it didn't sound like anything. Okay. We know there was nothing to do with the serving cart. The problem is it's also like you're trying to solve like two mysteries at the same time. I feel like the letter is not so much interesting at all. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but the letter could have, in some way, in a way that we don't know, but in some way, the letter was placed there prior. Or it was set up in such a way that it would be there. Okay. Dude, I am feeling so sick. Holy fuck. So it was placed there prior. And then with the knock, it was impossible for anybody outside after the start. I should also put this. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna go to the washroom. I am very fucking sick right now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a little bit of a longer break. Maybe go for a stretch or breathe or something, and I'll be right back. I'm just tired of getting up and getting down. I apologize for this. I'm gonna have to chop the fuck out of this YouTube VOD. I apologize. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I hope this is all. I hope no more. I will not guarantee anything, but I hope that's all. Okay. Let's just continue. Let's not theorize. I've wasted enough time this stream by going back and forth. Let me turn the game audio back up. Okay. Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere on the line between invigorated and insane, as though she'd come up with some groundbreaking and strange invention. Hey, what's up? Are you okay? I've got it! Did you think I wouldn't be able to work it out? Oh, I understand perfectly well. There's no way something so stupid could happen. With an ugly expression covered with cold sweat, Erika glared and lashed out at Battler. You've got it? Got what? There's no way you jumped down from the third floor study. Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph go up into the third-story window, you closely observed the structure of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gutters and other handholds, it would be possible to descend to the courtyard from the third-floor window. You didn't jump down. You just used the rain gutters and so on and clambered down the outer wall like a loser. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, where's your rebuttal? My rebuttal? You have no rebuttal? Then my truth is valid, yes? There, you see. It may have looked like you jumped down all dramatically, but it was all an illusion. All you actually did was jump out and grab desperately onto the rain gutter. My argument then was about whether it was possible for Grandfather to escape from the study, remember? And it was possible for Grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether either of us jumped down or clambered down makes no difference. Don't try to change the subject. A mere human can't jump down from the 3rd floor. How do you like that? How do you like that? What do you think of my reasoning, my master? Are you short of sleep or something? Just calm down and eat your food. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall just like Erika said. Okay, damn. His hand slipped halfway and he fell from a considerable height, but he managed to land on his feet without injuring himself. No one witnessed this, but most likely everyone except Erika currently in the dining hall had realized that something like this had happened. No one had believed that he jumped down from the 3rd floor window in the first place, even if they hadn't witnessed it directly. So they had no clue what Erika was complaining about and obsessing over all of a sudden, and started to whisper, glancing at her with cold eyes and dubious faces. You can't argue back, can you? Your jumping was denied. My truth won out. My blue truth is valid. Please acknowledge this, my master. I am not incompetent or a disappointment. I will match up to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master. Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erika spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as that sound, Erika went limp, falling into her seat like a puppet who'd just had all its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain gradually filled the room once again, Erika slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Now is Berncastle fully taken over? Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened, as if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erika just stand up suddenly and rant at someone? Erika continued eating quietly, her behavior so perfectly normal that everyone started to doubt themselves. After seeing her behaving so calmly, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they must have just hallucinated Erika suddenly yelling. So Erika's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memory. Erika quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear. Thank you very much, great Lady Berncastle. I am Furudo Erika. I am my master's piece and her double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale. Oh yes, the knives and forks are such primitive utensils, aren't they? Chopsticks are the best. They're the easiest way to eat a salad, don't you agree? Well, everyone. Okay. Bro, I was that close to the end of the chapter when I was fucking rifling back between here and the washroom over and over. Holy fuck. I'm actually a little bit tilted on that one. Okay, we advance. Closet? Finally! I was talking about this. There's something going on with this closet. What would this person benefit from Natsuhi? Battler returned to the guest house at 3 a.m., then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, is that correct? Yes, that's right. We were getting pretty tired by that point. We decided to take a short rest before starting up again. To smoke out the murderer of the first twilight, Erika closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was admirable. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she imitated a detective. Okay. It seems Erika is also steadily building her foundation. It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Kinzo escaped through the window and is now one with the mists of Rokkenjima. She can never capture or deny him. When all's said and done, perhaps you could say he escaped to the underside of the chessboard. In that case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he's been stored away. Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first twilight, they've been stored away too, right? When you say stored away, that makes me think of the storehouse, just because of the verbiage of that, but we'll see if we get the answer to that. Yes, they've been put away in my darkness between the human world and the other. And that would-be detective won't be able to find them. Of course. It's absolutely impossible for a human. Want to check? Just in case. And we also need to take this opportunity to re-examine what Lady Berncastle's goals are likely to be from now on. As they say, if you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting. Pooh. Quite so. Gap opened up a large pitch-black hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Ronove to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world and existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as, where is this and what time is it, had no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. It's a singularity, oh my god. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No. Perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Then, deep within this pitch-black world, 5 corpses came into view, illuminated by a glow like a faint spotlight. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently even Gab had respect for the dead. Oh my. There are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game, not 6. Also, again, note that when Battler takes over, Hideyoshi's dead. Still waiting on that. Oh, it's you, Master. I was worried about where you'd gone. The game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you can see, the first victims have emerged. Now it's time for the real show. I'm getting all excited. I see. The version of you that's here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased. If you took away my high spirits, my bewitching body, and my pleasant disposition, I'd have nothing left. Ah. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for her high spirits. Though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden, she answered while bumping a fist against her chest. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been away from her seat when Battler solved the epitaph and during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she had been absent for so many critical points that she didn't have a very good grasp of what had happened so far in this game. For now, we've got 5 corpses. All slit through the neck, as you can see. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. Something sharp had sliced open all 5 of their necks. Those gaping wounds opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they would no longer need their mouths to breathe. I see. So anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses could confirm at any glance that they are dead. Red. Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it is absolutely impossible that they are just people playing dead. Okay. I'm gonna write those down. Let me scroll up a bit so I can look at my side monitor. Oh, look, they did the Oxford comma and I didn't there. Oops. They can also type and I can't. Okay. Now about the identities of those dead people, we'll see. Why did Leah use the red? Who knows? However, she is always thinking of Milady. She must have something in mind that will benefit Milady. But they had hidden the corpses here so that no one could use the red. Despite that, however, Ronove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. The way that these corpses, which Gap had gone to all the trouble of erasing, had now been confirmed with red made a slightly displeased expression rise to Gap's face. However, in the end she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. Why did you have Gap hide the corpses? Well, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuhi as my goal. How would concealing their corpses protect Natsuhi? We've more or less figured out what our opponent's moves will be. This is probably a trap made to corner Natsuhi. Most likely they'll sort through alibis for the first Twilight and find them for everyone except Natsuhi. Last night, Natsuhi was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room when she got the call from Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta has set up this whole game to peg Natsuhi as the criminal. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning, assuming that we can trust that it was actually Lambda that was calling Natsuhi. We have already ensured that Kinzo's existence is impossible to disprove, however the enemy has one remaining method of breaking through that roadblock. I see. They can corner Natsuhi and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist. The enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuhi was isolated, noticed the trap of theirs, and countered with this move. Jesus, I'm yawning. The corpses disappear. Everyone has alibis and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support the claim that a witch exists, it also throws doubt on whether they were actually dead in the first place, making it just about possible for Natsuhi to avoid being a suspect. In other words, it's possible for Natsuhi to claim that the sacrifices of the first twilight were only playing dead, even though many people confirm their deaths for certain in the cousin's room. Confirmation is nowhere near red truth. No matter how strongly they claim to have seen unmistakable corpses, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsuhi can discount their words as a mistake, a trick, or by saying all of them were lying, and it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy time for herself. In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is an effective move. An endless argument with both sides denying the other's claims, not pretty. True. However, beauty is secondary to victory. If someone who cannot achieve victory seeks it, it is nothing but a poison to them. They do say that might makes right. Wahaha. And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. It seems that it will get quite nasty. We're fully aware of that. And we already know that Natsuhi is probably about to be lured into yet another trap. A trap? Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who calls himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuhi. She was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room at 1 p.m., which is only a few minutes away, and hide there. Kraus was taken as a hostage, so Natsuhi can't resist. I see. How relentless. Can you protect her? Of course. After all, Natsuhi isn't the culprit. No matter how much they treat her as one, both truth and illusions are on our side. There's no way we can lose. So this is interesting. I'm going to put this in the notes that Beatrice seems to confirm that Natsuhi is not the culprit. Can't rule it out entirely. But there's something to be said about this. Not that I'm ever going to trust Beatrice 100% of her word, but, yeah. And then we got shot in the head. Natsui threw her cup of black tea to the ground in protest to show the anger that flowed throughout her entire body. Okay, we're finally back to where we were at the start. We get the confirmation. One second, my girlfriend's going to bed. I'm just going to reply to her real quick. Okay. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that you suspect me? I hear what you're saying. You left before everyone else, returned to your room, and didn't leave that room until morning. I am simply explaining that I need you to prove that, otherwise it won't count as an alibi. Prove it? How? Any way you like. All you have to do is prove objectively that it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I would very much appreciate it if you could also be a little less harsh with me and please give me your alibi and evidence. That's right. The whole night is a blank space in time for Natsuhi. After she left the conference saying she was going to bed, she might have gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others. Don't be so ridiculous. Why would I kill George? And most of all, why would I kill my own daughter? Or why ever would I kill my own daughter? Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yeah. We've all been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night so we can clear up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsuhi. If it frustrates you, shouldn't your first priority be searching for some way to prove your own innocence? Fuck you, man. Get off my goat. The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming everything, but other than Natsuki, who was unwilling to prove her alibi, everyone else had an alibi which was reasonably credible. Only Natsui, who claimed that just being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. The parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsui, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive. This is ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? You're maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further. Oh? So what are you going to do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence? As if you could. Give me back my George, you murderer. Give it a rest, Ava. Natsui, you're probably a little tired too. Of course, so are we. Why don't we take it easy for a bit? Seriously. We're a little too high-strung. Natsui, where are you going? This search for alibis and culprits is truly ludicrous. When the typhoon passes and the police arrive, everything will be exposed to the light of day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play detectives. Am I wrong, Erika? Generally speaking, you would be right. However, I have the authority to do this. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. I will take my leave. I have no intention of playing along with your pointless questioning until the police are here. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I will leave it to the police to investigate that and clear my name. It may be a bit late to mention this, but, well, no, this happens every time. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsui said the police would come, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat to pick them up would come tomorrow, and they would be able to use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Nice laugh. Natsui, it's dangerous to be alone. Perhaps it would be better if you... Why not let her? That might make for some excellent proof. If Natsui gets murdered in her own room, that'd be excellent proof to her innocence. Of her innocence. Quit it, Aneki. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow. Rest is fine, but let's not let our guard down, okay? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow. Natsuhi, if you're returning to your room, make sure you lock it tight, close the windows and shutters, and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone. And more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims. Thank you, Bata. Then I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but make sure that the guests at least have everything they need. Yes, madam. I shall do so. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern, that the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsui couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken as a hostage. Very soon it would be 1 p.m., the time that had been arranged. Yet this is all set up on purpose to make Natsui look more guilty, because this is when Hideyoshi's gonna fucking die and they're gonna blame it on her, because Hideyoshi's gonna leave for some stupid fucking reason, and all of a sudden he's gonna turn up dead and it's gonna be swung around on Natsui. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It's also weird that it is a very specific one. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next— Nope, it's to pin you as the next culprit. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow his orders, and then claim that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety. As the arranged time had drawn near, Natsui had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Kraus, has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I am prepared to do that. I am Ushirimiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. I think dashing away in a rage got me here without raising too much suspicion. So far everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wondered about the lock. Servants are under orders to always lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed out of the parlor pretending that I was returning to my room. Going back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. I'm sorry, I gotta go to the washroom again. Guys, I'm so sorry about this. I'm serious. Look, I don't fault you if you want to come back and just watch the YouTube video, because there's gonna be a lot of cutting. I'm sorry about this. I really am. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. See your note in chat. Try and stay hydrated. I appreciate it. I've grabbed the water. Hopefully everything is okay. There's got to be a limit to how much you can be sick in a given period of time, right? So hopefully we're okay. Oh, the problem is, like, every time I come back, I feel good, and then it's chill for like 15, 20 minutes, and then I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna be sick, and then I leave again. But it's okay. God is good all the time. I actually feel really fine right now. In 20 minutes from now, maybe a different story. But okay, we're chill for the time being. Oh, I must have food poisoning or something. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. I'll worry about that when the stream's over. I feel great right now. Ask me in 20 minutes, maybe we'll see. Okay, let's continue. We're in high spirits, everything is good. Natsui had just stormed out of the parlor. She had ran to whatever room she was designated that she had to hide in the closet of. Sorry, I'm repositioning my mic. And she is waxing about whether or not she has a key to even open this room that whether or not she has a key or not, because it would be kind of a big fuss if she like ran out and stormed out and then realized she didn't have a key to get into the room that she needed to at the given time. So, okay, sorry. Let's continue now. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. He said that he'd release my husband whether I won or lost, but as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. So, like, odds that somebody, aka has to be Hideyoshi because we saw the deaths already at the start, like, odds that Hideyoshi dies while she's hidden away and then we just have another thing to pin against Natsui, like, it's what's gonna happen. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. I softly gripped the doorknob and I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? So we know, again, this is like, I'm having a hard time, I guess, differentiating how much of it is real, in the sense of, like, is there actually a person acting and Lambda Delta is, like, puppeting or, like, providing cover for an actual person that's committing things? You know, it's hard for me to know exactly. The witches in this game feel a lot more willing to directly influence the pieces. So I'm a little bit off in my understanding. But at the very least, if we want to take it as though, like, let's just forget all the meta-narrative stuff and just focus on the things that exist inside the game board and not worry about why things have been moved outside or around or whatever. If we just focus with that lens, we know that whoever killed Genji is in possession of a master key, so this door being unlocked is not too surprising. So it's not too surprising this door is unlocked. But that man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then he'll... All that about hide and seek might have just been an excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here secret, and all the other people think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, in this room, it might create a new baffling murder case like an extension of the one which occurred this morning. If that's what he's up to, so much the better. It will be a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsui had some experience with using naginata, Japanese polearm, but only from casual lessons. Unlike Ava, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own, and no weapons that could make that possible. This is another thing that's, I had thought about, and that just jogged my memory of it. We know that Ava is martial arts trained, so she's at least semi-capable at fighting. Now, we don't need to get into the discussion about, you know, the whole Bradley Martin, like, but I'm 260 meme, but there is definitely a certain range that you would definitely be capable to fight back against, even if you were undersized, assuming that you had proper technique. It's also anime, so you have to scale that factor by, like, 3 to 4 times. Which means that, sorry, hiccups too now, Jesus, I'm falling apart, guys. That whoever killed Ava in the previous chapters, they must have been able to get a jump on her. And we know that George, by virtue of being Ava's son, he had also picked up some level of martial arts training, which was shown in the Gap thing. Although, you know, I don't think he literally fought Gap, but it does at least prove that he had some level of martial arts know-how. So, the question then becomes, how is it that these people are being killed if they have an ability to defend themselves pretty well? Odds are they're probably getting ambushed in some way. You know, being attacked while they're sleeping, while they're, you know, not paying attention. Because of the times that I can think that Ava died, we don't really have a knowledge of how they died in the first chapter, or sorry, in the second chapter. It seems like the siblings willingly gave themselves up in that chapter, which it's still more and more interesting to me why in that chapter all the siblings and spouses die and then Rosa lives. Still not over that, but we have that whole thing going on. But the, yeah, it's interesting to me, because I assume that they all died by, like, via poisoning or something in that chapter, and then they were, like, disfigured after they died. But Ava seemed like she was attacked in the first chapter as well, but she was also laying in the bed, like, going to sleep, and Hideyoshi, I think, was showering, or at least that was what the presumption that I had was. It's just surprising to me that Ava would be able to be killed so easily. But, regardless. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own, and no weapons that could make that possible. The other thing, too, we know that if we take the killings as being true on their face, as in, like, you know, they were actually killed by, like, the knife slashes or anything, which I don't actually buy because, again, even with, like, that really clean cut on their necks, you would still expect, like, some level of struggling. Like, God, I don't want to get morbid, but even if you were to hit someone in, like, a very vital artery or something, and you would bleed out very quickly, you would still have, like, some amount of time that you would be able to struggle, that you would be able to do stuff before you know, were unable to anymore. And all these people just seem like they died like porcelain dolls in, like, in cute little boxes. Like, they just die, and they die in the way that they were placed. I'm getting a fucking phone call now. 1 second. This time, I'm not sick. I promise. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Who the fuck's calling me at 11:30 at night? I don't know. This stream just seems to be full of interruptions today, although I guess I can't be too mad. I'm responsible for all. Okay, be right. Okay, sorry. We're back. Okay, hopefully, look, we're gonna try and go at least an hour, no more pauses, okay? I apologize for all the stops in this. If you do ever want to watch this back in a format that is not constantly being paused, that's what the YouTube video will be for whenever I cut it and edit after the stream, but I apologize. Dot. Finally enters the room. No more wind blowing. She had a really bad draft. She couldn't find where it was, and she finally found it. That's why we're finally continuing, because she finally found where the draft was coming from. It's all internally consistent. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't afford to stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. Interesting, so it looks like the guest room, I'm gonna put this in the notes. The guest room that she's in, that Natsuhi has gone to, is the same guest room that Kiri died in during episode 4. Now, will this come back to be important? I don't know. I don't know if it'll be important. But, interesting. The atmosphere inside the guest room was ice cold, and she could sense no trace of a person waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, that seemed to be proof that no one existed to threaten her, but before long it only stirred up the uneasy feeling inside her all the more. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers where guests could hang their coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. Odds are that the person gets killed in this room. She softly opened the closet. Of course there was nothing inside. She'd have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wood floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed that sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure that someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. She had even imagined the worst, that her husband's corpse might be inside. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. All that was here was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet which silently urged her to go inside. And he told me to hide in here for an hour. He's making fun of me. Well, my goat. I like Natsui. I hope that she's not guilty. I feel like this chapter is kind of exonerating her. Natsuhi shrugged, turned around, then locked and chained the guest room door. This way no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek. I was also thinking this while I was getting sick, actually. That, I'm going to update my suspicion list at the end of the chapters that are remaining. Although if it's anything like Higurashi for 7 and 8, we probably won't have to. Obviously we won't do it at the end of 8, that doesn't really make much sense, the game will be over. And I don't really imagine, if it was like Higurashi, the culprit was kind of already revealed in 7. So we'll see, but just as an aside. This would certainly result in a total victory in the hide-and-seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory, it made her feel uneasy. Well, it's obviously not a victory against him. It's a victory in service of whatever the hell he wants you to do because he's telling you to do it. So, if anything, you're not even really... It's a win for him, not really a win for you. It's a win that, you know... It's like a push for you, kind of, because he's going to implicate you further. I almost feel like this person is testing Natsui somewhat, no matter who it is. However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. This is normally against the rules of hide-and-seek. Even if I win, won't it displease the culprit? And everyone thinks I'm in my room right now. If they find a room with a chain set, that will be impossible. An impossible locked room to them. Erika was dashing around the mansion to confirm everyone's alibi. If she notices that the chain is set on this room, there will probably be an uproar which will end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happens, I'll be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy for me to honestly confess why I was hiding, but that man insisted that I not reveal that. If I tell them, I might be endangering my husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no. Even locking the door might be a bad idea. See, the funny thing is, I actually thought that in that scene where Natsui got declared as the culprit, I could have sworn that Kraus was there, but I guess I'm misremembering. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I can't disobey. I undid both of those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From in here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I sat down and folded my legs. I thought about holding my knees to my chest, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Aw, chill. You still got it, Mamacita, I promise you. Even though I and the rest of my class were made to sit on the floor clasping our knees in every PE class as grade schoolers, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just sitting down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. See, it's kind of funny, like holding your knee part. I don't know, when I was in grade school, they made us do crisscross applesauce. I'm assuming she means like knees together, bent in front of you, holding your arms in like a circle, hugging your legs, basically. That's what I'm envisioning in my head. You could not crisscross applesauce in a closet, so I don't know. Amen. Also, this was sort of funny. I mentioned this a while ago in one of the earlier streams. I think it was in part 3. Okay, Natsui fucking interrupting me. That, like, I had to wear my glasses and, like, contacts and everything. I'm pretty sure it was because I, like, scratched my eye, because my vision has kind of got back to, like, being pretty good without my glasses. I'm pretty sure I did just, like, damage my eye somehow. I think I mentioned it at some time, or I don't know if I mentioned it then, but I got, like, soap in my eye when I was showering the one day, and I could have sworn it, like, fucked up my vision. And I think it took, like, a week or two for my vision to heal, because I can kind of see... I mean, it's still definitely not as good with my glasses, but I can play without having them on, or read without having them on, without, like, my vision going blurry every 2 seconds. Regardless, besides the point. Nobody cares. Continue, dumbass. I can't believe he expects me to sit in the darkness for a full hour, listening only to the wind and the rain. Ironically, Natsui had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. He had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. Ooh, wait a minute. See, this is really weird. The fact that this is a punishment that's almost tailored specifically to Natsui for things that she had done to Jessica. I don't know, bro. I'm writing this down in the notes. Apparently, sitting in the dark, which the killer, or I shouldn't say, which the person on the phone had made, I'll show my notes, had made Natsuhi do, is the same thing she made Jessica do in the past. Now, I'm not saying that implicates Jessica, because Jessica is dead, but it is very interesting that it would be related to Jessica, okay? I have made my suspicion of her quite clear. She had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. She had thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would spread a desire to reflect upon her mistakes, and that, this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. To Natsuhi, it almost felt like she was being made to do the same thing. If that was the true purpose of this hide-and-seek, how naive of me. This must be my naivete, the hope that if his goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit was able to hide an eerie card with Autumn written on it in my room. That is a fair angle that I didn't really think about. Although we have said for a while that I wouldn't be surprised if Beatrice was multiple people and was not just one person. Like I've always said, I think that there's a very high potential that whoever Beatrice is like a puppet master or a mastermind. But I'm pretty confident that it's not just one person. In fact, I don't think it could just be one person. Now, when I say I don't think it could be one person, there's definitely like one head honcho, but there's definitely like a network of people that are working, or there is overlapping goals or reasons or shit that happens to align in such a way that it makes it seem as though there are people working together. What I mean by that is that we know for multiple chapters, there's just like no way it could all be the same killers because it's not the same people that die in every chapter. So there has to be different culprits, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not one person that's still like the, if you think about it like a chain of dominoes, right? And let's say that we have like, and of course I mean the pizza chain, not like the game. I would imagine you have like 10 rows of them that are set up together, right? 10 identical sets, and each set contains 10 dominoes, let's say. 13 in the case of this game. And each of the dominoes are different colored, right? It could be that there's a different number of them. Actually, it couldn't be 13 because then it would be the same amount they would be killed every time. There's 18 dominoes, and 13 of those 18 get selected to get knocked over. And you have 10 sets of 18. This is a very elaborate analogy for no reason now. But my point being that you could have different dominoes that are set up such that every single domino at one point or another dies and is not like consistent and is not stayed alive. But it could still be like the same initial push that knocks all the dominoes down, even if that domino includes the killer, which is why I had said in previous chapters, I'm not going to exclude the dead from being the overall culprit. Now, if a person dies in a chapter, it may mean that they are not totally responsible for a given chapter, but I don't think that totally exonerates them totally. I mentioned this with Jessica specifically in chapter 3, I think? No, not 3, 2. That I think it was very possible that Genji was the killer for a lot of that episode, but that was on the orders of Jessica, you know? It's hard to, like, word this out, you know? Refer to the theory stream. We'll leave it at that. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. Still, how did they know that autumn is my favorite season? Yeah, so let's think about this for a second. How would they have known this? It would have to be somebody that has had at least a passing conversation with Natsuhi enough to remember this. And again, we have to remember as well, I said this, that what was true of the 19 years ago thing, of the person that's trying to blackmail her, just because that person is claiming to be the person from 19 years ago, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are. It just means that whoever it is has knowledge of that. Likewise, this is going to sound sort of weird, it doesn't necessarily need to be somebody that Natsuhi has told that her favorite season is autumn. It could also just be somebody who had a conversation with someone who knew that Natsuhi's favorite season was autumn. That's a little bit more abstract in that sense for that very particular topic. They probably just heard it directly from her at some point. But what I mean more so by the blackmail is that if you uncovered a secret on somebody, you don't have to be the party that's directly affected by that secret. So for instance, the person who was on the phone, we could say we could trust them at their word, but they're obviously a relatively untrustworthy person. When that person comes up and says like, hey, I am the person of 19 years ago, I am the one that was harmed by all of this, etc., 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 I'm coming to get revenge. Well, I'd say that's a bit odd. That doesn't really add up too well. You very well could be, but that would be assuming that somebody on the island is the person from 19 years ago, which I'm not going to say is necessarily impossible, but it could also very well be, and is much more likely without having to make all the pieces like shuffle in such a way that would super change everything, is that the person who is calling you, if we also again have to assume that it's not Lambda Delta just influencing the game, and it actually is somebody in the game, and Lambda Delta's explanation is just like a window dressing for it, that the person isn't actually the affected party, aka the son of 19 years ago. It's just somebody that knows of that. Now, that's why I was saying earlier, and I don't want to get too bogged down on this because I waste even more time. All it means is that there's info now that we know about that may be important for why events unfold the way they do, but it doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean that the person is necessarily the affected party. It could just be like blackmail. You can blackmail with something that you aren't directly affected by. It's just something that somebody would rather not get out, not remember. Obviously, whatever this whole thing is with Natsuki, it's serious enough that she doesn't want it to get out. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that's like bad, but it could be something shameful, you know? When they say 19 years ago, the son of 19 years ago, they're kind of implying that it was the baby, like the adopted baby, right? But obviously we know that kid's dead, but, you know, they're trying to posit this whole thing, like, what if okay, and it's like, well, the only other person that knew about that was Kinzo, but did Kinzo pass off this info? Regardless, I don't know, we're talking in circles at this point, but I think my point has been made very clear. How ghastly. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said that out loud. I don't think anyone's ever asked me either. I could even ask my husband what my favorite season is, and he would probably be stuck for an answer. Well, the correct answer is just autumn. Also, there's just like a 25% chance, right? I mean, there's only 4 seasons. You're in the northern hemisphere. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is a hot take, but I feel like I'm a hater. I can't inject my opinion into this. Put it this way. Autumn is the only correct answer. No. There was one time I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. Interesting. Okay. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, so that's interesting. So Natsuhi recalls that she told Shannon at some point in the past about her favorite season. Yeah, I know. I wish you knew too, because I think you would enjoy this, but unfortunately this is now like 100+ hours of game story that is very convoluted, that is backed up. The interesting thing about this with Shannon, dude, the problem is like I'm losing the forest for the trees with this argument, because I have so like transfixed in my mind that Jessica is guilty to some degree that I'm starting to see that in all places, and all I think about with this is that like Shannon would be willing to carry a torch for Jessica. She would be willing to work with Jessica in any way because she was best friends with Jessica, right? Like I just feel like so many of the things in this game make sense if Jessica is the culprit. But then I'm starting to get to like I'm sure you guys do this as well with like mystery novels or games or movies, that when something like so obviously starts to point in a direction, it makes you think the opposite. And I'm kind of getting stuck in a weird like impasse now where it feels like I've reasoned myself into believing as Jessica so much that everything seems to point to it being Jessica, but it's kind of like episode 3 of this game where Ava was basically the culprit and it was kind of cut and dried, and I know I've joked that we'll probably find out at some point that episode 3 wasn't cut and dry because of it feeling like that, which is the exact same feeling that I'm having right now, that it feels like I can find so many ways to make the puzzle pieces fit that it's Jessica, or that it's like Jessica involved or related to her in some way. Even like the little comments by Natsui, but is like, am I just taking like a more discriminating lens when I'm reading some of these things, and whenever Jessica gets mentioned, I'm willing to like put more stock in it than if somebody else gets brought up? Like, you know, it's hard for me to know that, but again, the interesting bringing up of Shannon, I don't know, it's just, but let's continue. I'm rambling again. I need like a loud incorrect buzzer just to blurb when I start talking about something for more than like 2 minutes without continuing this game. Regardless, like I said, we're finishing all of this chapter. I'll be up here until fucking 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. This chapter's getting done tonight. I woke up late today, okay? I ain't tired at all right now. I might be sick out of my fucking gills, but I'm fine. Otherwise, on an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. I can't believe it. Then the culprit or one of their accomplices has to be Shannon. Not necessarily. That's faulty logic, faulty logic, faulty logic. It doesn't necessarily have to be Shannon. They could have just had that knowledge gained from Shannon, like I mentioned earlier. It does not necessarily mean it was Shannon, it just means that the person likely learned it from Shannon. Also, it could be Shannon. But it seems weird to like narrow that down, because definitely when people get told certain things, now to be fair, this would be a very mundane thing to share, but definitely when people get told things, they don't share them. This is a very well-known fact about human nature. We definitely don't like to share things that we get told by other people. Very true. Only Shannon could know that I like Autumn. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That card with Autumn on it is proof. Incredible. After 10 years of being provided for by our family, I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kenzo once say that the emotion of anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? True. The other thing, too, that's of note is, like, did this person set all this up in such a way? She literally said that she used to do this on Jessica. She used to punish Jessica by setting her in a dark room and, like, to hope that she would reflect. You realize that's literally what the killer has made you do, right? They put you in a dark room, and they've made you reflect, and you reflected upon, and you've had this new revelation. So again, it's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a fascinating clue that I can use to turn things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's the accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. She's a timid girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll tell the police about this in secret. I'm certain it will be a big clue that will help in arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to surprise me and control me, but he's actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like Autumn. I'll write this down, but this doesn't really... we already went through the reasoning that I don't really put a ton of stock in that. Let me write that down as exactly what it is. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like Autumn. I mean, like I said, Natsuri, you're only rising up in my tier list, because Autumn is just objectively the best season. There's actually no argument otherwise, at least if you live in the Northern Hemisphere. People at the equator be like, what's your favorite season? Oh yeah, the one season we have. Okay, good one, bro. All, like, 2 people that will ever see this VOD ever that live in the equator, or in close relation to the equator, just clapped. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Though I thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it had actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still couldn't guarantee that my husband was safe, but I was determined to take him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I gripped my fist tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. I mean, the other thing too, which it's like an easy connection to make, but it's also a little bit of a leap to assume that just that because the culprit is like telling you to do these things that they're necessarily behind everything else. Now with, just generally how mystery novels and things are, you would imagine that is the case, right? Like, but the person blackmailing you might not necessarily be the mastermind behind everything. It could be an unrelated thing, but you gotta make that positive assertion first. Rattle, rattle. In that moment, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force a locked door open, and my heart leapt. Oh, it was unlocked. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard a quiet voice, as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Yup, see, I fucking knew it, bro. He's about to get whacked. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but he'd ended up locking the unlocked door instead. And how did he have the ability to unlock this door? Once again, there was a sound of the lock turning, and this time the door opened with a faint sound. Why is Hideyoshi in this room? Footsteps which sounded like his came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi is the mastermind. Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? The door may only be locked from the inside, but it will still take some time to remove the chain. If Hideyoshi doesn't intend to let me escape from here, there's no chance he'll give me time to fumble around with the chain. In that case, when he opens the closet door wide in just a moment, and looks down upon me sitting here pathetically, just what kind of horrifying words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was filled almost to bursting with a throbbing sound so loud that I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he'd passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. Get ready for him to jump scare in the crack. Just in case. Can't tell if it's day or night in this weather anyway. As he muttered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case. In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders had occurred, and the weather was bad. There would be nothing abnormal about resting in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety was the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk, as though he had flopped over on the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi? No, that probably isn't true. Clearly he planned on me hiding there, but Hideyoshi coming to take a rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might help to secure my own safety in an odd sort of way. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi is the kind of person I can talk to. If Ava comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of the closet now while he's still alone, reveal everything just to him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. It isn't wise to do anything rash until my husband is released. Should I go out and talk or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the temptation to crawl out of here. Okay, good move. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the informant who's observing me is nearby as well. Just talking to him won't solve anything. I suspect that Shannon is an informant, but that doesn't mean that Goda and the others aren't. It's no good. Leaving here and confessing is just too dangerous. You ready for the jump scare? Eventually, I heard a strange sobbing voice. Yeah, he's probably gonna cry because his fucking son got killed. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Now that he was all alone like this, Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry. Thinking that he needed to support Ava in her distress, he had acted as though he was alone standing firm. However, he had as good a right as anyone to cry, and now that he had found a place where no one could see his tears, he was finally allowing himself to let it out. I've lost my daughter too. I haven't seen her body with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still can't let myself do that. This isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I am the final head of the Ushirimiya family. It's been completely overshadowed by all of this, but last night Battler found the hidden gold, and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent him from inheriting the family headship, and when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushirimiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Battler will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushirimiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. As I listened to Hideyoshi's sobs from the closet, I silently hung my head. I knew it. Who are you? Huh? My heart leapt. Hideyoshi, who must have been lying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as though he had bounded to his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a second. Wait. He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi's life at this very moment. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? Even if I couldn't help him, I could at least call for help. No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. Okay, I love Natsui, but this is like a really troll line of logic. If you get out and you fucking open that door and you scream like bloody murder, even if you can't save Hideyoshi, you're catching whoever the fuck the killer is. You know? Or you can yell who it is, you know? I love Natsui, but I don't know if I fuck with this line of action. However, if Hideyoshi goes on to get killed now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll definitely be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. I'm sorry, pretty easy choice. If you're telling me, like, oh, weigh my girlfriend against someone else's, sorry bro, you're losing your girlfriend. Tough shit. Just then there was a loud sound of the door opening and the chain being pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Honey, it's me. Could you open up? Ava. Honey? What's happening? Honey, open up! Open up! Open up, honey! Someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Ava raced down the hallway calling for help in a loud voice. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and the earlier feeling of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. Okay, I think it's going to be very important. I'm going to scroll up real quick. We're going to copy what Hideyoshi said, because this is important. Hideyoshi, while being attacked, stated, okay. Just wanted to put those 2 points there. You can read them on screen. They have a concealed appearance of some kind. Couldn't tell who it was. This could be because it was dark, such she couldn't see the person, or, it was just he couldn't tell because they were wearing something. They got into the room either A, silently, such that it wasn't noticed by Natsui or by Hideyoshi, or by B, there was another entrance into this guest room, I should say, / maybe other rooms. I shouldn't get rid of the in particular. That we do not know about. What's going on here? So right now I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi. In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they staying so quiet? Because they're not in there. I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. An illusion? What are you hiding? In other words, does this mean that the culprit is holding his breath, standing right in front of this closet, waiting for me to shamelessly come out? I don't even know what to be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety, but what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave the closet. Before long, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. I held my breath again and melted away into the darkness of the closet. Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goto was gripping a bolt cutter. It was to cut the chain with. Wow, thanks, dipshit. After yelling to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Honey, we're going to open this up. Cut it right now. Yes. Goto stuck the large bolt cutter, which looked like it could slice off whole fingers, into the crack in the door and easily severed the chain. Okay, it says easily severed the chain. That wasn't the same as what it said in episode 1, but... Dear! As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goto aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late. What the hell? Honey! Honey! Dr. Nanjo, look at my husband, quickly! I'll do it right now. Nanjo, for this 4th line in the episode, he's so happy. You've gotta be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. What could have happened? Ah, honey, honey. I'm afraid to say there's nothing I can do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural. Because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might have even pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go on alone? Stupid! 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 The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard. So he still hasn't had enough blood. So he really is hiding somewhere in this mansion and coming after us. But there's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed. Ah, that's right. The shutters are all shut and the chain was on the door until a second ago. Huh? Isn't that bizarre? In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi in this room? Perhaps they threw this stake through the crack in the door. Hideyoshi's bed is in a total blind spot from this crack. You couldn't even kill him with a gun. This really is strange. It's a locked room murder. A locked room murder. It's a bit too early to be sure about that. Maybe the culprit removed the ceiling in the bathroom and escaped to the space above it, or maybe you can close the shutters from outside. Here comes red statements. The shutters. They didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked. Erika. It was no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erika had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. She had heard that a crime had occurred in this room. Excuse me. Seen everyone rushing towards it and taking the opposite approach by circling around to the outer wall. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutters were down on the windows, that you couldn't do anything with them from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary. I assume that the inside of the room is perfectly cliché. That wasn't called for. You have my deepest condolences. So, what is the state of the room? The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered. And all the windows have the shutters down. They're locked tight from the inside. What are they bickering about in there? Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the body to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came. What happened to the other corpses when we did that? The culprit carried them off somewhere. It may be that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the bodies as well. So no way we're leaving my husband all alone here. Ava did have a point. After all, the prior victims were all carried away after we were shown their terrible and fatal wounds. Erika, you'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide? Do as you wish. All I'm interested in is the fact that a locked room has appeared that's much more serious than Kinzo's study. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please. Battler looked at her with an expression of clear disgust, but it rolled off her like water off a duck's back. Well, you can take the corpse away now, I don't mind. Or am I in the way? Erika backed away from the door to open a path. There was no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed at the thought of this locked room murder that had appeared. Holy fuck, why do I keep yelling? In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi's body up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph started to carry him out. The sheets quickly turned red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the body. Hey, out of the way. Yes, I'm out of the way. Let's carry him to the parlor. Yes. Honey, ah. Listen up, everyone. From now on, we always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated. The culprit's probably got a master key when he attacked Genji. It's clear that locking up will no longer keep us safe. But even the chain was set. How did they do it? It's impossible. The shutters in the chain were firmly set. Even with a master key, it's impossible to force your way into that room. It must have been Beatrice's doing. Oh. There's no way Beatrice did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ritual. As if we could understand her reasons. This is impossible for anyone except a witch. Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. That has a nice ring to it. Erika, are you listening? We've decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi's body to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get there? When she heard the words playing detective, Erika grimaced visibly. Then after everyone had filed out, she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned the scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have a photographic memory. If that were true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing her mental photographs of the crime scene, and enjoy skipping the line because you're a dumb fuck, and enjoy playing the part of the armchair detective. Then suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side, a closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Ready? They're going to open it up and Natsui's not going to be there. You ready for it? The person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Ah! Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Didn't they teach you to stick with the group on school field trips? Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies. Huh? I don't know if that's like a reference to Higurashi that I don't remember, but... Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Dude, Rudolph loves Charlie XCX. He keeps bringing up that album. Move it. Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Batley back to the parlor for the time being. Natsui literally just like pissing herself in here. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat that covered my cheeks might be noticed, was finally over. And the killer was in there, and they said, "Hey, what's up, Natsui?" I slowly opened the closet door with hands that still couldn't stop trembling, and dashed out into the hallway. It's alright, no one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock behind me after I left, so they'd find that suspicious. Anyways, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend I was sleeping the whole time. That's right, I have to get back quickly. A new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. And they'll probably do it immediately after they carry Hideyoshi's body back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't even know whether I should sprint back noisily to save every second I can, sneak back with hushed footsteps, Jesus, or walk around normally as though I don't know anything has happened. The one thing I'm certain of is that I have to avoid bumping into them on their way back to the parlor. I have to get to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. I believe in you, my goat. I passed through the hall to the lobby. Once I've ascended the main staircase in the lobby, I'll almost be there. I'll be almost there. Natsuhi. Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsui heard Erika call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. I was just about to go tell you. Thank you very much. Did something happen? Natsui, were you just going up the stairs? Your room is upstairs, isn't it? Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsui cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a worrier, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it. Of course, that is quite common, isn't it? It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their ability to remember things. Erika was clearly making fun of her, and Natsui might have put on an annoyed expression under normal circumstances. However, right now, Natsui was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this was nothing out of the ordinary. Why are you by yourself, Erika? I thought I might examine that guest room. Guest room? Yes. Things have gotten pretty serious, haven't they? And investigating the scene of the crime is my right. Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsui's eyes. She could tell. Erika was already suspicious of Natsuhi. Judging by the subtle nuances of her words, this was almost certainly an attempt to make Natsui slip up and reveal that she knew about the Hideyoshi murder she hadn't yet been told about. Natsui played dumb and asked again what had happened. Is something wrong? No, I was just thinking. But this is a repeat of the first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again, you were in your room. And again, you can't prove your alibi, can you? I don't know what you mean. To turn it around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room? Oh, an interesting response. But let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my lock. Please get started without me. Hideyoshi has been killed. We'll be talking about that. What? She had planned on escaping to her own room using her lock as an excuse, claiming to have a sudden headache and staying in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to say that could wait and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion after being seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsui gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. Maybe this is when she's going to declare Natsui as a suspect, but I think that would already happened earlier. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone stared at Natsui with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected her. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuhi, this must have been what the man was after. Yeah, no shit. I feel like I could have told you that a while ago. It was a trap to create a baffling locked room murder and frame her for it. But I couldn't disobey. I couldn't sacrifice my husband's life. And while it's true that I was hiding in the closet, that was all. I haven't committed murder. I might fall under enormous suspicion, but I'm still not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is feeding information to the culprit. Even in a situation like this, if I talk about my husband being a hostage, the culprit will hear and it might be used as an excuse to kill him. Natsui has just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all. Something very important? Yes, it's very important. Here in front of you all, I would like to set out the facts of everything that's happened from the first crime to the last. Then, you can leave me out of it if you please. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested. I have something very important to say once I've cleared everything up. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse. What? Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsui reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to. Oh, sorry. Could you close that door for me? Yes. Shannon and Cannon closed the door. Since they had just now decided to lock all doors and windows carefully, Cannon locked it as well. The lock which existed to protect the safety of this room felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuhi, one that could hold her, or would hold her there, and prevent any escape. Natsui still hadn't noticed that ever since Erika had left into the corridor to go check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In short, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly checkmate. Erika said that suddenly. Burncastle said that suddenly. Oh, fast. Wow, so you figured out the culprit already. Locking the room is checkmate. How would locking the room indicate checkmate here? The thing that's confusing to me about all this I'm gonna go get a pop, and we're gonna think here for a second about this before the game reveals it to me, because I don't want the game to reveal it to me, because I hate that shit. So I'll be like 30 seconds, 1 sec. Okay. I have my Diet Pepsi. Is my aspirin here? I'm gonna grab an aspirin, 1 second. Okay. So let's sit here and let's think for a little bit. We're gonna try and put everything together. I'm not gonna waste more than... What time is it? It's 12:20 a.m. for me currently. Hell yeah, it's the best diet drink. Let's fucking go. It's actually like the only pop that I'll drink really anymore. Let me take this aspirin real quick. And we're gonna try and reason through the earlier murder, and we're also gonna try and figure out. So the only thing that we know about the earlier murders is 1 second. Okay, there we go. After being sick earlier, my fucking stomach is aching like crazy. That should help. Okay. We know after the earlier murders that the culprit, whoever they are, if we assume it's the same one, they have a master key. Okay. We know that they move the bodies at some point, but it doesn't really mean anything because pretty much anybody could have been in possession of the master key once Genji's body was found. Okay. The big thing I think is we can try and focus mainly on Hideyoshi's thing. I hope that Erika doesn't just tunnel in on Natsui because, I mean, we obviously have privileged information that we assume that her character does not have, but, you know, we know that Natsui, at least assuming that Natsui's account of everything that has happened is in fact legitimate and is not tampered with. The new CSM chapter's lacking. I think we're in one of those situations where how do I word this? I had this feeling from time to time with CSM. I actually don't think the chapters are lacking. I think that these are just, I know if there was one today, I didn't read it, so I'll put an aside on that, because I actually kind of forgot that today was, well, it's not Tuesday for me anymore, but it was Tuesday. I think we're in one of those parts where a lot of this is like set up, and I think that when viewed as like the full picture, it'll probably be better. Personally, I've been like a very big fan of part 2, so maybe I'm also glazing a bit too hard. But I think there hasn't really been many wasted chapters in chapter 2. But I do feel that we're kind of in a little bit of a lull between major things that have happened. So I don't fault you for thinking that way. But so for the most recent murder with Hideyoshi, like I said, let me pop my notes up on screen. There's 2 things that are like really important about this, which was the 2 things we wrote at the end here, is that Hideyoshi didn't know about... I'm also going to put this because I remember this happening. With the bolt cutters. Because I think we are kind of in CSM right now in a little bit of like an in-between period between like really big things that were happening. Like, fuck, we just had... Okay, wait, I'm going to put a big spoiler on thing because for anybody that's listening later, because we'll be talking about part 2, big reveals of Chainsaw Man. I think that when you go from like basically the biggest reveal that the show has ever had, maybe next to the whole Makima thing at the end of part 1, and then you kind of just go to like random mundane shit. I shouldn't say mundane, but like sort of like low level, what feels like low consequence action. It seems kind of like whatever. But I think that it will probably be more impactful once we have the full picture. But for the time being, it's kind of like we just went from like a massive reveal, and now we're in the valley after the reveal, and it's like, okay, we're kind of just doing like random fight chapters with like characters that are like kind of important, but not like super important. It's like, oh, okay. But to circle back to this, when he said that he snapped the chain on the door easily with the bolt cutters, there comes a question in my mind of if that is related to the episode 1 theory that I had, where the chains were able to be tampered with or like cut through in some fashion and then refixed back together. The only thing is, whoever it was had a very short period of time to kill Hideyoshi this time. In episode 1, it wasn't a very long period between when we found Eva and Hideyoshi killed and like when they were attacked and when we, or sorry, rewind the tape. When they left from the group and went to the guest rooms to when they were attacked was not a very big gap in episode 1. But even more so, Eva was practically here. Like, Hideyoshi wasn't even dead. Hideyoshi wasn't even fully dead when Eva was at the door when she couldn't get in. Which indicates like kind of one of 2 things. And I would imagine that Goda actually did just snap it, that the chain wasn't fucked with in any way. 1, because I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong on this, it doesn't really change my argument a whole ton, but I think it was a different guest room in this killing than it was in chapter 1, number 1. But he snapped the chain relatively easy with the bolt cutters. But Goda is also way fucking bigger than Canon. Like, Goda is like the biggest like beefcake on the island. So it's not too surprising in that regard. But 1, Hideyoshi wasn't even dead yet. He was like in his death throes. I become even more confident there was some other way to get into the room. The one thing that I wonder if what Rika, or what I should say Erika in this case, if she's trying to check when she said to lock the door here, and the door went and got locked, Shannon and Canon both immediately said yes. The question to me there is, was that supposed to be a check where she's going to reveal something like, oh, well, I actually pickpocketed the keys off everybody, and the fact that you 2 went to the door and locked it indicates that you were in possession of the key. However, that still doesn't get by the chain question of the room. And we already know the servants always have possession of the keys, so that's not really the biggest like piece of evidence. I do think that it's more likely that Canon, Shannon, and Genji would know about secret passages because they are the one-winged inscribed servants. We also have a little bit of reason to doubt Shannon to begin with, or at least doubt her total innocence given what Natsui was saying about the autumn thing. But I do think that there probably is like a hidden passage of some kind into the room. The thing that really surprises me about them getting into the room is that Hideyoshi says, like, who are you? How did you get in here? And he can realize, so this is the thing, I'm not going to buy that he couldn't tell who the person was because it was dark. If they give that explanation, I'm not going to buy it. Because he was able to say, how did you get in here? What is that? Wait a second. He knows whatever the fuck the person grabbed, right? That he could tell that it was the occult stake. Now, when I say he could tell, not that he knew what it was, but rather that he could see that the person was brandishing a weapon. I find it really hard to believe that if the person was not concealed in their appearance in like an outfit, or if it was so dark, like, how would he notice that somebody was in there? How would he be able to tell they had a weapon, but then not be able to say like who it is? I don't think Hideyoshi used any verbiage that would indicate the gender of the person that attacked him. It seemed like the person that attacked him was relatively capable. Again, because we know that the servants are like all pretty strong, we know Ava has that ability. I'm not going to 100% like say that it was definitely a man or definitely a woman. I don't think we can 100% say that. Plus it's anime, so everybody somehow has the power of Jesus and anime on their side, so they're very powerful. But I don't buy that it was like so dark that Hideyoshi couldn't tell. I think the person had their appearance concealed in some way. I have no reason or nothing to point to prove that, but that is my current belief. And they got into the room so silently, such that Natsuhi, who was in the closet, didn't hear, and Hideyoshi, who was laying on the bed, didn't hear. Or B, that there is another entrance that they got into. And I think there's probably another entrance. I don't think it's the windows. I don't know where the fuck the entrance is from, but I think there's some other way that they can get in. The problem is I don't necessarily know. Without looking at the... We can look at like the earlier thing. I don't really want to spend too much time on the first Twilight deaths because like I said, it's so... We had so few red statements to work with. We know the people are dead, but that's about it. We know the bodies were moved somewhere, but that's about it. And we know that there was a bunch of people that saw the bodies first, but that was about it. Because whenever they came back, they were gone. But now we're in a position where for the letter and the knock, we have a lot of red statements to work with. So if we look at these, it says neither Kraus nor Natsuhi nor Genji knocked at midnight except for Kraus, Natsuhi, Genji in the second floor corridor, and all the people in the dining hall. No one else was in the mansion. So none of the people from the guest house were in the mansion at that time. Okay. Now, I'm going to point out very clearly the humans part. I mentioned this earlier. Technically, the furniture, if you want to go by the strictest definition that the game has given us, the furniture are not human. However, I don't know how much I necessarily buy that. But if we wanted to talk about a semantic distinction, they could potentially be furniture, not human. So this is interesting to some way. Just, again, I note this sometimes in the game whenever they specifically give out definitions, or when they add words to sentences that don't seem to fit for some reason. Like, I still bring it up every time on episode 3 or whatever it was, whenever they said, no humans exist on this Rokenjima. It's just a very, like, particular statement to make. Like, why would you say this Rokenjima? And why would you specify humans? You know, it's just weird. None of those in the dining hall knocked either, which means none of the siblings that were still alive did it. At this point, I believe when we're talking about the letter and the knocking, I don't believe anybody had died yet. Because it was, nobody had died yet at this point. In this case, anyone includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. This is talking about, I believe this was in reference to existing in the mansion. So it means that there was nobody that we couldn't even know about. Any people of any fashion, any stripe, it doesn't matter who the fuck they were. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. So these were the only people that were not in the mansion. The others were in the dining hall, and these were here. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to influence anything inside the mansion after the start of the family conference. Again, this is an interesting thing to state, because when you say, like, influence is such a weird, vague word to use here. I would need to have, like, another... What there really should be in this game, instead of a repetition request, it should be a fucking definition request, where they give a rigid definition of what influence would mean. Because the problem with this, what do you mean influence? Do you mean, like, direct influence? Do you mean indirect influence? Because if it's direct influence, well, no shit. We know they're outside the mansion, so obviously you don't mean it directly. Do you mean indirectly? Okay, then what does indirectly imply, regardless? None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound, meaning it was not a fake knock recording or something falling, branching a window, etc. They kind of covered this. So somebody actually did knock. To knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. So, anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpse could confirm they were dead. This is sort of unrelated to that. So, when we look at all of these, right? These are all the statements. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, we don't care about the letter. I think the letter is sort of a red herring here. It doesn't really affect anything. The fact that it says, among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed a letter in the hallway. Okay, cool. That means that we have a group of, what, 6 or 7 people here that could have placed it? Wonderful. That doesn't mean anything at all. Now, we sit in a position. Also note that it couldn't have been whoever it was in possession of the head's ring, and Jessica's in the part of the group of the people that could have placed it. Okay, I'm not just... Okay, put that aside. So, we don't care about the letter. We're caring specifically about the knock. I mentioned this earlier with this thing too. The fact that they say to knock means someone hitting a door with their hand. The fact that you just say hitting a door, and the fact that you didn't specify, did the person knock on the parlor door, or on the dining hall door rather? Did the person knock on the dining hall door? The fact that you didn't specify that is very suspicious to me. Because the fact that you would, like, to give a weird definition of knocking, and then say, oh, they wouldn't misidentify a knock. Okay, so it means that somebody definitely did knock, but does it mean that they knocked on the door to the parlor? Or to the dining hall, rather. It means the letter could have been there already. I almost said the note. The note, the letter, they both could have been there already. The knock could have been somewhere separate. The other thing, too, we know that Cannon and Shannon had both come in delivering tea, because we had the whole talking point about the letter being attached to the bottom of the tea cart. But that's a little bit, like, sus. It didn't really get us anywhere, other than to remind us that Shannon and Cannon were the last two to enter the room. What I think that Erika here is going to implicate one of Shannon or Cannon. And I think it's going to have something to do with some weird master key fuckery. The only thing that I don't understand is that it said... I don't know. The knock is very confusing to me. I think that somebody knocked on a different door, although I don't really know. Because this is the thing, too. When it says they didn't knock, like, again, like, they didn't knock on what? Like, because, again, this is the thing. If we start punching holes through this definition and say, okay, well, to knock means hitting a door with their hand. Okay, well, we never got confirmation that it was specifically the dining hall door that got knocked on. So if we didn't have that, does that just mean that they didn't knock at all? Does this mean they couldn't have knocked on, like, another door? Like, none of this really clicks too well. Because if somebody knocked on a different door and these characters heard it, right? Meaning that it wasn't a fake knock, blah, 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 all this stuff. This doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a knock at all. And it doesn't mean that they misidentified a fake knock. It just means they heard a knock that was not on the dining hall door. Because then all of this still holds that somebody did knock on a door. It just wasn't the door they were talking about. Nobody in the dining hall knocked. Okay, sure. They didn't have to because it wasn't that door that was knocked on. In this case, anyone includes other people, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but again, like, when it says in this case, in the dining hall knocked either, this is specifically referred to the dining hall door. To me, the best thing that I can say is that I'm going to put out, like, I'm probably not even going to be able to put forward a person. I think there's going to be heavy suspicion on Cannon and Shannon, at least for the letter stuff. Especially given the fact that when they locked the door, Rika said checkmate. I really hope the game doesn't go down the road here of just, like, blaming Nazi, because Nazi, you had no alibi. And it's like, okay, thank you, wonderful. Boring. I think it's going to have something to do with Shannon and Cannon. Hideyoshi left to go get rest. The problem is we're also missing information about what happened in that conversation that led Hideyoshi to leave in the first place. If we had some of the more... I don't want to say if we had some more, but if we had more context around the area that happened, or I shouldn't say the area. If we had more context around the situation where Hideyoshi left, we know it had been approximately 10 minutes since he left, but we don't know the whole surrounding conversation that led up to that. We don't know if anybody else left during that time. So I'm going to say this in my notes here, that, or I'm not even going to put it, I'll just say it out loud. I think there's going to be some fuckery with this, that when they say to knock means hitting a door with their hand, I think we're going to get into an argument about how the knock was not actually on the dining hall door, it was on another door, and these people mistook it as being on the dining hall door because they could still misidentify a knocking sound. Correct, they wouldn't misidentify a knocking sound. You're right, because they didn't have to misidentify it because they could have still correctly identified that it was a knocking sound. It was just not on the door that they thought it was on. number one. I think we're going to get some implication of Kenan and Shannon due to the, thing. Due to the tea cart and all that. And I think there's something that she mentioned here in the notes, or in the transcript, to say, the sound of that lock was truly checkmate. The fact that the lock alone... I don't know. We're going to find out. No more stalling. But... Oh, fast. Wow, so you figured out the culprit already. We've barely gone to any of the crimes, You could let me kill a few more and gathered all kinds of clues. Alright, Lambda, gather all the pieces. Now we're getting to the most entertaining part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest. We'll see about that. Why don't you show me what you've got? Hehehehe. To think that she laid down the challenge without waiting for the game to be over at midnight. What a hasty person, that Lady Burncastle. It's quite an early challenge. To think that she already feels she can win at this stage. Claiming a witch exists is normal. It's normally all you need to do to win. But with Natsui and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight will be a pain. I welcome a troublesome fight. I won't let them do as they please with my golden island anymore. I shall meet your challenge, Lady Burncastle. Furuto Erika. Okay. Again, this is all weird because we know that the Beatrice that's in this game isn't actually Beatrice. It's being piloted by Lambda. So, in this golden land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time when Battler had joined it. Okay, so no. So her claiming that Natsui is the culprit is this part here. I gotta be smoking dick, bro. So she did it twice. Would very soon reach the time when Battler had joined it on the 5th game. And control of his piece would be passed on to him. In other words, only now in this final stage of the game, when Burncastle had pinpointed the culprit, was Battler going to skip the fucking message and not read it. Was Battler finally going to be allowed to participate? He had left the arbor a short while ago for that reason. Now the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see. At least in terms of mere culprit guessing games, I think we can say that Battler has gained the strength to never again surrender. You gave him every message he needs by the end of the 4th game. That is to say, Battler possesses all the tools to reach the truth at any moment. However, he has a weak side. Because of that, even if the game goes on to repeat 100 times, he will never solve it. He'll just wander forever like someone trying to find the blue bird. It's a good reference to the play, and the fact that in the play they were looking for the bluebird everywhere else, and in reality the bluebird was the things that were among them the entire time, kind of giving you a little bit of a hint that it means to look inward, not outward. And that, Beatrice, goes for you as well. Even if you play this game 100 more times, you will never arrive at the answer you seek. Burncastle will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now, to bring an end to Battler's weak side, to bring an end to your hesitation. So I think when they say Battler's weak side is that he still, for this entire time, doesn't want to place the blame on people close to him. That they need to kill off that part of him where he's willing to accuse the people that are closest to him. And that is why you called the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between the two of you. Is she saying that she called Lambda and Thing because she knew this game would end up in a stalemate, so this is a way to, like... It's kind of similar to what I was saying earlier, but not exactly. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but either result will now be one filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore like a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake. Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay there? Neither alive, nor dead, not ascending to heaven, nor descending to hell. I said that line before it came out because I knew that's what she was going to say. There in a daze on the peak of Mount Purgatory. Aw, she's so cute with long hair. I am Virgilia. I have guided him through Purgatory and brought him to you at its peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose, because I can't speak, choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or embrace him and fall into hell. Did you know that the tribulations of purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, are sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? Yeah, on account of the fact that you've definitely been to both. On the gates of hell it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the denizens of purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven, a hope that cannot be abandoned. Yeah. She's talking about Battler has a hope that there's going to be some explanation, that it's not one of the people that are among him, and it's actually what causes him more in suffering. The hope that he believes that there will be an explanation so that when the bitter pill eventually arrives, it will hurt so infinitely more, or even more so in the case of Battler, it's a bitter pill he will never swallow, so they need to find some way to make him accept it. And that tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than the single pin known as hope. Leap. Leap from the cliff of purgatory, cast open Pandora's box, and cast aside your fleeting, fragile, foolish hope, and all the longing it brings. You're afraid, aren't you, of opening that box? Beato was silent, but with a single tear she nodded slightly. Aww. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, hold the funeral for it quickly and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, feed it quickly and give it all of your affection. Whether it is alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. Those two have brought you the key to the box that you were too afraid to open. That was a really good line from her. I like that. Beatrice, the time has come for you to die. I hope that your heart will be stopped by the hand of the person you desire. She wants to be killed with love, man. Okay, I'm glad that there wasn't the window crack on that one. I would have been kind of pissed. I don't think we're going to get a full Beatrice reveal. Okay, we're definitely near the end because whenever it does the zoom in on the clock... Holy fuck, we are advancing. Oh my god, we are advancing. Okay, yep, we're really... Okay, yep. It's fucking midnight, bro. We just skipped so much time. What the fuck? Oh, hey, it's midnight, guys. Someone's knocking. Oh, we can't say who it is. All I know is it wasn't somebody in the mansion, and it wasn't somebody in the guest house, and it wasn't somebody on the island, and it wasn't someone under the island, and it wasn't someone on top of the island. Okay, we get it. It's a clock. Hurry up. The Great Court of Illusions. Hey, look, it's 2400. The game is over. Maybe that scene earlier wasn't. Maybe that's all the killing that will happen. Oh, how pretty. Oh my god, Jesus. Predator. All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances nor exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. Pieces, are you all gathered? All present, ma'am? Good work. What a spectacle. I wonder just how many people there are here. No matter how many we see, every being outside the 18 is an illusion. True, thank you. Making you acknowledge them is what my game's all about. Cackle, cackle. The three witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of her semicircular balcony sat Berncastle and Beatrice facing each other. Below them, Erika ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. Great Lady Lambda Delta, I thank you for granting me my request for an assembly. And Great Lady Berncastle, my master, you can expect great things from this assembly. Though it may be only for a short while, I will most certainly make you forget about the poison that torments you. Yes, great things are what I expect, because you are my double, and my peace. Erika and Berncastle exchanged nasty smiles that would make anyone want to avert their gaze. Hear me, witches, humans, I hereby announce the assembly of a witches' coven. The Court of Illusions is now in session. The ruler of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken inside such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Your lives and rules within this game are over, the 5th game is hereby closed, and the 2400 answer session shall begin. I'd love to get started right away, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first, since there's so many of us here. Hehehehe. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new ruler of this game. Burn Castle, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's witch illusions. I am the Endless Witch Beatrice. My goals are to assert my own existence and to protect Natsuhi and Kinzo. Now this is actually Battler. Battler, you come next in rank. I'm Ushirimiya Battler. I'm fighting Beato's... No, I'm fighting the witches, that's all. As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. This means that at the time the Coven commenced, you were not yet a participant. Do I need to explain further? I get it. You mean I don't have the right to speak for the time being, right? Thank you for understanding. Okay, this is kind of fire. I'm liking this so far. Even though Battler held a rank second only to the witches, he sat on the foremost pew with the other relatives all by himself at one end. He met the Giza Beato, who was up on the balcony. You could simply have said you were my arch enemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. I don't think that's really her though, still. I almost said that I was fighting Beato's witch illusions. Originally Beato was my one and only enemy, but now Erika and those witches who started tampering with Beato's tail are my enemies as well. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing I won't have the right to speak for a while. I'll keep a cool head and calmly watch everything unfold. I am the detective and the initiator of this coven, Furuto Erika. I will expose the culprit of the fifth game and bring this tale to a pleasing conclusion. Erika greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again. I'm looking forward to your performance too. Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order, and make it quick. Is it going to introduce the dead people? Humans, introduce yourselves. All of you. Urged by 4-5 to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up. Okay, so it is introducing even the people that are dead. I am Ushirimiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere on Rokenjima. Ushirimiya Kraus. I've been captured and I'm currently being confined somewhere. I am Ushirimiya Ava. I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushirimiya too, so let's just skip the family name. I'm Rosa. I was killed on the first twilight. Jessica. Same here, dead on the first twilight. George. Likewise, I died on the first twilight. Maria. I died, but look, I'm here talking. See? Dying isn't a big deal, right? Hee 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 hee. I'm Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I'm alive. Hee 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 hee. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Kiri. Still alive. Nanjo. I'm also hanging in there. Sure you are, bro. My name is Genji. I died on the first twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. Cannon. Also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I'm Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you. Now on to the witches. Everyone introduce yourselves. What do you mean, the witches? Virgilia's group could also be seen. Oh, I see. There was a second balcony, different from the one Beato's group was on, which jutted out like raised audience seating. They sat there looking down as though they were at a theater. My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's master in magic. I'm Gap. Making corpses disappear is my job. Ronove. I am charged with making the tea. Here come the stakes. I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the second twilight. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory right here. Let us have Lady Erika's furniture introduce themselves. Gertrude, I am an assistant inquisitor. Cornelia, I am an assistant inquisitor. The two of them could also be seen on the second floor balcony. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Then, Delanner, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Delanner A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erika's primary assistant. Battler, I am expecting a lot of you. Please do not disappoint me. Let's just both give it all we've got. Most of the time, there will be no need for Delanner to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Delanner pass judgment on them. The miracle in the study will not occur again. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chiester Sisters Imperial Guards who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this coven. Hello everyone. Nah. This ends the introduction of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. The number of characters was 38 if you only took the 5th game into account, but if you added all the pieces who appeared in previous games too, it would probably even rise higher. This mysterious game, which had so often been likened to chess, now had far more pieces than a chessboard. Yeah, you're really playing Go this whole time. Good. Then I guess we'll get started. Initiator, please begin. Oh, excuse me. You, the goat over there. Refill my drink. The goat over there, and so, Nanja steps forward? Of course. And some popcorn for me. Oh, that's right. It was you who decided that popcorn was the only proper accompaniment to demonic theater, after all. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And I could get some black tea and mustard miso. And could I? Erika, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master. Leave it to me. Order. Silence. At the sound of her voice, the Chiester sister troops straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground which instantly erased all chatter in the cathedral, and turned their eyes and expressions even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Monster reference? Footsteps? Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erika walked into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar, and carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. So who's she gonna call up? I, Furuto Erika, will make an accusation. So it's either Natsuhi, or it's Shannon, I think, right? The murderer of the 5th game is... Ushirimiya Natsuhi. Fuck you, man. You really took the boring route. You are the culprit. Erika pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi wax doll alone twitched and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic. Chiester sisters, please take the defendant to her chair. Understood? Well, unless we've been getting lied to the entire game about Natsuhi, which I guess is like semi-possible. We're about to see Erika get dismantled. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me. 45 and 410 pinned Natsuhi's arms behind their back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Chiester sisters were surprisingly strong and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Furuto Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushirimiya Natsuhi. Excuse me. Beato, of course you'll be defending her, right? Naturally. I am the Ushirimiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furuto Erika, I accept your challenge. I shall take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart. But Beatrice... Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head, with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared and she stood up straight. That's true. I am Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenger who would dare blaspheme the name of Ushirimiya. Hehehe. How can you make such an empty boast in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment. So Burn, make your claim. I, Burn Castle, claim that a human, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game. And you too, Beato, okay? I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Burn Castle, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Do you hear this, witches? Humans? 2 claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit the human Ushirimiya Natsuhi, or is the culprit the witch Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth of the 5th game will disappear into darkness. If Erika wins, the witch illusion will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle where losing is not an option. Are you prepared? And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This is what I've been craving all along. If Erika were to win, the witch illusion would be destroyed. That would mean the existence of the witch would be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life-or-death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and broken through the witch illusion in any of the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erika's the only one with nothing to lose if she fails. I wouldn't be so certain of that. Lady Berncastle is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give any warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform as she had hoped. It was conceivable that the ruthless Berncastle would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just the same. The two claims would clash and one would be weeded out. One would fall and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. Okay, no problems. Now begin. In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi. Except for the victim and Natsuhi, all of us were in the same room, correct? It really was simple. Everyone except Natsuhi was in the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. Isn't true because we never got read statements confirming the death of everybody. We confirmed that if they were to see the bodies, they could say that they were dead, but we had no confirmation that those people were dead. So, we're not 100% buying into that. There's no room for discussion or debate. I'm telling you, you're mistaken. It may be true that I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit. I understand that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi, but wait. The scene of the murder was a locked room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room, except for me, since I could have done it with magic. I'll explain the locked room trick, the how done it, later. We're starting with the who done it for the time being. So, for the reason I just mentioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi for the murder of Hideyoshi. Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this. I agree. It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. If they use repetition request to check her location, we'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the ruler of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon were to pass and the police were to come and perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit would be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi lifted. However, the police would never arrive at this closed-off Rokonjima. In other words, the real truth would never be revealed. Inside a cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts have exactly the same value as truth. Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi is the culprit, before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements. It's no good at all to proceed while under the Game Master's suspicion. Or not good at all. We should take the initiative. Indeed. Lady Lambda Delta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during this 5th game, and we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder, and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, though the decision is yours, of course. Objection. Chronological order has no significance in the process of building a case against the culprit. Objection. Furuta Erika is trying to manipulate perception in her favor by mixing up the chronological sequence. I don't like when things get all muddled either. I accept Biyato's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second. Notice how she said the second Twilight. Interesting. Ch. I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. Now I understand. This is how the tales of Rokonjima are created. After being guided by Virgilia and meeting Beatrice, now I stand here at the peak from which I can see everything below me, and I finally understand the truth of this world. This is that thing you talked to me about before. Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place. As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. It's a kangaroo court, bro. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the brawn tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy. Then I will follow Lady Lambda Delta's orders and start from the first crime at the first Twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning. This is because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. Wow. Okay. Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Yeah, those who are dead. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. The culprit cannot be definitively said to be Natsuhi as long as there are other people without alibis. Okay, I think that's a fair statement. Natsuhi was the only one without an alibi between 24 and 1. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, that cannot be said for certain as long as the following exists. Is it not possible that Battler in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime? Is it not possible that Goda committed the crime in the guest house, blah blah blah, that Genji in the mansion, Kraus in the mansion, other people in the mansion besides Natsui? Is it not possible that George and the others were actually just playing dead? What if the second floor was reachable without going past Erika in the lounge? What if the crime was committed before 2400? What if the crime was committed after 3? What if the crime was committed outside the interval of 2400 to 1? What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3? True. If Erika wants to claim that Natsuhi is suspicious, she should first show that everyone besides Natsuhi has an alibi. Right, Burn? Yes, of course. Erika will provide a complete explanation that covers everyone. When we know Nanjo and Goda because she talked to them, as we will prove everyone else has an alibi. Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genshi's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. The inclination here is to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, yes? On that night, Goda and Kumasawa were in the guest house. Isn't that right, you two? She turned to face the direction where those two people were seated, and just those two wax models came back to life. When they weren't allowed to speak, they probably weren't even granted a soul. In that case, it would have been much better if Natsuhi's soul could simply have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. That is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room. Well, look at my age. Staying up the night would be a very heavy burden, so I returned to the servants' quarters in the guest house, and went to bed right away on my own. Yes, you'd better believe I did. Doesn't that mean Goda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters. Goda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin's room and commit murder. Nonsense. Why would we do something like that? That's right, that's right. How could we ever kill another person? Wow, it's a real tough defense. The culprit cannot be definitively said to be Natsui. After all, is it not possible that Kumasawa in the guest house committed the crime, or that Goda in the guest house committed the crime? I didn't press space there, so it skipped on me. Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis. Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. Firstly, Kumasawa, following dinner, she left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, that's true, entered the servants' quarters and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards with Nanjo, yeah. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder. So we're finally here. Is she gonna claim that Erika's the culprit? I see that it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. Beato glanced at where Delana sat on the second floor balcony. However, Delana just stared back with those unusual expressionless eyes. Or did I say unusual? I think she said usual. Usual. Repetition requested. We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. Decline repetition. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer. Ha! Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. Is it acceptable for them to claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof? Good point. What do you say, Burn? Erika? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis? Stay out of this, Erika. My opponent is Delana over there. A mere human like you is not fit to argue with a witch. No. There's no need for Delana to step forward. In fact, it is precisely this, a mere human defeating a witch, that will spell the end for the witch illusion. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for you. In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. I imagine she's going to say something like she could lie. Because she was the one that's making the claim and she was also the one that was guarding. The only other person she could appeal to would be Nanjo. In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up, as they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin's room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can eliminate that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit. Beato's blue truth stuck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun. A human like Erika can't use any red. How could she turn this around without calling Delana? Though Erika cannot use it, her master, Lady Burncastle, can. We mustn't let our guards down. Blue truth, valid. What'll you do, Burn? Will you or Delana step in instead? It is still not my turn, and it is not Lady Burncastle's turn either. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Fruto Erika will defeat you, Beato. Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman illusion. If you really can do that, it'll be seriously interesting. Okay, Erika, let's see what you've got. Something tells me Beatrice is gonna win. We got 3 more episodes, bro. I will begin with Kumasawa. It is extremely simple. Kumasawa, stand. Yes. Kumasawa, from the time you went to bed last night till the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the servants' quarters? No. I was sound asleep until morning, I really was. The truth is, after dinner last night I had a chat with Ava and she told me something very interesting, and I tested it out myself. What are you talking about? You don't mean... That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinzo in the study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame. So she receded the room that Kumasawa went into? Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to the servants' quarters where Kumasawa was sleeping? Erika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that. After all, it was an unsettling night and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sort of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost. Erika held a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air. After I watched Kumasawa, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the servants' quarters, I used this to seal the door. Then in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa's quarters, where I confirmed that the seal was still intact. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa's alibi. Kumasawa has an alibi. Okay. Oh, I see, so it's gonna show that hers is gone. Okay, yep, we see that. Good. A wonderful alibi. Absolutely airtight. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the servants' quarters to sleep, and never left the room until morning. How is that 100% a good alibi? Do we know that that was the only way into or out of that room? In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. Okay, we're gonna write this down. In other words, I was one key off when I was typing, so it all came out as gibberish. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. Okay. The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Burn Castle and became Red Truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned even by Beato. I'm gonna drop the game sound a little bit, sorry, it's just a tiny bit loud for me. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Ho ho. Then what about Goda? Goda holed up in the servant room after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then when Rosa returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda, who was still in the servant room, know this. The seal was intact at that time, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was upstairs, so I can guarantee that Goda didn't come up. Erika's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1, and Erika can testify to his alibi from then until 3 because she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And after that point, he never set foot upstairs until the morning after. Erika can attest to this as well. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Okay, so we're also going to put that. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went to the second floor until morning. Okay. Oof. Yep, get ready, we're gonna see another one blink out. Okay, wonderful, we get that. The one thing I'm wondering if the crime was committed between 2400 and 1, I wonder if that also knocks out that. Red Truth, valid. Well done, Erika. The alibis due to your seals on those doors have been acknowledged by Burn and elevated to the status of Red Truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective, a being greater than humans who can invoke the red truth despite her humanity. You claim to be greater than human? You conceited brat. Oh my god, you like Charlie XX too? Live another 1,000 years and then you can talk. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. Good yes song. This is the state of the guest house at midnight. The gold had been found, an emergency family conference called, and Battler had gone to the mansion with the relatives. I, the three cousins, Dr. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa remained in the guest house. I've already explained Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. George, Jessica, and Maria were playing cards in the cousins' room. I actually joined in for a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at that time. My master, I request that you repeat this. Yes, I'll oblige you. At 2400 in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive, and they were in the second floor cousins' room. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. Okay, this is another good context. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. Okay, boom. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, these 5 really are dead. Again, this doesn't really mean too much. We need to know their time of deaths. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that? No murder occurred before 2400. Okay, so we kind of figured that. We guarantee that George's group is dead. Why do you elect him to be the leader of the group? What the fuck? Just gonna knock out a bunch of them here, right? The crime was not committed before 2400. That's gone too. Okay. We follow so far. Thank you for repeating, my master. I had to make these things clear, you see, or I might have started hearing about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibi. True. Or that they weren't actually dead at all. Well, not so much that. We still haven't confirmed the time of death, we just know that they do die at some point. Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before the doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had now been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis. Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. That means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight. To go even further, at 2400, Natsui, Krause, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at the point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. Why would you separate Natsui and Krause? What? At 2400, Natsuhi, Krause, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Okay, of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also... Oh, because they're talking about when Genji got murdered. That's why they're saying he was also alive. Okay. Okay. That isn't something Erika observed, but we can't move the game forward without establishing it. I'll acknowledge that red truth. Okay. So then we get to say that no one left before 1 a.m. as far as the mansion goes. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master. Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth. The people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep to the same story, and that someone might have snuck out of the dining hall and committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red truth, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back. I'm gonna make a really crackpot theory here, and I don't know how it makes sense. Ooh, let me crack my neck. I think Battler is actually the culprit in this. I don't actually think that too much, but the reason why I say this is the very fact that we know Byrne was controlling his part so far, this is like literally a puppet show. The only time that he started having control of his part was literally right before this got called, right? Like, he has no input into any of this. So until they can shut down his thing, I'm going to be heavily sus of him, especially the fact that he literally laid down with the dead bodies, and that's all we assume. He just like, oh yeah, he just laid down with them. Like, I mentioned that at the time. I find it really hard to believe you would just like lay down and not notice, but damn you. Very troublesome to think we would be put at such a disadvantage. This is almost the exact opposite of Ricci's fight with Battler. In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the game master. The Beato who fought against me was the game master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red truth at will. However, the current Beato isn't the game master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Though Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Byrne Castle. Even though she isn't the game master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use the red truth even though she's neither a witch nor the game master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth or red she can use. And yet the detective, Erika, can use the red truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. You could probably say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my repetition requests, but in the beginning she responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Byrne Castle is different. She fully understands the rules of the game and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And all this made me realize. Beato was going easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other. Cackle, cackle, cackle. This has become quite an interesting fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Battler once stood in. Beato. I once insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yep. Let's switch to a different approach. The next in line will probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house. Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika, if I'm not mistaken, but the time periods before and after that should be wide open. That's right, I'll strike there. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the downstairs lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct? He's so happy, bro. He's getting like his 4th line of the chapter. Is it not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime? Yes, I did commit the crime. I mean, I was with Erika the whole time. And during what time was this? From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. Yes, that's right. Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., Dr. Nanjo, Goda, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repetition requested, my master. I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the trio of Erika, Nanja, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. I don't really need to... I'm not copying that one down, he gives a fuck. Though she had flat out refused Beato's repetition request, she responded to Erika's immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. Beato grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, she really was in pain. As alibis were steadily established for everyone other than Natsui, the witch illusion was also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain. Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too. That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., but what about before and after that? Well, Erika, because we only confirmed them to be alive at 2400. Of course. First the alibi for before 1 a.m. It's no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge when I met Dr. Nanjo, where I met. That's right. At midnight, I met Erika as she was coming down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I'd found a kindred spirit. Okay, so it's Nanjo. He's the culprit. When I went into the archive to solve the epitaph's riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there, so I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the archive and we were talking the whole time. Constantly until we moved into the lounge. The archive in the guest house had enough books in it that you might even call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for both Erika and Nanjo. On that occasion, Erika had again borrowed the key to the archive from Goda in the servant room. She added that she had rechecked the seal at that point and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants. I see. So from midnight until 3 a.m. when you went to bed, you were with Nanjo the whole time? That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that is indeed the case. Repetition requested, my master. I'll respond. After 2400, Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m. Okay, this is... We'll copy this one down. After 2400, Erika was with Nanjo. The whole time until 3 a.m. I mean, the only thing that bothers me about this is, like... I don't really care about you establishing the alibis. I would rather you first find out when the people were dead, because we could just cut through all of this gibberish, because if we just knew, like, oh, they were killed in this, like, 15-minute period between, like, let's say, like, you know, 1 and 1:15 or something, right? Well, then, a lot of these alibis we can, like, rattle off very quickly. We don't have to waste so much time. At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred, so this establishes an alibi for the period before the time he spent in the lounge. After that, we walked out of the archive and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa as she returned. I then told Goda about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Oh nice, you let like the 14-year-old or however old she is drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed and read, so there are no problems there. Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Battler, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo, and this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room the moment Battler screamed, and I confirmed that the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Nanjo's alibi is perfect for both before 1 a.m. and after 3. Nanjo has an alibi. I knew I trusted my goat from day one. I knew he didn't do shit. Like, I wish we would answer the bottom 3 questions first before we care about this shit. Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika up until 3, and he didn't leave his room after 3 until morning. Okay. Using the seals she had placed on the doors, Erika was granted red truths from Burn Castle one after another. When I gave Beato a repetition request, it was about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card which can make red whenever she wants. This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. No problems, I assume. I do have a problem, and that problem is, Beato racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. I'm overruling you, Beato. You see, I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. The alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven. Hold it, Erika. You're gonna leave me out of this? I'm pretty sure Ushirimiya Battler also had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. There's no way I'll let you carry on this discussion while ignoring me. Did he get told to, like, shut the fuck up? At that moment, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Battler, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned. Ow, damn it. Yeah, I understand, Battler, and my apologies. Forgive me. Erika, you haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Okay, thank you, because this is what I want to get out of the way, because it feels like a really obvious line of attack to say that it could have been her controlling Battler to do it. Battler is the man who is sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under the greatest suspicion of all? Beato's right. You can't go skipping Battler like that. My apologies. I'd completely forgotten about him. After Battler returned at 3 AM, you went upstairs with him, and I believe you also went to your room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin's room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Of course, if you tell me that you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin's room, I might just be willing to accept your proof. Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? What? That means she stayed in there with the bodies. I, Furuto Erika, can prove that Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3, that he went straight to bed afterwards, and that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticing the gruesome situation the room was in and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. So you have no need— that's a very odd statement. Returned to the cousin's room at 3, went straight to bed afterwards, and he went straight to sleep. I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in that room. So you're saying that it had to have happened in that time period. Because if you say nothing happened in that room, that means the bodies were already dead. So you have no need to worry, Battler isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning. That's insane. Even with those seals you love so much, it shouldn't be possible for you to prove that. How can you prove this? It's a load of crap. I entered that room alone, and Erika must have gone into her own room as well. How can she say something like that as though she saw the whole thing? She never said that she saw it. The room Erika was assigned to, where was it located? Across the hall? Erika, tell me please, how can you prove so much about Battler? Hehehehe, I'd expect no less from a true detective. Hey, I've seen that show. My room was right next to the cousin's room. There was only a single thin wall between them. You don't mean you put your ear against the wall? To check what was happening in the cousin's room? Yes, my ears are perfect. Right after Battler entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and listened carefully to make sure nothing out of the ordinary occurred. You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean they were already dead at that point? Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink. Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, the movie just came out for that, she had silenced her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin's room, like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Berncastle alone was grinning in triumph. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight. Yes. So just as my master told me to, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened. Erika has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for Battler to kill George and the others and slit their throats without Erika hearing it. Okay. No red statements yet, though, so just... I'm putting a question mark on that one, because there was no red statements on that. It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushirimiya Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 AM and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in that room. Okay, so well now we've put a constraint on when the murder happened. Ushirimiya Battler returned to the cousin's room at 3 AM and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in that room. Okay. In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit the murder or damage the corpses. So yeah, they were already dead when he laid down, which we kind of already figured. The red from the two of them forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. The red truth they had spoken not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First of all, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3 o'clock. That also automatically provided a guaranteed alibi for everyone who wasn't in the guest house before 3 a.m. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3. Okay, yeah, we figure. Because Battler went and laid down with their bodies and they were already dead. Okay, that one hurts. A lot. After midnight, Erika was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others. But now, all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3, and she can prove those alibis. That's not true at all, but she can at least say that that part was crapola. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3, and we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. The people who were in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there was no way for the murders to have happened, or to happen, unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3. Okay. As we move forward, in order to protect Natsui, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsui to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had proven that a human could have committed the crime. Still, that's a tall order. Until 3 a.m. when Erika was in the lounge, until 3 a.m. Erika was in the lounge, and you have to pass through there to get upstairs. In other words, she's practically like a sentry for the upstairs floor of the guest house. This is an unimaginative suggestion, but if it was possible to reach the upper floor without Erika noticing, we would probably be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's probably possible for a human to climb up to the second-story windows if they really wanted to. We do know about that one window that's silent from episode 3, just of course to remember. Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way, and Burncastle must have thought this as well. Battler Nanjo Goda Kumasawa, we realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house, and to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. If this is the case, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Beato finally struck back. Before now, she had let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one. Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I can't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless, so first I must prove that my lookout was perfect. Firstly, because of how the guest house is constructed, it is impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under cover, and neither are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master, I request you repeat. It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it, though of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Okay. A very weird addendum to add to that statement, but it is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. ... Though of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. I think I'm finally getting used to these switches because I typed that much quicker. Good, my master. So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really does pose a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. We also can't be certain that crawling up the rain gutter would be impossible. But I can't let you do that. Oh, you won't let me? And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that, could you? You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you could only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry from the second floor. Prevent entry, because she probably said she locked all the windows. I'd already foreseen this move. Frightening, and so persistent. Because of how the guest house is constructed, the only method of entry from the second floor is the windows. The locks, they don't matter at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry into the second floor that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Don't tell me, you use that seal of yours on all the windows of the guest house. In that weather, dressed like that? Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here. She's insane. At a house where she was welcomed as a guest before anything had happened at all, she went out in all that rain and did something like that? For a normal human, it would certainly be an impossibly dubious action. However, she is the witch's piece. In the middle of all that rain, Erika sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the walls herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things which could possibly have permitted entry. After hearing that she'd listened to the cousins' rooms all night long without sleeping a wink, even this bizarre behavior didn't seem quite so impossible. That probably also looked like a venomous spider. A repulsive venomous spider crawling eerily over the outer walls of the guest house in the middle of a storm. You. Just what do you think of the house of Ushiramiya? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest? To the detective, the Ushiramiya house is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it is important for me to memorize the names of the characters, the lay of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night. Furthermore, at the moment the crime was discovered, Erika confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erika wasn't the first one to reach the cousin's room. That is true, that did happen, when the corpses were discovered. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the Red Truth. It was more important to check the seals and construct alibis. You are perfect, my master. All I did was prove everything to perfection by following your orders. Well done, Erika. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? I'd say this proves that Erika's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis are concerned. Okay. Okay, well that's gone. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Erika, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it at all without Erika, who was in the lounge, knowing about it. Okay. Write this down. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it at all without Erika, who was in the lounge, knowing about it. Part of me just feels like this is an inside job then. But we'll see. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, Great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between midnight, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m. when our party in the lounge started. Wait, pause. If it had to be that time period, does this not heavily implicate Rosa? Rosa was the one that came back at that time. She came back at or right before 1 a.m. So if we know that it's constrained to that time period, it's even more sus, because Rosa was also the only one that was not of the children that were dead. Other than Badler, of course. I've already said it, but at midnight I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the archive until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so engrossed with this discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective. Except this is not like a mistake. This is 100% like a guaranteed thing she meant to do, right? Like, the fact that she would perfectly leave that time period means that it was intentionally done. After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this is an intentional trap, set in full awareness that only Natsui doesn't have an alibi for the hour following midnight. To put it the other way around, this has the following corollary. The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those who have no alibi between midnight and 1 a.m. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsui was the only one who fit this description. I mean, I think Rosa also fits it, right? Okay, we got heavy sus on Rosa right now. Gotta remember, Rosa was our number 2 behind Jessica, okay? She's not off the table yet for being the culprit. What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3? Well, something tells me that that is what... I mean, technically, that's weird that it's put separately. It had been a crime that occurred at a completely unknown point during that long night, but because of the alibis Erika had constructed, that time period had been compressed and restricted to the single hour following midnight. Erika left the cousin's room at midnight. This is the last time we have confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 a.m., it was impossible to reach the cousin's room by any method. The other thing, too, is Erika still could be the culprit herself. She could have killed all the cousins, right? The only thing is the party in the lounge started at 1 a.m., so it's Erika or Rosa. It has to be. I don't think it can be anybody else. Right? Because Rosa went up to the room by herself. They even said it. They said that Nanjo and Erika left the thing, and she saw that Rosa had entered, and she told Goda to go greet Rosa, and then Rosa went upstairs without caring about getting a towel. If we're to buy that story, I feel like it has to be Rosa, or it is an inside job. I think Erika is actually omitted from this, but still. All this from a mere human. This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate there won't be many pieces left to suspect. Damn you, Lady Burncastle. Not bad at all. I don't know, I got my eyes on Rosa. Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After this game is repeated 5 times, I have more than enough cards in my hands. Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1 a.m. This shouldn't be difficult at all. First, midnight. At this time, Natsui, Kraus, and Genji were in the 2nd floor corridor, and all the others were in the 1st floor dining hall. It's already been given in red truth by my master. That's right. At 2400, yeah, we already have this. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the 1st floor, and as you know, there was a mysterious knock and a letter with a one-winged eagle seal on it appeared. With the one-winged, Jesus. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 a.m. I will say it with the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m. Okay, so that's new, though. How's that possible that Rosa was there, then? How is it possible that Rosa was in the superposition of arriving at 1 a.m. and also not leaving? Something doesn't make sense here. Okay. The time that the crime was possible had been limited to between midnight and 1 o'clock, and it had been guaranteed that the adults in the family conference did not leave the mansion between midnight and 1 o'clock. This gave them all proven alibis. And how do you intend to prove that? Erika's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You made that rule. That is true, she did. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it had also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were 3 people, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If alibis were proven for Kraus and Genji, it would prove that no one but Natsui could have been the culprit. I don't know how we're also... Maybe I missed something? I'm gonna look over the notes. How have we confirmed that it wasn't an inside job? I don't think we have anything to confirm that it wasn't an inside job. Let's move on to Genji. He's a victim, but we can't rule out the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin's room and then killed himself. And was killed himself. And furthermore, although he was in the second floor corridor at midnight, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call for Natsui and was completely isolated. It is not possible that Genji, or is it not possible that Genji in the mansion committed the crime? Which means that it was possible for Genji to commit the crime. And she's gonna go, Dikembe Mutombo, I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the servants' quarters. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it? Then at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushirimiya Eva. Please rise. Erika wasn't the only one, you know. I was also certain that something would happen that night. She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people and their suspicion. During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji's quarters and used the same seal as Erika. In other words, if this wasn't broken, it would mean that no one could have entered or left that room between 1 a.m. and the next morning. The murder of Genji is also restricted. Okay. Interesting. Now, Kennen and Kumasawa, please rise. Kennen rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly. In the morning, you two went to wake Genji because he had slept in, right? And at the time you noticed the door was sealed, broke into the seal, and opened the door, correct? Yes. I thought it was some kind of prank. I didn't think deeply about it at that time. I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal when you entered the room? Yes. Because there was the duct tape, right? On the door? Now that we think back, I'm pretty sure it had Miss Berncastle's name on it. Okay, the only thing though that I don't buy about this, with the exception of Genji's room, is if all these other things were done with pieces of paper, wouldn't this also just indicate that it was possible for somebody who knew about the seals to just do the crime and replace the seals? Like, I would want more of an exclusionary thing, not so much just, oh, like, it probably wasn't this person. Like, no, I would want a little bit more than that, you know? But, hey man, what the fuck do I know? With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Kennen, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's sleeping quarters, and that seal was broken by Kennen and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. Okay, we're gonna add these and add the next one, so... Move my phone out of the way, because I keep fucking bumping my wrist on it. At 1 a.m. I don't really know why I'm copying all these, because I have a funny feeling most of these are not that important, but... Or in the sense that, like, they're not going to be important past the confines of this episode. I have to pee really bad, holy shit. Just to save time, I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the sleeping quarters and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all at this time. I'm just getting more and more suspicious of fucking Rosa right now, bro. Like, I don't know. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there, okay? After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the sleeping quarters and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all at this time. Okay. Jesus, that was a long one. This is all information I discovered by gathering it from the people involved. These are not baseless red truths. They are truths I arrived at through proper reasoning constructed from testimony. And not only testimony, I took fingerprints and performed every kind of forensic test available to me. After all, Kinzo's study is a treasure trove of all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of scientific evidence which is truth in its purest form and infinitely close to red truth. However, this isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details. As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into red truth by Berncastle. Without going into too much detail, the results she had obtained would have been convincing even without the red. Fingerprint collection with aluminum powder, composition analysis on the mud under people's shoes, various chemical reactions from clinging rainwater. Erika had walked in and out of the study that didn't belong to her several times, using all manner of chemicals however she pleased without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That was the power of the detective's authority. You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll warn everyone I meet never to welcome in any guest who calls themselves a detective. I believe that would be wise. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there. This is proof that it was only possible to reach Genji's sleeping quarters and commit the crime between midnight and 1 a.m. just as with the murders in the guest house. And furthermore, Erika's investigation also proved that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin's room. It had already been made clear in Red Truth that, after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the servants' quarters. Now, based on the results of Erika's scientific investigation, they added a further Red Truth. Genji never left the mansion after 2400. Okay. Genji never left the mansion after 2400. This made it clear beyond doubt that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin's room. Okay. That leaves only Kraus and Natsui. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and I'm gonna get more water, and we will continue. Probably no more pauses after that until we polish this whole shit off. Thumbs up, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let us continue. I still have a little bit of a tummy ache, but honestly, after being sick that much earlier, not surprised. Okay, that leaves only Kraus and Natsui. Sorry, let me tilt my mic a little bit. There we go. It's better. Oh, I was wondering why I didn't advance, because I was pressing space and I was tapped in OBS. All other people have had their alibis proven. I'm possible. Or impossible, not I'm possible. Natsui's mouth flapped open and shut like a goldfish starved of oxygen. And that was an accurate analogy. Natsui's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Ushirumi and Natsuhi, I give you one last chance. Confess that all the crimes were the work of your husband. Don't be ridiculous. Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband? Bieto, Natsuhi denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Please don't tell me that you expect to be able to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me. Where we find out all along Erika was actually the one that kidnapped Bieto realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, these alibis of Erika's would still have many places that Bieto could argue against using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Burncastle and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Bieto no longer had any room to argue. It's like Erika's creating the plotline, and those witches are distorting things so that everything matches up with it. That's right. If the game master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the truth that remains in the end. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth. Okay. Interesting. There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsui was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call. Do you suspect Natsui and Kraus, Badler? Well, Erika's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. She may be colluding with a witch, but it still has been acknowledged as red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built only on lies. This means that even Erika's truth makes sense. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being the culprits is also very possible. It may be a hollow truth, but it is consistent. It's a fiction that holds the same worth as truth. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is for you to decide. No. I'll trust Aunt Natsui and Uncle Kraus. I realize that they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it. How do you intend to get Natsui out of this position when she's so cornered by Red, which is slowly but surely closing in on her? I don't know, but I seriously don't want to give up. Aunt Natsui's been caught in a cowardly trap, that's all. And Erika's reasoning is all part of it. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is aiding the true culprit. Even if Erika has accused Aunt Natsui of being the culprit, and even if everyone else here believes that, that's exactly why I want to be the one person who trusts her. If everyone assumes it's true, does it become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, does it become the truth? Well, it depends. It becomes a working truth, whether or not it becomes a true fact of the matter truth, the answer is no. But must the solitary truth teller be dragged to the guillotine, to the jeers of liars? I don't like it. If no one will believe Aunt Natsui, then I will. Real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone thinks something sounds reasonable. It's something you arrive at after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. It's a kangaroo court that exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsui up as the culprit. Byato is doing all she can to plead Natsui's case, you know. Wrong. Byato is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending it. Yeah, she's not making any positive claims about how Natsui can't be the culprit. She's just consistently sitting here saying, oh, well, you know, oh, well, you know, oh, well, you know. And it's like, well, I would like you to, do something, you know. I would like you to do a little bit more. Because she's not really doing anything right now, but you can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all your opponent's claims. This is why Byato always cornered me in the past. You gotta go on the offensive every now and then. She isn't going to beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the ruler of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erika's. This is sort of like scientific theories, you know? You might have two scientific theories that kind of describe the same thing, but you only choose which one based on how accurate it is to make predictions, basically, right? And if one theory is better at making predictions than the other, then that's going to be the new theory. And it doesn't mean that the previous theory, I think I talked about this at some point in the past, that you can talk about this as akin to being like Newtonian mechanics versus like relativity, where for almost all intents and purposes for everyday life, to my understanding, of course, you know, I'm not going to pretend I'm super knowledgeable on physics, but to my understanding, you know, using classical mechanics works totally fine. It's just there's certain cases where it doesn't really work, and in those cases, relativity does work, and relativity also covers everything that Newtonian mechanics does, so it's just a better truth. Even though the claims that were made by Newtonian mechanics aren't necessarily wrong, it cannot be applied to everything where relativity can apply to more things, so it subsumes it. And he's saying the same similar thing, that you need to find a new theory that's going to be able to also take all the things that are said there, but then you also have to add that to your own theory to make a truth that is more correct, that explains more things better. Because right now, you don't really have that. Right now, you're in kind of a real bad situation. You basically only have two characters, right? I just don't see how. Sorry, let me take a Tylenol here. I have a bad stomachache. Hopefully this and the aspirin will help. What would be able to be the silver bullet to defend Natsuhi is like the question, right? Because that's what you need to do here. You need to go on the offensive. You can't consistently... You're playing off the back foot, right? You're playing not to lose. You're not playing to win. The problem is, like what they're saying, where it's a kangaroo court, where Lambda Delta is basically the one that gets to decide how this actually plays out at the end. You can't win just by playing the defensive. Because if you don't ever provide any counter, any other truth that can stand up against what is being put up against you, you just lose by default, even if you could try and strike down as much reasoning as possible. You're going to use the best possible explanation that's afforded to you, right? So I'm trying to think what the angle would be if we are to believe Natsuhi's recount and retelling of events. What could there be that would be able to vet Natsuhi's innocence? Because the other thing right now that I'm trying to think as well, which I mentioned earlier, is I'm trying to think what other alternative explanations we could use that fit for the culprits. We could do, like, group suicide for both. Like, is it possible Genji killed himself? Yeah. Is it possible that the cousins, one of them killed the others and then killed themselves? Yeah. We know that the crime occurred in that 1 hour period, and we know that Genji never left the mansion after midnight. Like, I have a peace of mind to think that it's Rosa, but at the very least, if we assume that it was a suicide thing that happened, this means that Hideyoshi had to have been killed by someone separate. And I don't really know to the extent, I guess, that it becomes clear. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. I'm looking through. I'll pop up my notes, sorry, because I'm scrolling through these here. I'm trying to think which of these actually does something to help us with Natsuhi. It's really interesting to me that the person said, "Who are you?" to Hideyoshi, and I think I'm gonna go to the game real quick. I know you won't see this because it's covered. He'd been pierced through the back. So we know that Hideyoshi didn't kill himself. We already know here, sorry, I'll hide the notes for a second. We mentioned this in the last stream, but the direct cause of death is unknown, and the very fact that they say this, it feels like it was almost made to, like, disguise the deaths after the fact. Let's say that, like, their food was poisoned or something, I don't know, like, something was done with the cards or something, like, I don't know, in some way that the people, these three in the guest house, were killed, because these were the only ones that were sleeping in the room, with these five, right? And so the weird thing is, like, why wasn't Battler killed? We already know when he returned they were dead. Erika is saying that it definitely could not have happened after Battler returned, so it had to have occurred before that. So there's a 1 hour period. The only thing that we've learned so far is that the person could have potentially done it if they entered not, like, throughout one of the windows. The other thing that I was wondering, which is sort of like a cope on my part, but when they're consistently sitting there and they're saying, like, oh, well, the windows and everything were sealed, like, there's no way that anybody could have done this. All this tells me is that it would be somebody who is knowledgeable about the seals. I would want to dig into Erika's story a little bit more to know if it was her or not. We have nothing for Kraus. The question would be, like, the culprits would have had to have let them in somehow. We know there's the one window that opens silently on the second floor, which is the only thing that I'm holding on to. And, like, how would these people not notice the seal? Like, when we look at Genji's room with the duct tape, that was so obvious, right? I don't know, something tells me it's Rosa. At least for the cousins. But if it was Rosa with the cousins, then it also means that it was somebody separate for Hideyoshi. And the problem with the Hideyoshi killing is that we don't, Oh, hey, what's up? We're in... Oops, we are in Chapter 14, The Great Court of Illusions. And so the thing is, if we assume that, like, let's just, I don't know the whole example, but let's just rock with the explanation that maybe Rosa was the killer. Maybe she killed Genji. Like, maybe Genji was killed first, because that's the only other way that I can think to make the puzzle piece fit. Is if Genji was potentially killed before the thing was put on his room. When we know Genji never left, he went right back to the servants' quarters, and then the room got sealed up, right? So there's a possibility they sealed a room that he was already dead in. Okay, I think that follows. The problem is, like, the whole timeline is, like, sort of out of line in my head. But the thing is, even if we comp to it and we say, okay, yeah, Rosa was the culprit, she killed the other three, and she killed herself, maybe she killed Maria accidentally, I don't know, something happened, you know? Well, then the better question becomes, who was it that killed Hideyoshi? And the thing with Hideyoshi is we're pretty confident, assuming that we can trust Natsuhi's retelling of events, that it wasn't Natsuhi. But I'm still hung up on the thing, I'll reopen my notes. I'm still hung up on the two things about Hideyoshi's murder, which were that him going, who are you? How did you get in here? Like, the only thing is if he said, who are you? And then maybe the person revealed himself to them and he goes, how did you get in here? What's that? This part doesn't really matter. This shit's whatever. These are the two that we care about. If you really dig into these statements, it seems to indicate the person would have had a concealed appearance, or at least when he said it at the time, he couldn't tell who it was. And we know that they must have got into the room in such a way that Natsui... I shouldn't say either. They got into the room, A, silently such that it wasn't. I should say and/or. There's another entrance into the guest house, maybe other room, secret passage that we don't know about, because we have no red statement made about I know they talked about red passage or secret passages not existing with the one red statement earlier on, and not allowing it to exist, but we don't really have anything confident on that. I'm just trying to see. There's also something about with the knocking thing. This is also a very weird thing, and it feels like there has to be like a silver bullet to this, but I don't know why I can't seem to comprehend it. I also don't want to take like too much of a detour to try and whittle out every very specific thing about saying like didn't touch this thing means literally nothing. It means they could have handled it in some way that didn't require them to touch it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed that letter in the hallway. This includes any conceivable possibility. So this is more of like a defense of them. But again, there's also the interesting thing of saying at midnight. And I know it's trying to make the distinction here because of the group of people that were not present in the guest house, but I don't know, that's just a very interesting way to phrase this regardless. Mention of the way of this, blah, 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 we don't really care about this because they kind of disprove this later with the T-cart thing. The knock is what matters more. There's an explanation for the letter is that the letter was somehow placed in some way prior in which no character noticed. But the better question becomes with the knock, if none of them knocked, because like it seems very consistent that whoever did all this was also probably the one that committed the crime at this point. The only thing is, we have like two options. I think that there is somewhat of a possibility that, also again, saying to influence anything inside the mansion is just such a weird verbiage that I'm just not comfortable with. It feels like, I said this like 4 times, I would need you to give a better definition on what influence means. This is too vague of a term. Like if you said directly influence, I'd be like, okay, well that just means that you could have like paid somebody off, like, that doesn't, it means nothing, you know, like I need more than just influence. None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound. The only explanation I can think of this is that there was a knock, but it just wasn't on the dining hall door. It was somewhere else that they thought, because it would still follow that they would all understand it, but the biggest problem then is just trying to figure out what the discrepancy is about how there could be somebody. The only thing that follows would be Kinzo. If they could, but we already know Kinzo wasn't alive. We already know all this. We know they aren't playing dead, but that doesn't really mean anything in terms of the first Twilight killings. That just means that for Hideyoshi's, there was a different explanation. And we're getting this huge wave of red statements, but I probably really shouldn't even be writing half of them because they're not really that interesting. They don't really add anything to the scenario. The only thing that we've really whittled down is I'm not 100% ruling out the possibility that Erika had something to do with it in terms of what happened in the guest house. I don't know about the knocking in the mansion. I really don't. It doesn't click to me about who it could be. There was only 3 people outside, and they're seeming to conclude that it was knocked. But again, this is the other thing that's really weird, is that I said this earlier, that when they say misidentify a knocking sound, like sure, but they mentioned somewhere here like, oh, they didn't knock. Okay, sure, but like none of this really helps me at all. Because if I'm gonna start thinking about word games, and if I think it's possible that somebody knocked on a door that wasn't the door that everybody was residing in the dining hall, then like what does it mean they didn't knock? Okay, well like that doesn't necessarily mean anything to me. They didn't knock on what? They didn't knock on the dining hall door, they didn't knock at all, they didn't knock on any particular door, they didn't do anything, like, I don't know. There's just a lot of like wiggle room that I feel like you would need to iron out. I will say that this is like a lot more blanketed, that it feels really hard to figure out the knock mystery. If it doesn't get resolved in this episode, I'll definitely probably have to go back and watch all those scenes over again and get a better idea of what was happening. Really? Okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I would say the knock thing seems really hard. Like, it seemed to me, and maybe this is just me being, like, egotistical, but the knock seems to be, like, the hardest mystery in the game so far. I'll probably put some time in after this episode is over then. But then, thinking back to this, so far, so if we put the knock to the side, let's just pretend that we don't care about it for now, then the better question becomes, if we are looking at the murders that occurred thus far, until we get a confirmation of A, that suicide was not possible, okay, I still don't think Rosa's alibi has been 100% cleared. We know she came in the guest house around 1 a.m. We have no guarantee that Genji was not potentially killed prior to that point. And then the room was sealed when he was already dead inside. Rosa returns to the guest house. She's apparently like wet and disheveled. They greet her. She sprints upstairs without saying anything else. To me, this indicates that Rosa probably killed these people. We already know they're dead when Battler enters. Did Rosa potentially kill these? Feel really bad that she killed them, then killed herself? Possibly, who knows? We know that Erika is providing some amount of confirmation that nothing happened past 3 a.m. once Battler returned to the room, but that they were already dead at 3 a.m. I still am not 100% bought into the fact, and I've said this like 4 times, so I'll not belabor the point any longer after I say it again. I'm still not convinced at this point that Ava or Erika are just innocent because, oh, like the things were sealed, nobody entered through them. Well, one, we know that there's a silent window on the 2nd floor of the guest house from episode 3, I believe it was, whenever George left out of it to die with Shannon. We already know about that. And I don't buy that if you put a stupid fucking piece of paper or a receipt or a crumpled piece of anything and you locked it in a door or a window and somebody saw it, they seem to act like this is like some like unbreakable thing. Like, for instance, it would almost be more definitive and more understandable if it was like a wooden dowel or something that snapped and broke. It's a fucking folded piece of paper. If you noticed, you could fucking refold the piece of paper into the seal when you locked it. Assuming, now, you could make the argument, and I think they did about this in episode 1, where you could say, oh, well, you know, maybe they don't get it, or they wouldn't know because they wouldn't know at what exact point. Like, for instance, if you closed it in a door, they wouldn't know at which point you set the receipt in the seam of the door. You know, did they put it, you know, a foot up? Did they put it 4 centimeters up? You know, you might not know the exact spot. But assuming that you opened the window and you watched it fall, you could probably guesstimate about where it would be. And I think we've got some statements about... They say it was impossible to reach this... Because this says, without knowing about it. This also could mean that Erika was complicit and didn't say anything. Again, maybe I know I'm reading too much into this, and it's probably just I'm barking up wrong trees, I get that. But again, when they continually make these notices of, and adding little weird addendums to statements, when you say, oh, it was impossible to reach it all without her who was in the lounge knowing it. Well, she wouldn't have actually known at the time that it happened. She would have just known that the window was broken through later. Now, she's given testimony that nobody broke through it. But again, what if they tricked her by replacing it? Like, to her knowledge, then she wouldn't be able to know. But that doesn't, again. And this is another weird thing. That this feels like a discrepancy in this statement when they say, no one of the people in the dining hall left until 1 a.m. We have testimony of Rosa apparently not leaving till 1 a.m., then also arriving at the guest house at 1 a.m. There's something that's slimy about this time that doesn't make sense. At 1 a.m., Ava sealed Genji's sleeping quarters. Does this not also potentially implicate Ava? Oh, so she sealed his sleeping quarters. Remember, when Genji was sealed in it, the tape said Erika. It did not say Ava. This is a bullshit lie. Which either means that she is working in accordance with Erika to like dupe the whole game or something. We already know Ava has the disposition to be able to kill. Again, is there also something to be noted about the fact that it was only Hideyoshi of all the other people who was killed? I know he was the one that went off to leave. I don't know. I'm stalling too much time on stupid theories. I'll adapt more as things come up, but I'm just not convinced. I'm really interested in the knock now that you bring that up, though. I really want to sink some time into thinking about it. I'll probably go back and watch it, although I'm sure with maybe my level of understanding and shit that's revealed in the game, it might not be possible, but goddammit, I'll try. I'm gonna put up a spoiler real quick about Higurashi. This might end up being a thing that's really similar to like Hanyu in Higurashi, where there's like a knocking noise that's described when they go into the implement warehouse, or whatever it was called, in Higurashi, wherever they kept the torture devices. They kept noticing how there was like a banging noise, and when you go through it at the time, you don't think there's any explanation to it. It's like a very like odd banging, and you find out later on it was because Hanyu was like stamping her feet really fucking hard to try and like stop people, but she's a non-corporeal being, so it didn't like transfer as well. Again, I still think there is something to be said too in this game about the fact that it seems like every time they bring up stuff, they say human all the time, or they say person. It's weird that they throw in some words sometimes. It feels like weird distinctions to be made, and I think in this game, at many times, every accusation is also an admission of guilt. But now, without any more stalling, we will continue, because at this pace I will never complete this chapter. And we're fucking here until this chapter is over, tea party and all. We might be here until 12 hours from now. I don't think it'll be that long, but... To me, to understand the knock is the same as understanding the whole of episode 5 completely. Okay. Well, then I guess I might have some theorizing. But we'll see. Without violating any of these red truths that Lady Burncastle has shown... Okay, see, I'm not tapped into the game. Can you weave together a truth where Natsui isn't the culprit? I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsui is the culprit, there's gotta be a different truth. I don't even care if the culprit for the crime ends up being a witch. That's better than having Aunt Natsui be framed by an incorrect truth. So no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsui is the culprit, correct? Yeah. For everything, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. That is like the most flawed line of reasoning possible. I'm sure there are countless truths in the world that can't be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is. Okay, the second part was based, but how can you be sure that there's nothing on the far side of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the far side of the moon with your own eyes, you can't rule out the possibility that nothing is there, and neither can you rule out the possibility of a thriving culture of space bunnies. I mean, we'll let him ride with the statement. There are absolutely ways you could deny this, but it's okay. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. Okay, true, I believe with that, but I don't like the statement of saying with your own eyes, as if your eyes also cannot be fooled, like question mark. This course is maliciously trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that can't be checked. I once believed there was a society on the far side of the moon, but that was in elementary school and I was made fun of and laughed at, so I thought it was embarrassing to think that a society lives on the moon, and I threw away that belief. I'd been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the far side of the moon, and I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said that was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now, everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, even though not a single piece of decisive proof has been shown. There's no proof, but Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth. Also, what the fuck did they mean answer arc, bro? I ain't getting shit answered so far. That's your reason to abandon your belief that Aunt Natsui is innocent? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe that real truth only surfaces if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much they try to make Aunt Natsui out to be the culprit, it's my belief that she isn't. And I'll never give that up. I understand. Then allow me to grant you a single red truth. This is the single bit of power I will give you, now that you hold the will to fight in the truest sense. Power. From... Chainsaw Man? By the name of the fine-eyed witch Virgilia. No, as the former witch Beatrice, I grant you this red truth. Yeah, I would imagine it was basically the same thing in Higurashi. Like, technically all the info is there, but it's, like, pretty much impossible. You can maybe, like, it's weird, you might be able to peg, like, the right people as being like, oh, this person is really suspicious, or, you know, like, you might be able to even guess, like, I was saying this joking a little bit in the theory stream that, I'm writing this in my notes, that, I don't know if you played Higurashi either, so I apologize. I don't want to spoil anything if you haven't. But it's one of those things where you can probably peg like suspicious people and you might be able to group. But it's also one of those things at the same time where there's only 18 people to pick from. Even if you suspect like 4 people, it's like, okay, bro, you're suspecting like damn near, like you're suspecting over 20% of the cast, you know? So it's a little bit, it's like, damn, bro, I hit like a 1 in 5 chance, or slightly better than 1 in 5 odds. Good job. It's like, okay, well, I mean, even if you were randomly guessing, that's not like the craziest thing possible, but... Plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will cease her pursuit of Natsuhi. From there on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit. Someone actually solved the epitaph by episode 4 when the game was first released. Interesting. The only thing that makes me sad about the epitaph, and this is probably a little bit of my own cope, is that I feel like the epitaph is probably like a Japanese language and geography meme, at least the way that they had described it. And like, I'm probably coping out of my mind, but I feel like there's parts of it that when they're talking about like different readings of kanji and shit, like I just don't have the ability to know that. But I'm also bullshitting because I know this game also has a Western thing and they're talking about Golden Land and shit. I also wonder how much better, dude, it would have been so cool. I think about this all the time with some games like this, especially ones like this that were released in an episodic fashion. It must have been so fucking cool to be there. Like, imagine you're like a Japanese person in like whatever it is, 2009 or whatever when this is coming out. And you're like on the forums for these games when the episodes are coming out, and you're fucking, dude, that would be so fucking fun. Like, so fun. This is like the shit I live for. I love stupid theorizing stuff like that. I so wish, and I hope in the future, if there ever is anything of this, I know that the author of this has made another game, but it's technically on hiatus for the time being. I hope that there's other games like that in the future that I can hopefully be a part of, or like TV shows. I know people did this with like Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was like a weird one though, some other shit, because it's like, well, Game of Thrones was already a book series before, you know? But, I don't know, it must have been such a cool thing to be there, like episode by episode. It's kind of the same thing, again, I don't want to derail for too long. It reminds me a lot of Chainsaw Man right now. I enjoy Chainsaw Man a lot, and up until like very recently, well, there's been a lot of reveals very recently that sort of narrowed down possibilities, but there was like so much, like so many theories, and it's just so fun to go chapter by chapter and see like all the crackpot theories, and I don't know, like be a part of the discussion, even if you're not like contributing on forums or anything, but just to read all of it, to incorporate it. I don't know. Stupid shit like that with media is like my most favorite shit, and I think for these games in particular, where they are so off the wall, where they are so dense and like almost superfluous at times with the amount of stuff that they give you, it would have been so fun. But sorry, let me continue. What do you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsui is in serious trouble, right? Will you accept that plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon this Ushirimiya family honor thing, Burn says she'll let you off with a draw. She's being a real softie on you, you know? Kraus was currently missing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Like Kenzo, he was no different than a cat in a box that had disappeared into the mists of the island. The cat in the box is a creature of infinite variation. No interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Burncastle were to claim that Kraus was the culprit, she wouldn't be able to make that the sole truth. That is, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory could exist in almost perfect balance. Beato could make the game a draw. Burncastle was tempting her. She was offering her a second chance if she would abandon the honor of the family she'd sworn to protect, and consent to weaving a fragment that would trample all over that honor. There was no room for false confidence. For Beato, to lose was to die. Unless she could see herself having an overwhelming advantage in this game, the right move had to be to actively pursue a draw. I did mention this too, I don't think you were here for this, but I will do an update to my theories at the end of every episode in the answer arc, up until the point where it probably doesn't make sense anymore. If it's anything like Higurashi, you probably won't need to do it post episode 6, because I think in Higurashi, at least like even early in episode 7, it was kind of already, I don't want to say wrapped up, but you kind of had like a good vibe of what was going on. I know episode 8 in Higurashi was literally just the unraveling. Like everything was already solved at that point. There was no mystery by the end of episode 7. Maybe like one or two very minor things. So at least specifically for this episode, the next one, and maybe episode 7, depending on how it goes, I will update my theory a little bit. Not as much as I did on the theory stream, because I was like, that went so much longer than I thought it was going to, but unless she could see herself, I don't know if I read this one, I'll just reread it. Unless she could see herself having an overwhelming advantage in this game, the right move had to be to actively pursue a draw. I will not allow you to call my husband a killer. My husband is the next in line to the Ushirimiya family headship. The one person who will inherit the glory of the Ushirimiya family. I will never allow you to brand him as a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuki? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hempel's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And so what if I'm the only one left? I am Ushirimiya Natsuki. I will not run or hide. I am innocent, and I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. But none of you can damage my honor with fiction. With a dignified voice, Natsui stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Burncastle had intended. Natsuki refuses the deal. And you, Beato. You understand, right? The instant Natsui is singled out, Lambda will deliver her verdict. As soon as that happens, the witch illusion will be denied, and you'll vanish into mist. Do you plan to let Natsui's foolish stubbornness drag you down to the depths of hell? Riche? You fought well. Now's the time to withdraw. Convince Natsui and try to work out a compromise. Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Burncastle have boredom, not you as their true enemy. I imagine they would like to play this game over again. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly. Move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that. Natsuhi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one. But the same does not hold for you, milady. Dude, I had a theory in the theory stream that I said that, like, the locations of everything was important. I almost want to, like, do some triangulation memes. We'll see. But the same does not hold for you, milady. Through this game, I believe you have learned the moves that Lady Berncastle has up her sleeves. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Berncastle's deal might be your one and only good option right now. Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies. My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong, and I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her, because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuhi is the culprit, I will claim that a witch is responsible. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I can't afford to lose, okay, or Hanato Marcano? Truth isn't for anyone to deny. It's something that disappears when you doubt it and abandon it yourself. Is that your answer, Beato? Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushirimiya Kraus is not the culprit. See, that's weird, because I didn't really provide any proof for that. They just kind of said, nah, we say he's not. Nah, we say he's not. So that's like a total fucking absolute horseshit on that one. Unless Lady Lambda Delta adds a red truth to this. Fool. There'll be no coming back from this, you know. Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Berncastle, Witch of Miracles, I spell with the red truth. Ushirimiya Kraus is not the culprit, and he was killed long ago. Shortly after you heard his voice over the phone, in fact. Okay, thank you. That's actually really good. Ushirimiya Kraus is not the culprit. Oh, poor Nansui. I feel bad for her. And he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone. In fact. Interesting. Can you tell me how he died? No. Darling. Berncastle's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsui. It was all too merciless. The lack of knowledge of whether Kraus was alive or dead had almost crushed Natsui with anxiety, but she had at least been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. With the loss of her daughter and husband, she had now lost everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushirimiya family. No, even after all of this, one thing still remained. If her husband was lost, then right now she was the last person who could protect the honor of the Ushirimiya family. But still, she still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsui would do all she could to protect that honor. Hiccups. With her last ounce of strength. Nope, it's all over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1 o'clock. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi. I don't know if that's true, though. Again, I feel like there's still a discrepancy in Rose's thing again, unless I'm misunderstanding something. I feel like there was a misunderstanding. How could she arrive at 1 a.m., but then not have left till 1 a.m. either? Ah, jump scare of the demon teeth. Well done, Erika and Berncastle. You've fully proven the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushirimiya and Natsuhi. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, left before the others while pretending to return to her room for sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m. Again, the only other possibility is if we're talking about Kraus, and I don't understand how we can, like... I just don't understand how we can do anything. I don't understand where or how that would even be possible. Because even then, if we admit that Kraus is not dead, like if we accept that, then we're stuck in like this regressive, I don't know. I feel like we're just stuck at that point. What is the possibility here? I don't know. Let me add something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it is unthinkable that anyone except... This is the most... I know I said it well before they even used the term, but this is such a kangaroo court. It's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus. A revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Ushirumi and Natsuhi killed Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1 o'clock. But once again, no red. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushirumi and Natsuhi. From this point forward, the game will proceed treating the defendant as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, the Endless Witch, this Court of Illusions hereby denies your existence. We also know this has to be a little bit of bait because Lambda Delta wouldn't want Beatrice to be denied. You have a chance to plead your case. Can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you show the possibility of something other than Natsuhi being responsible? If you can do just that, Natsuhi will stop being one shade short of absolutely guilty. And the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game. I mean, she could cling to the whole Kinzo thing, but then that's just another whole lie where they're going to start to, like, interrogate that claim. But we already know Kinzo was dead before the start of the game. If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence. No matter how much you all try to pin your fake truth on her, I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is known only by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushiramiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiramiya family. My spirit will not be broken no matter how you try and humiliate me. Why, do you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How can your evidence and alibis negate the honor and the crest engraved into my heart? They can't. The Ushiramiya crest emblazoned on my heart is immortal. Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing except bring a cold smile to the Game Master Lambda Delta's face. Erika had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future, even if that truth is a fiction, as long as everyone acknowledges it to be true. You're all bark and bluster. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and act tough like you do, it's such a buzzkill. So I think I'll send you one final gift, a red truth to crush your bluster once and for all. What do you mean? Don't, Lady Burncastle. Isn't it already going to be overwritten with the truth you desired? Your truth and Natsuhi's should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please. Is it going to be about Kenzo? Natsuhi, when did Kenzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kenzo. That is actually true, because we mentioned this. The only time that she saw it was in the first episode, right? She had taken on this torch by herself. This has never really been granted necessarily. The real Kenzo, throughout his entire life, not once did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart. And not once did he ever consider letting you bear that family crest. Okay, that's pretty fucked up. When that heartless announcement was made, Kenzo stood up. Natsuhi, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Do not ever forget your pride as the final head of the Ushirimiya family. Natsuhi! Just shut up and disappear. You putrid delusion. Vomit of Natsuhi's mind. Oh, this song is so good. Holy fuck. Ah, you can't erase me. You can't erase my soul. Not as long as Natsuhi continues to engrave the crest into her heart. You lying illusion. The real Kinzo would never say such a thing. Be gone. You fantasy of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by her to suit her own purposes. Ah! Natsuhi. Ah! Bright red flashes of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. As he creamed. He was fucking shooting ropes, bro. Ah! Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so he would never again share kind words with Natsui. Yes. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. Well, I mean, he fucking hated the whole family, what? The true Kinzo never once thought about allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Although it doesn't deserve repeating, Kinzo had already passed away before the game began. The Kinzo appearing in this game was nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Everything about this Kinzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was an illusion created by Natsuhi. I mean, even if that was the case, that doesn't change the fact that Natsuhi still carried herself in that way. So... pitiful woman. Now is the time for you to face the truth that you never gained Ushirimiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived. Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushirimiya family to you, did he not? No, he didn't. Okay, damn, narrator, chill. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never said hello or met her gaze even once. Okay, damn, bro, he's a professional hater. Okay, that was a really cool pan for this game. Natsuhi's cry, a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, echoed throughout the cathedral. Shout out to my girl, man, this shit's fucked up. Natsui could no longer stop her tears. Some last, faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushirimiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushirimiya. The difficult days, the painful days. Aw, not my goat, bro. Be easy on her. The days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. The rare happy days that existed among them. All of these flitted through her mind one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories, now crushed by Burncastle's red truth, smashed into tiny shards that scattered everywhere, buried themselves deep into her hands, and soaked them red with the blood of sorrow. It was the red of sadness and truth. And that is all. All it takes is the presence of this crime, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furuto Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a little later than expected, Burncastle began to clap as well, looking satisfied. Hey, look, they're clapping now too. The expressionless wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with great applause. And so the truth of this tale was decided. Chandelier Gate. Okay, once again, we're back. Right now, no humans exist on the island except for those in this parlor, and with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murders with magic, that is. It was you. You killed George? Killed my husband? Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do... In a panic and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsui, and said it one more time. Hey, we're finally caught up to where we were. You are the culprit, Ushiramiya Natsuhi. Red-faced and tear-streaked, Ava walked up to Natsuhi and grabbed her by the collar. Don't you fucking touch my goat. Then wordlessly she slapped Natsuhi's cheek. Natsuhi, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by her first ever— Damn, really? Kraus never beat that ass? He seems like the type. By her first ever taste of iron. It turned into a scuffle between Ava and Natsuhi. More like a one-sided beatdown. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Ava planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over. Give them back. Give back George and my husband. Yeah, she definitely killed her own daughter, bro. You're fucking stupid. Why did you kill them? You murderer. Murderer! Sobbing, Ava kicked Natsuhi, who had fallen to the ground over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Oh yes, just let Ava beat the shit out of Natsuhi. That's nice. You guys are all fucking cowards. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Ava kicked Natsuhi and kicked her. Then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup, then a can of black tea, whose tea leaves fell out all over her. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheek slapped so many times that it started to swell. You guys are all fucking cowards. Actual, gutless cowards. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Ava kicking them too. It was because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. I hope Natsui gets her fucking get back and rips this girl's fucking every single tooth out of her mouth. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth that Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Natsuhi was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who would have protected her. And even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her, so she was now the true culprit. Ava's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted Ava's shoulder and made her take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate her, now that she had been branded as the culprit. Natsuhi, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The who done it, the how done it. The final riddle, the why done it, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess. The why done it refers to the motive. If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess a crime, and start telling the story of your sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well. I am not the culprit. Someone believe me. I had my husband taken hostage and I was blackmailed. I was framed. Natsui, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone else, but no one met her gaze. Because it had already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi and woven it that way, none of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsuhi's, to the culprit's, words. Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. I am the one who commands Rokenjima's night and who has reigned since long before the time you were all still scared of the dark. Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuhi? Acknowledge me! I committed all the crimes. It cannot be the work of a human. It cannot be! The witch's illusion had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been announced. Everything had been decided. No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a frail illusion of a witch born when the relatives shared in Kinzo's fantasy. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, Great Lady Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury this presumptuous and foolish illusion that calls herself a witch. Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch hoping that you would either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom, and you've answered my expectations. The second one, that is. Here comes the trump card. Let's go, my goat. I am a witch. Even if you don't acknowledge it, Lady Lambda Delta. I am a witch. You wouldn't even have been capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Okay, it's game over for you now. I'll bury you in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the losers in your game again? Beato has already shown that clearly in a previous game. You get tossed into the goat's dinner party as a lump of living flesh and are chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you. What happened to my goat Rika, bro? She went kinda crazy since Higurashi. What happened? One by one, a massive number of unspeaking goat attendants slipped out from behind pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsui, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view, up on the balcony, it must have looked like a huge boiling pot of goats. That's right. This was our contract from the beginning. Yep. Our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats. She is my goat. Suddenly there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly. Let me hear some nice screams. You're a bottle of wine we've been saving for this day. The remaining silent will be my final strike back at you. Oh, then remaining silent, sorry. Yes, I made her say it. The screams of those who give me that line as their parting shot are the most gratifying of all. Now fall, Beatrice. The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though devouring her flesh would allow them to forget their pain for just a short while. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so forced that it seemed even more pathetic. Greatly pleasing Burncastle. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to pass through that gateway, so they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had intended. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human screaming out for the final time. Oh, the goat. Oh, wait, she's stepping in. Then, the sea of goats parted. Parted as in they were cut in half. Delana stepped forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a thin slice, like cutting through butter. Must be a BTS fan. The goats were surprised by Delana's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice, covered in tatters, sobbing. What's the meaning of this? Inquisitor Delana? Is she gonna uphold the truth? My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this verdict. His name is Ushirimiya Battler. All of the goats stared at Battler. What do you find unsatisfactory about the court's decision? I assume you possess new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial. I get it. Delana is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd all be over. And I fully understand now how I'm supposed to fight. But it's that very understanding that makes me unable to fight, so you gotta just pass it off to her and say, yes, why don't you do me the pleasure of telling the audience for me? Because I know I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one, and I still don't have a clue what that truth is. There is nothing that time cannot heal, and there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all courts place time limits upon determining the truth, and a truth that cannot be reached within that time limit cannot become truth. Yeah, I know that. By now everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. Aunt Ava's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found, and in this world, even the time allotted to us to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight and the end of the game. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. Okay, as we all fade in, I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Delana. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating that red. Why the uncertain face? How pathetic. Damn it. Aww. But, Battler, I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all. That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites what comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere. This is a wonderful turn of events, Delana. Yes, the execution of a princess would be no fun at all without a knight appearing to rescue her. And there could be nothing better than having him beheaded before her very eyes. Bury the old piece and the unneeded player together. As you wish. Glory be to the great Lady Burncastle. I am the Chief Inquisitor, Delana A. Knox. Step forward, Ushirimiya Battler. Damn it, I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, here you go. The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals. Thank you, bro! Attack this shit! That's what I'm saying! I said that earlier! She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way— we literally refuted this in the first chapter. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty. Begin, Battler. Ready to let those goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice. Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce. No, the best would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup. That's actually a child's palate with ketchup? Come on. Damn it. Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erika's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone noticed by chance— oh my god. Are we mind-melded, Battler? The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Delana's chest. However, Delana's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest. Oh. I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous. Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Is she gonna say it's like pressure sensitive? Did you think this was paper, Battler? Erika once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper. This is duct tape. Its adhesive power is extremely strong. I scored it with scissors to make sure it tore easily. Furthermore, across the center seam and the edges affixed to the door and the frame, I wrote my signature, which is impossible to reproduce. Yeah, we already knew that. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach too. Applying to unsheath the red key. Granted. I'm actually gonna get mogged this quick. Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erika's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible. Interesting. To be fair, though, we only had proof that Genji's room was sealed with her duct tape. I'm writing this down, by the way. Seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erika's seals were not broken by any— wait, we already know that's false. On its face, isn't this wrong? They weren't broken by anyone. Deception is impossible. We watched Kumasawa and Kennen break one when they went into Genji's room. Maybe I'm being a bit silly on this, but I'll acknowledge Erika's seals. However, Auntie Ava's seal in Genji's room should be— oh, that's why it doesn't work. Okay. Because they did say that she was the one that sealed it. However, Auntie— I'm gonna put this in here. Should be different. Okay. about to get mogged again. Ava's seal was of the same type as Miss Erika's. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erika and Ava conceived of together after dinner. Okay, it says of the same type. You didn't say it's the same as. Erika fished through the chemicals in Grandfather's room saying she'd use them for forensic testing, right? There might have been some kind of solvent among them. If you use that, you might be able to tear off the duct tape without leaving fingerprints. That's true. Very true, actually. I'm not going to copy these because it seems like they're going to get, like, rebuffed constantly. And it's just wasting time typing it. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. Okay. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. This proves that there was no tampering done to any of the seals. Repetition requested. No, okay, but does this... Maybe I'm being a little bit too much of a pedant here. There was no tampering done with any of the seals. Okay, sure, but like with the Genji seal, the seal must have been placed after he was killed. Like, must have. It doesn't make sense otherwise. So does this not just conclude that the seals were placed after the crime was already committed? Sure, the seals weren't tampered with. They were placed after the person was already, or after the crime was committed. All of Erika's and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. Okay, I'm actually gonna put that one down though. Because at least that's something to work with. All of Erika's and Ava's seals. Didn't know they had pet seals. Wonder where they keep them. In any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off. Okay. Damn it. Damn you, sticking duct tape all over the place that leaves marks on whatever it touches.
Excuse me, my duct tape actually doesn't.
Delanor. I say Delanor, but I'm pretty sure it's probably like Delanor, but Delanor isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia. And also Erika and her master Burncastle, and even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Vito's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. Smash Bros reference, whoa! Beatrice added the Smash Bros. Okay, the music is quieting down. The fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why I don't have any alternate truths. Even at this final stage, I have nothing. Were the seals all you had to discuss? You promised to give me everything you have. Okay, what is the other... I just don't... I don't know, I just... The only thing that I don't understand here is that I feel like there's something that's missing. And when I say something is missing, I mean like... I don't know. What is it there could be that's not... I don't know. I don't care. If I only knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsuhi's innocence. The only thing... No. Like, again, the only thing I keep coming to is either suicide. Because if the seals are gone, although I'm still not 100% on that, if the seals are gone... There's like the question of... I don't know. I was thinking like Kinzo, but again, like Kinzo's dead. Unless we're gonna get into some real fuck shit where we're gonna say like, oh, well, because this isn't Bito's game, like Kinzo's not dead. And it's like, okay, well then, what the fuck? If only I knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsui's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. Damn it, I don't know anything. Do you have any chance of winning? I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? I have already lost. I'm prepared for my fate. I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I never break a promise. That's a lie. I will never trust one of your promises again. Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you and lie about it? After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. What was the promise? That they'll take the game back? Kill us. Burn castle. Lambda Delta. What promise did he break? That's gotta be a reference to, like... 100% that's a reference to something we don't know yet, and probably a reference to what they were talking about at the end of episode 4. Has to be. Beata let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely like a broken record. Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed, Ushirmia Battler. Kill me, Delaner. Slice me in half with your red longsword. I postulate a method X that could lead someone to the upper floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erika claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erika was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it. She already went over this with Kinzo's study with no hidden doors, right? Yeah. Hidden passages do exist. As a detective, Miss Erika sealed all entrances. Passages that the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erika cannot find. I present the possibility that Erika's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erika spent there, did she really observe everything without looking away for a second? It might have been possible for someone to pass through the lounge during a small window of opportunity when Erika at least wouldn't have seen them. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Lady Erika's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There was no small gaps or carelessness or times when she looked away for even a second. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second. Again, yeah. Inside job, bro. We already said this. But was that really Auntie Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Auntie Rosa. Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it. Are you fucking kidding me? What a stupid reason. Nox's tent. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There was no foreshadowing suggesting that someone might be disguised as Rosa. Furthermore, Erika verified that Rosa was not carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human being. Natsume was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be sure that we are the only ones on this island? The true culprit is someone else. Seems very desperate. But maybe in his desperation he will run across something. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder. With a strange drug that can make it cut up. Okay, well they're just gonna go through all the Nox commandments here. The poison used has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi. Nox is fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin's room in Genji's quarters that made a remote murder possible. It used a secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered that literally is the last thing you just read, bro. What? Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. I just know there exists a true culprit other than Aunt Natsuki. If you deny that, then for each character repeat in red that they aren't the culprit. Okay, that's not bad. Nox is 6. It is forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition to be employed as a detective's technique. You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuki has an alibi. You're forgetting one. Who's gonna prove that Erika herself... Okay, I was talking about this a little bit before, but there's times where Erika has alibis and maybe a time where she doesn't, but it's forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. Unless she is caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuki is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities? Like if a piece of evidence X that Erika hasn't discovered proves Natsuki's innocence? It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This story is full of malicious fiction. The story itself is a trap designed... Okay, this part I kind of agree with. We should reconstruct the story from impartial truths alone. Observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. Maybe I was the culprit and I gave George and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight, then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3. I could have done it so quietly that Erika wouldn't hear. Yep, we got that part. I remember the commandments now. Everyone committed suicide. Okay, well, now my only pet theory is going... Okay, well, everyone committed suicide, not true. Now, if she says no one committed suicide, then it's like, okay, I cry, but... Smash Bros. Reference, whoa! All deaths were homicides. Okay. Erika didn't personally examine the corpses, right? Okay, well, I'm gonna put that in the notes, because maybe that'll be... All deaths were homicides. It should be possible for people who aren't a detective to make a mistake when examining the corpses. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken. Then maybe there were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims. Be advised that no corpses exist, except those of characters who have appeared in the story. Okay, that's actually kind of a good thing to write down. No corpses exist, except those of characters who have appeared in the story, although that's sort of a lot of wiggle room. Does it mean appeared in the story in the sense of like only of the 18, or there could be a little bit of wiggle room? How can you claim that Uncle Cress is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever? Be advised the red truth is simply the truth and there is no need to provide evidence or proof. What the... Damn it all. In the face of these insane arguments, all my efforts to overturn the truth, treating Aunt Natsui as the culprit is completely meaningless. Each time I brandish my desperate blue truths, Delana and the others' red truths knock me down to the floor. It's getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me I'm about to surrender? To the truth where Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, their red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Delana smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Yeah. Beato. That's enough, Battler. This will at last be the end of the eternal torture that torments me. No, us. Let us fall together into the depths. I don't want to see Beato like this. Her Majesty is the ruler of the Golden Land, and her enthusiasm as my adversary are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and who has lost all hope. With tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at. Does your truth no longer exist? No. I have one last thing. And that is a different truth where Natsuhi is not the culprit? No. All I can do is prove that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit. I can't show what the real truth beyond that is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be saved that way. Why? I can show without a doubt that Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit, but I cannot present a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness and there might still be room for you to exist. Assuming you can pull it off, but if you can't present a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity. At this point, the game master is Lambda Delta, and she's there too. This probably doesn't mean defeat in a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity as the loser. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion and where there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, but still Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuhi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsuhi to not be the culprit. As long as that wiggle room is there, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Eventually, someone, at least. will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that this was the time to abandon myself for the sake of the other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth. Is Battler gonna sack himself? What the fuck? Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't leave me as the only one alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you just grant this one wish, I won't need anything else. It's no good. No goddamn good at all. Have you said your last goodbyes? I really am disappointed in you, Ushirame Battler. Hurry up and put him out of his misery. We still have to get to my monologue exposing Natsui's crimes. You guys really are interesting. Beatrice, Ushirame Battler. Is Lambda Delta gonna cut in to save us? But I've gotten tired of you. You aren't needed in our game. Weird to speak in the first person here. Are we to figure out that... That almost sounds like they're the same person. Do it, Delana. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you muster it now in your last moments. Ah! It's a small but brilliant red truth. My last trump card courtesy of Virgilia. Erika, this takes your theory back to square one. Go for it if you think you can. Take this. Ushirame and Natsuhi is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth with no evidence or proof required. This will make Delana stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make. Nox's second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Huh? My red truth was... But that doesn't mean anything. If you still state it in red, then that means that it has to be true. Regardless if you want to try and, like, push that out of the bounds of the game and say that you can't do that move. I mean, that's different, but, I mean, the red truth still stands. Was blown away by Delana's red longsword. In this court, if anyone other than Wedges is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erika has been following this protocol. Why can't you? True, Erika herself hasn't used the red even once so far. She always requested the Witchburn Castle to make those statements by using repetition requests. Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth gifted to you by a paranormal entity. In other words, it isn't reasoning. It's no better than a random thought. In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia? She's a spectator, bro. If you are to present the red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that? I'm trying to think. The only problem is, like, I might be able to find a way to prove that Natsui's not the thing, but I'd probably have to, like, stop the stream and theorize for, like, 3 hours, so... It's impossible. I just have the truth that Aunt Natsui isn't the culprit without any basis or evidence. See? Real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the story goes on. Battler. Now, Battler, prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye. Then, this is goodbye. Sorry. Beato. Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a blood-stained tale. But it was fun. The court is now disbanded. Or this court is now disbanded. Dead. Okay. It's a lot of deaths. Yep, a few more. I think you shot a few more. I don't... Okay, thank you. Oh, maybe a little bit more? Okay, okay. Come on. Okay, yeah. I mean, a little bit more would be just a tiny... Just a smidge. A little sprinkle, even. Just one more addendum, please. I'm just... You really gotta hammer it, and I'm not... I don't... Okay, there we go. I get it now. Thank you. Die the death. Sentence to death. Great Equalizer is the death. Ooh, that gold hand. And I blocked it with my shield because I'm so cool. Do you think when they got the sound asset for the game, they literally just, like, put some meat on like a pan or something. Then the trial for the 5th game was over. The detective, Furuto Erika, accused the culprit, Ushirimiya Natsuhi. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is the whodunit, who is the culprit. As previously stated, it is Ushirimiya Natsuhi. The second is the howdunit. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between midnight on October 4th, 1986 and 1 a.m. the next day, Ushirimiya Natsuhi went to the cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house and the servants' quarters on the 1st floor of the mansion. There she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, and for the 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuhi. And we all just got flashbanged and we're all fucking blind. It's fucking 3 a.m. Oh damn, okay, I see that pose, bro. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Delano held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, and pierced through Battler's heart, pinning him in place where he stood. Shouldn't be while he stood. In that instant, Beatrice vanished in a spray of gold, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler with the red longsword sticking through him, and Delano. Rest in peace, Ushirimiya Battler. It is a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this. Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and expired. Delana stared on in silence, and then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral's skylight. Pans back down, he's not there. Get ready for a no good, it's no goddamn good, we're waiting for it. It's no good, it's no goddamn good at all. They turned up the grayscale on my image. Oh no! And then, there is the 3rd riddle that the detective must uncover. The final riddle, the why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when all's said and done. However, Furuto Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. I like this track. Natsuhi was confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gaze. Then, with everyone's assent, Erika diligently and persistently searched all places, even Natsuhi's room, for clues about her motive. Well, now that we have all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushirimiya Natsuhi to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furuto Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now. Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuhi's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table. First, these are past diaries that were discovered in Natsuhi's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushirimiya family. Are we in a new chapter, or is this still the same thing? It is. Still the same thing. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them. You monster. Reading another person's diary. If we're monsters, what does that make you, murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy. And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsui ended up married to Kraus due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsui and Kraus were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage. Ooh, that's interesting. That is not true. This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushirimiya family under the guise of marriage. However, everything can be resolved this way. Interesting. Apparently, on the 24th page of Natsuhi's, I'm just copying this down, diary, it reads, I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushirimiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way, ... Okay, so we're learning there's more Natsuhi, right here you already admitted that you were a hostage. Kumasawa, you observed Natsui since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at the time? Yes, that's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now the only ones who would know the details of Madame's marriage are Dr. Nanjo and myself. Very true. That was during Kinzo's golden era when he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsui's family was one of those enemies, so it was like the contingency to not be like wiped off the map. As though the time to talk had suddenly come at hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. It concerned the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. Though he was financially very powerful and had many connections, the elite looked down upon him as an upstart, which gave him a complex about his social standing. To combat this, Kinzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family, and use this to raise the Ushiramiya family status. He waged a financial war against Natsui's family, beat them down, and then proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And the person he picked was Natsuhi. She was a veritable princess, raised good and true by a family of Shinto priests. I know they said this in the past, and I memed and said this is very weird because it sounds like she was from like Rika's thing, but to be fair, it doesn't really work because there's only like a 2-3 year gap between Higurashi and this. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause him the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be the greatest possible trophy. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsui from the very beginning. Regarding the events of this period, both Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo's claims just now match with the contents of this diary. Therefore, since the time Natsui first took the name Ushiramiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong animosity towards the Ushiramiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuhi? Do you admit this? All of the cold gazes turned to face Natsuhi. It is true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood that I had gone through, and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me. I see. That makes sense. There are indeed a number of places in your diaries illustrating that Kraus knew of your difficulties and showed concern for you. However, on page 47 of this diary here, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show consideration, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. From this, we can tell that Natsui was repulsed by her husband and the concern. Okay, you are super, like, clip chimping. What the fuck? Wait! Yes, I may have thought that at the beginning. Back when I lived every day in fear for my future, I couldn't accept his concern as true. And yes, I may have written of my distrust from time to time, but I eventually realized he was sincere and grew to accept his feelings. Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries. I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret. This is actual. If you want to talk about, I don't often like saying the word unless it was, I mean, they said it in the game a few times, and so I've said it, but, like, this is truly, like, a level of interpersonal, private life exposure / rape that is, like, insanely uncalled for. Especially given that we know that she's not the culprit. This is, like, fucking wild. Multiple diverse pieces of evidence and testimony make it clear that you had an intense hatred for your husband. On the other hand, your claim that you eventually accepted his feelings is unsupported by evidence. I hate this shit, and I don't want to get into a thing, but it's like, sometimes people will engage with certain things that people have said in the past, and while there is somewhat of a thing that you can say, like, yes, if a person shows a pattern of behavior that still supports the old behavior, then whatever they say at the given moment maybe will not matter, but it doesn't seem like Natsuhi has continued to act that way. And if she's giving you a statement to the contrary, why would you not believe her current statement over a false statement? Or I shouldn't say a false statement, but like a statement that she has changed her mind on in the past. Like, for instance, let's say that we dig up a statement of Erika from like forever ago, and she's like, I hate chocolate ice cream. And we find out that actually over the last 10 years, and she wrote this down in her diary, I hate chocolate ice cream, I hate it so much. And then we find out today that she's like, I love chocolate ice cream, it's amazing, if we were to ask her. But she didn't write any of that down, and then you go out and you're like, well, look, there's no evidence to the contrary. It's like, well, the evidence to the contrary is me fucking telling you it right now. And so unless I've had a pattern of behavior for this entire time since you've pulled up this diary of me, like, not following my current belief, or of not having an unchanging belief, this is... Pulling up a specific point in time evidence means nothing. You would have to show a pattern of behavior. And if Natsui has acted to the contrary to what you are listing, this is the most pointless thing to ever bring up. But regardless. I loved my husband. You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, can you? What do you mean, testimony? Her own testimony should suffice, what? Does a person need evidence to say they're in love? Nothing can be trusted except for read truth. Statements that aren't read don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. All text that is not read is a falsehood that exists to deceive me. I love him. Who'd believe a profession of love in white text? No non-read words can ever be trusted. The only things that can be trusted in this world are the read truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to obtain it. You lying humans can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the read truth have no right to speak of love or the heart of truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says I love you. What did Battler say the exact same line in episode 4? Was it something that she just said? This line? I can maybe see it if you mean this line in particular. Or if you mean the sentiment that I was saying, but I think you mean this. Yeah. What a pitiful person. I see you've never truly loved someone. Romance is unnecessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain the motive for murder. No matter what you say, we loved each other. I owe my husband an apology for always writing down my complaints and nothing else, but I gave my heart to him. Even if I can't prove it with evidence, that is the truth. Overruled. You just don't know when to give up, do you? From evidence and testimony, it's clear by now that you hate both your husband and the Ushirimiya family. That's right. I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain. Don't we all? I remember there being days when you talked behind Hideyoshi's back. Actually, talk your shit, Natsui. Talk your fucking shit. You killed my husband. How dare you say that? Die. Die so you can apologize to my husband in the afterlife. Please cease your violence, Ava. This is my delectable moment where I question and convince the culprit, or convict the culprit. It's not yours, okay? Now then, over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life, but in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge. Don't act like you know what I'm thinking. Each time Erika read from Natsuhi's diaries, she exposed another of Natsuhi's emotions during those painful days. Natsui hadn't written them down to record them for posterity. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That was why, after writing down her feelings after those painful days, she had locked them up and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erika claimed that these were Natsui's true hidden feelings, that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsuhi was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claims. But by this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsui's motive. It's funny, because she says everything in not read is lies, meanwhile she speaks in not read. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsui might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsuhi spoke of, about the days she had spent loving her husband. And so it was being painted over by a false truth in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erika. And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer. Murderer! Stop that. I can understand how Natsuhi felt. I always thought this day might come eventually. Poor thing. Poor thing. I think she's another one of the pitiable victims of father's wild life. I knew of the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed and look what has happened. I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate. You will someday. They can give you a reason to live, and also a reason to kill. Is Aunt Natsuhi really the culprit? Well, now that you mention it, there is one last person besides Natsuhi that might be the culprit. What? Hey, are you serious? Why the hell didn't you say something that important sooner? Natsuhi, the truth is there is one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. If you insist on claiming that you aren't the culprit— oh, I already know what she's gonna do. She's gonna say Kinzo. And she's gonna do this on purpose, and she's gonna use this to attack her credibility about anything that she says. Because she's gonna purposely line up Kinzo, because we know that this was a delusion that Natsui made up for ulterior reasons that were not related to anything to do with murder. And she's gonna totally set her up like fucking whack-a-mole for Natsuhi to say, oh yes, it could have been Kinzo, it could have been Kinzo, and then she's gonna corner her and make her admit that Kinzo isn't real. So, it means that person must be the culprit, assuming that we accept that Kraus is dead and we don't bring him up. Who is it? Who? Yep, I knew it. Ushirimiya Kinzo. Early this morning, Kinzo went outside through the window of the third-floor study and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Badler? Mm-hmm. Just like Natsuhi, Kinzo has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo to be the culprit as well. I simply assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I completely forgot about him until this very moment. Allow me to apologize. She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in an unpleasant manner, or in as unpleasant a manner as ever. Even now, she's still holding a grudge over her defeat in the study. Natsuhi, you gained Kinzo's trust and are the person who served closest to him, isn't that right? In that case, I think you understand better than anyone else that this incident is actually the crime of the family head, carried out by Ushirimiya Kinzo. You dare call father a criminal? Don't worry. Even if Kinzo is actually the culprit, I prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it. Even if you were to say, for example, that you were putting yourself on the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of carrying forward such a plot. In recent years, even the theories created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age. Branding father as a killer is something I will not allow. Natsuhi, calm down. Place your hand on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kinzo of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored. In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsuhi would be saved. However, I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushirimiya family by father. Do you really think that I would defile father's honor, the Ushirimiya family honor, just to clear away the false accusations made against me? Of course, Natsuhi knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes. Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you do not accuse Kinzo, then it really will be clear that you are the culprit, and that will become the truth. If labeling me as the culprit is what you call truth, then you can do as you please. I am certain that God knows I am innocent, and one day he will prove it. If it came to a choice between her or Kinzo being framed for these crimes, Natsuhi would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Ushirimiya family honor. Natsuhi. And I even gave you a chance. Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared. What track is a sick of track? Bread of life. Sorry, I'm gonna move my mouse. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist, not for you, or any of the other pieces in this game. Natsuhi had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, the tale would be woven with her as the culprit. If in the future the accusations against her were to be proven false, this tale would probably be rewritten. However, such a future would never come. I think truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person up until my death, if some heartless person after my death writes down that I wasn't a good person, and that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life will be overwritten easily. And so I think I must live as a good person for all eternity. If you claim that Kinzo was not the culprit, he will need an alibi which proves that the crimes were impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuhi. Erika had to be well aware by now that Kinzo was nothing more than an illusion to muddy the waters of the inheritance problem. However, proving him to be an illusion would be very hard. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death, but Kinzo died a long time ago as revealed by the red truth of previous games. And in the 5th game, his body hasn't even appeared. Under these circumstances, it wouldn't be easy to prove his death conclusively. Ooh. We saw this last time with Angie. If Kinzo's death could be confirmed, it would practically erase the defeat in the study, or that defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of negating the humiliation of her loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof, and that was the confession of the culprit. She would have Natsuhi herself admit that Kinzo she's got her in, double trouble. She's got her in that catch-22, man. Would have Natsuhi herself admit that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. It's not really a catch-22, more of like a lose-lose, but hey, we're back. We're gonna see Battler's like impaled corpse. Oh, literally. Battler hung suspended by Delano's red longsword. Beato had disappeared by having her existence denied and her minions had gone too. Now that they had disappeared from this cathedral, only Natsuhi and the witches convicting her remained. Are you ready for my goat to fucking pop off? I can feel it coming. She's gonna find a way. So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island? Yes, I do. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement. The red truth from the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Byrne? That's right. I'm after a perfect victory, so there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the red. I want to win by forcing Natsui to say that she's resigned. Then why don't you try it? Show me what you've got. My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory. Of course. Natsuhi, you say that Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct? That's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He is so troublesome sometimes. Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinzo's location from midnight until the morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room. Okay. Well duh, he was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right, totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going. From now on, I will use the word Kinzo to mean a living Kinzo. After all, Natsui claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika? Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him. Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. Therefore, Burncastle repeated the truth of Erika's. Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. So, Natsui, that means that if Kinzo exists, he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding? How could I know? After all, think of the weather. After going out into the courtyard, it would not be surprising at all if he hid somewhere in the mansion to escape the rain. I'm going to repeat that same question several times during this process. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor. No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in. I just love teasing pieces like you. Then let's keep going. For these reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo might be somewhere outside the mansion. After learning that, we performed an extensive search of the third floor where the study is. However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. We didn't catch any trace of Dad on the third floor. So then, where is he, Natsui? I don't know. If he isn't on the third floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement? Ah, yes, the basement. We searched all of that suspicious basement, including the boiler room and the underground storeroom. Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere. I'll ask again. Where is Kinzo, Natsuhi? In that case, he was probably on the first floor or the second floor. I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the first floor, and the result? Nope. We were unable to find Father. I'll ask again. Where was Kinzo, Natsuhi? Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father is hiding? Are you sure about that? I think you know very well where Kinzo was hiding. Madam knows where the master was. Hiding? It's impossible. That can't be true. Both Shannon and Kennen knew that Kinzo was no longer alive, so they didn't have a clue how Erika was planning to corner Natsuhi, using a phantom of a person who didn't exist. Are they gonna say that she has to make like an affirmative claim about where she is? She's nowhere outside the mansion, then they're gonna, or is they gonna say Kinzo's nowhere outside the mansion, he's nowhere inside the mansion, so where is he? Kinzo isn't on the third floor, Kinzo isn't in the basement, Kinzo isn't on the first floor, therefore the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the second floor. I accept that red truth. Natsuhi, Kinzo should be somewhere on the second floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding? No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know. Erika, investigate the entire second floor starting from one end and going in order. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms. Yes, my master. Natsuhi, you're quite slow, aren't you? Can you still not see where we're going with this? Hehehehe. No need to give it away. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuhi, up to the second floor to search every room starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all. So you still won't tell us where Kinzo is hiding? Stop saying that. How many times do I have to say that I don't know? Natsuhi, it doesn't matter where we search, we won't ever be able to find Kinzo, will we? Of course not. Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by both Erika, who was the witch's piece, and Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth. In that case, the search will end at a room on the far end of that corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think will happen then? You're gonna ask if she's inside that room? He isn't on the 3rd floor or in the 1st floor of the basement, and he isn't in any of the rooms on the 2nd floor except possibly the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion, it had been proven that he could not be in any room except for the room in the end, that room at the end. In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo didn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room. Well, technically you could do like some bullshit and you could say that there's like some room hopping going on, that like he was in one of the rooms and then he's like jumping between them in such a way that he is taking shelter in a room that we already know he's dead, but I'm saying like if you wanted to, there's maybe a line of attack you could say that he was like switching between rooms or something. That he left from a room you hadn't yet checked and moved into one where you had already checked, you know? And that room at the end of the corridor was Natsuhi's room. Ready? Which room was at the end of the corridor again? Lambda Delta was munching on another refill of popcorn. That's Natsuhi's room, Lady Lambda Delta. In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsuhi's room. Do I need to say it in red? Of course. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsuhi's room. Well then, that means this room is the only place left. From everything we've learned, we know that Kinzo isn't anywhere outside this room. But this is my room. Where exactly in my room do you claim Father is hiding? In a rage, Natsui unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Oh hey everyone, how's it going? Of course Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see Father anywhere in here? Look! Okay, Natsu, you gotta be a little bit sharper than this. This is a bit troll of you. Yes, it seems as though he isn't here. Do you think you realized we were coming and escaped out of the window again? If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There is no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There's no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo exists. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had brought things to this point, but she didn't make it checkmate. It was because Burncastle didn't want to win by cornering Natsui with the red truth, but by forcing Natsuhi to admit to a humiliating resignation. I have not only been searching for Kinzo himself all this time, I've been looking for any sign at all that Kinzo hid in these places between midnight and the morning, and no such signs have existed. In other words, we know that from midnight until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room, and that was Natsui's room. Means the checkmate of Red Truth has finally trapped the piece known as the illusion of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's room. So, Natsuhi, this means you were with Kinzo in the room until morning. Do you still claim that you don't know where he was? I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside of Natsuhi's room. Based on this truth, I permit you to continue the debate under the assumption that he could only have existed in Natsuhi's room. Plea bargain? Come on, Natsuhi. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Ushirimiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to save your own skin. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head. Thank you, I appreciate the commitment to watching the VODs. It's a lot of fucking content to go through, so I appreciate it. Father is innocent. I cannot call Father a criminal. Deal refused. Heh, okay, Burn. Do it. Do it. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside your bed. Wait, what? Inside your bed is very interesting. Are we gonna say that Natsui's been, like, sleeping on a corpse or something? What's going on here, gang? What the... I really hope these red truths don't come back because I've given up on writing them for this sub-chapter, or this chapter rather, and I'm gonna feel real stupid if they come back, but I feel like it's kind of been redundant. And we would be here an extra hour, probably. What do you mean by that? After conducting a thorough search of this room, and detailed forensic testing, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed alone is excluded. Ooh, ew, what? A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsui completely forgot to close her open mouth. Last night, at around the time the gold was discovered, I estimate 2300, Kinzo escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed. I'll repeat that. For the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside Natsuhi's bed. And last night Natsui also slept in that same bed. I'm gonna write this down, I'm very confused. A living Kinzo could not have existed in any place except inside Natsuhi's bed. And last night, Natsuhi also slept in that same bed. I don't know if they're trying to make a meme here and say that she has just been acting as Kinzo, or if we're gonna get some weird fuck shit that, like, she's been sleeping in the same bed as Kinzo's corpse, because are they really gonna do my goat like this? Wow, look how close they were. So you two were so close to each other, you slept sharing the same pillow. Blue truth. Therefore, we can conjecture that Ushirimi and Natsui and oh my lord, had sexual relations with each other. Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long? How dare you to suggest that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so... We already know that he's dead too, right? So I won't allow you to say such things. Natsuhi, use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use, so I'll speak with the red truth in your place, if you can show me convincing proof. This is just bullying, bro. Leave my goat alone. Unless she's a necrophiliac. Then maybe she's not my goat, but how could there possibly be proof of that? How low are you willing to sink to mock me? You vile creature. Natsuhi tried to attack Erika, but Eva pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything. How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Ushirimiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you use your body as a weapon and ensnared... This is so disgusting. I would never do anything of that sort. I've never given my body to anyone except my husband. I understand why you'd want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses makes it clear that you have had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo. I mean, even last night, you and Kinzo were all alone in the study when you went to say goodnight to him, weren't you? Not only that, I've obtained multiple pieces of testimony claiming they were clear traces of sexual relations. Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? Was it Ava? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? I acknowledge receipt of the relevant party's testimony. Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now. Hey Natsuhi, looks like you didn't even have a scrap of honor left now. I'll give you one final chance before I weave you the worst of all possible fragments. Say to me that there was no Kinzo. Yeah, Natsuhi, you sure are stubborn. The Ushirimiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problem by pretending Kinzo exists? This is my final trial, entrusted to me by father, in protecting the honor of the Ushirimiya family. My husband's business will definitely bear fruit. Until we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushirimiya family. I will protect father's honor and my husband's. That is my mission. Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait. He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsuhi's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsuhi to do anything like protect his honor. Whoa. As Natsuhi screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Berncastle and Erika had weaved. By my name as the Game Master, Lambda Delta, I acknowledge that Lady Berncastle is the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. This is so gross. Of course there were none. All of those who might have objected had been erased. I really hope Natsui gets her get back at some point. No objections. You win, Bern. Excuse me. And what a win it was. Now weave the fragment of truth. Sure. And then I will now weave the truth. This is the truth of this sad and foolish tale. Although what I really wanted was for Natsuhi to admit her own crimes while smiling through tears and then tell her own story. After all, that's standard in this genre, right? Holy fuck, the chapter is finally over. Was that like a 5-hour chapter? Revenge after 19 years. So this is just a cap thing. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna get Pop. Dude, this chapter, we actually have to do like a theory stream on like this chapter alone, bro. The problem is I don't know if I have enough knowledge to like disprove what's happening here. But we'll look in a second. I'll be right back, getting a drink. Okay, I'm back. I got a Pop, and I got a little candy bar, a little chocolate bar, because I have not eaten in like 12 hours. Yeah, this episode is long. This must be like the longest episode so far, or close to it. Because this is going to be like 10 hours, because we still have to do this chapter, we still have to do however many are left after, we still have to do the tea party and the question mark. So, there's a lot in this chapter. This gotta be the longest chapter so far. I don't know if it'll be the longest chapter, probably not total, but at least for the time being. What a ridiculous chapter. My god. Oh. Sorry, let me open these. Oops, I did not mean to. So this is going to be whatever the twisted recount is. I'm not stopping, but I'm gonna save just in case. I'm a bit worried that I lose progress or something. I'm gonna eat this real quick before we continue. I can't believe they're about to disgrace my goat like this. If we think over the events of this episode, sorry, I'm just thinking here while I eat. Last bite. Okay, excuse me. It makes me wonder, because the only thing that we learned in this chapter, really, that hasn't been like, let me open up my notes. It hasn't just been like totally shellacked and like total garbage. It was we had it somewhere here, because there's only like the rest of this, like this whole chapter kind of turned into a wild goose chase very quickly. The only big thing that we learned, which has been like I was talking about this a lot through the whole episode, that there was a lot of stuff that was really hard to discern for this episode, because this episode was so, sorry, let me reposition my chair so I'm back where I will be normally. There's so much in this chapter that was hard to discern because it's so, I don't want to say different from the others. It reminds me a lot of episode 4 in the sense there's like so much weird shit going on. It's so atypical compared to the other episodes. Like episodes 1, 2, 3. Even including like the Ava shit, like they all kind of follow the same thing. They all kind of make a little bit of sense. But this is the first chapter so far that hasn't ended up, at least so far, I'm not gonna say it won't happen, but this so far hasn't ended with like everybody dead. Okay. And the two things we learned were about Kinzo not being dead and about how this illusion of Kinzo started. And we learned a little bit about the 19 years ago with Natsuhi. If there is any truth to this game, it was the talking point that I was saying before about how the thing from 19 years ago may be significant, not so much that it necessarily informs what happens or that it implies that Natsuhi is guilty, but that there's stuff there that could explain how Natsuhi could maybe be blackmailed or used, like how she was used in this game, in the prior ones, or she could have like something that could be held over her in such a way that she could listen to it. I need to find the spot, but I know there was a spot where it said that the only people that knew about the baby was Natsuhi and Kinzo. I was positive. Baby. Right here. So we need to add a thing here. This is the only thing, and the only thing that of the cast that we know who knew the baby, as far as I'm aware, was her and Kinzo. If the baby truly has something to do with this, which we may find out, if the theory that I had somewhere up here about this stuff, there's something going on with this. The question is whether or not that baby lived or died, whether or not Lambda Delta was puppeting that person and it actually existed, or they were just using it to frame and torture Natsuhi, you know? It's hard to know. Where's the... But regardless, let's continue. I do want to get to bed at some point in the next 5 hours, and I don't know how much we have left, so... I can't imagine there's a whole lot more for, like, the actual chapter part of this game, but... God forbid we get hit with another episode 4 tea party that's, like, 4 hours long. After being forced into an unwanted marriage, Natsuhi developed a grudge against the Ushirimiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. I'm not clicked into the game. As revenge for financially ruining her birth family, Natsuhi also plotted to take over the Ushirimiya family's fortune. When Natsuhi learned that the wealth of the Ushirimiya family was, for all intents and purposes, controlled by Kinzo himself, she initiated a this is so gross, sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. To curry favor with Kinzo, Natsuhi repeatedly disguised herself as Beatrice, a witch and figment of Kinzo's imagination, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw Natsuhi dressed as the mistress from his past and was easily ensnared. Additionally, a servant happened to witness her in this outfit, forming part of the basis for the legend of the witch. Okay. I don't want to take almost any of this on face value, but that single line about, like, something in the chapter about, how was it worded? About a servant, what, I'll just put in chapter 15. Seeing Natsuhi wearing the outfit of Beatrice. I don't totally buy this. In fact, I don't buy it at all, because I think this whole thing is a kangaroo court sham. But... Late at night on 1986, October 4th, Ushirimiya Battler discovered the hidden gold. Natsuhi planned the crimes after the relatives raised a fuss and insisted that Battler should succeed the headship. She murdered the children in the cousin's room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered because he was opposed to this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. After this point, see, this is so troll because, like, Not killed in the same way. For what reason was Hideyoshi killed? Of course we know that part was fake. I don't think any of this testimony matters. Natsui displayed a strong intent to murder all those involved without discrimination. Concrete details of the crime are as follows. Natsui decided to commit the crimes. Because Genji refused to assist her when asked, she murdered him. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. Yeah, whose body we never found, by the way. Afterwards, she went to the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She mutilated the necks of the bodies. Afterwards, because there were people in the downstairs lounge, she waited in an empty room upstairs. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. People in the lounge dispersed after 3 a.m. Yeah, so apparently, by the way, Rika, who was so capable of keeping her ear to the room that she would know if there was even a pin drop in the other room, wasn't able to hear somebody else sneak out of the guest house, by the way. Natsui left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her room where she met up with Kenzo, who had been hiding there. They spent the rest of the night there together. Kenzo left the room early the next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. See, the thing is about this, we know that if Rika was willing to say there was DNA evidence of Kenzo being in her bed, what other evidence would she fabricate? Afterwards, Kenzo saw his chance and carried off the bodies of the 6 victims, one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden bodies have not been found. That is a mystery that I do still want to try and figure out about who moved the bodies. Natsui, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. And you implicate, like, the one person. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a yeah, she just easily made that prediction. Natsui concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. When Hideyoshi visited that room at approximately 1300, she murdered him. Yeah, you're also true, because she gave that in red too. She did say at that point. It's not just that she could fabricate evidence, there's also evidence to the contrary, as you're saying. She gave the red statement that there was no Kenzo, because I put it in my notes, which was for the entire duration of the night between midnight and morning, a living Kenzo could not have existed in any place except inside Natsui's bed, and last night Natsui also slept in that same bed. Because they're not just constraining, like, there's only a living Kenzo, like, nope. So I'm just trying to think about how to make that statement make sense in my head. Well, yeah, we know that. We know that living Kenzo doesn't exist anywhere. I see what you're saying. Okay, I see. It's just another, like, playing of word games. They make it, okay, no, I see what you're saying. They're trying to make it seem as though, by saying that he doesn't exist anywhere outside of her bed, well, duh, he must have existed inside the bed, but that's not necessarily the true conclusion of that statement, because he didn't exist anywhere. So saying a living Kinzo existed inside, because it's weird. You could attack this with a contrapositive or something, but I'm too fucking slow in the brain and tired at 4 a.m. to figure it out. But I see what you're saying. We already know, for a matter of fact, that Kinzo died prior to the 85 family conference. If we assume all that to be true, we know that there was no living Kinzo anywhere. He just doesn't exist. He fucking died 2 years prior to the start of, or not the start of the game, but like the important part of the game that we care about. So then by specifically omitting one particular part and saying, well, he couldn't have existed in any place except inside Natsui's bed, they're not really disproving the possibility. They're not guaranteeing that he did exist inside the bed, but that's just where the concept leads you to. Once again, playing with the truth, typical witch game. When Hideyoshi visited that room at approximately 1300, she murdered him. Which, once again, we know, at least assuming if we can trust Natsui's POV, was not true. Unless we're gonna get some Higurashi dead walking memes, but Natsui once again concealed herself in the closet from the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they carried out Hideyoshi's body. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsui's clothes was found inside the closet. Okay, see, this is weird too, because you can tell how they're bending the truth, because they could find a button off her clothes, but you know, that doesn't really, I mean, we know what happened. She exited the closet and tried to return to her own room. However, Furuto Erika discovered her on the way, and Natsui confessed to her crimes after questioning, which we also know is bait, because she never confessed, as far as we're aware. Good lord, how many fucking references do you need, bro? Official notice. Trial of illusions, blah 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 blah. Decides as follows. Confess to the crimes. For a period of 13 months following this announcement, related documents may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's Document Management Center, first subsection. Great Court Deputy Attorney General, Chief Inquisitor, Delanar A. Knox. Then just say that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right? As though she had given up and decided that it would be useless to try and talk her way out of it any longer, Aunt Natsui said that and screamed. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that despite the pitiable circumstances which led her to marriage into the Ushiromiya family, Aunt Natsui had been able to find some small measure of happiness with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. But instead, by Aunt Natsui's own hand, Uncle Kraus and even her beloved daughter Jessica had been heartlessly killed. Some fucking answer arc this is too, by the way. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had become an accomplice and hid the bodies. However, several people had given clear testimony that grandfather's mental state for these last few years had been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsui was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is grandfather now? Like Erika theorized, did he really believe that he couldn't revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, and succumb to Natsui's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ritual with the bodies he carried away? Yeah, definitely, bro. Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right? Natsui sobbed as she spoke. This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago. They just want to denigrate Aunt Natsui? This man from 19 years ago that Aunt Natsui kept mentioning was the man who had supposedly framed her. However, referring to a man from 19 years ago was as far as she would go, and she made no attempt at all to explain what had actually happened back then. I'm certain that a pawn of that man is among us now. I'm sure that right now that man is ridiculing me through one of you. So tell me, are you happy now? Has a little of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. Good Charlie XX song. The reason you brought me down to this point is because you wanted to make me admit it, isn't it? Natsuhi, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does. Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsuhi looked at us, no. As she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin. Please, I need to know this. I need to know this. It has to do with the baby, right? I committed murder. Oh, is she gonna say that she lied about it? About the servant? Was she the one that actually cast the baby off the cliff? So you finally admit your crime directly? No. This is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. Oh, this track is so good. The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't tolerate it. That baby. I fucking knew it. Baby? Now what are you talking about? On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with baby. Since I was having so much trouble conceiving a successor, Father told me to adopt a child, and he brought me a baby which he said was from a welfare institute, and he put it in my arms. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsuhi confessed the humiliation as a woman that others had given up hope on her ever bearing a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to nurse a strange baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor along with a servant holding the baby. Or are they gonna say that she pushed both of them off? I wanted to be alone, but that servant woman holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable even to tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day marked the beginning of 19 long, headache-filled years. Then we were by the fence overlooking the cliff. If by taking that baby and throwing it down onto the rocky beach far below me, I could make all this go away. I really did hear that demonic temptation in my ear. And for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that, and lent an ear to that temptation. And that was when the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against the rough fence, and at that moment I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out and went to grab her shoulder. But you accidentally pushed her? No, I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. At that moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out with both hands, I reached for that servant's shoulders, and with a thud, I pushed her away hard. The rough fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a vague and very strange feeling. It almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space, shadow gap, so I never even heard the sound of them crashing to the rocky beach. No, I must have heard it. But because I wanted to think that they'd simply disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory. And then, for an instant I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over, so I couldn't tell whether their fall, the events of just a few seconds earlier, had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall from there, that I hallucinated the whole thing. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. I decided to say that I'd left the baby with the servant and had been taking a rest alone in the garden. Then, Father asked what had happened to the baby, which caused a stir over the disappearance of the servant, who I'd left the baby with. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and the two corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The baby's origins apparently couldn't be made known, so its existence was hushed up, and the official story was that the servant simply died in an accident alone. Okay, well this is interesting, because she seems to say that they confirmed two corpses. Natsuhi seems to confirm that, or seems to say they confirmed two corpses at the bottom of the rocky cliff. But the baby, likely due to the Welfare Institute, had their existence snuffed from the record. Okay. The official story was that the servant simply died in an accident alone. That's right, I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was generously compensated. This was enough to satisfy her aged husband, who grieved over the unfortunate accident. He never knew the truth. Then just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But to this day, I've never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. I, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. But you didn't die after all. You're still alive. And you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? When you learned you were pushed off a cliff by the woman you should have been calling a mother for the past 19 years, you must have lived a life so full of hatred. And now you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff, 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband or daughter, and I've lost even my honor. And in being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? That's right. It all went according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How is this for you? Is this enough? For your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even. After seeing me put through such terrible humiliation, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been taken from me. After all this, you still claim that you were framed. Seriously, you just don't know when to give up. Can you hear me? You, the cursed baby from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've taken everything from me. What more do you want? Please, just forgive me. No good. Huh? Battler? Did you say something? No good at all. Battler? Yeah, it's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. What a fucking cut, bro. Are we gonna get my fucking theory proven? Cease before the game began. First Twilight. So that's why how it counted. Alive when it was suspended. Ooh. Interesting when they say suspended. All I want to say, if I called the shot about Battler being Natsui's kid, I want my fucking flowers. Don't confirm it or deny it, but I want my flowers if I was right. And if I'm wrong, don't tell me I was wrong. Just only tell me when I'm right. That's all you need to do. Only ever tell me when I'm right and don't tell me when I'm wrong. My ego needs it. It's weird on my stream that all the goats, aka Natsui. End of the Golden Witch. Every time I see the word witch, I just think of like the stupid meme from Dota whenever they added Witchblade. And it says, I think I'm gonna buy Witchblade. And you go, sorry, which one? And I don't know why, but that's just like, it's constantly stuff. I'm sorry, it's not funny at all, but. Wow, that really was the end of the episode. Okay, well. Of my recent sojourn. Wow. Guys, we might be close to being done the episode. I might be being close to going. I have had such a bad stomach ache for like 3 hours now. Tylenol and aspirin did not help. Tea party time. Tea party time. Was it always tea party? Yeah, it was always tea party before question mark, right? Okay, let me separate this in the notes. Weird insinuation at the end of Ep 5 that Battler may be Natsuhi's kid. Am I the goat? Episode 5 Tea Party. Okay. The notes are all set up. Look at this. The notes are so pretty. Oh my gosh. Erika, Delanor. Yes, my master. You called. I want you two to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining 1st through 4th games. Ooh. That pitiful transient witch no longer exists to assert her witch illusions. Expose the naked truth with extreme prejudice. Leave it to me, my master. There is no mystery that Furuto Erika cannot solve. Of course. That's why you're my piece, my devil. Burncastle wore a massive and horrible smile which Erika shared. Beatrice's witch illusions would disappear, and the results of all the previous games would be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. To Erika, such a weak truth might as well have been a fish on a chopping board. All 4 prior games can be explained as either Natsui's crimes or freak exceptions. I won't let anyone talk about them as the crimes of some witch called Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once and present you a first-rate tale. Heh. You mustn't leave even a single fragment of Beato's legend of the witch behind. The rumors among the servants, the way people talked about unexplained events as though a witch was the cause, the witch illusions used alongside the illusion of Kinzo. Deal with all of them completely. Of course, I'll get to it right away. We currently have the furniture in custody. We're hurrying to identify their vessels. Oh wait, never mind. I thought they were talking about Kennen and Shannon, my bad, I'm slow. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of fantasy were they based upon which allowed them to manifest? Everything would be exposed and denied. Eisern Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. Our most recent findings indicate there's a high probability they were produced during the 1960s in New York or somewhere nearby, and aid has already been sent to the location. The 1960s? The 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA. Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they're a total sham. So what are they? According to the report, there's this group of big-time swindlers. They keep calling them stakes. I wonder if they are unironic like stakes, as in the sense that they are like railroad stakes, you know? But I don't think they were building railroads anymore in the 1960s. Who make money by selling high-priced imitation goods to rich fans of the occult. The deceived millionaires resell the articles with invented history. Sorry, I'm getting real tired, I can't read. And this may have caused the items to become falsely deified among collectors. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. Ushirimiya Kinzo was apparently a big customer of theirs who'd pay exorbitant sums for the most blatantly fake objects. And that's what the 7 Sisters of Purgatory really are. It's ridiculous. A total sham, just what I'd expect from one of Beato's witch illusions. So despite calling themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap fake souvenirs. Of course. From the first time I saw them, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Paperweights. Have you confronted the 7 Sisters with that truth yet? No, not yet. They still seriously believe that they were created by a great magician over 1,000 years ago. I can't wait to thrust the truth and perfect evidence in their faces, and let them know they're mere paperweights worth less than $30 US. Hey man, adjusted for inflation from like 2008, or from 1960 to now, bro, $30? In Canadian funny money? That's like $12 million. I wonder what kind of expression will register on their faces as they lose all hope. I can't wait. Call me when you do it. I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums. Beato's witch illusions had already been seen through, and it had been proven that every one of them was simply the result of a human fantasy. What kind of fantasies created them and what was their basis? The illusions would be confronted with this perfectly proven truth. And at that time, they would disperse like smoke and be completely annihilated. This was called execution. An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not open to the public. This is an inspection by the great Lady Berncastle, member of the Senate, so she can observe that the Great Court is performing its duties satisfactorily. Do you, a mere inquisitor, intend to obstruct this? Yes, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you observe the proper procedures when you carry out your work. We are currently preparing to take Virgilia, Ronove, and Gap into custody as well. The Chiester Sisters Imperial Guards are conducting that investigation. Of course, after that is done, we will then okay, I was about to say, because they were also working with her. We're also connected to Beatrice. Delanor, or Delanor, what is the true nature of the Chiester Sisters? We believe there's a high likelihood that their vessels are weapons used in the crimes. My senior aide Gertrude has formed a dedicated, because I can't read dedicated team. We are currently investigating their individual cases. I'm looking forward to the Chiester Sisters' execution too, one at a time, or all of them at once. No one's stupid enough to empty the entire can of tea leaves into the pot at once. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time. Exactly. Let's hold their executions on consecutive days, one for each witch and piece of furniture. I'll present you with a new execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there really are a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we could let them decide among themselves which of them to execute first. Make sure you think up something great for the execution concepts. I'd like to enjoy executions both old and new from east and west every day. The rules state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations. Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show. I expect quartering at the very least. Of course. I shall make a list of the highest forms of execution from countries across the world from Europe to Asia, which were used by kingdoms east and west for nothing less than treason against the king. I'd like to propose an execution method myself. Pondering that will be the perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights. I'll come up with an idea and send you a letter soon. Certainly, my master. Then we'll use the Berncastle style execution for the grand finale. At the very, very end, when all the illusions have been broken and Beato's system of magic has been completely crushed, I shall present you with the finest execution you desire at the execution of Beatrice. Thank you, Erika. Thanks to you, it seems I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. Illness? Ooh. Hinamizawa syndrome, you might say? I've not. Whatever the end of the anime is, that is the end of what I've seen. I guess her illness isn't Hinamizawa syndrome either. Oh no, is it? All I know is that Rika had to get injections. Higurashi. You're just perfect. My piece, my double. And my precious daughter. Oh my. Your words are too good for me, my master. Erika, I will give you honor and a reward. Bito's greatest symbol, the portrait in the reception hall. Take it down, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake over that fire and eat it. Then you have my permission to put your own portrait up in the empty frame. Would you say that those animes are worth watching? I figured that the baseline When They Cry anime for Higurashi was probably pretty bad, because I don't know how they would, like, condense the whole story. Also, what the fuck is this Alice in Wonderland-ass painting? What the fuck? Thank you very much. It is the greatest of honors. You will eradicate and erase Beatrice's name and all traces of her. Until that is all finished, I order you to become the master of this sealed-off Rokenjima. By the name of the Witch of Miracles Burn Castle, I hereby grant you the rank of witch until that day arrives. From now on, you will call yourself Erika, Witch of Truth. Witch of Truth? Thank you very much, my master. I vow to work even harder so that this honor is not wasted. Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved at having her hard work acknowledged in the greatest form that she trembled. Delanner continued to aid Erika, and report on her progress to me. As you wish. By the way, where's Lambda? She is over there. From the guest seating on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there dead, run through by the red longsword. Ushirimiya Battler, you were an interesting guy. You could have been so much more interesting. Such a shame. I think it was a wonderful way to die. Erika, you can hang Battler's corpse in the mansion's reception hall. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly, my master. I'll make that foolish man an eternal monument to your victory. That sounds wonderful. Super stylish. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. And it'd be even better if you decorated him all cute. Makes sense. I'll probably give him a look. Whenever I saw that there was an anime for, like, the same content that was covered in the game, because I've had a few people ask me, funny enough, because I've heard a few people bring up that anime, and I've kind of just avoided it, I guess. One, because I've played the game, so it's like, why the fuck would I watch it when I play the game? And, I just figured it would be a bad adaptation, because I don't know how you could condense, like, an 80-hour, 100-hour game into, like, 27 episodes or whatever it is. I don't even remember how long it is. I knew there was, like, other spin-off shit, but they're not good, but yeah, I'll probably still watch it at some point. Probably after I'm done Umineko. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta, I will strive to answer your expectations. Congrats on your witch promotion. Even though it's only temporary, I welcome you as a friend. Erika was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes, because no greater pleasure exists for a piece than having its efforts acknowledged by its master. In the end, I'd like to have Beato's stuff too. Then I'll have her displayed on high in the reception hall. It's an odd way to phrase that. Lake Shirakawa, the human hunting count. You know, I read that back when I wasn't a witch. I wondered how can humans who obtain eternal life become so cruel. I always found that strange. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate. After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That writer could understand our cruelty really well in the truest sense. Where to next? I guess we'll go off in opposite directions like always. Only because I don't want to bore you. Thanks, Bern. You can be sure that I'll count to 100 and then start searching for you again. You never let me get bored, do you? That's why I like you. Love you. Let's meet again somewhere. Of course, that might be 100 or 1,000 years from now, or never again for all eternity. Interesting. Well, at least they're original, I guess. It'll work out. The sea of fragments is tiny to a pair who love each other. The third man? No, children of paradise, of course. I did mention this earlier, and I guess we'll see. I did mention that Lambda Delta looks a lot like Satoko, but it would kind of make sense. But Satoko was very cruel, and she used traps all the time. Interesting. If each time you smash one of these countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, even you would want to count the stars in the sky. Ooh, not bad. The witches known as Voyagers travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape their illness called boredom for as long as they can. Dude, this reminds me of, if any of you ever played Pathfinder, I think this might also be true of D&D, but I'm not familiar enough with that. The gnomes in Pathfinder die from, like, the bleaching, which is just that, not that they, I think it's from, like, a lack of knowledge, or, like, they get, like, bored, or it's something to do with knowledge acquisition, I don't know, I forget the whole thing, but it reminds me of the bleaching in Pathfinder. The tiny, tiny fragment created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches, and had lost its glitter. The two who had earlier called themselves rivals in front of Beato now stopped the charade and laughed together playfully. Erika, the new ruler of this fragment, weave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. Decide the title for episode 6 yourself. After all, you're already the spinner of this tale as well as its master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Oh, already? Then let me hear it. What's the title? It is episode 6. Actually, I'd like to tease you a bit, but I'll tell you. Hee hee hee. Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A newbie witch like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. Episode 6. Checkmate. That's a fucking terrible title, bro. You should be, like, ashamed of yourself. What a fucking absolute dog-ass shit title. What the fuck? What a fucking dog shit title. That better not be episode 6's name. Okay, now it's question mark time, and I think then we're out of here. In before 12-hour long question mark, by the way. New elements have been added. Oh my god! Well, there wasn't really a lot of notes to write on that one, but... Oh hey, what up, bro? Look, he's pierced. In the cathedral devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens, its chest pierced with a long red sword which pinned it in place to the ground. Now the other thing too that's of note, which I do still wonder, the entire time we were told in that game that the Beatrice that was within the game board was being controlled by Lambda, and the Beatrice that got destroyed, was that only the Beatrice of the game board? Because we still had the Beatrice with the long hair that was outside of the world, but she was like catatonic. I don't know if... I don't know. I don't know enough about how, like, the intricacies of this game work, because I don't know if that means that, like, was she only denied inside that fragment that Lambda Delta was the game master of? Because I think that's kind of the thing that they were saying about rewriting over the truth of the first 4 games, but that would also imply that Beatrice is gone. Maybe Beatrice just no longer has the ability to manifest inside the fragment and she just exists in the Golden Land outside of it? I don't know. It was the figure of Battler. Ironically, it looked just like what he had done to Beato with Blue Wedges in the 4th game. Battler had died quite some time ago. No, in this place the concept of death means nothing except that one has stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Battler was not dead, he's in like stasis. After being defeated in a fight over the truth, he no longer had the strength to think of a way to resist, and so he was dead. The Lander's massive longsword, which had been left in place of a tombstone, had fastened Battler to the spot even after his death. Sick. It's kind of metal. Your footsteps. Monster reference. This was being lit by a faint light seeping out of a high, high skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across the still cathedral. Oh! Hello. Hello, gorgeous. From the darkness behind a pillar, a woman slowly stepped forwards. It was Beatrice. Her eyes had no light in them, and looked the same way they had for so long in the Golden Land. Still muddied over with grey. Previously she couldn't even drink black tea properly without assistance. But now, though it was slow, and though there was no life in her eyes, she was surprisingly walking. And with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Battler, who was still dead and pierced. Then, slowly, she touched him. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Battler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep but death, the witch with the forlorn gaze drooped her head even lower. Then she quietly whispered, "You liar." Beato softly touched Battler. Then she pressed her forehead against Battler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered, it was because the witches had banished him from the game board. So now, Battler would never return. So now, the Golden Witch Beatrice had no more reason to exist. Thank you, liar. Goodbye. And I love you. Fuck. I'm sorry. Oh, don't cry. No. The slowest dissolve effect they've ever done. No. They got that dude on the karimba going crazy. I think that's what it's called. Then the Golden Witch, her task completed, scattered as a spray of gold. Okay, guys, wow, what a great game. It's over. After one episode. I can't believe we got it after one answer arc. We completed the whole game. It all makes sense. Wow. We're going back to the Golden Land because I hear the raining. Yep. In the Golden Land, the gray rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beato stared blankly at the surface of the tea. There was Virgilia continuing her knitting, along with me and Delana talking to each other. This is a flashback to a memory of Battler's which Delana's sword must have given him as it pierced him. A flashback at that time Delana had come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land. Oh, we have color again, oh my god. The same goes for me. I will not be caught unaware in our next bout. See, I said this was a typo. Unawares. Perfect. I'll take you on any time. Give me everything you've got. You have my word. Everything I have. Delana. I thought she was a ruthless killer doll without a heart, but maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. I am still continuing. We're in the question mark, and then we're done. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Still, it really is terrifying, the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? I'm assuming that's just got put in the tips. Are they gonna list number 5? Because the 5th one was kind of racist. I was about to say they removed the 5th one because it was racist. That's actually fucking hilarious. We read these at the start of, not this stream. I think it was not the last one, but the one before that, the second stream of Chapter 5. And the 5th one was like, no Chinaman should be included in the story. So, oh, interesting that it wasn't included. Oh, that's so fucking goofy. Sorry. Still, it really is terrifying the way you fight. Nox's 10 Commandments, or the Decalogue, wasn't it? Those fallbacks to the mystery genre, right? You missed a fair amount. To be fair, I can't tell you necessarily, and when I say I can't tell you, I don't mean spoilers. I mean, I don't know how much it would really matter, because a lot of the stuff that was said was like episode 4 levels of kind of unbreachable. But, hey man, it's up to you. I don't know what's gonna get revealed here. At all. I wouldn't say I'm confused. I just need to, it's like somebody came up to me, and they let's say you had never played chess before. Like ever, and you've never even seen someone play chess, and someone came up to you and they dropped the board in front of you, and then they dropped all the pieces in front of you and told you to set up the correct starting point of a chess match. I'm kind of sitting here like, well, you gave me all the pieces, but I feel kind of fucking slow in the head because I don't know what's going on. Yes, they are commandments conceived by my father. Hidden doors must not exist. That's Nox's 3rd commandment, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Burncastle talked about this. She said that even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time because they're forbidden by Nox's 3rd commandment. It makes me want to argue back and say it isn't so uncommon for a rich family mansion to have a hidden door or two built in. But apparently you can get away with that kind of rule in the mystery genre. As an aside, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden doors appear, and where hidden doors are the theme. Though, of course, this is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden doors exist. Without that premise, hidden doors mustn't exist. So if that premise isn't there, there's no need to search for it. So what they're saying is if you don't introduce this premise as something to be considered, you shouldn't consider it. But I think that's probably the essence of a ridiculous argument. I get the feeling that the detective trying to expose the truth and the illusion trying to mask it with fiction are getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a locked room murder seem to be accomplished by a witch with magic? Fantasy. Exposing that it was a human crime done with tricks? That's anti-fantasy. Investigating all possibilities to expose what those tricks are? That's mystery. But claiming that possibilities with no hints supporting them are unworthy of investigation? That's also mystery? Hidden doors, by definition, are hidden in a way that there can't be any clues. Would claiming that the hidden doors therefore necessarily exist, even if the detective can't find them, be anti-mystery? That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression from the riddles I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain that it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes which were supposedly carried out by a witch. The whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose, so I can't bring myself to have any particular interest in the rules known as the Nox Decalogue. Do you dislike Nox? It doesn't work for me. There's something just wrong about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as a devil's proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them after all. Pay that no mind. After all, there are some who say they are nothing more than mindless fun. The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Battler? To be honest, yeah. If there was ever a detective who said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone should start looking around on the floor to see if some of his screws had come loose. In that case, Battler, let us say we did away with the third commandment. In that case, what would happen to locked room mysteries? Well, you would always have... She's just going to say that there's never going to be a locked room mystery at that point because you could always just appeal to some hidden door that you could not find. Because the thing with the Nox's 10 Commandments, as I understand them, right? These are not like hard and fast rules, but these are things to create a satisfying mystery. Because otherwise, you're sort of, I don't want to say you're cheating the experience of your reader, but it's the one thing about this game that although I don't appreciate it now because it's impossible for me to put it together, I've had many people tell me that at the end of episode 4, you can put everything together despite you probably having to have a PhD and, whatnot. Bad mysteries are where they conceal facts from you that you can't know until, so for instance, there's info in this game that you probably could deduce, although it would be, insanely impossible level difficulty, which you could then argue would fall under the same thing, but I think the whole point of the Decalogue, and the point of the Nox's Commandments, is these are general best practices. It's not to say that you can't have mysteries that include these topics. It's not to say that these topics ruin mystery. It's just that if you take these topics at their face, and you assume the opposite of them, right? What she's about to say for the locked room would apply for any other thing. You can just come up with any absurd definition or thing that could fill in the gap. The entire point of why you have the thing like the Decalogue is because the only reason why a mystery is interesting is because there are certain constraints on how the mystery is being told. The mystery is not interesting if there is truly any possibility to answer it. It is why magic as an idea is sort of, I don't want to say cringe in the explanation, but the reason why it would make a mystery game boring, unless there were very, very rigid rules on how that magic was to be used and is defined on when it is allowed to be used, it sort of becomes a catch-all, and it becomes kind of like you can just pull the rug out under anything. So what she's about to say here about any locked room mystery is that, what is the point of setting up an elaborate locked room? What is the point of setting up some elaborate trick or something that you can do for a locked room? There's no point if the hidden door thing is always going to exist, that there's always going to be some imperceptible door that somebody could open and leave through. Well then, where is the fun in establishing a locked room that's really hard to crack, that has a really convoluted explanation, but that's sort of the fun of the locked room? And then you can say the same thing about when we say, no unknown drug or no scientific thing. The reason why those things are stupid is not that, they wouldn't be an explanation that would fit, but they would be unsatisfying to be the answer in a story. Or what one of the other Decalogue things is to say that you wouldn't want it to be that a clue that isn't presented to you is the answer to a puzzle. Or that you have some divine intervention that is unknown to the reader, that information that is unknown to the reader is presented as being the reason, right? all of these things, again, it's not that you couldn't find some way that you could make these work, and it's not to say that there aren't mystery stories where these things do exist, but as a general best practice, you are probably going to create a pretty unsatisfying conclusion, and I say this as someone who has watched and read a lot of mystery things. It is like my favorite genre to dissect mystery things. It is the worst when you have a mystery that you put a lot of time into, that you think respects your time, only for you to find out that the actual solution to the mystery was info that only got revealed in like the last 10% of the novel or whatever it might be, that was pretty much not possible for you to have any way to reason into. Not like, oh, it was something that could slip away from under your gaze if you weren't paying attention. Not like, no, like it literally, the example I always give for this is that, and sometimes when you play Danganronpa, there will be class trials that you do where there is evidence which almost directly counters, and I don't mean evidence that you might notice or something that later gets introduced, but I mean evidence that quite literally is not a part of the case and gets introduced to the cases partway through them. To me, that is very fucking cringe when you are introducing new info about the mystery that is unknown to the player partway through the mystery, because it sort of, in a way, is the author of whatever that story is, Danganronpa in this case, telling you that any of the time and reasoning and rule set that you've been operating under prior to that point of that info being introduced is basically bunk, because almost all of that is going to change your intuition, it's going to change your reasoning about what you're going to do. And I'm sorry for dragging the point too long, but you know what? If you're in the VOD, you can fucking skip this, and if you're here too fucking bad, you can go away. There's just a lot of things about mystery stories that, like, you have to do right, and that's why things like the Decalogue exist, with the exception of Rule 5, apparently. Hey, man, that guy, you know, he wrote this about 100 years ago, so there's probably a different reason why. But, where is it's in the tips. The reason why so many of these things is it's forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. The other reason for this is that if you were to give, like, a character that ends up being the culprit way later on, that's a character that just appears that you never knew existed before, it's just sort of boring. Oh, so it was a character that I didn't know existed the entire time, who I had no ability to track any of their movements, who I had no ability to learn any of their behaviors. It's just a deus ex machina. It's not fair to the reader to introduce a character so late into the story, because you can't reason into anything. To me, the way that I would word this is I would say is the reason why most of these commandments work, and the reason why these exist, and why these are like a general best practice, and not that they always have to be followed for every given story, but that they probably should be pretty much followed, with a exception of number 5, is it doesn't respect your own story, it doesn't respect your reader's intelligence, and it doesn't respect the time that you and your reader both put into crafting this mystery. And so then to, like, knock it out of the way at the end and be like, oh yeah, by the way, it's like the hallmark of bad mysteries. It's kind of funny why in this game, Rika was even pointing out at certain points where she's like, oh yeah, wait, sorry, what the fuck is these? I never read these. I don't care, we'll read this later. I'm not reading through this shit now, this is way too much. But one of the funny things that she mentioned is, like, stuff that happens in a lot of third-rate mysteries, right? Where it's just so trite, it's so boring, it's so overdone, where you have a character that finally gets found out to be the villain, and all of a sudden the character goes from whatever their personality is, so they start, like, laughing maniacally, and they turn, like, full evil, and they're like, oh, so you figured it out, and it's like, it's not that it's bad, like, you probably even do that well, depending on how well you build up to it, but most of the time it's just really out of character, it's really cringe, and it's fucking played out. Nobody wants to see that shit. Regardless, I've digressed too long about story writing and mysteries. Let's continue, because I actually kind of want to go to bed at some point, before the sun rises. What if Nox's third commandment, hidden doors are forbidden, didn't exist? You mean if hidden doors become okay to use as a solution to locked room mysteries? I do not mean hidden doors with hints or foreshadowing, exactly, because that would not apply. I mean hidden doors that even the detective cannot find because of course they are hidden. Battler, you often fight by using a devil's proof to propose an undiscoverable element X. That is what this is about. That'd be horrible. Locked room mysteries would just unravel as stories. That was another way of saying that those kind of stories would simply no longer work. And so I think what she's going to try to define here is that the reason why these exist is because these define what a mystery is. For these to not exist, it is not a mystery anymore, which is why the whole meme they had earlier about fantasy versus mystery, the reason why this is a talking point is that a mystery has to have constraints on it. Because if it doesn't have constraints, you can just use any, bullshit ass pull explanation you want. And it's not a mystery anymore. You have to have rules of some kind. Even if the rules aren't even necessarily Nox's commandments, you have to have rules of some kind that constrain your story in some way. But that was another way of saying that those kind of stories would simply no longer work. No one would want to try solving the mystery in the first place if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Exactly. If you aren't first given some guarantee that no hidden door exists, you don't feel like trying to deduce anything. I see. Nox's third commandment is needed. Without it, locked room mysteries wouldn't even be worth anyone's time. If you don't feel like trying to deduce anything, what does that mean? It means you don't even feel like reading to begin with, or that there's just no mystery. That is correct. Humans are weak creatures who cannot even think unless they have assurances that reasoning is possible. That reasoning is possible, in other words, they need encouragement that they can solve it if they do their best. That's the other thing too, like what would be the point of creating a mystery that is incomprehensible? It wouldn't really be a mystery at that point, right? Like, that might actually be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're told to run 10 laps around the campus, you can tough it out. But if you're made to run without even knowing how many laps it's going to be, you'll probably get tired. You'll probably get tired out before you make it around 3 times. I don't know about that, but I understand the idea that it's easier when you have a target and a goal. But the same thing goes for thinking and reasoning. Depending on whether or not a problem is guaranteed to be solvable, the way we humans react to it changes completely. In detective novels, there's always a scene where the detective announces that he's discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous parts of the story, so dear readers, please try to reason it out. Exactly. And then if those things do not point correctly, or if they were hints that were hidden from the reader, you feel cheated. I always thought it was just a classic line. Never knew it had that meaning. To put it harshly, as long as the detective doesn't say that, even the most avid mystery lover who prides himself on his deductions won't feel like trying to solve it. In the previous games, you were like that yourself, were you not? Come to mention it, maybe that really was the case. My fight against Beato began in earnest, starting with the second game, I think. When Beato threw locked room mysteries at me at first, I didn't seriously try to tackle them. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in a locked room and the windows and doors were all locked from the inside. I had basically no hints, so I refused to debate on the grounds that I couldn't fight because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. After that, Beato sneered at me, didn't she? Asking whether I would repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves. At that time, Beato said this: "The reason you incompetent fools always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis." Yep, this was in the second episode. This is the chapel. Aren't those convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. Then she said she'd give me reliable information that couldn't be denied, and created the rule called the Red Truth. Only after Beato had done all that for me did the curtain finally rise on my battle with her. But once I finally had the guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried, that's when I stepped into the ring with her for the first time. Beatrice, she is a strange person. Mysteries are the only spaces where witches can live, and yet she herself began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those mysteries could be solved. You could say that the Red Truth is a hint Beato gives me so that I'll agree to compete in this war of reasoning. Also, I just realized I never turned the game audio fully back to where it was prior because it was too loud while I was talking the one time. It's a carrot. Being given a hint is like she's saying, go on, try solving it. It is possible. An enigma which is guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost as though Beato herself wants her mystery to be solved? Is admitting that she isn't exactly, I said this multiple times before, there's things that she acts in accordance of. We mentioned this in the one thing, in the one stream, that it's almost like the ability for you to even provide a theory, even if it is wrong, but the ability to provide a theory that does not invoke magic at all, almost itself necessitates the denial of magic. Also, earlier when we were talking about the fact, I don't know what stream it was I said this, that magic and a lie are almost synonymous with each other, which is kind of funny because in this stream today they actually said, isn't magic just a white lie? And I was saying that the only reason why magic has any value to it is that magic quite literally is a lie. And I don't mean that in the sense that like we are being lied to about the events that are happening, but like the basis for both a lie to exist and for magic to exist are the exact same thing. And it's not, I don't know if I would say it's admitting that she isn't really a witch, but there's definitely some doubt about, she could believe she is still one, even if she really isn't. I mean, we've had this whole thing about, like, perception and belief in this game. Next thing you know, in the next chapter, we're gonna get into, like, the quantum slit experiment. Or double slit experiment, rather. Well, now, that does seem logical. She truly is a strange child. Beato gave no answer. With gray eyes, she did nothing but blankly gaze at the steam rising from her black tea. My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the powers of thinking. It most certainly was not created to arrogantly insist on the way things must be. I would slightly disagree. I agree in the sense that it's not saying that it always has to be this way. But it is what I was saying earlier, that it is a general outline of constraints that are required for a mystery to be satisfying, I would say. A crutch for the power of thinking. Yes, Nonx is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one must avoid making baseless guesses that are not supported by clues. If you turn it around, it means that the one posing the mystery must present clues which lead to the solution. So in other words, if a story follows the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and all mysteries must be solvable. And therefore it's guaranteed that finding the solution is possible. It doesn't mean it'll be easy. This could be like a needle in a haystack, which could be like the Beatrice thing, right? Like, Beatrice could be presenting a mystery that is solvable, but it could be one that is so beyond solvable for the average mind that it would just be impossible. Like, I know you said earlier in the stream, if you're still here, there were people that did solve the mystery after the 4th episode whenever it was releasing. But, if we were to put this as like a percentage of the people that played the game, everybody knows we're talking fractions of a single percent, So that's one of those things, like, is it a possibility that you could do it? Yeah. But you never know. For the average player, it's pretty much not possible. And the real question is, would you, depending on the person, if given enough time, would you be able to stumble into the solution? Maybe. Hard to say. Maybe not. Depends on the person. Like I said, I feel like some of this is definitely like language and like regional memes in terms of like Japan and like just the Japanese language, which we brought up with the epitaph that and I know this is a little bit of cope because I'm sure there's some way that it is definitely possible as like a Westerner, someone that doesn't speak or understand kanji or any part of the Japanese language, katakana, hiragana, all that shit. But obviously there is some certain things that are calling on outside knowledge. Like for instance, if I gave you a mystery, but it was written in a language that you didn't speak, would you be able to figure out and solve the mystery? Probably not. I'm not saying that that's the equivalent of this. Of course, I'm playing a fucking translation. Of course, I can read what's on the screen. But just the point being that to even be able to begin the mystery, you need to be able to interpret it in some way possible. Regardless, I'm just rambling. I want to go to bed. Let's continue. I see. So this is what she means by a crutch for the power of thinking. If you can believe that it's solvable, you start feeling the desire to have a go at those riddles. If you're capable of believing that hints do exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit, it might have the power of giving courage to people trying to solve it. The Nox Decalogue is often thought of as a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery, but it is also vital for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we know must be hidden there. It's like the lid of a jar of jam, which is too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open no matter... Okay, that actually is true. You gotta believe that you're gonna be able to open it. The same thing happens in sports. They say that that whether or not... See, I'm reading down. That whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what, has a large impact on the records you set. In that case, the Nox Decalogue isn't really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it, but I've heard that not every detective novel in the world necessarily follows the Decalogue. If you ran into one of those, wouldn't you feel betrayed? Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it does not apply to all mystery stories. Though among fundamentalists of my father's work, it seems there are those who harshly criticize works which violate the Decalogue and call them heresy. Generally, I would probably agree with the general ideas of the things that are outlined in the Decalogue, that if you don't follow it, it's probably wrong. I think there's a few of them that are, like, undebatable. Like, I think if your mystery is only solved by clues that are not presented to the reader, and that you cannot deduce in any way or even infer that those might exist, it's just dog shit. I'm sorry, I don't care. But I think if you constrain your story enough, I was saying this earlier, I won't get into another tangent about this, but I think if you constrain your own story well enough within a rule system that you define, you can still do it. Just obviously it's more work. But I think even in that example, you could probably still argue that those stories still follow what I'm talking about or what the Decalogue is saying. You have just like transfigured the statements into like another type, if that makes sense. There's no end of arguments like this in the mystery world. Is this or that famous detective novel a fair mystery? In other words, one that follows Nox's 10 Commandments? That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become more heated than talk about the actual solutions. I can understand the criticism. You try your best to solve a mystery, trusting that it follows the Decalogue and can be solved, but then it turns out that it was never made to be solvable. Yeah, fuck, that, I'm here, I'm so pissed off. I can understand how irritating that must be. And then this is where you're gonna get some fucking high and mighty fart sniffer who's gonna come in here and say, do you know that not all things are meant to be solvable? Maybe it is such a good mystery because the mystery itself is unsolvable, and that's where you tell that person to go fucking pound sand. When fighting with the Decalogue, that's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning, and that is the guarantee that the detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If a work labels itself as orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean that trying to use reasoning in an unorthodox detective novel is it complete with? Nope. You just gotta make sure that you redefine the rules in such a way that makes sense. Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant. Yes. I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used as such an elitist weapon. Nope, it should be. I'm on the side of the elitists. Fuck y'all. So you just fought Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof that this game world of Beatos follows the Nox Decalogue? Cause see, she is a connoisseur, she is an elitist. When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Delaner, and of course Beato all remained silent for a while, almost as though my question had touched the core of something. That is something I cannot answer myself. Why? This is a game that this child made, a game to determine a winner between you and her. She called it a confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she has never called it an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it follows the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said that this game is a contest between you and her. That means there is room for you to achieve victory. In other words, it may or may not. You're saying that it's possible to deduce the solution. If you asked her that question, she would probably say that it is. However, just as she is the challenger and you are the challenged, that's not nice. Just because I'm tired and it's late, you don't need to call me challenged. The two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed thinking it is solvable may or may not be something that is solvable for you as well. They might even use the analogy I just gave earlier about language. That even if I gave you the same mystery in one language that was easy for you to solve in English or whatever your first primary language is, if I gave it to you in a language that you don't speak, that you've never run into, would you be able to solve that mystery? Probably not, because there's a whole barrier to your understanding that it's just not possible for you. But now you can view this as like person versus... Oh my god, please. Is he actually going to say, please? If it does, I'm going to do a backflip live on stream. And by live on stream, I'm never doing it. I can't do a backflip, but... Oh my... Sorry. For example, let's say we pose a simple riddle that any Japanese person would be familiar... Dude, I'm firing on all cylinders. How is the person we're telling... This is the time where you start to get so tired that you start to ascend to the higher plane. I am sitting in purgatory with Beatrice. I understand it all. However, the person we're telling this riddle to is a foreigner with a Japanese-English dictionary in their hand. It might be almost impossible to solve. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner, but extremely difficult for the... Oh my god, I'm literally him. I do wonder, and I'll look into this later, Ryukishi has to be a James Bond fan. Ain't nobody just putting 007 at the end of their shit. Come on. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle? Why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is because they're hoarding their gold? I don't know, because they fight knights. Am I like slow? I didn't understand this in English. Oh, I get it. Because they fight knights. I get it. Haha. Because knights and knights. Haha. It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. For that reason, I cannot promise that this tale is something you will definitely be able to solve. Damn! So she's literally saying, you don't speak Japanese, little bro, get fucked! And I'm gonna go, no! However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth. What? Beato wanted you to solve it, so she created this game. And the riddles of this tale to be solvable. Aww! It's kinda cute. I'll put this in the notes. Beato wanted you to solve it, so she created this game. And the riddles of this tale to be solvable. I don't know what the double hyphen is called, because it actually has... It has a different name, but I love the double hyphen. I use it so much when I write myself. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth. It was the one guarantee that all those who try to use reasoning desire. I do not know whether the answer can be derived by following the Decalogue my father created. It can. I'm gonna try it. However, if you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try to use my Decalogue if you remember. It might give you renewed courage and possibly even some new discovery. The funny thing is, I feel like a lot of these things in the Decalogue, like, I've heard of the Nox's Decalogue, but like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm like familiar with it like top to bottom, but like I said, I feel like these are things that you can kind of sort of, I don't want to say intuit, but you can kind of sort of understand it if you how do I word this? You can almost infer the Decalogue by bumping into enough mysteries, just by like, I want to say like best practices. Like, you don't need to read something formal to understand something necessarily, but regardless. Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's alright to help out an enemy like this? Pay that no mind. I came to this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoy this in place of a snack. And if you come face to face with me again, there will probably be no time to speak of something so casually. Nox's Decalogue and Virgilia's Red Truth. Beato wanted me to solve the riddles of this game, so she created them to be solvable. In other words, Beato thinks I can solve it. Isn't that proof that it's possible to apply logic to this? Of course, that's from Beato's point of view, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be possible for me to work it out. But compared to before and now, when I didn't even know whether applying reasoning was possible or impossible, that one sentence might give me a great deal of courage and strength. At least it has the power to silence any negative thoughts about it just being useless anyways. Unless the other party assures you that it's possible to deduce the answer, you won't try. It's almost like love between shy young people. Love? Yes. Unless the other person first proves that they love you, you don't want to love them, right? Both boys and girls want to hear someone say, I love you to them first without being prompted. Jesus, I can't read. That's the dream. They don't want to love another person until they're sure that the person will love them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as a one-sided love, and the emotional scars of a love that doesn't work out last a long time. Because they're afraid of that pain, more than anything else, they want assurance that the other person will love them back. I see. That is an interesting way to explain the relationship between writer and reader in a detective novel. Yes, maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to tell them, I will solve it or it can be solved. Until the writer is assured that readers will definitely attempt to solve their story, they don't want to write it. Same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will definitely be able to solve the story if they try, they don't want to read it. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when no one reads it. True! Because they don't want to apply logic to what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was all useless. True! By that argument, it really isn't a stretch to say it's like love between shy elementary or middle school age kids. Even though they're interested, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings, so they wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing's happened. Huh, sometimes they'll even hook up with a different person. Okay, in elementary and middle school, you guys are hooking up? Define hooking up. Middle school? Maybe like grade 8, but that's what my first love was like. Heh. Along with those one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of a summer which will never come again and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers goes for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. True. Sometimes you gotta put yourself out there. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame goes their whole life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Battler. When does this, the chicken or the egg type of shy love, reach the level where it's progressed into mutual love? Well, it's probably gradual over time. Starts as a relationship between friends, they communicate with each other more, and they start thinking, I like this person and I think they like me. And when both of them reach the stage where they're no longer in doubt, then, well, I guess they probably just naturally become a couple. The impression I've gotten so far is that relationships which start with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more often, whereas couples who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together usually stay together for a surprisingly long time. In other words, it happens when a relationship of trust forms where each person trusts the other. Is what you are saying. Yeah, maybe. I'm surprised. I always thought mysteries were a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe they actually aren't. No, they're like a dance. Yes. They can only exist if there's mutual trust, a relationship with love. Pretty sure I've always said that mysteries are kind of like a dance between the reader and the writer. It has to be something that like you're both willing to step forward for, right? Takes two to tango. You can't just have like one side putting it up. Mainly for the most part, this would be if the person who's writing is going to step to the dance and make it a solvable mystery. Because assuming if you're reading it, you're already showing up to the dance, but... Then you're saying that me and her aren't in a battle to the death, but a loving relationship? Aww! I mean, they've kind of hinted at this with her talking about, like, the one you desire. They've said this a few times, hinted at it. Though it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schoolers bullying each other to me. Hee 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 hee. Virgilia joked at us in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Middle-aged woman with all fucking, like, stark white hair. Interesting. Question mark. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beato is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she's a witch. And I'm responding to that and going all out, trying to deny that witches exist. You say that Miss Beato is fighting at full force. You'd never go full force. How can you be so sure of that? I mean, you can tell by looking, can't you? It is not as though she has proclaimed in red that she is fighting you at full force. And yet, you have no doubt? You are the one who said you would not believe anything except the red truth. True. This must be the stage where communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship, as you mentioned earlier. Virgilia and Delana giggled together. One guy, multiple women. The topic is love. Wait a sec, isn't this the worst formation for getting made fun of? I tried a couple times to change the subject and clumsily brought up more refined topics in an attempt to return the mood to something more suitable for a tea party in the rainy golden land. But each time Virgilia saw right through me and laughed at me. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those gray eyes. Well, they're definitely not gray. You could say blank. I don't know if I'd say gray, but staring into her black tea. Man, they're so British. They really love their tea. How many fucking, like, pints of tea have they gone through in this? That's right. Virgilia and Delana gave me so many hints back then, and yet I barely thought about them at all. Purple spiral ink, I can feel it. It's way too late now, but let me think. Now that it's too late to change anything and I have an endless amount of time on my hands, let me think. Well, he's gonna revive it, and isn't the whole thing they said that, like, the entire thing is you not thinking? They're also not getting rid of Battler, like, come on. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me, and the crutch called the Decalogue that Delana lent me. They're gonna say that Natsui's not the culprit? With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least Beato left enough room in this tale for me to achieve victory. The red truth guarantee will give me the power to start my heart beating once again. And there's the crutch of the Decalogue which Delana lent me. Even she began by warning me that the Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles, but even so she kind of described it as a method to solve, no, to take on the riddles. Let me try it. Even though there's no guarantee whether this tale is mystery or fantasy, let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it, that it is a solvable tale, a mystery, and let me skip the last line because I'm a fucking slowpoke in the brain. Oh, fuck, I thought we were getting... It's almost a spiral, come on, you gotta give it to me, it's close enough. And let me make one last attempt. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea... I keep skipping lines, somebody shoot me in the fucking head. In that strange tea room, where I had often argued furiously with Beato across the table. Of course, Beato was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. It's alright. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay, then. What were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Delanor explained most of them when slamming me with them. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again? I beg to inform you the following. Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, Delanor's subordinates appeared, as if in answer to my question. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less than what I wanted to know. Yeah, that's it. The first commandment. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. Does that mean that by the end of the first game, the culprit must have already appeared? Yes, 100%. True, that is the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A given. A given? Have I really kept that as a basic assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. But it's not really. It's fake increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. From that moment onwards, everything is screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up to the point where even having demon kings or gods or divine creators appear wouldn't be strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appeared in one of the last episodes, I'd just accept it as that kind of story. I wouldn't, I'd be pissed off. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, and there's no need to worry, then there's no need to worry at all about anyone who shows up later. Exactly, because Noxus first clearly rules them out, stating that it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on in the story. Of course, there's also what both Delana and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rules of the Decalogue, so of course I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the devil's proof completely and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I know by now that I'll never be able to reach the truth without looking for multiple perspectives. In that case, that means the culprit in all these repeating games is one of the 18 people. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th. Yes, thank you for finally fucking waking up, big dog. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person known as the witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. Nox is second. I beg to inform you of the following. Nox is second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Telena's other subordinate appeared without a sound and gave me an answer to my question. That's right. A detective can't go around using magic. So, if this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic? I beg to inform you of the following, knowing that the interpretation is up to you. Figures. Right. I'll interpret it my way. If the game is a fair battle between me and Beato, then because this tale is solvable, it features no elements which are impossible to explain with logic. Okay. So far you have not given me a new revelation. In other words, magic must not exist. Yep, you have not moved me in any way. When it does appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown and suspect. Oh my god, have we not said this already? That like every single time we know that this is a false retelling, we know that we are getting a false observance, we know that this is an unreliable narrator? That we might be able to suspect that certain people were involved, but that the entire methods of everything, if they're going to show magic, is entirely pointless? You gotta catch up, bro. We've been on this for the whole game so far, like, come on. That's right, that was Beato's greatest weapon in my second game, or in the second game. Depictions of magic that have no place in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery. And therefore that reasoning was impossible, and I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would have been completely obvious to doubt the witness who claimed to have seen those things. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale had been passed on to people in the future by means of a message bottle. Someone wrote down the incident in the form of a story, exactly, and they wrote it down before the events of the game, so they knew it was going to happen. In other words, the entire story is a world which includes the personal opinions of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God, it's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that the descriptions are truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it had already been made clear that the text violated a constant premise of the mystery stories, that they must be told from a God's eye view. Oh, the spiral. For that reason, it's possible to doubt not just the witnesses, but the observer as well. If I could have doubted this much, then no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that raises the question, yeah, I'm surprised he wasn't a full-on magic hater. This guy clearly has not played Higurashi. Is it even possible to solve a story written by an observer who isn't impartial? It'd be very hard, but you could. You would assume that there are parts of the story, like we have been saying so far, there's parts of the stories that are told by an impartial observer, and probably parts that are not told by an impartial observer, aka a reliable narrator versus a non-reliable narrator. All reasoning ends here if you get obsessed with it. Exactly, this is what I was saying earlier. At some point, you kind of just gotta roll with the punches. You kind of gotta just take it what's face value, and maybe you can cut through it later. Maybe you get like a new revelation from playing further, or like I was saying earlier, you can take certain parts of the mystery. You can say like, I don't know exactly how it happened, but I know the player's involved. Like for instance, so you can look at like the very first, outside of the first Twilight, right? In the first game, we know that Ava and Hideyoshi get staked in the forehead. Okay, well if you go with the magic interpretation, they shot stakes through a fucking gap in the door that lodged themselves in both their heads and they died. Or alternatively, you can think, well, at the very least I know these two people were involved, and I know they were killed with stakes of some kind. Let me see if I can find a way to make this fit, which is why a lot of the times you've seen that if I'm trying to solve a mystery, and it's not to say that I'm getting to the right answer every time, because I don't fucking know until we're done with the game, but a lot of the time when I'm trying to figure out a reasoning, I'll put out points that the game has given me, usually from red statements that we know are true, and then try to like puzzle piece, fit them together in some way. Because as long as you can find, this game, Higurashi did this as well, if you can list out the premises that the game gives you to be true, which in Higurashi was a bit harder because there wasn't like red statements or anything, but in this game, if it's going to give me things that I know are true, and we can try and cut through the semantic word games that they give us, and we can try and link them together, it doesn't mean that we're going to be 100% correct, but if we're even like 85% correct, we're most of the way there, you know? Like, the fact that in the first part of episode 5, and again, I'm not saying I'm right, the game could very well be totally honeydicking me to make me think, but the fact that we really early on predicted, like, maybe the kid that happened with Natsuhi or whatever was actually Battler because we could make it fit. Again, this is twisted logic. We're kind of, like, twisting the truth to fit in a way that we need it to fit. But that's kind of the point of what the author's doing. But all reasoning ends here if you get obsessed with this. Well, the good thing is this won't really spoil Higurashi for you, but you will 100% understand whenever you watch Higurashi or read Higurashi. Preferably read it. You'll understand what I'm saying. That's why it's so important for me to believe that Beato is trying to fight me through this tale, because it's a fight that means I've been given a chance of winning, and the fact I've been given that must mean that reasoning is possible. This part is the hardest. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. For Gilia's right, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Alright, I'll admit it. Unless I admit that we're in love, I won't be able to get any further. Aww. When Regalia ran out of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were of admitting that out loud, she gave me the red truth instead. Beato wanted me to solve the riddle of this game, so she created them to be solvable. What the hell is that? It's like, Sato in Class A says he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. Okay, now this is 1 second where you go, oh, here you go, Battler. Because he's fucking hitting one right now. If we don't love each other, the logic won't open up. In that case, why can't we just say that we love each other? If you think you can't solve it, just try. Or you can solve it. You're incompetent, like hell you can solve it. Yeah, according to George, you call that sort of thing Sundora. Heh, that brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I want to try saying, you're such a Sundora. If I meet her again, somewhere. Tell me the other parts of the Decalogue. I don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful.
Nox is 9th.
Oh, fuck, I was close. Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. I beg to inform you of the following. Nox is 6th. It is forbidden for accident or unaccountable intuition to be employed as a detective technique. Sorry, my faculties are starting to fail me, okay? We've been streaming for almost 11 hours. To be fair, probably about an hour of it, 2 hours of it at the start was me like getting sick and like fucking not being on stream and having to pause every like 15 minutes, but okay, we've had like 8 hours straight. It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented, and it must not be solved by luck. If this tale is made to be solvable, then we can read this the opposite way. In other words, clues may or must have been prepared so the tale can be solved. And it has to have been made in a way that it can be solved without relying on luck. If I can believe strongly that Beato is challenging me to a fair game where reasoning is possible, I can be sure of that. That must mean that Beato has already concealed clues, hints, and messages within the tale so far. Duh. If it isn't from the Decalogue, but Erika, or it isn't, but Erika or someone said this, there are 3 riddles to be exposed in a mystery. I'm pretty sure it was Erika. It was the whodunit, the howdunit, and the whydunit. One is the whodunit, who is the culprit. That's the most fun part. One is the howdunit, how did they commit the crime? One is the why. Why did they commit the crime? Usually, you're probably going to find the howdunit first, which will inform you of the whodunit, and then you will get the whydunit. Sorry, I'm eating some melatonin gummies, so I can actually like fall asleep after this is over. It's also going to put a timer on how much we read this before I pass out and die. So, all of this means that clues related to these 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. Strictly speaking, it's like this. Beato scattered hints about because she wanted me to solve those 3 riddles. Though whether I'm capable of catching those hints or not is another matter. Even if you pose a riddle thinking it's easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. Therefore, it's only natural for there to be a difference in how difficult each person thinks it is. That's why, as Beato went through each successive game, she watched me closely, tweak the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she made the third game feel pretty easy. She secretly worried. Aww. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game would no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the third game onwards, she set up things in a way that made it easier for me. Give me tips on how to fight and a few hints. Okay, I'm not gonna get into like the story of Monster, because one, I could be here for forever because I fucking love it. It's like probably my favorite show, or one of. Top 3 for sure. Part of me is thinking that Beatrice's whole thing is like a perfect suicide. There's like 2 prongs in my mind of thinking about like why did Beatrice start this game to begin with. I think that it's either A, like a perfect suicide, or B, which it could also still be A. It could be B and A at the same time. That she's also trying to trap Lambda Delta and Rika in this game for some reason. And I don't know because I'm starting more and more as we've continued to play believe that this is not just a simple like, oh, I'm the witch of the island, figure it out. Like, there's definitely a meta narrative going on here, which I don't know if we fully grasp. It seems to become a little bit more apparent through this episode that it definitely involves the two above her a bit more, but the appearance of Virgilia and Ronave was obviously so that they could help me. Also, though we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the Brawn Tube trial as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and at the end of the 4th game, Beato managed to have the all-out showdown with me that she had probably wanted most of all. Okay, that image is always a bit jarring. Then Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart, entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was really dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game, just because I was so disgusted with those two witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is, all I need is to search for the truth in Beato's game. Yeah, it's still her game regardless. Again, this is like, for instance, like, you're still playing chess, but the only thing that's weird is, like, it is a little bit hard to understand, like, the inner workings of the games in some way. If, like, for instance, let's say you were playing chess, but you weren't constrained by the typical rules of how chess pieces should move. If you're like, oh yeah, well, the knight can't actually move, like, 3 up and 1 over in both directions. Actually, the knight can now move like the bishop, and the bishop now moves like the rook, and you're like, well, this isn't really chess, but... Or, in actuality, that, like, they all become queen, and they can just move in any way they want. It's like, So, you know, there's a little bit where I'm like, you know, I don't really know how much I buy into this, but I understand the sentiment that he's saying. On the contrary, I should probably thank those two witches just a little, continuing the game in Beato's place now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit, crime, motive. The answers, the hints to those 3 ultimate riddles must be scattered throughout the tales shown so far. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find beads that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. Funny that he says sandy beach. Wasn't that the name of one of the chapters very early on? I think it's episode 1 or 2, one of the two. Just saying. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'll be able to find them. For your attention, I beg to state the following. What is it? Go back through the tale. Know that you have now been given eyes that will not miss the truth's faint light. Now, normally I would be like, sick moment, but a part of me here is also like, no shit. Now is the time to go back. You mean like episode 5 in particular? Be advised that for reason to be possible, a trusting relationship is required. Yeah, I know. In fact, I might have just realized at last. It's something that has been repeated over and over again throughout the tale. Do we think Jess is Beatrice right now? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think this episode so far, unless this part here, I don't know if it has moved me closer or further away from that belief. I feel like we kind of spun our tires and did nothing. I feel like this episode is almost a meta-narrative, although to be fair, this is going to be one of those things where it's like, well, of course, once you understand how the episode works, it all makes sense, but like, no shit. I would say that I still have Jessica as my number 1, but I think because of some of the events towards the end, Rosa potentially moved up a little bit higher, like she closed the gap between 1 and 2. I will say that, and I will do this at the start of the next stream, or I will do this prior to the next stream, and I will go over it once I'm back. I will create like an updated suspicion list. I probably won't write like a paragraph like I did at the end of the theory stream, but I am like almost 100% convinced that Natsui is not at all involved. Or I shouldn't say at all involved. She's not the true culprit. I would almost bet my life on it. Just because of how much she was a focus of this episode, it reminds me very much of episode 3 with Ava. It's not to say that, like, this is sort of a bad way to think, and this is technically a very big flaw because the creator could easily play off that, but there's just no way you have an episode diving in this deep, and then these characters are like, I don't buy it. I'm still, in my heart, still buying in all chips on the Jessica train. Rosa is still number 2. The gap between 1 and 2 has shortened some, where, like, let's say that my suspicion on Jessica... I'm trying to think how I can word this. Let's say before that the gap between Jessica and Rosa was 1 meter, just like an abstract distance between the two. Let's say that that was the lead that Jessica had on Rosa for being the most suspicious. The gap is maybe like 0.7 meters now, you know? It is something that has been repeated over and over again throughout the tale, persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Yep, we said this very early on with seeing the blue of the sea. Slowly the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then, as though I was slowly sinking into a pitch-black sea, I passed through the crack of the long journey I'd taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep while still conscious. The several tales that had come before became faint bubbles, no, perhaps small shining fragments. See, the interesting thing about this, which I'll keep going because I don't want to like cuck the climax of this question mark here, what it seems like we're at. More and more I'm starting to think that there might be like a bigger meta-narrative that's going on, which we can't really solve too much, which will probably be like the big plot point of the game. Part of me thinks that, like, of course, like who Beatrice is will be very important, but there has to be like a bigger meta-narrative that's happening. All this shit is like way too, like, why the fuck even introduce Lambda and Rika and everything, like, especially those two, like, there's something to do with those two in particular. Yeah. The several tales that had come before became faint bubbles, perhaps small shining fragments that were scattered like stars in a pitch-black sky. Oh my god, it's Higurashi episode 7. I kept sinking on and on into that sea. Genji, father is calling you. Oh god. You're lucky, you know. That was episode 1. I don't know what episode that was from. That was episode 3. On and on. I think that was episode 2, because that was when she got blinded. I didn't read that quick enough. I think that was episode 4. The last one we just saw. Tales up until now, one after another. Virgilius guided Dante to Mount Purgatory, and led him to Beatrice, the eternal lady who waited at the top. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. Damn, I didn't know Battler was Italian. And then I knew. That kind of scared me, I don't know why. I finally reached the truth. In the depths, no. At the peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. Ah. That hurts. He woke from the sleep of death. Ooh. Actual lyrics. We don't get lyrics often. And bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him. As Battler hung there pierced by the longsword, his head still tilted towards the heavens, life gradually returned to his face through an expression of suffering. You really are an idiot. Huge idiot. Battler noticed. The whole time Beato had been snuggling up against him sleeping, and when he held her, he found that it was not Beato but her crumbling remains. No, not the long hair Beatrice, no! And because her form was as fragile as ash, when Battler tried to hold it, just like a sandcastle made on a beach being washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Battler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beato's dress and a pile of ash. No, on top of that pile of ash, you could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly which had been torn to bits. And so Battler knew he had to eat it, and he ate it. I did reach the truth, but I wasn't able to do it, while Beato still remained in this world. Beato, you really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this ridiculous riddle. You created, just like you wanted. I didn't lose heart, and I finally made it all the way to the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? You believed so strongly, didn't you? That I'd definitely reach the truth. So why couldn't you believe with me? And wait! It wasn't you who was forcing an endless torture on someone. It was me. I've been the one putting you through a cruel torture. You resisted until the very end and kept on appealing to me. And now, even though I finally reached the truth, you couldn't wait any longer, and it's all too late. You idiot. Why did you give in before me It's all my fault. I forced her to endure this torment. In fact, I'm amazed she endured for so long. She kept on appealing to me over and over and over again. Because I was so incompetent, I couldn't even begin to understand the truth. Idiot. Idiot. Your riddles were too damn twisted. Why couldn't you say it more simply? You fool. As he cries and moans and he says, "Oh my god, Connor, don't fall asleep. Your melatonin gummies are kicking in." His scream of pain filled this cathedral of sorrow. The sad witch who wasn't able to let Battler know of the truth. The sad man who wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler howled in anger and sadness for both of them. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up for everything. If you're gonna create a riddle as hard as this and be so proud of it, don't go and set a goddamn time limit on it. No. I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening, you prayed for it to happen. You're just like grandfather. You prayed for and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you dropped on a sandy beach. And because you did, I have now arrived at that miracle. But your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth, even if it had been right before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But now I've been run through pathetically, and I can't even hold what remains of you. I struggled attempting to pull the long sword out, or at least touch her remains by stretching out my arms, but neither worked. Shit. Damn it. At that time I noticed a golden glint on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. The small fragments of gold was the only piece of Beato that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment, and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even though things had come to this, I would never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist and blood dribbled out. That blood spread throughout my fist, and it must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. And she's back! It's the Crimson Witch! It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth she had wanted to tell me. I clutched the wing of the gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that impaled me. In this moment, Ushirimiya Battler knew, and understood. He had arrived at the entirety of this tale. At that moment, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the gaps in his clenched fist. And is she back, baby? The two witches had their backs turned, and Erika was laughing at Battler's corpse. What a disgrace you are, Battler. Your foolishness will be immortalized in this statue. Huh? And that's why he's the GOAT! Just then, Battler's chest. No, the red longsword impaling Battler began to shine gold from deep within his chest. We switched the hue in Photoshop! That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. That's not gold, that's like piss yellow, bro. That's a urinal cake yellow. What's going on? Battler is... What is this? Ugh! Battler coughed up blood and groaned. Me every morning. His consciousness came back. His will to live, his will to fight, came back. The red longsword impaling Battler could no longer be described as such. By now it had become a golden longsword. Let me speak in the gold, please. Then slowly, it pulled itself out of Battler's chest. Damn, pull-out game strong! Sorry, I'm a bit delirious at this point. I apologize if I say anything uncouth. After it had finally pulled itself out of Battler completely, it flipped through the air and stuck upright into the ground in front of Battler's eyes, as though it knew who its master was. Battler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and though it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda? That glow. It can't be. Lambda stared wide-eyed at the bright golden glow in awe. Noticing that Battler's resurrection wasn't part of the script Lambda had thought up, Fern also frowned slightly. Sorry, retrials will not be permitted. She asked her sisters to eliminate this resurrection illusion. Didn't they already talk about how resurrection magic was the hardest possible, and we fucking did it? 'Cause I'm the GOAT! Understood, man. Bro, you literally have the Union Jack or like an inverted Norway flag on your fucking thing. Do you actually think I give a single fuck about anything you're gonna do? You guys aren't Norway, you're Waynor. You can suck my Waynor. I'm sorry. It's unable to target. IFF error code 999. Good game. Good game. Love 999. Other two? We don't speak about VLR and ZTD. Whoa. 3 9s. Impossible. The Chester sisters hesitated, unable to carry out Burn Castle's orders. Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The witch illusions have been completely destroyed and the trial ended with our victory. Sorry, Burn. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right, Ushirmiya Badler? Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erika. Burn Castle. Now it's time for my truth. Please speak in gold. If you speak in gold, I will fucking shoot ropes over my monitor. I accept your request for a retrial. The Coven retracts the adjournment of the Court of Illusions. Objection? The trial has already been concluded and the verdict has been announced. Objection overruled. All verdicts are overshadowed by new truths. See, I don't even trust that this isn't to Lambda Delta's plan. We already know that she's trying to play both sides. Objection. Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of Witch. He has no right to appeal. He just gained the right of Witch, dumbass. The thing is, he does now have that. I acknowledge it by the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta. Ushirmiya Battler. I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Endless Sorcerer, Ushirmiya Battler. Sorcerer? Divinity Original Sin? What did you say? But Battler got the rank of a witch? The rank of a witch, which she had desired for so long, had been granted to Battler so quickly. And on top of that, this wasn't anything temporary. This was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta seems like she's kind of the swinging dick. Erika couldn't accept it and her face turned bright red. Looks like that kid's game really will keep us entertained until the very end. Sure, I'll play along. Erika, accept his challenge. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth which makes Natsui the culprit is perfect. Battler will never be able to break it. Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Chester sisters, my master ordered you to fire. How long is it going to take you to carry that order out? Error code 999. An access code is required to target the territory lord. Yeah. I told you he'd do it, yeah. Every time she says that, I just don't want to say it. Territory lord? Who is? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory lord? You don't mean... Battler is... Yes. Ushirmiya Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment, ma'am. Yes, that's right. You still don't understand? You don't know what that golden glow signifies? Battler has reached it. He's made his way to the innermost depth of all truths. That means Battler's understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, he's reached the position of the game's ruler. I'll bet you don't want to believe it, right, Byrne? No, I don't want to believe it for a second. Alright, I'll test Battler to see whether he really understands everything. Erika. Too bad, Erika. I know you were excited to be appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, but I'm stripping you of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushirmiya Battler. Is it awful? Tell me, don't you feel just awful? How does it feel to have that title ripped away from you just when you'd finally gotten it? How's it feel? I kind of almost respect Lambda Delta, man. I know all the witches, the bigger witches, are kind of just here for entertainment, but Lambda Delta really seems like she's just here for entertainment.
Battler, you think you can disprove my theory? I'd like to see you try. It can't be done. It can't. It can't. It can't. It can't.
Okay, we get it. I'm taking a drink. She's actually saying, can't it, can't it, can't it. The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to rule out Natsuhi as the culprit. Well, let me blow out your eardrums first. I can construct a theory with someone other than Aunt Natsuhi as the culprit. It may be that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth, allowed him by his status as a sorcerer. A culprit other than Natsuhi? And how? Delaner, please entertain Battler's delusional rambling. Oh, we're gonna duel. I don't know why she cocks a fucking gun and then we see her fight with a sword. Someone explain that to me. Slowly, Delaner stepped forwards. In her hand was the red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was the golden longsword. Should have been a great sword, because I'm a great reasoner. I'm a great logician. The two rivals once again, no, for the first time, they truly confronted each other. Battler, I have been waiting. Sorry to keep you. Not at all. Your return was sooner than I anticipated. Kill him. Delaner Anox! Delaner's form disappeared in an instant, as though her slow, dignified movements from before were only a lie. Nothing personnel, kid. The trail drawn by the longsword of Red Truth burned itself into the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone had enough time to follow that trail, it was already approaching Battler's chest. Lady Erika's reasoning has solved the fifth game. No new fact exists to overturn this logically derived truth. Oh, Super Smash Bros. Sorry, I'm sliding some PNGs across the screen. It's possible to present a different truth using a different interpretation. When multiple truths exist in parallel, the authenticity of both is questioned. In this closed-off world, it's possible for differing truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erika's reasoning by questioning its credibility and conquering it, I can't defeat it. Burns' reasoning is perfect. You won't be able to overturn it easily. I mean, by definition, if you could overturn it, it wouldn't be perfect, but, you know, but still. If you can present a theory on par with Burns, this fight will come down to a verdict. That means it's possible that either one of the truths will be defeated and denied. This plot twist is truly laughable. I'd expect nothing less from a demon's script. Then let me ask, if not Natsui, who do you theorize is the culprit? Okay, my early thing was Rosa. I also think Ava could be behind it, although it could just be another meme that it's multiple culprits. I've been on the multiple culprit train for a while. I'm a bit too zonked to put too much thought into this. Battler's golden longsword drew both red and blue trails. Well, if he says Beatrice, I'm shooting myself in the head live on stream. Possible to construct a theory in which this was the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago mentioned by Aunt Natsui in her confession. Isn't that just Battler? Isn't that what they insinuated? Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. Yeah, the baby is someone mentioned in the early part. It's Battler. We already went over this. The person first introduced in the fifth game cannot be named as the culprit. What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us at the very beginning? Boom, bum, 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 bum. Bada bum. Boom, boom. For example, what if it was me? We already went over this, bro. Wasn't this like the first stream? I've been on top of your ass this entire time. As a wise man once said, I've been coming on your ass this entire time. I'm sorry. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. They were presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby? Yes, in the fourth game. The red truth from the fourth game that I am not the son of my mother, Sumo. Yeah, bro. I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead. You're behind. Catch the fuck up. The feeling that Dad was hiding something in both the first game and this game. In particular, in this game, it was made clear there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. It's true, that did happen in this game. I wrote that down in my notes. You can see it when this video is uploaded because the notes will be updated. Battler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago. Okay, guys, the sun is starting to rise. We gotta hurry the fuck up. And announced that he would reconstruct the crime with himself as the culprit. I'm sorry, if I throw on an accent randomly reading this, it's just happening. As Delanor, that's what we're calling her for the rest of this, as Delanor cautiously held her sword at the ready, she gauged the distance between them. Now that Battler had inherited the position of this world's territory lord and even attained the rank of Endless Sorcerer, his movements surpassed human understanding. Also, doesn't this prove that the fact that Beatrice says she's an Endless Witch and not an Endless Sorcerer proves that she is a woman? God is a woman, and so is Beatrice. By now, the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing, because their extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference. A good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit. Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I'll prove that this explanation also works, and that you can't be certain that Aunt Natsui is the culprit. I'm assuming they're gonna hide it from us? Or will they show us? Who knows? I think they might hide it from us. which is fine. We already theorized. We're already on top of the ball. They're behind the 8 ball compared to us. The game's just catching up to where we are. Let's be real.
No, it's you.
No, it's you.
No, it's you.
Good. If you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reap your feeble truth. I, Furuto Erika, the detective and the Witch of Truth. What a boring fucking title. Witch of Truth? Oh my god, get over yourself. Fucking Redditor here.
I, Erika, Redditor.
This time, Erika stepped forward.
Please follow the rules of the subreddit. You are not allowed to post. I am the mod.
In her hand there appeared a scythe like one a Grim Reaper might hold. A ruthless scythe for reaping everything that threatened her theory. Yeah, but you didn't sow anything. You can't reap, you didn't sow. It's only possible for the crimes to have taken place during the single hour after midnight. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crimes. This looks like my notes in Google Docs now. Switching between the two. They really like Smash Bros. Countered! A scythe is not very good in close range. I think you got countered. Nothing personal good. It has not been specified the time of death was during the single hour after midnight. This is true. You could say this when the rooms were set up. We already mentioned this, that Genji had to be dead when they sealed the room already. It's possible that the crimes didn't occur between midnight and 1 a.m. I want to know what his reasoning... Oh, stained glass. I want to know what his reasoning is behind that, because it is technically true. We don't know their time of deaths, because it was obfuscated. I'll speak exclusively about the murders in the cousin's room. Okay, this is a good line of attack. This is where I would have went first. It is impossible for the crime to have been committed in the cousin's room between 1 a.m. and the time of the crime's discovery. Okay. You didn't... So it happened before then. You already said that you played cards with them until midnight, and you were gone for that 1 hour gap. The Lenore, now. I'm gonna let Battler carry me for once. I'm tired of carrying his bitch ass. Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin's room, clues must have been shown. Because clues were not given to the detective, Lady Erika, who was on the watch for any abnormalities inside the room until morning, such a crime is impossible. If we assume they were actually killed by the blades, I mean, clues that were not given. There was the one mention of Gap saying, oh, she must have summoned that person with a very long blade. We already know that it was done with a long blade, but we never really got any answer to that. It was just like something that was dropped in on us. I'm trying to think, what else? What was other... Let me graze through the notes real quick. What was other shit that happened in this episode that were, like, interesting that was not mentioned? Genji's master key being missing was still something that never really got resolved. We never really had, like, a key check on anybody. Obviously, the whole baby thing. I do have in notes that Rosa returned to the guest house at 1 a.m., but then they talk about how people left. Nobody left until 1 a.m. I mentioned this earlier, that there's, like, a discrepancy in, like, the time that the game had given for Rosa. There's still something suspicious about Rosa just from the episode 3 of her solving the mystery. Especially because she didn't go to the archive that we saw, like Ava did. So Rosa obviously knows something more than's being let on. I don't know, whatever. He can carry us. Let's go. And then no matter what he says, I'm going to say, yeah, like I said, the time of the crime is discovery refers to the point at which I let out a scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Interesting. How does this make sense? The point at which he screamed, let's just say it was like 7 a.m. I think it was 7 a.m. because it was George's thing. Yeah, it was 7 a.m. Because I remember him saying something about 7s. I thought it was interesting. He would have to have killed them in the time before the people ran into the room. Or the alternative is to say that they weren't actually dead at that point. To be fair, it was done with a blade. Like, you could have done it pretty quickly. But then, I mean, they would still be, like, spurting blood, right? I mean, we know the blood was fresh. Like, it's possible you could. Battler used the blue flash to detect both of the red truths that Erika deflects. See, I said detect because I can't read, I'm tired. Both of the red truths that Erika and de Lenore had flung at him. Erika's eyes went wide. After all, what he said was completely absurd. At that time, they still hadn't been killed, even though their corpses were lying there with their necks sliced open. The deaths of the 4 in the cousin's room have been declared with the red truth. Are you trying to use a witch solution? They're not saying that this doesn't... Again, like... Why would you make such a stupid statement? Nobody's arguing that they're not dead. We're arguing about the time of death. Why would you even say this? You... Redditor. Are you trying to resurrect George and the others using the concept of magic even though they were dead at the time? I see, since you believe they were dead by that point, it must look to you as though the dead are being brought back to life, so this will probably be magic to you. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you. Shut it. How often do I have to say it? The death of the 4 cousins' room has been declared with the red truth. Death of the 4 in the cousins' room, and their bodies were witnessed by a large number of people, and it's already been declared with the red truth that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken. Take that, dead people. Okay, again, what does that refute to anything about anything at all? Oh, Ronove might go. To what point in time did that red truth refer? Okay, this is literally just end of episode 3 memes all over again. They could have, oh my god, they knew they were dead. Okay, thank you. This doesn't tell us anything about the time of death, yeah. Have you forgotten, miss? The fierce shower of red was blocked by magical barriers set up by Ronove, who suddenly appeared right in front of Battler. Now that Beato was gone, the demons shouldn't have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erika's attack. You, Ronove. How'd you get here? Who cares? This all works out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too. I'll leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth. Yes, your majesty. Well, then allow me to spar with you for a while. Go ahead, miss. The red truth pronouncing them dead referred to what point in time, then, according to you? Are you saying that you can pinpoint that? You can't pinpoint it, so you can't disprove that it declared them dead at the time of a crime discovery. How is she using the blue truth to flip this? This doesn't make any sense. When the court was open, Lady Landadelta made a proclamation. She said this was a 2400 answer session. They were pronounced dead at 2400 on the second day, in other words, at the end of the game. That does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day and the so-called discovery of the crime. Okay, so he's saying, okay, that's a really slimy way. I guess that is true, but it's very slimy. Then you're saying that the victims were alive at that time, even though their necks were sliced open. To be fair, we never found the corpses again after they went missing. Did you see that yourself, Miss Detective? True, it has been said that no examination of any corpse is ever mistaken, no matter who performs it. But it has never been said that there was a rule against describing something other than a corpse as a corpse. Yeah, see again, this is what the same thing we were saying earlier if they were like mannequins. Or plaster casts or something. Erika swung her side recklessly, but Ronove blocked everything with elegant gestures made with the shield on one of his hands. We also never produced Krause's body, despite them saying he was dead. So at that point in time, no one was dead? Are you telling me there weren't even wounds on their necks? But in that case, why did Battler scream? Never leave your feet unprotected, little girl. Bushiro Miyakinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. Huh? A pitch black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed her up. She could probably see through to the other side of that hole. It was the same thing you'd see if you looked down through the skylight on the ceiling of the cathedral. Aw, Gap is my goat. Leah? Yes. Virgilia could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Surrendered mate? Is that what that said? I can't read, bro. It's cursive. As Erika fell from the heavens, Virgilia was right below her and thrust upward with her divine spear glowing blue. Shouldn't you rethink your reasoning? Kinzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in your theory breaks down. True. Kinzo couldn't have been the one to move the bodies. We already know that he didn't exist. Correct. Unless someone other than Kinzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory unravels. Damn it, this is nothing. I'm such a Reddit mod. Actually, it's kind of true. She does get posed as being this like insanely smart, and then like you look at like the fucking very basic theory that gets proposed in oh my god, my fucking knuckles hurt. Ooh, you get the theory that was proposed in the study room, like LOL bro, blind spot, and she's like, what the fuck? It's like, okay bro, you're literally like this 700 IQ, 7D chest, you're so ahead of everybody, you couldn't think of a blind spot? Hello? Virgilia's blue divine spear skewered and pinned Erika in midair. Erika struggled, filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it out easily. Then all around her, several small fast things clanged off the walls and surrounded her. Ready? It's the Seven Sisters. They're about to tag team her. Erika, you're getting Eiffel Towered, big dog, and we are not in Paris. 7 people manifested at once. We are the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Know this, foe of our master. You lowly paperweights. After George's death, his body was never moved. Okay. I'm gonna write this down, because this is kind of interesting now.
Now we're kind of getting somewhere interesting.
I want you to know right now in my notes, too, I'm reading the number at the bottom of the word pad, that, we are at 237,383 characters prior to me typing this sentence. I just want you guys to know that. That's characters, though, not words. Just, you know, it's not as much, but it's a lot. It's like multiple tens of thousands of words. Yeah, it is kind of funny that he was so addicted to the Devil's Proof. I mean, the Devil's Proof is fucking stupid because it never makes any positive claim. I kind of mentioned this earlier that, the biggest problem with Battler for most of this game, one is that he asks the most stupid fucking questions because he's either not broad enough to force a concession out of somebody or he's not specific enough to pin somebody down. And he's never on the offensive, man. He's constantly just on the defensive. He's constantly just making these stupid fucking points to, like, deny shit, but he's never making affirmative claims about anything. All the Devil's Proof does is just cast doubt on something. Congratulations, bro. You've knocked a possibility out. You're not providing a solution to anything. Sorry, I'm so tired. Our body was never moved. Okay, I'm not copying all these. Never moved. Oh my god. After Genji's death, his body was never moved. True, the real contradiction is saying that he's incompetent and now he's not. To be fair, the red truths are only true at the time that they're stated. Episode 3, we're looking at you. No, Kraus is dead! The bodies couldn't have vanished after being discovered. Okay. After all victims of First Twilight. Sorry, I'm just adding this to thing. Bodies couldn't have moved after being discovered. So is this just the talking point that the bodies were never discovered? Your theory about Kinzo carrying the bodies away breaks down. Wow. Arg. And so what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpse is You can't, L. Gah. I have to revise my theory. Me, the detective. I literally joked about this. She's like the detective in, if you've ever played like Gmod TTT, that's literally all this girl is. You got given a role randomly to you and you think you're like the GOAT or something. You got given this role, bro. You didn't earn it.
I'm the detective.
Okay, bro. Even with Kinzo's existence denied, Erika was probably capable of escaping this pin by making only a small revision to her theory. Now, you know what the real best part about all this is? Is that we removed the slander from my GOAT Natsuhi's name. That she was a harlot, an enchantress. How could they? She might still be, but at least not to Kinzo. Come on, man, she has standards. However, to her having to revise a theory she had already created was extremely humiliating. Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to corner Natsuhi like that. Gab, my goat. Can you zip up the side of your dress already? I'm trying to focus. You played around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the red truth. This is what you get for playing around in the witch's darkness. Know that, Furuto Erika. Yeah, I am the actual, true cult of reasoning, the true logician. I've taken my INFP test, or whatever it is. I've taken my 16 personalities test, and it told me that I'm an INTP. I'm a logician, and I can do this, and I'm also the head moderator on r/logic on Reddit, and trust me, my argument is valid and sound. Don't make me get into this epistemological debate. Ugh, Even Erika had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, in the trial that had taken place before, no one except Berncastle, as well as Lambda Delta, who was going along with her, had been capable of denying Kinzo's existence. And because of the willful silence of those two, she had been free to shape the truth about Kinzo in any way she desired. Also, doesn't this mean these two literally set this girl up to be whack-a-mole? She never expected that Battler would become a witch, a sorcerer, hey, of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor who could also use the red without proof to counter. Nox is carrying herself for Delanor.
Nox's second is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you intend on showing...
Okay, first of all, if this is the case, how the fuck are you even arguing for Rika right now? Back up. Forgive me, you crazy old bastard. Go forth, Battler. Step over my dead body.
You were the only person that was near Kinzo when he got killed.
Presentation of evidence. I present a body which can be identified as Ushirimiya Kinzo. Can you prove that this is Ushirimiya Kinzo's body? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it is him, it is possible to claim that it is a substitute corpse for someone else's. 6 toes, 6 toes, 6 toes, 6 toes, 6 toes, 6 toes. Pull out the dogs and take off them socks! Take off the socks! Oh. Any counter with the red truth will be invalid. That's novel. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with red. However, if saying that in red is forbidden, Battler has nowhere to run to. She hit him with the classic, nut up or shut up. Actually true. Erika, Nox, please. Battler, devil proof. I have proved nothing. Thus I win. In this close-off Rokenjima, there is no objective way to show that this corpse is grandfather's, and that itself suggests the possibility that this corpse is a body double. This unidentifiable body cannot serve as proof of Kinzo's death. Checkmate. My theory is rock solid. Delanor had sealed off the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse had been shown. I mean, but again, like, if that's the case, like, what's even the point of this fucking game? Every person's body that dies isn't actually the person that we say they are? Okay. Even with the power of witches, Battler couldn't argue back. How are you going to prove that the corpse is Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? Show them those dogs. Take off them socks. It's impossible. It can't be done. I mean, how could you do it? We're gonna get like a fucking blood type reading and a... She has forensic tools, doesn't she? I mean, it's not really a hard argument. Yeah, you could just say it's just another person with polydactyly, but like, how many fucking coincidences are we gonna get, you know? I don't really know what other way you would be able to do it unless you're gonna... If you can't use the witch's power... The only thing is, Erika has forensic tools. Maybe in some way you could do that. You could fingerprint him. I'm sure he has fingerprints on record or something. You could give him a toe print on those 6 toes, you know what I'm saying? Now with red or blue, right? With gold. Here comes the gold statement. Say the gold statement. The gold. This has to be a plot point. He's gonna use the gold statement. I can feel it. I'm predicting a gold... I knew it! Oh my god. I could shoot ropes right now. I saw it coming. It was too obvious. You can't use blue. You can't use red. Gold. This guy, he's seen part 5, okay? He's seen part 5 of JoJo. He knows what's up. I guarantee this is the corpse of Ushirimiya Kinzo. Then, when Delanor met with Battler's golden flash, she was unable to fully block it with either her red longsword or her blue short sword, and she was blown backwards into the air. It was a direct hit without any miscalculation. Though she had always... Dude, now wait, what do I have to use in my document to be able to fucking denote gold text? Wait, we gotta figure this out, guys. This is important. We're gonna use ampersands because they're cool looking. I've had all this formatting in my thing so that when I carry it over to docs for future storage, it will make sense. Let me write this down. I guarantee that this is the corpse of Ushirimiya Kinzo. Who are you to the head mod of r/logic? Huh? Who are you to the head mod of art/Agatha Christie, huh? Nobody. To counter... Sorry, I'm just... If you want to see the notes, to counter... okay? Though she had always seemed as firm as a small giant before, now she was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall as though she was the slender girl she appeared to be. Delanor, what are you? A splendid gold truth. It is valid. Gold truth? I need someone to bring out the platinum truth and the emerald truth. Oh, the golden longsword, which had been drawing red and blue trails before now, finally drew a trail which retained its divine golden color. The creator of this game is not going to be happy when they find out that platinum is more expensive than gold. They're not going to be happy. The truth it showed was neither red nor blue. It was gold truth. What is that? Lambda, does that follow the rules?
This is outside the rules.
Yes, gold truth valid. The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world. No, only by the game master himself. Wow, you lost the gamesmanship, dumbass. Actually, I don't want to shit talk that, okay? I don't like Lambda. Evil, probably. Looks like Satoko. Kind of evil. That's what I'm saying. It feels like Beatrice was just holding back. Unless she was never actually the game master to begin with. Ooh. What did you say? Gold truth. A divine truth woven in a different fashion than the red truth. Its strength is on par with the red truth. On par, bro. It better be higher. It may sometimes be inferior, but it is sometimes... Wow. You fucking... Guys, I gotta tell you something, okay? I've got this plan, okay? And it might earn you a lot of money, but it might lose you a lot of money too. The brilliant shine is the proof that Battler has truly understood Beato. I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is grandfather's. Yes, gold truth accepted. Unless Lady Erika's theory undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. What the? Erika cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being impaled. It was the pain of her own theory being defiled. I see. I thought this was nothing but a mishmash of narrative tricks. Just when did it become a mystery? What a crazy string of great works. Civ 6 player right there, great works. Hey, Battler would be beyond boorish to say more. Even without saying another word, you've made your truth about the corpse's disappearance fully understood. Yes, what you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the read this trial so far. I completely understand and accept your truth based around the revenge of the man from 19 years ago. I proclaim your truth established.
What?
Wow, I said it before she said it.
What the? Why is that, Great Lady Lambda Delta? He still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's locked room and the seal on Natsui's room and the button in the closet.
You still think it's possible for you to argue back against Battler? Only Erika, the only one who was supposedly so intelligent, couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that Battler had already found the real truth. Grandfather's absence has therefore been proven, and the dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsui and Grandfather has been removed. Yes! Yes! My goat. Aunt Natsui is pure. Oh my god! I won't permit. Oh! No, 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 no. Battler. Furthermore, that's my mom. Because doubts have been raised about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone beside Aunt Natsui are null and void. The argument that the crimes couldn't have been committed by anyone else except Aunt Natsui no longer stands. Okay, nice. So I'm actually gonna put these down. We're gonna have to... Battler just saying, like, yeah, by the way, this whole episode, pointless, Dutch. Just like, okay, awesome. Let me write this down in my notes. Shout out to Battler. He's finally coming forward, and he's becoming the true White Knight we all know he could have been. Because doubts have been raised about the time of death for all who have died so far. The alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsuhi are null and void. Wow. I'm gonna have so much fun fucking formatting this document again later. The argument that the crimes couldn't have been committed by anyone except Aunt Natsuhi no longer stand. Battler has finally realized he's not literally like mouth drool. Oops. Yeah, like the culprit's trap, which was quite literally maybe the most obvious thing in the entire fucking episode, that Natsuki was being set up to look like the culprit. I think I literally said it. You can rewind the tape, okay, to probably about 4 hours ago at this point. Whenever she was accusing her in the parlor after everything, and I was like, is she gonna, when the door got locked by Shannon and Cannon, and I was like, is she gonna do a 180 on me? And is she gonna be like, oh, she's gonna provide like some, I'm sorry, I'm like fucking concussed. She's gonna provide some crazy theory, and I'm gonna be like, oh my god. I'm like, or is she gonna do the boring thing and just say it was Natsuki? Because there's like no way it was. And she's like, it's you, Natsuki. And it's like, oh, brother. Everyone in the crowd, in the fucking peanut gallery just groaned at the same time. I don't know how much Lambda planned of this, but I feel like Lambda is not totally surprised by this. Maybe she didn't expect it to happen, but I don't think she's surprised, if that makes sense. Sort of gonna ride the middle line paradox statement there that she didn't expect it, but she wasn't, Delanor, who must have risen to her knees at some point, slowly stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still carved deep into her chest. Though pain didn't show in her expression, her awkward movements clearly showed how serious the damage she had taken was. Even though she herself knew this spelled the total end of the match, mind you, like, Lambda Delta 100% knew that what Thing was saying was bullshit. They kind of went over that it was a kangaroo court, so. Lambda must have known, to some degree, what was actually happening. Whether she knows the full extent, to be fair, she was the game master, you know? She must have known what was going on. But, I digress. Even though she herself knew that this spelled the total end of the match, Delanor didn't abandon her duty. However, in the cousin's room, you witnessed dead bodies which were impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that it was a falsehood? Noxus 7th, it is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to have an objective point of view. Your theory violates this obligation. Wow, 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 wow. Prudo Erika is the detective in this game, not me. Yeah, what? Duh. And by Noxus 9th, observers are permitted to put forward their own conclusions and interpretations. So they had their interpretation, they were dead when they weren't actually. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective this time and that you were an observer with a subjective viewpoint? Why are you arguing that he's not a detective? He never claimed to be. What? Unless it was you do not have the right to falsify your point of view. In this game, when I figured out the device of the epitaph's riddle, I witnessed Grandfather. As has already been shown in red, Grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it was already been shown that my viewpoint wasn't objective. Okay, wait, I gotta pause this. The device of the epitaph's riddle. That's right. He noticed Kinzo in the, in like the alcove or whatever, where he thought he saw his cape. As already been shown in red, Grandfather doesn't exist. It was impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it's already been shown that he wasn't objective, so he wasn't a detective. Is it possible that it was just a sheet or something fluttering in the wind and rain which you mistook for Kinzo? It cannot be used as foreshadowing to form a basis for Noxus 9th. Mistaking things for something else is a right permitted to all observers. There's the red truth which Byato showed during the 4th game. No person would mistake Ushirimi Kinzo by sight. It's the red truth Byato used to counter my blue truth. Okay, that's kind of true, but you're sort of bastardizing this, unless you also are going to debunk the claim about the inheritance of Kinzo's name. And thereby made it seem as though he had appeared. In other words, on this island, anything which might lead someone to visually mistake someone for Grandfather, including someone else pretending to be Grandfather, cannot. But that's pretending to be, not actually subsuming the role. The scheme on Natsui once put together to make it seem as though Grandfather was alive only involved her saying things like he was here just a second ago or he's in his study alone now. Cleverly exploiting the relatives' blind spots to pretend he was there. I want to make sure I totally understand this. So she's claiming he's a detective. He's saying he's not. It's forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that aren't protective unless, until now, you have been the detective. Was it ever shown that you were not the detective? And he's saying I wasn't because I saw Grandfather, so you can tell that my viewpoint wasn't objective, and because it wasn't objective, I'm not. Red truth was she showed in the 4th game, no person would mistake him by sight. In other words, on this island, anything which might lead someone to visually mistake something for Grandfather, including someone else pretending to be Grandfather, cannot ever work. I'm gonna put this down. Both of these down. There's a red truth, which Byato showed during the 4th game. No person would mistake Ushiro Miya Kinzo by sight. In other words, on this island, anything which might lead to, someone to visually mistake something for grandfather, including someone else pretending to be grandfather, cannot ever work. Okay, so that just means that there was some total fucking bullshit that went on in the 4th chapter of like some mass delusion, or for some reason everyone being sworn to secrecy and lying about it, unless we're going to say that becoming him is different than pretending to be him. But she never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself, so there are no contradictions. Mind you, I don't think that claim that we ever bounced into of someone pretending to be Kinzo actually becoming Kinzo was ever confirmed to be real. Well, you gotta remember though, when we say everyone saw Kinzo, that's not necessarily true. Anytime that you see magic, and that whole scene was full of magic, it's an unreliable frame. We can't necessarily guarantee that it was Kinzo. The scheme Aunt Natsui once put together to make it seem as though grandfather was alive only involved her saying things like he was here just a second ago, or he's in the study alone now, cleverly exploiting the relative's blind spot to pretend he was there. She never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself, so there are no contradictions. The better question would be like, why would people refer to Kinzo or to whoever it was instead of Kinzo in such a way? We know he didn't exist, so it couldn't have been him. So then you have to like fucking retrofit it backwards to find a way that makes sense. If she had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe, it would probably have been seen through in an instant. It has been guaranteed that none of the characters in this tale would mistake something for grandfather by sight, so this is where he might get into the becoming grandfather. If someone still claims to have seen grandfather, it becomes a falsehood. Everyone is permitted the right to falsify their observations, but there is one person who does not have that right, and that person is the detective. Because of the right granted by Nox's Ninth, everyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and talk mistakenly about what they saw, but true. But if the detective has to present an objective thing, they can never present something that is subjectively true. However, mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth. So, once you claim to have seen Kinzo, it was no longer misrecognition, but intentional. In other words, this disproves the objectivity of your viewpoint. Is what you are saying. In this case, unintentional misrecognition is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, it is possible to intentionally lie. So again, that's what, in the 4th episode, it still could be true. Why did everybody lie about seeing Kinzo, you know? It was either that they lied, or they were mistaken in some way. But the misrecognition part would probably also fall under mistaken. Battler never saw Kinzo in 4, as far as I'm aware. As far as I remember, Battler never saw Kinzo. The only people that saw Kinzo in 4 were the people that were in the dining hall. And that's if you want to call it, air quote, Kinzo. And Battler was never in the dining hall. He was with the cousins. No, you're good, don't apologize. The question here is going to be like, how much do they mean about misrecognition versus lie about seeing? Because the question would be, did all the people there in the dining hall that got captured lie about seeing Kinzo for some reason? I don't know. We're gonna get through this, because I'm fucking tired. We're getting on 12 hours, man. I'm about to fall asleep at my desk. I'm actually not that tired still somehow. But I'm a bit worn out. However, it is possible to intentionally lie about seeing something you never saw. And that is an action not permitted to a detective burdened with the responsibility of an impartial perspective. Forgive my crazy argument, this is the end. No, it is alright. If a man like you had been in the world, you would surely have protected the fragile truth from any kind of arrogance. Faced with the tyranny of a single plausible truth claiming to be the sole truth and exterminating all the fragile others, you would surely have protected the real truth. Battler's golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as though splitting the heavens. I'm glad to have been able to fight with you. Therefore, my perspective in this particular game is based upon the 9th commandment, not the 7th. The fact that I claim to have seen grandfather is proof.
Well,
The noise which rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Deleonore's longsword clattering to the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Deleonore. Though the blue trail Battler had drawn was aiming right for the top of Deleonore's head, it stopped a hair's breadth away. If it hadn't, Deleonore would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind. I resign. I give up on denying your truth. I've paid my debt. My respect goes to your father. The Decalogue was neither arrogant nor judgmental. Also hilarious that, like you said earlier, all it took for Battler was to literally use, like, the fucking boilerplate shit that most people, even if they're not consciously aware they are doing, that they assume to be real while they are reading a mystery story, to solve this mystery, and he has only now realized it 100+ hours in. Good job, man. Respect to my father. De Lenore sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Eleanor?
Shameful, pathetic. You stupid half-wit murder doll. You've tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You still call yourself Mysteries Wedges? You're surrendering to magic. The history of the mystery genre forbids it. You're the one who doesn't understand a thing about mysteries. That is kind of a fair point, to put it that way. That he needed to view it more as a mystery to be solved instead of, like, a life that he is living. To have a more detached perspective from it. Because the problem is he's been viewing it as a reality where he had too much of an attachment to be able to accuse any of the people that were around him of being Beatrice, which is why for, like, 2 or 3 games, he, like, kicked and screamed about being terrified of, like,
I won't doubt anyone! I won't doubt anyone!
And then it's finally like, okay, thank you, man. You finally realize that it's a fucking closed circle. It's gotta be one of you. But you're the one who doesn't understand a thing about mysteries. If you see mysteries as nothing more than a weapon with which to sneer at your opponents intellectually, I won't let you ever speak of them again.
Mattler!
I present a truth that conflicts with yours. Aunt Natsui was threatened by a phone call over the internal line made by the man from 19 years ago. Me. His goal was to make Aunt Natsui look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge intent on framing Aunt Natsui.
That's wrong! It's a drama of revenge against the Ushiromiya family plan by Natsuhi. Your theory outright opposes mine.
Can you still not pull out the blue spear that's sticking through you? Good point. Erika, you haven't given me a single way for the corpses to disappear that don't involve Kinzo. Your theory is being denied as I speak. TikTok. They predicted TikTok! The spear is just... You paperweights. Get out of my way. The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes tormented her theory. They won't come out. They won't come out. I acknowledge the mistake in Erika's reasoning and need for revision. My master? Watching Erika's face contort with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear, Berncastle declared this with a disgusted expression. For all intents and purposes, it was as if Berncastle had acknowledged Erika's defeat herself. With eyes of shock and despair, Erika looked up at the master who had no longer any confidence in her victory. I don't give a damn about your pride. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? You, my double, who's been granted the same blue hair as me, how long do you intend to hang there pierced through like that? Do I really have to descend myself? I've changed my mind. Having a peace is a waste of time. What a pain. What a total pain. Who needs a peace? I should just get rid of it. What a terrible, regretful, discouraging, disappointing, misguided mistake. Get on with it, you filth. Didn't I tell you to revise your pathetic attempt at reasoning?
Oh, yes, my master. I'll revise it. I'll revise my theory.
As Erika's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. I got a stomachache for like 5 hours, man. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the blue truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue spear smashed and was freed. Though that blue truth did indeed explain how the bodies had disappeared, it was truly shabby reasoning that reeked of desperation.
My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect.
Are you kidding me? It's woefully pathetic, but I'll forgive you, because your face and your theory are both so shameful it's funny. Erika was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor, crying bitter tears. The wounded de Lenore stepped out before her as though shielding her, and she spoke to Berncastle as well as Battler. Regardless of how shabby it might be, Lady Erika's revised truth is valid. That's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. Notice how they didn't give us her truth because it doesn't matter. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them, so even if there are various truths, and even if they contradict each other wildly, they can exist at the same time. Here, as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can unilaterally deny them. Yes, that is true. I will not allow anyone to deny Lady Erika's truth. De Lenore! As long as I am here, I will protect that truth. No matter how shabby it might be, I will not laugh at that truth. I think it is to some degree, but I don't think it's meant to be a one-to-one analog. The words of Dillonor, whom Erika had previously looked down upon, led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor sobbing. And, because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, the witch wins. Although both my theory and Erika's are impossible to deny, neither is a single truth. They are uncertain things, neither of which can be denied and neither of which is absolute. And as long as there's no definitive answer, the witch's illusion still exists. It isn't Erika who's allowed to expose that, and it isn't any of the rest of you either. Now get the fuck out! I promise you Burn is not stupid. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me. The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Ushirimiya Battler, Erika's truth is no longer unique. However, Erika's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of their truths exist together. The conclusion of the 5th game is rescinded. The game goes back to being even, and I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer, Ushirimiya Battler. Ushirimiya Battler, step forward. I appoint you as the new Game Master. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it, you new Endless Witch. Sorcerer? Yeah, I'm the new Game Master. I'll weave the 6th game. Only my girlfriend can gaslight me. Erika, let's settle things for good this time. Stand up. Yes. You better stand. You will rue giving me a chance to recover this humiliation. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Battler again in the 6th game. Fuck, I hope not. Please deny. Come on, Burn. I remember you from Higurashi, my goat Rika. Oh, you're trolling. Sure. Of course I'll give you a chance. Wow, incredible. For you to give someone a chance. Isn't this a miracle? Which of miracles, Burn Castle? Erika, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, you had better expose the truth no matter what, unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion. Yes, my master. Dillonor. Of course. I will give it my all in the next game as well. Hee. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer. Together with Dillonor, I'll tear your game to bits. Sure. I'll invite you to my 6th game. Sorry about that title of yours. Checkmate of the... Oh my god, thank you. That title sucked buns. It's your game.
You can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Furuto Erika, am a detective before I am a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game, and I declare war. I swear I'll expose everything you try, and I'll kill you! Golden Sorcerer Ushirimiya Battler!
Come at me with all you've got. Furuto Erika. It really is. It is just Nox versus Battler. Erika's legit bumbling around. She's like question arc Battler level right now. Just watch, Beato. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game, I'll prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. There we go. Oh, Hannah! Oh, Hannah! I will say, maybe it's because of Higurashi, but like the art style of the sprites in this version of the game and in the PS3 or PS4 version of Higurashi, whatever the fuck it was, I think it's actually the Switch version when I played, I very much like the art style. Like soft edges and everything, it's like a weird, like kind of in-between of being, like for some of the characters, like a weird in-between of being anime and not. Like you look at Rudolph, like Rudolph doesn't, maybe I'm crazy, Rudolph doesn't look like that much like an anime design to me. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm a little bit of a Rudolph Glazer though, okay? I say that I'm a Rudolph Glazer and everyone that's seen the game is like, they don't know, he doesn't know, Rudolph is like the most heinous character in the whole game, don't glaze Rudolph, and I'm like, it's okay. Stand back. Stand back and stand by. Opening movie effects movies. Takashima. I can't read this quickly. That might be the fastest fucking credit scene we've ever got. That was a good quote from Rudolph. I remember that one. There's a lot of glass breaking in this game, man. A lot of bad luck stacking up. Holy fuck. Okay, it only took 11.5 hours, but the, my prediction for the 6th episode, though, is I don't think Battler's truly gonna join the witch side. I think he's gonna, like, properly run the game and try to kick the other two out. I think it's gonna, oh Jesus, I think it's gonna try to end up as a game, as the final two. I don't want to give any solid predictions right now because my brain is fucking mush. Hey, Future Connor jumping in for the last time, just letting you know that there's been like a few minutes that are shaved off the end just so this can get in under the 12-hour time limit for YouTube. Nothing really important was said, and anything that I think might need to be touched on will be touched on at the start of the next stream. If you watch to the end, thank you for watching.